exactly what you're giving to your kids.
Well, let's find out, because if it's true, I mean, that's gonna make you look at your mom a little different.
You don't want to know that. That's horrible.
Yeah, but
I pity the poor people that have accidentally walked in and their parents fucking.
You never did that?
No. Horror.
No, actually, that's not true. I never walked in, but I definitely knew that that's what was happening.
You block that out.
Right.
You can't block out the visual.
Because you definitely touched the doorknob.
Your dad with his feet up in your hair, your mom eating his ass.
I don't have no visual.
Your dad stroking it while your mom's eating his ass. Like, no. Yeah, see, there you go. I can't live anymore like that. I can't go through this room and have to get electrotherapy.
Yeah. But imagine if you walk in and, what would have to happen for you to be affirmed for going up the scene?
I don't think it's that. I think it's probably some social disorder involved in some of those folks too. There's like furry lights, which my kids go to school with. There's some kids that wear ears, and like maybe a tail, and every now and then you see one of those.
Bro, you think White have started as a 4chan troll that probably went too far?
4chan
rules of control, like a few other things that were done.
They're the best. Do you see what they did with the free flow, free bleeding project?
What's that about?
They tricked women into thinking that it's like a sign of feminism to just bleed and not have a tampon or a maxi pad.
Well, like old school.
Just let it go. Free bleeding. And so they did it as a joke, and then some women adopted it because they thought it was like radical feminist, crazy ladies.
So now free bleeding is like a trend.
No, it didn't last. It's disgusting. It's probably totally unsanitary. You smell like fish. It's hell. It's hell. It's a human pussy plug running down your fucking pants, and you're showing up at the office. You expect to keep your job here at United Health? Get out of here.
I don't think anybody was showing up at the office. Because those are different jobs.
At Starbucks, you showed up at Starbucks. Oh, that's not real. No way. That lady would die. She would literally be dead. That's like if you shot her with a fucking arrow.
The thing is, there's no.
Is this lady free bleeding?
These are the 4chan posts. People trying to share it that it was real.
Well, that could be a lady that's just doing a marathon and forgot a tampon. It's like, fuck it, I'm gonna push through. Because I saw one lady diarrhea herself, went all down her leg and everything, and she completed that fucking race.
The thing is, it's hard to tell what's real and what's AI.
That's real. I saw a pussy blood right there. I can tell. I'm an expert.
But the thing is, free bleeding is one thing that's like, but just getting your pussy blood and most other people's stuff.
They don't care.
Like if you're doing this shit at home or in the grass,
they're marking their territory. Well, what did people do before they invented tampons? Like, I mean, are you supposed to just wash it out? Like, what are you supposed to do? What does nature want you to do? Like, nature doesn't want you. That's why toxic shock syndrome is a thing. When women have tampons, they leave them up there, and then they get really sick, and women have died from toxic shock syndrome from tampons.
I don't know if this might be full satire, but this is someone talking about how it's not made up and it's a real thing. People trying to claim they started this.
Misogynist users of the online forum 4chan would claim that they jokingly started the movement in 2014 to see how far they could make angry feminists go. Fake memes and Twitter accounts apparently belong to feminist activists posting content about free bleeding. This backfired spectacularly for the 4chan trolls when they unwittingly did discourse around the normalization of periods. The free bleeding movement, whether fake or not, quickly became very real and got women talking about their monthly cycle. Since then, notable moments in the free bleeding movement have included Karan Gandhi running the Boston Marathon without something while bleeding. They missed something that says without while bleeding through her sport shorts. Poet B. Carr also became notable in the movement when an image of her menstrual blood on her pants and bed sheets was repeatedly removed from Instagram that same year. Imagine like you're a hero because your pussy blood is on the internet. This sounds like this is satire. Who wrote it? What's it in? It's a blog.
I think you have a hard time convincing most.
Yeah, most, but these are crazy people. Like, most people don't want to fuck wearing a squirrel outfit, but crazy people do. Some people do. I'm not saying Fergie's crazy. What is the blog? And do they have other things that seem like satire? Does that seem like it's hard to tell the edges. When you get to the edges of radical feminism, radical leftism, and radical right wing, Patriot Front type shit, it's hard to tell what's satire when you get to the edges. When you get to the most extreme examples.
But also everything's AI and people just lie, which is the same bullshit.
Also, all those, whether it's the right wing movements like Proud Boys or whether it's Antifa, they get infiltrated. Those guys get infiltrated by government officials 100%. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents in Antifa, and I guarantee you there's some FBI agents that are in the Proud Boys. I think the head of the Proud Boys was already outed as an FBI informant. Isn't that true? I think that. Find that out. Google that.
Really?
Yes.
That's not true.
I think
Every single one.
I think he still went to jail too. I think he still went to jail for January 6th.
Yeah, I mean, they still locked up.
Let's see. Let's say. What does it say? The Proud Boys revealed to have been an FBI informant. Enrico Tarrio. Tarrio served as national chairman of the Proud Boys from 2018 to 2021. He was a central figure in the group's activities, including its role in January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. However, it was later disclosed that Tarrio worked as an informant for federal and local law enforcement agencies between 2012 and 2014, prior to his leadership in the Proud Boys. Oh, beforehand? That's even crazier. That's even crazier. Like, when they telling us the truth, like, that he's not doing it anymore, it's like, fucking, who knows, man? It's layers upon layers. It's those Russian nest dolls, and you open it, and there's another one in there, you open, there's another one in there.
It's all talent, bro. The Epstein files.
I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, he's going to release the files. Well, I thought there was no files.
Man,
What's the investigation now?
listen.
Like, what is going on?
Voted 427 to 1.
What was the one?
I didn't see why he said, but he
National security.
No fucking way. No security. If you found out all the Congress voted for something, you the only one that can you change your vote? You can't be the one, guy.
It should be that it has to be like no one can know what the vote is before you do it.
Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one?
Well, I was feeling like let's move past it. Let's get on with our business.
You can't go past.
These billionaires are good people. Okay,
You can't go
they're
past.
good, solid people. Where's he at?
Arkansas.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah. Somebody got to
On
him.
the bottom 10 in education.
Somebody got to him. That's crazy, though. 420 to 1.
I've been the principal. No one's different. What's wrong with the bill? What's supposed to?
It bans 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address victims and or other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House.
He's in that motherfucker.
Well, that's a point, though, right? Like, there was people that had dinner over Epstein's house. Like, Epstein had dinners and had celebrities go over his house. Like, Chelsea Handler was one of the people that went over his house. I don't think Handler's out there molesting kids.
No, I get that. I get that. I think we're past that. We're beyond that point now. Because
Where you just have to be able to say, hey, I went to his house for dinner.
I'm not saying because people try to do that too with like pictures. You in a picture with somebody, but it's like it's the difference between being in a picture with somebody and being in 500 pictures with them. Right. You know what I mean?
Flying to an island.
Yeah, I think because this is a big problem. I mean, back to what we were talking about earlier with Hollywood too, is that I think a lot of these motherfuckers they don't respect our intelligence. The average American is smart enough to tell the difference between somebody that was just in there or somebody that testified than somebody that was banging children.
See, the thing is, is the average American probably can tell the difference, but there are sub-average individuals that all they want to know is you're on the list, and they hear you're on the list, and they might try to kill you. And that is a fact.
But here's the thing. The problem is,
and I'm not advocating for not releasing the files. I'm just saying there's enough dumb, nutty people that will think that you're guilty.
There's been so much obfuscation with this. It would be different if there was no pushback. But I think what's at stake is people's belief in the integrity of the process.
That's right. Oh, well, yeah. That's
whatever the last little shreds of it that are left. Like, no more you getting to sift through and decide. Because it's easy to say that. But the truth is, they want to be able to decide whose names get submitted. And people aren't with that. Like,
they shouldn't be with that.
Or we agree with this guy, and then we let them Kennedy joints out. We've been waiting for them. Think about it. They said the same thing about the Kennedy shit. Well, we don't want to hurt them. And every time they're supposed to release it, they kick it down the road.
They released some new Kennedy documents, but no, I never heard anything come out.
Yeah, it was supposed to be released.
There's no way those people are alive.
What we know is to know that, I forget who said it, but justice delayed is just, the longer we wait, the more we let these fucking snakes kick the can down the road, the more they get to obfuscate and muddy the waters. You know what
Trump said about the JFK files?
What?
He said, I saw them, and if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release them either.
That's what I'm screaming.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I can't even imagine what that means.
What does that mean? What could that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Does that mean a foreign government? Does that mean our government? Does that mean the mafia? Does that mean a coordinated effort with all the above? What does that mean?
I have no idea what it could possibly mean.
It's crazy. Something that happened in 1963.
Yeah, and almost everyone involved, almost everyone that could be embarrassed somehow is dead.
62 years ago.
So it would have to be something that like destroys an institution. Something like this Epstein shit.
Right.
Like,
but just the sheer amount of people with insane amounts of money that are attached to
because
this.
my conservative friends be like, they think I give a fuck about a Democrat. So they're like, we'll put a Bill Clinton's in there. Like, I don't give a fuck who in there. I don't care who in there. Put that shit in the street. Yeah,
I think you do.
Yeah, I don't have
party identity.
I don't have a favorite politician. There's nobody. I don't give these motherfuckers money. No, there's no politician that I love enough to because this is what's killing me. There's people out there that are literally like, wow, this 16, like they're trying to justify, they want to come out of this by still showing support, but they don't want to be connected to the crime. So they're trying to justify their support of them.
That's crazy.
It's like there's no politician I love more than I love my country, or more than I have my principles. So like, yeah, I think if you can't draw a line and can't fucking, then you probably should stop talking in public. You shouldn't have public discourse.
Yeah. I think this is a pattern that has existed forever in politics. They want you to be compromised when you get into any sort of position so they can control you. And I think these things like Epstein, and there's probably a bunch of other similar operations that are being run, they provide you with like a really good time, or maybe you're a high profile, extremely wealthy individual, and it's hard for you to get hooked. And some guy tells you, hey, we've got everything covered, you come to my island, nothing, what comes happens on the island, stay on the island.
Bro, they just kicked somebody out the royal family?
Oh yeah, Prince Andrew. Yeah, they kicked him out of the family, and there hasn't even been like a formal trial yet. It's not like he's
what happens when you land? They just walk you out the castle. Castle is on the street.
I think he's in a house, like way out in the country. Like you stay here.
I just in my head, I just picture him like crying over some KFC because he's never eaten peasant food. So he's just like, so he's not a regular person.
I think he's in a manor, like a beautiful home in the country.
Okay, so being kicked out of the royal family doesn't mean that you lose everything.
What does he have? Where did he get it? Is it just money from the government? Because they do get paid by the government.
They do, but seem to be in all their still dupes of something.
Here it says what he lost. So after he stripped his royal titles and forced to leave his longtime residence at the Royal Lodge, Royal Lodge, Prince Andrew, now formerly known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, will relocate to accommodation in the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. He is now excluded from royal duties and public life, and his status has been dramatically reduced. Some titles and status: eviction from Royal Lodge, relocation to Sandringham Estate. So he's relocated to an estate in the countryside. Public exclusion. He remains excluded from all royal engagements and official events, except for private gatherings.
But that sounds sweet.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting away with not having to be, not being in the public eye. That's it.
It's like, all the parts about being a royal that suck. Yeah, you don't have to do those anymore.
Look at this. Financial support. The king will provide for Andrew's basic needs, but his former royal funding and security benefits have been ended. Andrew has sought private business opportunities to support himself, but no public roles are expected.
Wow, I'm going to business with you.
He wants to go into business. He's been getting money from the king all the time. This whole thing is nuts because they get money, and I don't think they have to do anything. Like, I don't think they have a real function in government. Where's the Sandringham Estates? Oh, that's where he got. Poor guy. That's so sad. It's so sad. They made him stay in that castle. This guy got kicked out of there. He got kicked wherever the fuck he was.
They tell me his like, they give you that estate, but they take you over there.
That's the garbage house. That's where the garbage is for. That is hilarious, dude.
Like, if they give him that place, but they don't give him no servants, he just gotta clean everything. He gotta walk a mile to the kitchen. But this guy's living a life. So he just gets banished to a mansion. You don't gotta do no woman duties.
They probably just bring clothes out to the mansion. It's not like stop bagging clothes, right?
I mean, I don't know what he's in trouble for.
Right. That's the thing that told him.
What, to get kicked out of our family? Wow. They didn't even kick me out of that issue of racist.
Legal and public impact. What is this? These changes result from long-standing controversies over Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein and subsequent legal settlement.
Yo, what up, Josh? GMG. I'm just about to talk in this space, so just one moment.
Alright, man.
something about engagement spaces a bit. If it's not interact, if your followers are not getting anything, then the only people you have on your spaces are people that are just coming to get engagement on their posts. Nothing. And those ones now, like you're not making meaningful connections from this thing. You might not really make them if you're not careful. Yeah, true. Any option. Yeah, but just that if it's something you want to do, and there are people that can back you up well, just that the one manner you find a way to bypass all those flaws, you find a way to make your own thing unique. Start with this. But just yeah, I trust Toby was coming. I'm not saying what it will be. I will much put your account. Guys, please do it to like and tweet the space. Noella, welcome to the space. Ghost, I see you. Please get that. Jeff, how are you? I'm just looking up from seeing your voices. It's not as like I think that's what I'm talking. I intentionally reduced Noella. I remember being one space that time when Noella was listeners. They were not begging her to come and speak. She was shy. I told her she wanted to speak in this space. I was so Noella. I'm not sure the space is so new. Either they were trying to, all these Web3 boys, and they're like, oh, this girl, bring her, me a Risa, me a. And I'm not it's not a no phone, okay, on mute mic now, me a no go see, I don't know. Some of them are sick. You get it. So that's like, it's better to just keep quiet and everybody to be active instead of just doing things. Yeah, true. So we have actually noticed that because the day freak came to this space, he had just a gift well and lines well and not very open mic talk as we got that big. This line not the fault zero. But everywhere it's all good. So it is all just what did you want to say? I'm just questioning. I don't tire, guy. I was really good with the phone. I would say now. I beg you. So I don't buy it. The bed. Yeah. But don't worry. Bro, we have to plenty, bro. Leave, bro. When you see we have plenty, let me talk with the jobs. You can see one post what they did intro take those like you feel like so why now? So you say that was a from that you found jobs. So guys, so to guys I'm just leave my way doing it. I will send and come here there direct. I'll do it. If I say this, my dear, that will you guys do it. I didn't know I'm doing good intentions. I'm just trying to know what it is. I didn't joke. Everywhere good. Jesus will welcome. This is what you request for the mic. Let me hear your voice. I've been seeing you on tear. Alright, so that's the mic. Joanna has been up for the longest. How you doing, man?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
No, I don't mind it. I
Thank you so much for the opportunities to those of you who have heard this before. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 90s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person in global history, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these angles of my life, feel free to look at my profile. I have a link there to all my YouTubes. Additionally, in my pinned post, I have a link to my YouTube. I also link to my link tree. Please look at it. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media and more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people who have joined, and we are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger. Use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, salt greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help with thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. You can see pictures and video of this project building these wells and water in a rural Nigerian village in my timeline. Additionally, you should know I'm an advocate of the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to be successful in all of your passions. I want you to know that I am an advocate for all of you and support you both professionally and personally. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life. I want to have an optimistic, I want you to know I have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, man. Guys, do you want to check out Rabbi? Do you want to check out Rabbi? I'm pretty sure what he's building, like he said, if you need guidance, you can do it to reach out to him.
Xavier, when am I going to find you in my Discord? I'm waiting on you, big dog.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't really had time to, go through all the
Oh, I see how it is. You're so busy being popular. You're too busy for your favorite rabbi. I see how it is, my man. No, I'm just playing with you. I'm kidding. But I know we become better and better friends as we get to know. I look forward to having you in there someday.
Alright, man. No, I'm joining one time. Once I end this, let me not procrastinate. Because I feel like I procrastinate a lot these days.
Don't we all? No worries at all. I'm just playing with you. But one of these days we'll make the connection and it'll be a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Alright, man. Thank you for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for hosting the space.
Alright, Ghost, what's good, man? I haven't had me this morning. How you doing this morning?
Josh, can you hear me?
You can hear you.
Oh, Excellent. That's fun, man. How'd you sleep, big dog?
Good, man.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, how's your link tree coming along?
Yeah. I've created most of the lingo.
Okay, well, create the other ones, and then we'll start working on videos for you. So let me know when you're done, okay?
But after now, like, what's the next step, man?
The next step is we're going to populate your social media with 10 videos that promote yourself and what you do in Web3.
Alright.
And it's all free. We're going to use AI to create the videos. So you don't have to be on. Okay?
Yeah, man.
Excellent. I love having you here. Keep me updated with how you're creating those links. And when you're done, and we'll start making videos. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Excellent, my friend.
Settlements. Always get settlements, particularly the civil case bought by Virginia Free, which
Nós não da fama. Har du något att man svår, man så svår så där så. No keep shame, do not for shame yourself. So it's interesting because the public of yours no keep shame Hashem, Momas. Now the most word no keep is to curse. Who curses the name of Hashem will die. But going to go call it should be stoned. To get as well, the knockable shame you must. And then it's again. And curses the name of Hashem, you will be. So there's two expressions of cursing. So from here, the Gemara says that it means you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. You might die in the so how do you know curse? The sin. Ma'akol lo kavakel. So this is actually by Bilam. Bilam is trying to curse himself. So again, no matter how many resources Paul gave him, I don't essentially say, what do you got for me? God doesn't want people to be cursed, they're not going to be cursed. So ask me how far. And the Rab himself, I will keep most of the color. The Ima, Mibraz, who maybe the Noki doesn't mean rather again, Noki actually means to pierce. Right? To go ahead and let's take a knife and pierce it into the name of Hashem written in the Sefer. Saras, Gemara says this that he called carved it out. So, says again, watch out. He called to make a home. That's Saras. No Sasuke, no gave them. First Gemara says no, but shame laka. Here's the difference. The difference, remember again, the original topic is it says the no cave shame. Enough shame. There are two mentions of the name of Hashem. So somehow the act of blasphemy must include two names of Hashem. And that's missing over here in case tonight, what is piercing the name of Hashem is only one name of Hashem. I bet the imagination of Sahagad, it wasn't. So maybe you're missing two names of God, one on top of the other. Piercing them both with an idolatry. That's the strength name of Hashem. First, the Lord says is that's how we know people. Suppose you know people. That's one act of piercing, followed by another act of piercing. There's no simultaneity there. The Chayik Shema Kuma so maybe the name of Hashem, I'll tip up the knife. Then took that tip up the knife and plunged it to another name of Hashem. So he's erasing the name of another name of Hashem. So which one says, no, it's not erased, like the Sakina who's the Kabbalah. It's not the name of Hashem that's it's Hashem on the knife that's erasing the cringe. Rather, again, it's the knife. Maybe It means articulation of the name. So the Gemara says, so Rashi says over here, Yerushay, is to actually pronounce Hashem. For example, when we say the name of Hashem, we see it to Hashem. Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, articulated as the letter B. So maybe the prohibition over here, is to go ahead and to actually articulate the name. Say that you can't Moshe Aaron Shana Shema Hashem. Shemos, because it comes Russian when you is Russian and you have by the names. Moshe Aaron could be by the names, which the Gemara says that's us and that's Lashem. As Hashem look at to which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Chadla, people in Hashem married to this model because the actual pasuk that's discussing has this double Russian of the no change and not Russian, which means that whatever blasphemy means, it's going to mean utilization of Hashem. Articulation of the names doesn't criteria for all had really as Haras say as Haras say as when you're letting out the love from a positive state as Hashem and any love, any prohibition letting out from a positive statement is not really a prohibition. Okay, Ibrahim's possibility is our craft by Yikov by Yikov. So most of the other possibilities, how do we know that ultimately we're talking about over here that Yikov, no cave and no means the person? Because we have another pasuk. The pasuk says by Yikov by Yikov. Like the pasuk over here is talking about says as follows. By Yikov and Aisha Yisrael, that's a shame. That's a shame. By Halal by Abil also Al Moshe, the shame good. So what I was talking about over here, according to the actual story in the Torah, whereas we actually got up and kissed like a powerful. The Lashon in this pasuk is both by Yikov and by Yikala. What do you see? Remember, the gift quality. You see that these two words are synonymous. There's no key. I said, remember, I about it. Maybe not. Maybe they're two separate things. Maybe I'm not one of the only kinds of people with her. Maybe they said before, maybe no people which articulate and they color out these things to person. Yeah, super. No, low sound. I thought it said, Hotius and color of low, said Hotius. One was in the culture, each became gathered recognize, another was color. Individual who had glass when they executed the well, it says take out the color. It doesn't take out the no cave. In fact, it just calls for the color indicate and no cave and the color the same thing, which both mean ultimately personal and Shmani. You see that they're both really one thing. So what comes out of there is as follows. So there now we have the model of the Vladimir. One of the traces of this model is what we use for the Hashem first. Interesting foundation, and never left biblical foundation. With these based on the idea that the Physics talks about blasphemy, uses Lashon of Inoki, Shem Hashem, and Inoki Shem, two Shems. Uses the expression of curse twice and Shem twice. So here we see Christ biblically, the person name of Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. It's Torah Ish Machal Omar, because the pasuk when it says Ish. So if you remember again, this is the El Bnei Yisrael to that earlier, or Ish Ki Yichalal Elokav and Asaf Hachol. This is every person who curse Hashem will bear his sin. Who's the Ish? Machal Omar. Since you know it, this is very interesting. Ish, the Rabbi also said, Shemon Shemon Berachim. Shemon says, now, you might as well take an interesting thing. The interesting thing to go, really is the fact that Sugya, and I think I was saying it was yesterday, but fascinating Sugya, and so I think the last few days are tremendous. Not just as the Gemara said,
So Casey, Adolakwe, those are the very first posts I'm going to bring up for us. And based on who is actively engaging on that post, then I'll start bringing up your posts like that. I'll bringing up your posts, I'll bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up posts, bringing up. No, say you have come over. So first three people we go first three people and once every can give the last win. So first three people that engage on the last phase post. Then when I bring it to John which one if you go rush now we will comment on the post there and we'll bring up on the back side. First three people comment on the post. When I bring it up I will share now the one key airtime to each of the three people. So if you like the quick when I reach right, okay, we have finished. Don't miss the next 1 second, no, please. I got nominated and I think picked one award like that on Tesos. So I just dropped the post there. I just need maybe 5% to just say congratulations at Status Elijah finish. Like don't do AI, just I'm not getting anybody to say me congratulations, but just put it there. It will help me come up on the next nomination. I beg me I see money for 30 December. So the post is the first post by not be 5 people as much as to bring down all the other posts. So guys, really no man. Take it easy. I beg Jesus. Congratulations, Elijah Getus. Nothing else, so just come take another big congratulations, Elijah. Congratulations. Don't forget that. This is an main award for the winners of just say congratulations, all big ups, Elijah Getus. Easy. Thank you. Let us invite Alright, thank you so much. I might flip I just in the script that it's all good, it's all good. Okay, so guys, you want to speak, let's say so let me hear from Rabbi, let's hear from
Excellent. When possible, may I share my project with everyone?
Okay, you have like a minute, like a little minutes to that.
Thank you so much for 2 minutes. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Big Brother. It's a real-life Truman Show. This is a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had helium as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 day on over 20 simultaneous streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees on YouTube. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my cameras, the link is in my pin post. Additionally, profile and pin post, you're going to find a link to my link tree. It's .com/Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do. I have more social media than any person, content than any person ever. Also find a link to my Discord there. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow. In addition to making you all wanting to help promote world peace, I want to have world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world currency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're and you want a free mentor, friend, and confidant, please send me them. I will respond. Send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I want you to know, everyone in here to know, I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that incredible shield. Is a big influencer and is unlike other persons, and then he's here to combat world hunger, and then he's here to transform people's life and help people get generational wealth and stuff. So a big shout out to him and welcome to the Eco Engagement Space. You're always free to join us whenever you are free. A big shout out to you, and we love what you're building. Alright. That was that for that. Alright, let's hear from UKSB. 1 minute. ASAP. Yeah, thank you very much, Rabbi. I heard everything you said, and I'm really interested in what you're doing because you said you're a social person. But I want you to answer this question in my DM, not on this space. Why? And you continue conversation in your DM. So sorry for what's been my guy. KSB, I was not a builder Nigerian school. You will just continue conversation. No, I just, continue the conversation in your DM, KSB. Just hold on. I know what you want to say. Continue in your DM. I know why. Just continue there. Thank you. So guys, the posts are coming down, and if you want to speak, just request for the mic. KSB is a check DM. Alright. So guys, if you have not sent in your second post to the Mingo account, if you have not sent in your second post, do well to send it to the Mingo account. Do well to send it to Mingo account. Send in your second post, and you're not supposed to leave the space if you send in your second post. Chapter GDM, I look for your name. Chapter just change it. It's all good. So if you want to speak, request for the like I say, request from governor. So if you're on the speaker and you want to speak, you don't be on the same from me, you don't have anything to speak, or you've spoken before, I'll just shuffle you and pick up more persons because I can see so many requests this morning. So I think in a minute or so, new posts to be coming up, but the new posts are up already, guys. Go and start engaging for Dollar Queen. The first two person to comment for her is Shadow. Love the energy. Is smart. I think we'll give quality comment. The first quality comment. Lucky is changing a lot. I'll hope on this because I want to read. I don't know. Then as much comments to give, we don't do the rush. Comment it to me. I don't know. But it's all good, Jerry. It's all good. Chapter just check DM first, I think. If you're not here, alright. Okay. Alright, there's a post on MDW. Go and place your engagement on that post. ASAP. And the other posts come up. My intern, not inside the talk. Co-host, are you there? Juliet, alright, Juliet is loading. Ravi,
Yes, sir.
I'm done creating it.
All right. Did you send me the link yet?
Alright, let me send you the link.
Okay. Are you sending it on X or Discord?
What did you say?
Are you gonna send it to me on X or Discord?
Let me send it to you on X.
Okay.
Man, I can't find you on X. I'll just send it to you here.
Stop. Do you have 49 followers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a message. And it'll be your first message. Look in X.
Alright.
All right, Josh, can you hear me? Josh.
Yeah, so I've sent it to you.
Yes, I see it. Where's your Kick account?
What is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I didn't see the kick it there.
Kick's there. Where is your Truth Social account? Kick is from the bottom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I said I didn't. When I was reaching out, it wasn't there.
It's there. It's the fifth one from the bottom. Look at the list that I sent you.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see kick?
Yeah.
Okay. What about imager?
Imager?
Yeah. Imager's the fourth from the bottom.
Alright, man.
What about Reddit?
No, Reddit is there.
Okay, let me see. Where's your Reddit?
Check the link site.
I'm looking at it. You've got YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Blue Sky, Clubhouse, Mastodon, Threads. Where's Reddit?
Yeah. Okay, man, let me just update it. I'm coming.
Okay, where's Quora? Where's WhatsApp?
What?
Where is your WhatsApp?
But, can I show you a screenshot of something?
Yeah, send me anything you want.
Alright, man.
Okay. Okay, see Reddit file. But you don't have the little tab next to it, so it's not going to show. Okay, so click the little tab next to it.
I should click what?
There's I'll show you. I'll write on it and send it back to you.
Okay.
Okay, that little thing in the corner. Look at the link. Look at what you. So click that little link. So then it'll show. But you got to create the. So create all the other ones, and before you come back, double check that. Make sure you have every single one.
Okay, man. All right.
Excellent. Now another thing, Josh, if you can hear me, look at the example that I sent you. Do you see when you look at your link tree, some of them are icons at the top and other ones are like in a vertical list? You want them all to be in a vertical list. Is what I'm saying to you making sense?
I can't really hear what you're saying.
Okay. So look at the link I just sent you. Click it. And do you see how there are no icons at the top? It's just one link after another link after another link after another link. You want yours to look like that. So right now you have some icons at the top and some that are links like the way that you want. You want to be after another stack, not icons at the top.
Okay.
So easy fix. No big deal. Okay. But you've done really well. So keep it up. And then when you're done and you've done check them all, I don't say where's this one and where's that one. Then come to me and then we'll move on and we'll start creating videos for you, okay?
All right, man.
Okie doke.
This says this also your transition is an interesting topic of shutting and suspending off, setting off laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish ish? Right? Why does it say ish twice? The Gemara says ish Rabos is only Hashem ki Yisrael. Teach us that Gentiles are liable for personal Hashem the same way that Jews are. Fascinating halacha. Again, furthermore, whenever Gentiles are executed by the violation of one of the 7 Noahide laws, so they only execute Saif, sword, the heading. Because any execution in Noach is only with the sword. Is only with Saif. So that she says over here, we'll actually discuss this a little bit later on. The only time that we find an execution mentioned, not in the context of Jews, is back in Bereshit when the Torah speaks about the liability for one who takes life. It says, Lush of the Pasuk is Ba'adam Damo Yishafach, right? Person takes life, his blood will be spilled. And interestingly enough, you know, this that in Saif. The sword there. We talked about that in here a little bit. Please notice one second. Nafka, learn the Nafka here. No, it's enough from here. First word line. Hashem, Zubek, Hashem. So let's say here is actually really interesting, Joshua. So this is by Adonai. Get ready for this. So the passage we're quoting is by Tzad Hashem Elokim al ha'adam le'or v'kol yitzhak ha'tov. So Hashem says to Adam, actually guarding what you want. Now subsequently Hashem says to Adam that you can't eat the 8 das over the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay, now where breaks down this passage. Hashem, when it says the word Hashem, what does that mean? So one of the things that is blueprint is the first command, right? Adam, so the first command that Hashem gives to Adam is the blueprint for the 7 Noahide laws. So you must know Yitzchak Nafka, well, Yitzchak was Hashem. Hashem is Birchas Hashem. Hashem tells us that one is not allowed to blaspheme first within the Hashem. I'm not Yitzchak Nafka, well, Yitzchak al-Rabbi Shafrini Bali Bali. This comes to include for 7 sisters Noah, even nicknames of Hashem. In other words, not explicit in Hashem, but everything Hashem is known by. If a man will refers Hashem, he will bear his sin. Not telling her what is going to teach us. Look, fine man, I already learned. No gate shame Hashem at most us. The Pasuk says, if you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. If you should never know shame most you must follow you might have thought you only chayiv if you curse the actual name of Hashem. The rabbis call it community. I know this applies even to other nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which are descriptive names of Hashem. However, for example, like Elohim is a good example of this. Right? And then no, these are all descriptive names of Hashem. How do I know this? How long I each kid color in very much. So this has to be there. And they hold that look on myself. We're not going to chayiv form the blasphemy for person Hashem. There's a primary name to Hashem, but even chayiv for the secondary name to Hashem. If I'm saying no, Hashem, you can
hey, you. I know you. What's up?
Come disagree. This actually
yeah, I know you. Hey, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. The link's in my profile.
Hey, but if you curse any of the other things of Hashem, that is a lot, that is a mission, but not
excellent. Come to my Discord. Come to my Discord so I can hear you better. Come to my Discord. Excellent, my friend. I look forward to talking with you. I'm here. We have other
again with nicknames. So the Rabban Chayiv is Chayiv according to the Rabbanon. So my thoughts is never said these things to argue what we just said, because what Chum just said before. But Allah Chamaisi only Chayiv.
Okie doke.
If you do the actual name. Rav Meir seems to be machmir. Look again on a Ben Noach. He says only a Jew is only Chayiv for cursing the actual name of Hashem, but a Ben Noach will be Chayiv for cursing even one of the kinuyim, one of the nicknames of Hashem. My time, what's the reason? The Amrikra Kager Ka'ezrach. Ger ve'ezrach would do like Nebinach Moshe. It's only a ger and an ezrach. In other words, right? About in other words, it is only a Jew, right, and a convert who are chayiv if they curse the explicit name of them. About Oved Kochav Mafil Kinui, but Oved Kochav is going to be chayiv for blasphemy, even if he uses one of the descriptive or nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. So it's a fundamental machlokes. So on one hand, there's machlokes in general about Jews. Are Jews chayiv if they curse a nickname or a secondary name of Hashem? So that Rabbi Meir says yes, Chachamim saying no. And then interestingly, Rasha comes along and Rasha says, a Jew will only be, if he curses the primary name of Hashem, will be chayiv. He curses one of these secondary names of Hashem. Very interesting. Meir, Chai Keger Kezrach. What does Rabbi Meir do with this phrase Keger Kezrach? So the Gemara says, my Ger Ezrach the skila. That teaches that Ezrach gets skila. Aval Oli Kochavim. Kochavim will be executed ultimately again. Sadai Chamina. I would have thought Halav Israbu Israbu. I would have thought that since maybe Kohavim, right, or Bnei Noach are included in the prohibition that they should get the same death penalty as a Jew, i.e. skila. Kamash will know that whenever a Ben Noach is executed for some transgression, he always receives saif. What does he do with this phrase? So it's only a Jew who is chayiv in this, what we'll call this framework of blasphemy that we established before me, but you only chayiv if you curse the name of Hashem with another name. But again, if an Ovid Kochavim, even if he just curses the name of Hashem, doesn't do shame b'shem, doesn't use the name to curse the name, he's going to be chayiv as well. Incredible. Ish normally. Why the phrase ish? Dibra Torah kalashon b'nei adam. Ultimately, again, the Torah is just espousing the halacha the way that people speak. Incredible. So we'll say there are three takeaways so far from this death that are important to take with us. Number one, the construct of biblical blasphemy for which there is a death penalty for Jews, right, is going to be only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Which name of Hashem? So again, we're going to say that we pass in halacha makes like this. Namely, it's only if the actual name of Hashem. You hey. No kiduyim, no descriptions, nothing else. Just the actual name of the Ribono Shel Olam. Bnei Noach will be chayiv again for blasphemy as well. But interestingly enough, Bnei Noach will be chayiv. Even if they any of the other nicknames or descriptive names, even if they use the explicit name of HaKadosh. Furthermore, a Jew who is chayiv for blasphemy will get skila. And Ben Noach ultimately will get saif, will get beheading with a sword. Now again, that's not unique over here. Any time that a Ben Noach is going to be punished, it's always punished in this same way. Incredible. There are Shem is Ben Noach. That's a really interesting sugya. Dinim. So dinim is the halacha to establish a judicial system.
Hey, is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. It's Mega Mommy. How are you?
Number two, you're not allowed to curse the name of Hashem. Number three, Number four, immorality.
I'm lovely. Can you see me?
Number five, stomach can't murder. Number six, gezel, theft, you can't steal.
There should be.
Number seven,
there should be video. Can you see me?
You cannot eat the limb off of a living animal.
Well, there's video. Come to my Discord, Meta Mommy. Let's talk. I'm going to get this other person in there, too.
This is the first thing. You're going to see that there's a little bit of my focus about what exactly comprises the Shem Mitzvahs Bnei Noach. Hananya ben Gamla Omer, ala dam min ha'chayiv. Hananya ben Gamla says they're also chayiv for eating blood from a living animal. Okay, Rabbi Chidka says, af ala sirus, castration. I've also have a conscious. We're going to see about the castrate. This means people or animals. Shimon Omer Ab ala Kishuf. Shimon says they're eating chayiv on sorcery. Rabbi Yossi Omer Kala Abba Parshas Kishuf Ben Noach Musra Love. Rabbi Yossi says any mention in the entire section of Ben Noach ultimately again is chayiv. The Gemara says Lo Yimatzi B'cham Maver B'no Ubito Be'esh. Chosin Samim, Ma'onin Uminachish, Nachashi V'chover Chaver, V'shol Ovidon, V'dor Shalamesim. So you have all different types of avodah zarah that existed. U'b'lala Sa'ila, Hashem Elokech Amorish or Samiacha. And that in Torah says, because the nations who inhabited did all of these things, therefore I HaKadosh Baruch Hu to displace them. See, their displacement ultimately again is, or their loss, their defeat is really a result ultimately of their engagement in these sorcerers. Gemara says, "V'lo anash ela in furthermore again Hashem never punishes unless of course he first warns." So the Lazar Omer af ala kilayim we talk about Noach libosh kilayim l'zvar kilayim is very interesting. And the Lazar says that when it comes to forbidden mixtures, now remember again kilayim. take on a couple of different forms. You could crossbreed animals. You could also crossbreed vegetation, plant, like different things like that. So the Lazar says kilayim is mutter for b'nei Noach. What does that mean? It's mutter. Libosh klan. So for example, a ben Noach could wear shatnez, could wear woven linen together, but lazra kilayim, and could even go out and plant kilayim together. So you could plant, let's say, for example, grapes and wheat mixture. They're not allowed to do is ultimately again to cause interbreeding between animals and to graft trees. So the Gemara, from where do we know this? So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, again, we're obviously there's a lot of different over here about what comprises Shem and Sasbin. We're obviously not going to try to figure out where does everyone lean their respective positions from. So where is this from? I'm Rabbi Yochanan.
Yo, big dog, come to score.
Interestingly enough,
come to my day. I'll send you the link. Just one moment.
All quoting this same.
You got it.
Comes from the original command of Hashem to Adam, because this was the first mitzvah that Adam. This is the first mitzvah that Hashem gives to humanity, and the Gemara understands this thing. Hashem is Spineno. For example, the Gemara says Vayitza. He commanded him.
Check your direct message.
Hashem. What does Hashem refer to? This is Hashem. This refers to black. In other words, the Ben Noach can't
big dog. Your direct messages. Yo, check your direct messages. Yo, big dog. Check your direct messages. Check your direct messages. I sent you a link.
So again, it's just second the puzzle.
I'll see you there. I can't wait to see you.
This refers to murder. Saying, this refers to morality. So let's say, so just listen to what the Gemara is doing is, the Gemara is seeing that each of these words represent a different halacha, and it's showing how this word shows up later on in the Torah in the context of this particular halacha.
Yo,
incredible. So
what up, billions?
All the trees,
mighty crypto.
Not from theft. So that's theft.
How you living, big man? Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, leave and come back and see if you can hear me. I can't hear you. Yo. Billions, mighty crypto. Yo, billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty. Oh, be mighty. Yo, dog, do you talk? Dude, you can't hear me because you're in this space and your microphone is activated in my Twitter space. So leave my Twitter space, leave the Discord, and come back to Discord and we'll be able to talk. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. I'm going to read your profile. Right in the digital world. Crypto trader. and Web3 enthusiast and funny. You're not so funny right now. How about you talk? And then I will think you're flipping hilarious. Billions, babe. Leave and come back. Leave that Twitter space and come back. Or no, don't come back to the Twitter space. Just leave the Twitter space. Oh, he's turning on his camera. All right, let's see how funny you are. Hey-o! Can you speak? Big man, hold on. Listen, I can't hear you. If I can't hear you, is because your microphone is currently being used in Twitter. Close Twitter. Hi. Close Twitter. Close Twitter. You're still in Twitter. You're still in my Twitter space. I can't hear you. You're still in my Twitter space. Close Twitter. There you go, man. Okay, now I can hear you. Talk to me, baby. Billions Mighty Crypto. I know you. I was just singing your profile. I'm going to continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. How are you, big man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm lovely. You found me. Hey, do you have an Android phone or an iOS phone?
Just hold on, please. Hold on. Let me close my total phone and come back.
Yes.
I can't really hear you.
Absolutely. Do what you need to do, big man.
Let me do it.
Yeah, exactly. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast. Ambassador and funny. At Base Army. Connect t.me/Shebas and ShebasToken.com. Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said billions Mighty Crypto. 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 I said billions crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said 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 billions Mighty Crypto. What in the fuck are you doing, dog? I was just talking to you. I was just talking to you. Dog. Billions Mighty Crypto. You're breaking my heart, dog. I love Billions Mighty Crypto. This motherfucker says they're funny. Oh, dog. Remember that part when everybody was like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And I yelled, hey, I don't come to your job and suck all the dicks. So shut up while I'm sharing my project. That's such a dirty line. That line is fucking hilarious. Hey, I don't come to where you work and suck all the dicks. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm sharing.
I asked Perplexity a little more about Shoshana Eve.
Was a group or entity related to the Branch Davidians called, led by David Koresh, a group or entity related to it. The name seems to refer to Koresh's followers who identify themselves as students of the Seven Seals. Oh, so they were his people. So he called his people that group.
This level was called Hubbard. This is the first time I
Billions mined crypto. Billions mined
Elohim is the first to judicial system. So this time Elohim, I understand that judicial system considered the Nikra Balabais Ella Elohim. Because again, the pasuk itself, like speaking about adjudicating a case, says that the Balabais, the litigants, will come before the Elohim. Now, in this case, Elohim actually means the judges. Reference to Shkashbarak was well. Ella, Vaitzat Zuav the Zara Mamash. Hail Vaitzat Zuav Zara. Christa Vagitska Party had our solo Mahagan and I should see this in Asubahem. So one says, they have completely departed from the path, but I commanded them. So again, this represents an admonition against the whole. It is by the AW, by the equivalency. So over here, that Derek is referred to. I'm sorry, by the path that I commanded them. So command over here is a reference to theology. The Chadamar, us, the other to impose the pasuk here from Hosea. Ashuk Ephraim Utzutz Mishpat Yovil Halak Achar Sav. So once again, you see the same Russian Halak Achar Sav. So sometimes you don't have all these. What's kind of this very interesting. The thing is to be a Gentile. Actually, have all these other promotions. The man that are also according to the one who learns out from also, a Gentile would be liable for the moment he fashions the idol, even if he doesn't worship it. The man that wants to be holy halach, as one learns in the second house, he holy halach, at the Asli Basra halach. He will be chayiv for idolatry until he goes ahead and actually worships it. That doesn't make sense. Amar Rabba, when we kill a man, Amar Akum Sha'asab Zavalo Shtachal Chayiv. This is what's happening. No one holds. Rabbi asks, is there anyone who holds that Akum makes an avodah zarah and doesn't worship it, that he would be chayiv or something like that? So the Gemara says, V'atayim we learned, but Akum should be in Yisrael Mitzrayim, Ben Noach Musar Lehem, Ben Bezin says from Yisrael, Ein Ben Noach Musar Lehem. The devices is a cloud. When it comes when determining the liability of a Gentile, the way it works is like this, right? And that a basin of these would write from the Jewish person would execute a Jew for, and then Noach is also on right warrant for. In other words, he would also be liable for that. And if basin of Yisrael wouldn't execute the Jew for an infraction, then Noach would also not be held liable for that infraction. So you can lie. What does this come to exclude? The following case, Akum can make an avodah zarah, did not bow down to it. He didn't bow down to it. So what do you do in a situation like this? Here's a perfect case. Right? If you look at it, the maiden idol is not bow down to it. Certainly not good. Right now, but along for myself, there's not liability unless, of course, he actually goes ahead and counts it. He doesn't worship it, so there's no liability. I'm going to pop up, and again, if you did it before, if the Jew doesn't have liability for it, then Akum doesn't have liability for it. Pop up, we're talking about kissing an idol. What does that mean? What do you mean you're hugging and kissing an idol? Even if you got go back to if no one is worship together with hugging and kissing, and you're like, everybody's liable for that. I don't know if you should look at that. Either is talking about over here, I mean, let's say the derech of this particular idol is not to be hugged. So in this type of fashion, even if one hugged you this, there would not be liability because one is going to try to avodah zarah or will call normative worship of the avodah zarah. Okay, incredible. Demon. Somewhere says, now let's go back. Let's go to the list. When it comes to saying judicial system, is that true that we know obligated in this? Well, we learned about Tanya. As for mitzvos, the stabi Shalomara. Claudius was commanded 10 mitzvos in Mara. Sheva Shekiva Lem. Now, 7 of them were when we say they're given things as really, there's 7 pre-existing that the name not already had. See what demon shadows if you allow and the more they're added, demon that we establishes just contradictions like shadows and healing. The Muslim gene and bring a demon were added at Martin becomes Nazi culture. Was the first stop after creation. Like after we left the bank that sea most of it takes us, right? We traveled a few days in the desert. We couldn't find water. We came to a place called Mara. Right? Why was it called Mara? Because the water was bitter. Provided by the Bashanta. The Apostle said, unable to drink the water, Mara paid. Now, normally we translate that to the waters were bitter. The Bashanta says that it should have just said, Kimar, the water, and the water singular was bitter. What does it mean, Kimar that was bitter? The Jews were bitter. And when a person is bitter, even the sweetest of waters has a bitter taste. Whereas your perspective impacts everything. How's your perspective?
Yo, billions,
How's your perspective?
mighty crypto, billions, yeah. My man, how are you, big dog? Exactly. Yo, dog, absolutely. Hey, did you create your link tree yet, or you just not?
Yeah. No. Let me send it to you. Let me text you the link.
I want to see. I'm the boss of this stuff. I gotta make sure it's good.
Yeah. Let me send it to you so that at least you can talk to me.
Absolutely. I'm waiting for it, big man.
So, I'm so grateful and I appreciate the fact that you're giving out your time, your energy, the knowledge. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Just like oh, you having someone who is ready to carry you, not having someone who is backing you up. It's a big thing, and I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, Abby. You are a big name.
Well, thank you.
I would like to introduce you to Andy. I'm sure you know Andy, right? Andy, the Asian guy.
Oh, Asian Andy?
Yeah. The Asian Andy.
I know who that is.
Yeah. Because I always talk with Andy in the street. And I think Andy dreams like you. So all you guys are all on the same goal. You're pushing the same thing. Bringing people along. You're not working for any payment. You're not being a community to gain your own selfish gain. You're building the community to build people, and your community is your asset. And if you have that community, you have your asset. So that's the wonderful one.
Absolutely. All right, big man. Tell me when you send me this link.
All right. Send it on Discord or on X.
Send it on Twitter, on X.
All right. Yeah, I got it to you, bro.
I'm looking at it right now. All right, big man. Where's your Rumble account? Hold on. Where's your Rumble account? Where's your Reddit account? Yeah, where's your Reddit account? Where's your Imager account?
I'm getting that right now. Thank you.
Okay, you've the list. You've got the list. You finish the list, and when you're done and you've double checked it, let me know, and then we'll start making videos for you. Okay?
All right.
We're gonna use AI to make videos for you.
I got the Rumble. I got the Rumble account for getting the link to Rumble account. Actually, that's why I haven't put the link yet.
Okay, so if you're having trouble with Rumble, it should just be rumble.com / your username, whatever it is. That's the link.
Okay. Rebel.com/username.
Yep.
Didn't got it.
Yeah, but what about Reddit and Imager and all the others? So you got some work to do still. Work on this all day today. I'm gonna sleep in a little bit, and then when I awake, it'll all be done, and then we'll move on to making new videos. How does that sound? To my man, Billions Mighty Crypto. That sound. That better sound good, my man. That's what I like.
Amazing.
Excellent. Okay. Then we've got a date, big man. You are gonna finish that, and then you come back in here and start making videos for you. We're gonna put that on your social media, and then we're gonna work on your pitch, and you're gonna be closer to a millionaire than you know it.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I think I'm going to do that again.
Resources to fix this, so they did. So I think there are going to be no legs being connected for all this, I believe. But it's just showing you what kind of area we are living in. Sorry, what kind of era we are living now, especially the fact that the social, you can see that it's not okay. So if we talk while in France, we see that.
I'm going on right now. Straight build account.
Sounds like a plan, Billions Mighty Crypto. We'll see. We'll see you. Excellent. We'll see you later today, my man. God willing.
Thank you, bro. Bless you, bro.
You're welcome. I hope you're blessed as well.
Yesterday I saw the president doesn't know. It's like interesting. Who is she? Well, she's coming from there. She's coming from the economic world also. They are all connected, guys. We need to wake up and to make sure you understand where you're living. You're living in a world that is working on its own destruction. Yes, I know it's not very positive or whatever. You want to hear something else, but I'm telling you what I see, what I think, and this is just my opinion. Right now, it's working on its own destruction because they are losing control and they want to take control again. If you see the new page of The Economist, the homepage of The Economist, he tweets, every year we make a drawing about the year, blah, blah, blah. You understand that people know things, right? They know something we don't see, and that's all we have, that's what we had for a long time. And so they know that I've been analyzing that image. I use AI. It's amazing what you can do with AI today. And that's really
What is this motherfucker talking about?
definitely right now we can imagine there is going to be a destruction of your world. It's just, we will just survive right now, don't know it. But soon it's going to be worse, like better, and losing control of all your goods, your assets, your house, your freedom, your money. People don't want to see that. But guess what? It was always the same before the Second World War or anything. Guess what? Just before, people were going off and hanging out, and living their lives. And after, it's the darkness, and it's dangerous, and you're stuck. So what I know is that more than ever, we need to be able to have a way to be free financially, because that's how it started. This was just money, right? And I still believe what I'm saying more than that's DeFi. Way that people need to come together, trust each other, to create a system. That's what we've been doing for years now, building all the next project. And you can see that it's not easy. There's a lot of soldiers, bring them out because it's not
Yo, Meta Mommy, come to the Discord, girl. Because I can't hear very well in this space. So come to the Discord. Update me on how your life is going and how you done Linktree. Update me. I can't. I'm not be able to hear you on this device. Come to my Discord. Madam Mommy, come to the Discord. Leave this space. Come to the Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. There you go. Oh. Yo, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
That's, I think, something we should keep in mind and know that, yeah, we got this. We are just right now. We are in the phase that
Is this motherfucker still talking? Oh, I hate this. This is the worst. Shut up, dude.
Price action is interesting for traders, but for investors, you're investing just you're completing your buy take your dividends because that's what you're doing. You're investing, you stake your tokens, and you get a few rewards for that, like having from a business or not. So, because what I think, whether you like it or not, you will need to create something. If you want to make money, you need to create a. You cannot just do nothing. Well, it's not totally true because the big capitalization is total inputs, which where there is nothing behind it. So it's not that true.
Dog. This motherfucker. Shut up.
5-10 years, like people are very, very few. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah, bitch.
yeah, like it or it's funny, like because people are buying. That makes sense. I mean,
What am I missing here?
that's what I'm saying. You see, this ups and downs. Every day, or maybe 99.99, you know, one that people are paying, it's because there are people behind that are
Say one, dude.
so they are there because there is one guy named Elon Musk, you know, something there. But if not, they will reach zero. So that's very interesting.
Yo, dog, this guy needs to shut the fuck up.
And now I'm talking about Google. I think Google has the potential to be the next Shiba. Not in terms of
Dog. This guy needs to shut the fuck up.
There are some similarities that we are community driven, that we can very, very high, but very, very low. And from here, to be honest, what I think is that
Oh, dude, be quiet.
because if you saw like 12 hours,
Dude, be quiet.
holders list. We went from 300 gauge to 1.4, something like that, 12 hours. I mean, it shows you how it's possible to pump quickly and fast. And at the end of the day, what happens is that we're at 300, like very bottom, 400, and now our floor is more than 600. So you stare, you know. And what I think is that we are going to have this again. We go out, we make new stairs higher, like the stairs exactly. Until at some point
You cannot take that like as a proof or anything. Well, I'm absolutely sure that Goku has the potential to be that. So has the potential, especially now that we are making later because you don't see. I mean, I'm gone doing like 50 cent buys and stuff like that. Especially as that word can't make any sense. But I can tell you that on the cheese, for me, several guys are accumulating this $100 here, $200 there, $50, $1,000, blah blah, and we are accumulating, accumulating. So always look at our hands. So next time, we'll get that like crazy, like having because Goku was trying to start the thing was set. And it took us one guy, like crazy, every single day, insane amount of supply that we got for free. You know, we almost do it. One day, one day.
Doug, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
There's so many things. So many things. Because sometimes that's why it's like some people are complaining. What is doing?
Doug, this guy is the worst person ever. Shut the fuck up. Doug, I hope your fuck explodes. It's the worst. Shut the fuck up.
And I will say, okay, guys, I'm out now. You can let me tell you the story of what happened behind the scene. You will be shocked. You will be shocked.
Doug, shut up. This is just the worst.
I can make a Netflix story about this. I wish I could tell you, there is only one person that knows exactly everything. It's over because he's my brother. He's the one that is physical with me, most of the time, as I know before. 30 years now.
Dog.
You know what I'm saying? He knows everything. And he's more foolish than anybody. To expect me, maybe, you know? So this is going to be cool. That's why giving up is not an option. Sometimes when I don't go on exercise, I do something like, okay, guys, okay, give me.
Dude, shut up.
I never see you on the job. Have the day, the price.
Dog, be quiet.
I just need to show how frustrated you are. Come on, man, everybody's frustrated, you know? Be professional. We are here together. I mean, this is a project. If you like it, that's work together. I think it's cool. Also, nobody is like taking you or telling you, oh, you're going to buy no. You need to hold and work if you like it. If you believe in the project, if you understand it. Okay, if you didn't follow what happened, well, it's your fault because you need to cover spaces. You need to at least go and tell everyone what's meaning. Ask questions, they'll always answer. But you buy, you come up to month, oh, what's going on? That's not what I expected. Well, not good. That's
Who is this asshole?
I'm telling you, every single one is responsible for his fault. No one else. No. You cannot blame me for anything. You cannot blame your friend. Nobody. People will sell. It is what it is. You need to have a strategy and a vision. If you don't have it, hurt yourself. You know, you don't have to. But if you do, and believe in it, then price action will matter to you at all. Because it's not important. You know, what's important is to be able to do what you have to do and to do it according to the situation.
This guy is the worst.
So without being said,
Shut the fuck up.
But his ex-CEO, CEO, you know,
Oh, I hate you. I hate you with the passion. This I've never known somebody that shot someone in the fucking face. Shut the fuck up. Dog, what in the fuck? Shut up.
Interaction with him are happening at the solid because it's stage that are holding the floor. Of course, if we didn't trust people like we did
That one might freakishly fool me.
1% of the supply, only for $2,000 or $3,000. That's ridiculous. Its all-time high is already 10x. So, like, you know, a lot of guys here listening, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars in their wallet worth of ex-CEO at all-time high and didn't sell anything. So imagine how they feel. And I know how it is. It's because this is something I've been feeling like for years. But me, I'm used
Good
to
on
it,
you.
right? Some are not used to. You see,
Dog, this is the worst.
going there to 7,000 or hundreds. It can hurt, yeah, but those are just numbers. It's the index, guys. It's spiritual numbers. And when they go that low, you can only go up, but you need to be patient. You need to wait. And what I'm saying to people, bro, if you cannot wait, please don't hurt yourself. Say goodbye, you know, and come back until you're ready. But don't stay and complain all of this. I would have no mercy. I'm telling you, with this kind of people, because I'm working every single day with the team and community.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Your time spent for jobs, whatever. Bro, do your research. Be a man. I get you here. I get you. No problem. You know, we welcome you when you want. But we're not here to convince you or to force you and to let you know, have you in an uncomfortable situation. No. You need to be comfortable. And me, for example, I am very, very comfortable with what's happening right now.
Dog,
Because
shut the fuck up.
priceless are the thing that let us explode at one point. But in order to do it, we need time. You know, time will come when you make progress. I have no idea when people are thinking maybe it's last correction before the next one. To be honest, I don't see why. I don't see why we should bounce. I mean, having a rebound of Bitcoin and so on, yeah, of course, you always have rebound. You know, to 80, then go back to 90, of course. But I don't see any reason why Bitcoin will go to an all-time high before the end of the year. I see no reason. Even next year, I don't know, but, you know, reasons will come. At any moment, something can happen, right? For me, I'm
Dog, shut the fuck up.
right now, crypto general, because we need to say it clearly, crypto has been a scam since its launch. It's a total scam, guys. We need to say things how they are. Manipulation, right? Lies, thieves, hacks. I mean, whoa, you never heard in the crypto space, and it's absolutely a scam. 99.9 is scam. I mean, percentages are not that great, but you know, it is what it is. And you come to say the opposite. Show me. But this is not true. The only thing that is real hates real people, ones that are genuinely helpful. And it's exactly what happened with Shiba. So put yourself right now in the shoes of Shiba holders of the thousands of members in here. You know, we are in that situation. Like, can we go lower? I don't think so. We are very, very, very low. You know, we are in the abyss.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Oh, Zoot, go fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway. Yeah, Zoot, nobody wanted to fucking talk with you. What's up, baby? Dog, I'm in the middle of this Twitter space, and this asshole hasn't shut up for 18 fucking minutes. What up, baby?
Why do we do fucking? Why do some people like have to work and some other people have to work?
I mean, it could be generational wealth. It could be they're living off the government. It could be they're homeless. It could be the people
That
that.
sounds like. I mean, homeless doesn't sound too bad. You get plenty of fucking free time. I mean, the poverty and starving is sucks. There's no shelter in comparison. But, you know, instead of fucking working.
Yeah, a lot of people in the United States choose it. Recognize that a lot of opportunities in life are just out of reach.
Why is that?
Inflation. It's late stage capitalism.
How many people were you?
In the city of Irvine, they do their best to say zero. They kick everybody out to the neighboring city. In Los Angeles proper, I think there's a population of something like 100,000 people.
Yeah, I think they should go now, bro.
All right, baby.
This drug that
Okay, well, I mean, drugs relative. Sugar's a drug. Neither does alcohol, per se.
So let's focus. Let's be strong together. Let's create our own ecosystem where we can take care of each other's, when we can help each other, when we can listen to each other's, because it's much needed. We each have this in order to fight, and survive.
It does make them blind with pressure.
Dude, this motherfucker just talked for 26 minutes straight in a Twitter space. If he were within 25 miles of me, I would walk to him to punch his face. Zoot, I have to talk. I can't hear you right now. Just one moment, Zoot.
I also think you follow that, bud. So I certainly hope. By the way, everybody, make sure you follow each other here. Go ahead and start following people.
Dude, just wait. 3 minutes. Oh, fuck.
You know what? Because we are family, we do everything together. Let's build our profiles together. Rabbi, how you doing?
Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. Big O, do you mind? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
No, I've had this. It's great, but this is no fat and chill time.
Thank you much for the opportunity, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a nation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother, timeline, and a time-capsule human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is true today. King of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make all of you, your friends, your family, independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your influencer that you're ever going to find. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a cam. If you want to view my live YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, look at the pinned post tab. You'll find a link to my streams there. Additionally, I dare you to look at no one dares you to look at their link, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You will also find a link to my Discord. It's discord.me/. We have over 2,500 people in the community every day. In addition, making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, teacher, and friend in the space, please send me a DM. I will respond. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. Sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Absolutely. Please go ahead. Thank you for your kind words.
Everybody, if you do want to connect with Rabbi, listen, I don't tell you to do it, I don't tell you not to do it, but I did go ahead and put on the Jumbotron his pin post, okay? So you're welcome to connect if you want to. He said that you've been doing this for quite a while. Can you just say, my question is, how has your vision changed, or has it changed since the day you started doing this and today?
No, my vision's been the same since day one. I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I continue to do it every single day. I educate people about technology that we can use to end world hunger and world thirst. I've been able to create a giant work, not just 25 people in my Discord, over 50,000 people on Twitch, and tens of thousands of people on Instagram and TikTok, and we have a force behind us. But since day one, I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I've been doing it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, my friend. Was talking and the future of blockchain. How do you see blockchain in your what you do? Because it's you're not doing something traditional.
That's absolutely correct. Blockchain is the future. Web3 is the future. I'm a macro investor, not a micro investor. I invest for the next decade, the next century, not necessarily the next week or the next year. If you have any investment in cryptocurrency, hold. I even mean NFTs that have been rugged. Hold on to them. In the future, they'll be antiques, just like how what we consider junk today, given enough time, becomes antique. Well, guess what? So will be. So hold on to all of the things, especially in the world of digital art. There will be that are created that allow people to show throughout their homes, their NFTs that were essentially worthless today are to be worth quite a lot in the future, especially if they are old. And considering like in the heyday so hold on to those NFTs and hold on to your cryptocurrencies, even your meme coins, even your shit coins. They're going to be worth a lot, I think, in the future. I think it will be perhaps a great humor that play upon all of us, that all of these people would have sold and said, oh, if I had only held on to that back in the day, it would be worth millions or billions or trillions of dollars, especially with how fiat does. A $100 bill today is worth less than what a $1 bill was worth in 1913 due to what fiat currency and inflation does. And you need to be able to protect yourself against that. And the way to do it is to win.
Absolutely love you, brother. Love you. I just want to do the show, okay? And you've got a lot of dad jokes here. I also want to remind you that if you have a question for me, Cross, Rabbi, Rothschild, anybody, at me in one of our X Project telegrams, okay? And I will go ahead and ask you a question as maybe you can't speak that. By the way, this is the Pad, okay? Welcome to this is a segment called the Pad. This is open chat and shield. This is for anybody to come on up and say hello. Rabbi, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. You're welcome to hang around in case anybody has questions.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has, or if you wish, send me a DM. I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you again. You have a wonderful community.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Actually, I think my wife has a question who wants to say something, so we're going to let her come up. This is Big Boy Community. She's coming up here. Yeah, some question or something to say? You're welcome to just remember you got to tap down the microphone if you want to speak. As if you're speaking, you can't hear.
I'm giving her a photo or she uses mic.
I can't hear you. I think your microphone is still off. While she's getting that fixed, anybody else have a question they want, or anybody else want to come on up and say hello?
Boy, I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Other things that we talk about that makes you all, you seem like an intelligent group. I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the things that unite us as a people, and not as I try to really focus on that which unites us, to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA, and I think we forget that many to talk about topics of the future like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communications, artificial general intelligence, artificial soup. I enjoy speaking about space elevators, space tourism, terra planets, things like stellar travel. I like to talk about invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, de-extinction. Don't know this, but the first de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat, northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I want more people about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian, followed by the dodo bird. And I consider it a privilege to be able to archive all of this history as we move through it together. So thank you for letting me share.
You know what, guys? I just want to say that what Rabbi does is very good at promoting, what he's doing. Like when I listen to him, I'm like, whoa, I'm like this guy. Like I'm know him. He even sounds like a bit like AI because he's so good, in his speech. And I wanted to say that it would be great if you all do one thing, as a community member, is to join spaces and ask to speak. You saw what I did last day with Andy. So it wasn't planned. I don't know, I opened X and I was available, I was free, and I saw Andy. I was like, okay, let me say hello. And I ended up speaking in front of a lot of people, and suddenly, somehow, we started to have a lot of volume on Goku, I don't know if it's absolutely correlated, I cannot prove it, but definitely it hurt. And I think that's, like just Rabbi came, and we met him, and like, okay, like the guy, I want to know more about him. We should do the same. So please do it.
spaces, be the ambassador, prepare your speech just like he did. That's what we do. That's what we like. And thank you for listening. That's it. And people make their own choices. Appreciate it.
Absolutely amazing. We all have a way that we can continue even if it's simply sharing, even if it's simply just going into the space and talking about it. That's about it. Do just do what you can. Me, I happen to be able to put. I have a talent to have a space where I know many people don't speak. I don't mind posting a monologue. I don't mind doing these things. Anyhow, Marichka. Yes. Hello. Hello. You have something to say? You're about to speak. Yes, I just wanted also to say thank you to everyone for this opportunity just to be a part of this space right now. And I just really appreciate everything that I've heard. It was very useful for me, and I really am just so blessed to know all of you through this X space. Thank you. That's all. Thank you. All right. I think I can speak for everybody. We love your encouraging words. Thank you for coming in to say hello and introduce yourself. And I'm just happy. That's right. I'm happy that you came in to let everybody know that I'm not making up a wife that I really do have one. Imagine. These dad jokes are majority of them are absolutely horrible. And who would marry a guy like that, right? For real, it's like for me, for example, a lot of people thought that, for example, they thought that food was me, and until they saw him in finance, but people don't see right behind the screen. It's like the guy on the chat that remember on Xpad, I forgot his name. He said that every time there is token dumping on Xpad, he says it's my wife selling. Remember? You have no idea, Yes. Well, what I can say here with my wife here that she's not the one dumping. She is as much of a Chad as anybody in this room. I promise you. Janet. Janet, sure, I love Janet. We should these part of a community called Janet. Yeah, moving on. Guys and girls, I don't see anything until you have any questions. BB just popped in. How you doing, BB? BB is another Chad, another OG. If you don't know BB, follow BB here. Okay? Follow BB. Bro. Can I say thank you? You can say anything you want. Thanks, bro. No, because that's cool. I mean, we have some time and opportunity to give some feedback. I've been really impressed by BB's work. The videos. Last one was really impressive. So it's that.
Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. No one gives a fuck about your dog, bro. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Actually, I do. I think it's cool. I have a dog. I'm sick. I think I have a cat. Really? Cats are okay. Really? Israel has too many fucking cats. They need to do something about that. That's one of the first things they need to do is, get your cat population together. Motherfucker, this is the Bob Barker. This is the worst. What the fuck? Elon Musk, your app sucks cock. What would you say to Elon Musk if you saw him right now? Dog, your app sucks cock. He'd be like, which one? Like, exactly. Fucking loser douche. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. He's gonna say, well, dude, that was actually Apple's fault that it doesn't work. And I'm gonna say, hey, dog, why would you your asshole friend Tim Cook and be like, hey, dog, hey, let me eat. Yeah, baby. Hey, guess what? Yeah, your phone sucks. And Tim Cook would be like, huh? Too busy jerking himself off raw to pay attention around a company. This is the worst. Why doesn't Elon Musk just launch the X? He's like, oh, it's right there. What's the big fucking thing to do? What? Fucking aside. I don't want people to see my messages on my mission. Like, duh. But you little dick. Anyway. Why? Because you could have this. Anyway, are you done? This is the worst. Dog, this is the worst fucking stream of all time. Oh, it's an emo stream? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I love how that one guy was like, I sold it all to my Chinese friends. Like, oh, okay. Your loss. Stupid ass shill space. I'm like, oh, can I share my project? Oh, hi, do you mind if I share my project? Yes, as long as it's not a shill. Okay, why? Well, it's not really space. You just let this motherfucker talk for 25 fucking minutes about wizards. This is the worst. Oh, it's a $6 billion market. Been around for 30 years. Have you heard of data? It's been around since like ever. Do you know how long ever is? You're gonna be like, what do you mean? Be like, dog, cave paintings, that shit's data. Fucking tree rings, that's data. Man, I gotta take a shit. Really? Who knows? You never know. Sometimes it just goes there, my butthole goes. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I just know I've got to take a shit. Really? I've got to piss like a racehorse. There's no doubt about that. Look at this. I feel like Kathy Ireland with my ribs showing. Really? Yeah. Playing with kids. Who plays baseball in kids? Kathy Ireland. Really? I don't fucking know. I've got to take a whiz. The kid, you want to? I don't want to fucking tell a story. I've told it before. We'll tell it sometime. Okay, I'll say this. My mother, when I was in first grade, I was like fucking smart as balls in first grade. Smartest kid in the class. I will straight up say that. And I went to school with a lot of smart kids, but I was this motherfucker. I one time we did a thing called around the world with these flashcards, and I went and I just whooped the shit out of every single kid class, every single time. And we went all the way around the room. It was called Around the World, and then doing so well, I was whooping every motherfucker's ass in there. I would jump, and she would call me the Mexican jumping bean. I'm not Mexican, but that would be like totally offensive today. But then it was like totally normal. It was like just being fun. Anyway, so we're doing this. Dude, this was so hot. Really, for like the early '90s, this one was still living in a hair band. This woman put the hole in the ozone layer with all that Aquanet that she used. Anyway, and I always missed her. She was just amazing. And she was the best teacher I ever had. And she wasn't even the best first grade teacher. That's how it was. Anyway, she's the best teacher you ever had. Really? We loved her. I mean, I think a lot of people love their first grade teachers, but we loved her. We would do anything to make her happy. And anyway, we're doing this around the world thing. And I beat everybody in the class. And then I was doing so well, I went to the next door class and I beat every motherfucker in there. I beat every kid's grade. Then they take me up to the second grade. And I could tell that the second grade teacher did not want to do this. She was doing something else, but my teacher was like, this kid is on a fucking roll. And I beat the kids in second grade. And this one person out of nowhere. And like, I remember my teacher being like, "Going to end sometime," but I've never seen him run like that. I was like, "I know, got hand, giggity." Anyway, got hand in a dice game, girl. So, what? We had this thing. She had pinto beans. I never knew what a pinto bean is, but it was like our currency, and I learned a lot about currency and like these random beans. We are all like really honest in our first grade. Because you could have money if you got your hands on a bag of pinto beans. But she had like this, or like a toy chest or whatever. She had all that shit. And if we were good in class, she would keep a thing like a jar with each of our names. And like we were always trying to be good, so we would get a pinto bean, and she would keep them in a jar, and she would put, and like the kids would. She would come up with new stuff every week or something like that. Like I don't know. Like you could get erasers and pencils, nothing super expensive, but I'm sure she was making nothing, and she just really cared about us. It really wanted us to do well, and so my friends would get like an eraser or a pencil or I don't know, maybe like a little toy, whatever, just something, and I never wanted to spend my pinto beans. And she always thought this was interesting because I had more than anybody. I was the best kid in the class. I met the fucking governor's wife. Anyway, that's another story. But I was the smartest fucking kid in. I'll just say it. The world. Anyway, I was maybe the smartest. I made the first grade. So, pinto beans, and it got to be the end of the year, and we were excited about graduating first grade or whatever, but none of us wanted to leave her. We loved her. I still remember how she used to write numbers, even though I already knew numbers, and I was really better than all these kids. Still am, because grandparents, especially my grandparents, really made sure I knew a lot, and I could read going into kindergarten. I knew words and stuff. We had this glossary we'd go through, and we just learned all these words. Anyway, he was retired. He can help me. Anyway, but not all the kids have that advantage. And she taught us how to write numbers. There's this way to write numbers with dots, so that you know how much a number is. Okay, let's see if I can remember. One is just like a one dot. Two would be like a one, like like one there and like a two. Three would be like 1, 2, 3, and then four is 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would be like this. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would be like this, something like that. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we do the June version. 8, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. And for the kids who did not know numbers, how to count, that helped them. Anyway, what else does she teach you? I remember that she taught me about currency, pinto beans, and I I still think this is really interesting that I never wanted to spend money, and it got to be the end of the year, and she was like, "You have more than anybody," and she got something that she knew I would really want, and I still didn't want to spend it, but I knew like I can't take them to second, can't take them with the kids, and so she got me something I really wanted, and she was just the best teacher. Oh yeah, so kids. So this one day, my mom just randomly was like, "Oh, I said first grade. It might have been second grade. No, I think it was first grade. Anyway, I came in and uh, my mom was like, I got you some new shoes. I was like, oh, cool. And I opened up the box, the kids, the blue thing on the back. And she's like, yeah, they were in the boys' department. And I'm like, I've never seen them wear these. I've only ever seen girls wear these. And she's like, oh, they're nice. They're nice. And you'll be fine. I wore these fucking shoes the next day. I was just tormented. Just kids. Hey, Billy White Shoe Johnson, how you fucking shut the fuck up? Anyway, that was the last day I wore those fucking shoes.
that statement, Weaver and Harris were charged with several offenses but were acquitted of the most severe charges except Weaver's conviction for failure to appear in court. That's all they got him. Failure to appear in court. They killed his wife. They shot it. They killed his kid. They killed his dog. And it was because he failed to appear in court. Because he sold a modified gun. I don't even know what that means. Was it a sawed-off shotgun? Was it illegal? Did he change the trigger? What did he do? They put a large magazine at the bottom of it. Like, what did he do that was illegal? That's crazy.
Also, why do they allow killing your dog?
Exactly.
That's what popped it all off, right?
Well, you want to hear one of the worst ones of that? There was a mayor. I forget what he was the mayor of. It might have been Washington, D.C., but he was a mayor. And he had a postman that was doing some sneaky shit. And the postman was getting weed delivered to his house. Because they figured if I get it, I'm delivering the mail to the mayor's house. And if I get the weed delivered to the mayor's house, no one's going to check the mayor's packages for weed. So I know which one my friend sent to the mayor's house. I'll just take that. And that way, I'll have the weed and no one will be any the wiser. Well, unfortunately, someone was tracking that package and they knew that weed was going to this particular address. They didn't know it was the mayor's house. So they stormed the mayor's house, shoot his fucking golden retriever, chase it out in the yard while it's cowering and shoot it. Even around my golden retriever. Like, golden retrievers are not biting anybody, ever. Worst guard dogs in the history of the world. Anybody who comes to my house, like, hey, you want to give me a treat? Like, he loves everybody. And his dogs, they fucking sit family, check the whole house for weed, couldn't find anything, and then eventually it unraveled and they realized what had happened. Like, the guy who was in this mail was also involved in this weed dealer. And they didn't piece it together until after they shot this guy's fucking dogs.
What was that?
The cops, the SWAT team, they burst down his door, they did the whole thing, man. They came in, guns, armor, fucking zip tie everybody. They thought they were breaking into the house of like a drug defamation. They see if you can find that story because it's a very crazy story. It was so heartbreaking because the family the kids had to see their dog get shot by these cops for fucking no reason. No reason.
They really got to start letting cops go.
I think so. Mushrooms. It sounds strong enough, but something to also, it's like therapy, and also it's like, hey, for sure, like really do an investigation. How long? Find out who lives there. Oh my God, it's the mayor.
Well, like if you shoot a golden retriever, you should probably have to.
So here it is, Maryland. So police say Maryland mayor appears to be innocent, victims of a scheme by two men to smuggle millions of dollars worth of marijuana by having it delivered to about a half a dozen unsuspecting recipients. So he was one of the many people this guy delivered mail to. So he got home from work, saw a package addressed to his wife in the front porch, brought it inside, putting it on a table. Suddenly, police with guns drawn kicked in the door, stormed in, shooting to death the couple's two dogs and seizing the unopened package. In it were 32 pounds of marijuana, but the drugs evidently didn't belong to the couple. Police say the couple appeared to be innocent victims of a scheme by two young men to smuggle millions of dollars of marijuana to unsuspecting recipients. Two men under the arrest included FedEx delivery man. Investigators said the delivery man would drop off a package outside of a home, and the other man would come by a short time later and pick it up. Wow, isn't that crazy?
But only the dogs died. The dogs were our children.
Yeah. Police apparently killed the dogs, he said, for sport, gunning down one of them as he was running away. Our dogs were our children, some 37-year-old cow.
Two labs.
Oh, they were labs. Oh, that's I thought they were golden retrievers. I fucked it up. Our dogs were our children. Again, labs, same thing. Labs aren't doing anymore. The Swedish dogs in the world. Said the 37-year-old cowboy, they were our reason we brought this house because it had a big yard for them to run in. He kept the boxer shorts for about 2 hours. Along with his mother, the officers didn't believe him. We told them he was the mayor. Brought against Calvo, all his wife, who came home in the middle of the raid. Fuck, man.
They ain't even about to test him. You're like, no.
Killed him.
So you find out much of I just came from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like the everybody it was yours. Yeah. And so Tulsa was the Black Wall Street, but it was like the Greenwood area of Tulsa, and it was basically like the first wealthy black community, and there was a riot one night, and they burned it all down.
And so they did this because of oil.
No, well, that was the backtrack of Oklahoma, but they did this just because of like racial jealousy, just like.
They did it because they were doing well.
Yeah, they were doing too well, and there was a lot of racial tension in the community. Because the whole idea behind institutional racism is that poor white people don't mind being taken advantage of because they know that it's black people somewhere that's doing worse than them. But that doesn't work if you live next to dudes that should transmit it to you, they can cause, they can drown the business. And it got racial, like the National Guard came in, and that was all stuff I learned before I went there. But then I went to the museum there. And I bring this up just because it would blow your mind how recently they just now acknowledged it, like 5 years ago. Right? This all happened because I was at the comedy club I mentioned to the owner, I was like, I've stayed in Hilton's all over the place. Why does my Hilton why does it have these pure things everywhere to tell you that the air is clean and the water's clean? And he was like, oh yeah, they just started filtering the water that goes to the north side of town like a few years ago. The black side of town was like, what? Like how recently? He was like 20, and me and my friend were like 20. It's like, yeah. So I was like, he was like, have you not been to the museum? I'm like, no. So we went over there. It was a heavy day.
Bro, this is crazy. Look at the statistics here. Look how many blocks? 35 square blocks of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
At the time, one of the wealthiest black communities in the United States, colloquially known as Black Wall Street, more than 800 people were admitted to hospitals. As many as 6,000 black residents of Tulsa were interned, many of them for several days. The Oklahoma Bureau of Vital Statistics officially reported 36 dead. Wow.
Yeah, and so they just now started, like, the guy told me,
estimates from 36 to around 300 dead. 35 blocks.
Yeah, they don't know how many of them. There's a lot of mass graves and stuff that they just started looking for.
Holy shit.
But even still to this day, they're not allowed to teach about it in schools. Like, they just now start being allowed to teach about it, but they're not allowed to say who's who.
Even the YouTube video is age restricted. I was going to show it to you, but it kind of won't. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, this shit's crazy. And so Joe, if you want to feel real uncomfortable, so I go in the museum and they have these holograms. So you sit in the barber chair and you can see yourself in the mirror, but there's a hologram of a barber like cutting your hair. There's 3 of them in a row, and they're like having a conversation about what's going on around town. It's heavy, bro.
Wow. Go put that back up. Well, so the cause of it, they're saying. So it says the massacre began during Memorial Weekend after a 19-year-old Dick Rowland, a black shoeshiner, was accused of assaulting Sarah Page, a white 21-year-old elevator operator in nearby Drexel building. He was arrested, and rumors that he was to be lynched spread. Most widely reported and corroborated inciting incident occurred as the group of black men left when an approached a black man, and demanded that he hand over his pistol. Man refused, and the old man attempted to disarm him. A gunshot went off, and then, according to the sheriff's reports, all hell loose.
Making his rock hard, even the sweetest of water becomes something overwhelming, negative, and trouble.
Forced to retreat to Green. Exchange of gunfire, 12 people were dead. 10 white and 2 black.
Life is always a matter of our perspective. Incredible. So as it says dinim, what do they get dinim? B'chsev sham sam lo choku mishpat. Okay, Shabbos, the kibbutz avayim. B'chsev kasher tzivcha shelo lokecha. Hashem commanded you, B'amar Rabbi Yehuda kasher tzivcha b'marav. And again, remember that's the lashon over here. Torah, Shabbos, as well as by kibbutz avayim. Use lashon of kasher tzivcha. Hashem commanded you. So runs the Hashem commanded you previously back in Mara. Okay, Rav Nachman bar Abua. So the thing here is, how can you say the way the Gemara is setting this up is that halacha l'meisam The Jews already had the 7 Noachide laws before Mara. In Mara, they've got 3 more halachas. Or the 3 more halachas, dinin, obligation to establish a Jewish system, keep it up and honoring parents, and number 3, Shabbos, for a total of 10 binding halachas about Klal Yisrael. Here's the problem. We just said before that dinin, establishing of a court system, was already one of the 7 Noachide laws. And what are they receiving in Mara? To which the Gemara says, what's going on here? Now in Mara, what they got were more legal details. They need that Hamaisa going to a case, that's going to case next week, right? And the concept of Hasra. So, in other words, there was a concept of establishing a system that was always of Noachide law. Details of it, right? Specific framework that was given Mara. So then again, what the meaning when the Gemara said ultimately Dinin was added, means like somebody were receiving something extra. Interesting. We're the establishment of the legal system was what's called formative law. Formative law, right? Again, financial capital cases. What were the name of not empowered to adjudicate Knesset's penalty cases? And in Mara, they got the concept of Knesset's penalty cases. Seafood bidin, still, it should have said seafood bidin, not seafood demon, because the seafood demon makes it sound like the laws of the judicial system were added on in Mara. But if you tell me they had the judicial system, but rather again, they were just giving something extra, like Knessos, it said seafood bidin, rather again, Parsha is saying they were given the obligation to establish a judicial system. And in Mara, they were given the obligation to establish a Beis Din in every city. It's called Pach, literally in every neighborhood, in every city. Every city, local Batei Din. Local Batei Din. The Habani Noach, or Noach, not obligated to do that already. Tanya, distinction is established on the Hoship, but they didn't hold back for Pach every year. Hackney Sabini not the Hoship, but they didn't hold back every year. That's not true. The Gemara says the same way that Jews were obligated to go ahead and make Badin in every city and in every locale, every city. So to bring up Amarava, High Tana, the national, the market, that. Right, also, so this channel has a different opinion as to what the Shem Mishos B'nai Noach was. He takes out Dach. Dach is demon and the establishment of the judicial system and blasphemy. And instead he adds in Sach, which is serious castration and Chaf for Kilai. So this channel has a different opinion as to what the original Shem Mishos B'nai Noach actually holds. That demon, the establishment of stuff, was not part of the original son. And therefore, Allah Ta'ala received the first time in the Tana, Bimnasha, Sheva Mitzvos, B'nai Noach, Sheva Mitzvos, Zara, Gila Rayos, Shifas Damim, Gezel, Ve'evam, Sirus, or Kilaya. You see from here again, so this is the opinion of B'nai Nasha, right? So in Shiva Nasha, they had a different opinion of Sheva Mitzvos, B'nai Noach, where 7. Now they agree on 5, but they disagree on 2. So whereas the primary opinion said that including Shivas enough was establishment of blasphemy, the Shivas blasphemy replaced it with serious castration and killing and grafting. Like we saw before. So let's go to stop okay for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow with the sorry that I want to get inside for the last minute cancellation this morning of the live share. But I thank you for the opportunity to grow with all of you and have a great day.
Crazy civilized tribes.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin. No, hey.
There's no longer a Comanche reservation in Texas.
We're going to pick up on the down on the base, surrounding ourselves with the Gemara we done yesterday. We'll understand the Gemara. We begin today by sponsors. Thank our annual town Torah sponsors, show for sponsoring all the children, all the judges. As discussed for service purpose for all of Kaido. We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and our Dawkins for sponsoring all the children. Coordination of Beryl Ben from his website yesterday and we also thank the sponsor for the Dafyomi share today. Adam Parker for sponsoring the Dafyomi in memory of Harry Parker, Yachmiel, Hirsch, Ben Yisrael, for sponsoring having Aliyah. We also thank Yona Openzit for sponsoring Dafyomi today for a Zechut for Yossi Openzit. Yossi Nissen Ben. Yafa Sheda Gitto, who's having today. Yossi should have a full speedy recovery, pain-free, and back to taking out the garbage speedily in our days. And I know, Yossi, we wish you were Shalema. Hopefully you serve you as you are. As far as the beauty, we also think. And the family sponsorship, wishing tremendous mountains of traveling Dr. Rick and the birth of the baby boy. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Yes, we'd like to share a tremendous thing for Mark and Shah, my wife, for the birth yesterday. Our family is thrilled to welcome another boy to the Rister family. Mr. Shannon, look forward to celebrating with you. Michelle's up this week. We also Shannon Britt's coming up. And look forward to the college show. She will not have to Paris as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of line. I was wearing my jacket during the family share. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of for yesterday. I'll take it. Yesterday, the Gemara, focus all the way to the bottom of the Yamud between Rav and Shmuel about when you have Zachar, who is the recipient of Mishka Zachar, does it follow the halachas of Mishka Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shokei of the Zachar? In other words, we know when it comes to a girl, halachically, the bia with a girl is only considered to be a bia from the age of 3. When it comes to the bia is only considered to be a bia. A boy is bow out somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy, the recipient, does his action follow the action of being the mishkav, where you have to be 9 years old, or does the action follow the halachas of Mishka Isha, because Mishka Isha would be from the age of 3. In other words, does the act of acting like the woman make perhaps the halacha of a woman, or does the Zachar always follow the halacha of the Zachar, and therefore he would have to be 9 years old? Because of which position and the Gemara says, Zachar, the way to read this is Zachar. The way this is Zachar, in other words, we're referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, whenever it says Zachar, it's referring to the act of the Zachar being the position of the Mishka Isha. The halacha is then Teisha Shamim V'Yom from 9 years and 1 day. Now, you typically would read this as a continuing sentence, but Rashi tells us we should read it meaning. So that's one case. You have one case which is Zachar and Teisha Shamim V'Yom or Haba Al Behema. The person has a relationship with the animal, whether the relationship with the animal is in the normal way, or Isha, the Allah, and a woman who puts an animal upon her, yes, whether it's the normal way to be, but it's not the normal way to be. What do you see over here? It seems like an opening Saraya, like Rav. When it comes to Zachar, it is going to be from the age of 9, not from the age. That seems to be the end of Gemara's value. Let's go a little bit further. I'm going to use this bright entry to disprove another shita. Now, Gemara says two nachman. The nachman, Darkman Barakisha. The nachman Barakisha made the following. The Isha says Shnei Mishkavas. The Hema Mishkavachas. But Isha it says Mishkevei Isha, which is a plural. And when it comes to a behema, it says Mishkavet as a pasuk uses a singular term. Now, Master Flora Papa asked the question. Adirab, if you're using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha, the a woman who it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say, Amishkav Mechayev. What is Mechayev? On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind of intimacy in a way that's going to be usher. In such a case, it would be forbidden. The Hema is a lot more than the Hema, the whole thing is not normal. There's no such thing as a normal way of being intimate with an animal. So if a person is going to go ahead and do that, and the law are connected with it, which means any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, a person can be intimate with an animal, kedarka, the normal way. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. It's not normal, the whole thing is not normal. Now, the way Rashi explains this is, when it comes to element of Hamna over there on the recipient. So yes, it comes to an issue, to the normal way of a woman enjoying intimacy. So that would be kedarka. However, when it's an animal, the whole idea is really the person who's engaging in this animal, this behavior with this animal. What's the difference? If from the animal side, it's going to be what the woman would consider to be normal. Again, the thing from a human perspective is not normal. So therefore, it's making a difference. The normal way of being intimate, the abnormal way of being intimate, don't make any sense. Therefore, a Papa says it should really be the opposite. Now, the truth is, it doesn't really mean. If you look at Tosus, he says, Adarabba Isha. He says, it's obvious in all of shot that the Isha is tired of name of brothers. Why do we say Isha sit? In other words, the truth is, Rava is not really trying to tell you that if a person is intimate with a woman, it is also to be intimate with. It's going to be intimate with her in what's called Biyashlo Kedarka, an abnormal way that he would not be tied. In other words, the Mark is not trying to say that. Because the Psukim and our Mishnah say he is tired. The Papa can't argue on that. Rather, his point is, the Papa has to come. This is what Papa meant to say. In the Yesh Nefal, the issue with the Hema, if you like to differentiate between an animal and a woman, your logic would have dictated the other way around. In other words, not that he's saying that the law would be the opposite, but again, going to use logic to go ahead and determine which way, which would not be tired, then the opposite should be true. That by an Esau, it should only be the normal way of being intimate, but by animals, since the whole thing is absurd, so therefore there's no such thing as a normal way of being Thank you.
The actual thing makes like
however, as much as that logic would make sense, the problem is we learned in the bright stuff, Zachar, as we just mentioned, if he's 9 years in 1 day, Hema, or someone who has a relationship with an animal, says very clearly, make Darka, make Shalom Kedarka, makes no difference if it's the normal way or the abnormal way. Again, at a top the normal way or the abnormal way, with Isha, with the Hema, is Halakha is what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated. Halakha is still going to be the same. That in any way a person can be intimate with a woman or with an animal, an animal is always going to be forbidden with a woman, depending on who the woman is. In any case, for a dog, any type of intimacy, whether Kedarka or Shalom Kedarka, whether it's the normal anatomical way, the abnormal anatomical way, now luck still would be that they're tired, they're in violation of the Isser, and that they're, in other words, the logic that we say when it comes to an animal, it should be both. When it comes to the Isser, that's all you want, and it's both. Okay, one more thing here. Ravina asks the following question. On the Arab and Zafar, so when it comes to the halachas of Bia, we learned this in a couple other sections. Basically, so today, there's basically 3 levels. There's what's called the Shikatsa Aver, where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. Then there's the Hashnasis Aver, the Hashnasis Kol Atara, and then there's something called the Gemartia. So the Mashika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. Mahara not focused what that is, either the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Now, when it comes to a nida, it's very clear. It says the kaira hera. That means it's very well mentioned. It's the kaira hera very clearly in the pasuk. A person does not have to actually complete the bia for a person to violate bia with a nida. As long as the person has hara with a nida, already in violation is being bo a nida, and it's a fee of cards. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens if a person does with his again, being influenced is us, right? We're talking about that. So the Gemara is asking to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, again, because it's machlokes, so the penetration begins, is that enough, or does it have to be as a marathon, as a completion and complete penetration? The Gemara says, the Arab is up on mouth. What's by laka? It's just hara. What's laka? What's your question? Mishkava Isha exists. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkava Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara would possibly refer to it as Mishkava Isha. Mishkava Isha, we know when it comes to being intimate with a woman, to whom it's forbidden, that laka is even hara. It's going to be a problem. The Gemara says, I'm an Arab behema about it. The Gemara wants to know what's the halakha with regard to animals. It's just hara. But it's hara, what's the halakha? The Gemara says, I'm a lay. The siv gabi applies other applies the emotion of the pasuk says very clearly that place other it says very clearly pasuk the pasuk is yes she'eroi ha'ara, so it says very clearly the lesson of ha'ara there. Therefore any time a person engages in that kind of relationship does not have to be complete even initial penetration. Why does it say it? What's the point to say? In other words, the Gemara needs to say, when it comes to all Mishkava Isha, there's a hekesh which clearly. Why? The word shricha doesn't have to say why not. The ha'idus ba'ara denita. Nida is the need where it says it's the current has a problem, and all other rayas are juxtaposed to the halakha. Therefore, living relationships, even if there's an initial penetration, should be a problem because so why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to a place of it, which is an aunt or a place again another aunt from the father or from the mother? Why does it say it here? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this cloud. The pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, and we're allowed to borrow it and apply it to another. Then to name Indian lahara to apply to hara to behema, and therefore, just like any animal, hara is going to be us with an animal as well, and it follows all the other halachas of intimacy, even the initial contact is going to be a problem. Like, we're also talking about a second. Let's analyze this for a second. Behema, mechayve misa is best. You have to put these things in different categories. A behema is when a person violates that isser, they're chayve misa for basis. This is something which is adjudicated by a basis, by a basis of Basvadam, not by Kadosh Baruch Hu, but by a basis. And then why with the Siv Lara, the dog Gabe increases? Why is it that it's connected with family members like the other creatures, like an ant? Those are close to you. They're not kind of softly takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by the basis. So why would you reference the extra words, She'era Hera, by someone who's Chayv Misa, B'dei Shemayim, to increase us? Why wouldn't we write it by a case which is more similar to the Chayv Misa special? The Catholic government Chayv Misa special. The word says, the Chayil says, the Kulei Hudasa, see the night of the Gudrasha. The Gemara, as Rashi points this out, the Psukim are repeated in Parshas Pinot and in Kedoshim. The Psukim are said twice. So if you ever have Psukim they're there the second time that they're written is for us to teach you something to learn. Now, since they were written an extra time, a few extra halachos, you are a problem adding in some extra halachos. In other words, the bottom line is, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar, it's always a problem by Isha. The Kiddush of today is it's a problem by the Hema as well. And how do you know that? Put it up an extra word, which is extra, not unnecessary to write, and through the mother or through the father. So since there was extra over there, because we knew that Allah was oral, Mishkele Isha, or forbidden intimate relationships are compared to one to the next. And after there's extra words there, so this must be teaching you when it comes to a behemoth, to an animal, the bestiality that Allah is going to be, even a hara is going to be a problem. Now we want to ask the question. Ami, the son of Ami, asked the following question to his about what if a person does this to himself? What's the halacha? Now, is that going to be a problem? Amarle, what did Rav Sheshes respond to him? Kavasta, you're driving me crazy. In other words, that's the simple understanding. So there's a bunch of different ways of understanding that. Either comes from the word kivyosis, which is a type of ganev, or just like, why are you asking me questions? Look at Rashi. Rashi translates this word as kavastem, tsar tani. You're bothering me. I'll to double actually asking something which is impossible. Others say you're causing my stomach to turn by asking this question. Now, let's explain why was it ridiculous? Nice what's your question? No, let's analyze it. With the inverse limit so it's just impossible. And it's impossible for a person to keep this to himself. When is possible? We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp aver. Now, when it comes to all rayas, it's a person with a limp aver, your partner. So, of course, this is the same exact halacha. Because those who say a person's diet, the relationship with a limp aver, then here it should be tied twice. In other words, you can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. Why are you bothering to ask? If the case is possible, how is it going to be possible? Only possible if it's halakha, not considered to be a bia, according to most opinions. So therefore, it's not halakha to be considered a bia, according to these opinions either. And if it is halakha to be a bia, so it is. Why are you bothering to ask this question? I think this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. All these remarks are here. What are the likelihoods of these cases happening? Now, I think it's very important. I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases that are particularly relevant, or because like the culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived through that all the years of this kind of culture. But the reason why Torah brings this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left to our imagination. The Torah governs our life. And the Torah governs every possible scenario. We can have a situation where in one generation, a person comes up with a idea, and then basically has to go ahead and make up the halacha. We don't make up halachas. Every single case is going to be dealt with the Torah covers every single case. The Torah needs to know what the Torah's opinion is on every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something. Our generation has come up with a lot of things. And we always have to know what the Torah says up to the case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very odd, we say, what we shouldn't talk about. He brought up this, that's what we do tomorrow. Make-sure stuff. Now, if a make-sure stuff case is impossible to think, in other words, it's just simply happen, since don't bother asking the question. You need to figure it out. It's possible it becomes a as long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here, to go through these cases, as much as these cases, for the most part, sound bizarre to us. What's going on over here? Who does these kinds of things? The bottom line is, Torah means, for look like Anitzara. This is Torah. We need to know what the halacha is case, as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halacha? What does the Baruch want from us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went through these cases. Last to be a testimony of that. We go through cases which I think many of us started turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just important for that, that's when the Gemara says, okay. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not limited. It's alien on any talk. I need to learn this because it's just impossible. That's why respondents have been said, you don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the hundred never comes. The Gemara goes on. Gemara asks following questions from Rav Sheshes. I've been talking about if a aqua and engages in a relationship with the Hema, you put to death. Now the Gemara is going to explain this question. Why not? The Kala is the half of the Kala Hika, Kala Eka, or Dilma Takala Alpisha in Kala. If you remember, I'm going to tell you two reasons why an animal is put that way. There is a case of bestiality between the being and the animal. One of them was a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. So in other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin, therefore we put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a desire for this animal to walk through the street. People can say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death over. The first one, Cohen, is the shit, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both, or do you need just one? When the Mishnah told us that there are two reasons, was the Mishnah telling us that both reasons, or is one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala, but there won't be color. Why is there no shame? What she says is that it could that in certain era, certain period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters don't have these artifacts of Zara. Idolaters did this, so it wants to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be particularly shame that came along with it. Will the Torah go ahead and go out of its way shame of an idolater? Is that what we're going to be worried about? Right, for an animal to death for the sake of the shame of his idolater. So, Sheshes says this proves this point. Not he loved us. When it comes to the Avodah Zarah, saying, oh, they don't eat, they ain't social, they drink, maybe leaking, they can't smell, and still, house tastes the color. You have to destroy them. Since the person went and violated the Israel through that, something that goes ahead and brings the person from from the ways of life, the ways of death, of course, this helps you put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is, Kala is enough, Kala is not that. That's much shame when it comes to Avodah Zarah. Shame, in other words, there's nothing dignity aspects to Avodah Zarah, and therefore he wants to say that the Kala should be sufficient. We see when it comes to a tree that is used for Avodah Zarah, we get rid of the tree. Same thing should be true when it comes to the animal. That by the way of the animal, taking the person away from the life and the ways of death, we should go ahead and destroy the animal, even the Kala alone. Just with the stumbling block alone. I'll tell you the truth. I wanted to look into this, but I forgot. I don't really understand the logic behind this. In other words, what is the fact that a tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell has to do with the fact that the animal doesn't get Chaim to be Nisa? In other words, it doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. It doesn't sound like symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you could say, I know that an animal does drink and does smell, but why is that the relevant point? I must just be missing something here tomorrow. You have to excuse me, but I just didn't see that you're trying to address it. I didn't really understand why that is the way it was. Like you just said. Now, when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point. When it comes to an animal is Batai. It's a Batai. It enjoys life. And still, we take away the life from the Batai, why is it caused of the stumbling block that came along? A tree, the word doesn't say that. The word doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe this is what the Gemara meant. A tree doesn't enjoy life. An animal doesn't enjoy life. Maybe that's what the Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's just move on. Your opinion is that the Kala, stumbling block alone, is enough. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, person is bowed down to his animal, it should become usher. We'll make the law. You have to kill an animal. Person bows down to it. But again, according to your logic, you should. The Gemara says, "V'ika midi the Yisrael like Asar everything covered." Asar, this just can't be, because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachas to an Akhil than it does to Yisrael. Yisrael has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things come together. The responsibilities of Yisrael are the highest order. Can't be the responsibilities of Akhil are going to be more. Gemara says, all right, no problem. Yisrael Gufin, let's say. What do we say? You also have Yisrael as well. In other words, let's just think about this. Why isn't it? In other words, you put an animal to death for engaging in sexual behavior with the person. So why do you put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated a person's arm, violated this animal. The Gemara says, looks like we did have our Rabbiah. It should be the same thing. Rabbiah, Zek Kolona Maruba, or Zek Kolona Maruba. Rabbiah says, clearly he's not going live with Shashes, and he's telling you that yes, the shame does play a role here. When it comes to a person's relationship to the animal, yes, a person is going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death because they engage in bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. So there's a lot of shame that comes along with it. But so now that's what Zara, terrible as it is, doesn't come along with the same kind of deeply type of shame. Gemara says, hold on, already a lot of things want to move up. Let's go back to our tree example. Not a lot of shame when it comes down to a tree. Still, Baba Torah Hashkin strength of Kalei. You have to destroy the tree. Gemara says, Balakayim Karina. That's only when it comes to Balakayim to life. We said it. Why the fire struck on a while? We find the Torah. Animals. The first is the base wants to put animals to death. You need to have a basis to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not when animal is you do not need to convene the basis in 23 in order to decide to buy a tree. The Rabbi disagrees, and he says maybe the halacha is like the Shashes. Amar Torah, behema ne'ira tihare. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, we put it to death? It's because the behema, he was nervous for the animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's going to be killed. Hold on, ain't that we go back to the tree does not enjoy when a person bows down to it. Doesn't have an ego. Oh, one guy came down to me. So that's doesn't have to. Amar Torah Hashkin for Kalei. So now Rabbi explains about the time coming in Pasuk Kalei. When it comes to the time trees, that's where I want to try to get off the shit. In other words, when it comes to the halacha, our Mishnah told us that there's Kalei, and there is the fact that it was a stumbling block, which or is one of them sufficient. Tashema. Look at our Mishnah. So we're Akar Shalom. Say, hey, Behema Oberes Pashuk. You don't want to have an animal walking through the market. The Yoga people are going to say, Zuish this Gupori al Yada. That the person died because of that. Now, my love, now let's try to think about it. We did say for the top of the Hayim Bay. We did say for Takala, what's the case with Takala and Kala? It's talking about a person being shamed by this. And of course, the Kala person engages in this kind of ratio. In other words, what's the second line adding? It must be the second line was adding first because there's shame for the stumbling block. Ratio beginning. What was it missing? It was like, that reason, the fact that it wasn't a stumbling block and not shame for we put the animal to death. You see why the Mishnah tells you that Kala being a stumbling block for years. Right? The idea is enough to put the animal to death. It does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, ask you, what would be the case where there is takala without shame? Or we can tell them about the case of an akro clearly begins this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be as ashamed of it. In that case, he's not takala, of course, is it? Yeah, if you have takala takala without color. Yours says no, that's incorrect. Same thought, takala color. The same thought, of course, we know there's a stumbling block there. That's the reason why it's put to death. And color just the shame is also the reason why it's put to death. Rachel Hakabato, Rachel is teaching us the following halacha. Now, feel kolon, below takolo, not Makayim, teaching us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block, in that case, is the Beki Dabri. How do you find the case where a person has an animal and is shame, but no takolo, no, Vera is strong, our Paul Bailey Shogi is strong, engaged with that relationship with animal Shogi. You didn't know it was also. Did not know late that week parsha. Did not know that it was also the color not here. It was a showgate. The color of the shade, of course, is terrible. The converter, the word now prepares the question. We have to follow the question. Now, what's the halacha? So you saw engages with an animal, but what's the halacha? Do you need to have the color? The color begins to have, but that it's shameful. The color, is definitely shame. There's nothing wrong with it. The color, but with the shogeg, therefore it doesn't get the color variable basis. Or maybe color, abapi. Shame that color. Maybe the shame is enough to still you put the animal to death. I'm going to have to touch them. I'll try to bring it around. We're going to go through two cases. Bas Shalosh but these are long, not such long prices, but it's actually about the cases just to prove this point. The work is the following. Bas Shalosh but Yom Echad. Just want to be very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday, mentioned it again. We're talking here about the halachic nature of what we would consider to be a halachic deal. In any case, this is still going to be a bia. The question is whether halachically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halachic bia. In other words, there's the action of bia, and then there are the halachic consequences that come along with the bia. We're explaining when a number of examples of the halachic consequences of the bia is two children. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. Her father marries her off, and they get married with Bia. That Bia is considered to be halachic Bia. Now she is married. Her brother-in-law, who died, and her brother-in-law performed the levirate marriage on her. Her brother-in-law was born her. She's now married. The if she's married and she is at this age engaging with another person, is a chiyuv of Eishes Ish. When the toddler is boila, if she has done, technically possible child, then she was boila. The toddler just contacts the Elyon, rather than get him to let the help us took over here. So the Mish contacts the Elyon is basically even there's no Gegira, but the tool will go to a very high level of Tumah. And again, if the person engages in being with her while she's a nida, when the person becomes tamei as nieces the kohen, if she gets married to a kohen, or chelas the truma, then she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, she's getting truma. If someone who is also, who she's not allowed to be married to, engages with her at this age, possible of Karuna, she becomes disqualified for marrying the Kohen, who if one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then, or any other rights, then you must have that type of Bia with her would be considered allowed to be and be put to death with that. The Ipatura, she's Patura. She's exempt, obviously, because she's a child. We call her Arias. Now, when you go back to this, it says, who engaged with her after the call Arias, the word Patara. And he's the Arias. And then engaged with her. What does that mean? Even the Behema. Look at this case. The color because shame. She's a child to grow up. No, she engaged in this kind of relationship with an animal. The color because she's a child. She's a child, and therefore there's no takala. That isn't there. You see very clearly that with shame alone, the color, that's sufficient. Or we put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her, and she's a child, in this case it's clear there's no takala. She didn't do it up here. She's a child. And still, the animals with that, you seem to see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons takala being a stumbling block and being shameful enough, because in this case there's no there. The Gemara says no. You misunderstood this. Kiva de Mizidari, this is the case where she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. That's takala not being stuck. Yours is takala. Now why isn't she called a struck? Mana, who the thoughts on that? The Torah don't cross on her. She's a child who doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore, the Torah says, even though she did this on purpose, the actions of children are children, but she's not punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no cause because, of course, she intentionally engaged in this kind of behavior. Therefore, there is a takala. Yes, she's doing a vera, where it's punished, she had actually punished. Okay. Allah, the Barachas of a Hemalokas. We need punished. So, how far does the Torah go to a person? But not to a neighbor. Or one more case, a similar case. But talks about the Raya, whether or not you have to have kala, and kala is kala up. You have to have a stumbling block and the shame or the shame alone. Then Tesha showed up. The parallel Bryce is going to call Baal. So he's 9 years old in one day. How about you did so? He goes and engages in a relationship with his people. So if his brother died and left behind a sister without children, and he goes ahead and blow out his children, and they're married. The Amo knows that he can't divorce her when he gets older because he's not old enough to be able to write again. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he becomes Tame with Mr. Tapka. Also, he passes someone to Kahuna within the appropriate relationship. If he engages, if he's a felon, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to eat. Also, behavior be abandoned with death. If he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies for being brought on top of his bath. Then it's Kelas, and there will be Skila by having a relationship. Now again, the Ba, Al-Achas, if this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any Arias who are sent of the Torah, we must not know those. They shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. Clearly, in this case, Kala Ika, there's shame to Kala Leka, there's no stop block because he's a child. Nevertheless, this Kala Sayada, the person will get skila by way of this case. So again, same exact parallel case. Here we have a child, considered to be a takala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's terrible. Shame becomes one with it, and one of the animal comes to death. The Elias notation that says that if you sit enough to put the animal to death. Well, says no, it's in Terrence. Kiva, basically, since this child who did this on purpose is intentional, takala. Yes, there is a takala. Did it Avera. Rahmana who the chasal with the Torah. Qualified by saying he's a child, doesn't know what he's doing, not going to depart from the capital punishment. Now, where does that mercy go?
I know a lot.
Sorry, Allah the mercy only goes so far as the person, but not the animal. We don't have enough time left, but this is a major sugya in halachas kokeda. Because what we said over here about Pasha, that was the idea that it's considered to be an avera for a child, but he's not going to be punished. This is something for a big discussion. How do we view children under the comes to mitzvahs and their is it just a separate alkeda, or which is really essentially coming on the father, or if the children are the children obligated to those mitzvahs, can't get into that. So let's go through it. In this case, it seems like our argument is at least saying that there's a takala, there's an avera when it comes to the punishment, that punishment is not imposed. Tashma, Dover Acher, go back to our Mishnah. Shalom to Hei Behema Averet Pasha. The overall Jewish is God. Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death when it's the subject of bestiality is because the animal roaming the streets. People saying, oh, this is the animal that someone was killed for engaging with. My love, again, the same thing as earlier. Just saying for the kala, the second line of the Mishnah is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block and shameful. Make kala to kala. Because it's a case where it's shame but no actual avera. But if you want that case, you straw up avera the shogeg. If you straw engaging with My mistake, he didn't know there was also. This is life, incorrect. The color, relationship, the color. The same was talking about case. Color, obvious. Others did a bear, so the stumbling block, the color is embarrassing. Reisha is talking about case, was the color. There's no shame. What's the case? It is Navera, and there's no shame. What's that? Only the cover of all the Hema. It's no Katana who engaged in this relationship with the Hema. This Ovid Katana, this idolater, is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya who can avoid the irritations. We're still going to have the same question for issues the Gemara is not able to resolve.
New York, this place Teresi. Oh my God!
For MSG, you mean for the places now?
Oh my God! This is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. Oh, it's so good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Gaetano's in Vegas. Oh, so good.
Today's stop is Sanhedrin stop Nun Hey.
It's like a little square.
Oh my God!
We're going to stop and Mendal on the base running ourselves with the Gemara on yesterday, all the with the Gemara. We begin today by thanking our sponsors.
It's like the best ones get their flour from
We thank our annual Torah sponsors, the Tilson family of our Israel for sponsoring all the shiur and all the drashas of 5785. And the source of the shiur service to all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our weekly work sponsors. We thank Beryl and a podcast broken for sponsoring all the shiur this week. The revelation of Beryl's yard site, Beryl, Ben, Chaim, whose yard site yesterday and with our shot. Sponsor for the Tafyomi, Adam Plunker, sponsor for the Tafyomi, memory of Harry Plunker, Yachmiel, Hirsch, Ben Yisrael, for having Aliyah. Also, Yona opened it for sponsoring today for a fourth playlist with Yossi opened for Yossi, who's having back surgery today. Yossi should have a full speedy recovery, and back taking at the speedily in our days. Yossi, we wish you were a Shalema, hopefully the surgery goes well. That's why we also thank our Dafyomi sponsorship. Wishing tremendous mazel tov to Rabbi Dr. Rick, the baby boy. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. Yeah, you're a tremendous for our profession. Presenting our family's thrilled to welcome another boy to the Risk Point to celebrate with you. Chocolate this week, you have the Risk coming up, and look forward to bringing us the Klal Yisrael and the Rosh Hashanah to be back with you. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of water wearing my jacket during the film. Sorry. The only thing I was out of wine for yesterday. I'll take it. Yesterday, we drove from tomorrow with a Machlokas, all the way at the bottom of the number between Rav and Shmuel about when you have a Zachar, who is the recipient of the Mishka Zachar, does it follow the halachas of Mishka the Isha, does it follow the halachas of Shochet of a Zachar? In other words, we know that when it comes to girl, halachically, the Bia is only considered to be a Bia from above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the Bia is only considered to be a Bia when the boy spoil somebody from the age of 9. So when the boy is the recipient, does his action follow being the Mishkav, have to be 9-year-old, or does the action follow the halachas of Mishka Beita, because Mishka, what's in the age of 3? In other words, the act of acting like the woman, that the Zachar has the halakha of a woman, or does the Zachar follow the halakha of the Zachar, and therefore he would have to be 9 years old, regardless of which position. I think Gemara said, conversation around the Gemara wants to bring a raya to Rav. The way to read this is Zar. The way to read this is Zachor. In other words, referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, Rashi told us, whenever it says Zachor, referring to the act of the Zachor being in the position of the Mishka Isha, Lach is then Tesha Shanim V'Yom from 9 years and 1 day. Now, you typically would read this as a continuing sentence, but Rashi tells us mili katani. So that's one case. You have one case is Zachar ben Tesha or Habima ben Kedarka. The person has the relationship way or an abnormal way. But Isha Midias is an animal upon her. Again, ben Kedarka ben Kedarka. Whether it's the normal way of Bia or not the normal way of Bia, the halacha is tight. So what do you see clearly? Open and Sharaya. Like Rav, but when it comes to her, it is still going to be from the 9, not from the 8. That seems to be the end of the Gemara's trial. Now the Gemara goes on a little bit further. I'm going to use this bracket that we just mentioned to disprove another shita. Now the Gemara says, Darash of Nachman Bar Chisda. Nachman Bar Chisda made the following drasha. The Isha, it says, Shnei Mishkavas. The Hema, Mishkavechad. But Isha says Mishkiv Dei Isha, which is a plural. And when it comes to it, the Hema says Mishkavecha, the pasuk uses the singular. Now, Master Flora Papa asked the following question. If you're using logic, that does Isha the Orcha, a woman who it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say on Mishkav Mechayim. On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind in a way that's going to, in such a case, would be forbidden. Behema, the whole thing is not normal. The thing is a normal way of being intimate. So if a person is going to do that, then I'll connect you with of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, to be intimate with an animal, kidar, is a normal way. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. It's not normal, the whole thing is not normal. Now, the way Rashi explains this is, when it comes to an Isha, Hana over there on the recipient. So again, it comes to an issue, to a woman, normal way of a woman joining in. So that kedarka, or not kedarka. However, when it comes to the whole idea is the person who's engaging in this animal, this animal. Now, what's the if from the animal side, it's going to be what a woman would consider normal. Again, the whole thing, the perspective is not normal. So therefore, it's making a difference between the normal way of being intimate, the abnormal way of being intimate. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. Therefore, Papa says it should really be the opposite. Now, the truth is, it doesn't really mean. You look at Tosfos. He says, "Adarabba Isha de Orcha." It's in all of Shas. The Isha Mischayev Ashnei Mishkaves. Why does the Isha exist? In other words, the truth is, Rava is not really trying to tell that a person is going to be intimate with a woman to whom it is also to be intimate with. He's going to be intimate with her in what we'd call an abnormal way that he would not be tied. In other words, the Gemara is not trying to say that. That because there are psukim, there are mishnayos. He is chayiv. Papa can't argue on that. Rather, his point is El Papa Haki Kavan. This is what Papa meant to say. In Meish L'Chali, issue with the hem cross. If you would like to differentiate between an animal and a woman, your logic would have been the other way. Go ahead, determine which way would be chayiv, which would not chayiv. Then the opposite should be true. That by an Isha, it's only the normal way of being intimate. By an animal, is absurd. So therefore, it's not the normal way. Thank you. Gemara says, however, as much as the logic would make sense, Akar, as we just mentioned, if he's 9 years and 1 day, Habal Behema, or who has relationship with an animal. It says very clearly, being darka, being chaloka darka makes no difference if it's the normal way or the abnormal way. Again, anatomically, the normal way, the abnormal way. But Isha, and the Vias, him, Allah, being darka, being chaloka darka, halacha is, regardless of what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated, halacha is still going to be the same. That in any way a person could be intimate with a woman or with the animal. In a case where it's going to be forbidden, an animal is always going to be forbidden with the woman, depending on who the woman is. In any case where it's done, any type of intimacy, whether it's kedarka or shelo kedarka, whether it's the normal anatomical way or the abnormal anatomical way, that halacha still would be that they're chayiv, they're in violation of the yisr, and that they're, in other words, the logic that we said when it comes to issues, it should be both. When it comes to issues, it also be one to make it. Okay, Shar continues. Amalei Ravina L'Rava. Ravina asks the following question: Ama'ara b'zachar mahu. When it comes to the halachas of bia, we learned this in a couple other chapters. There's basically there's basically three levels of bia. There's what's called neshikas ha'ever, where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. There's hachnasas ha'ever, there's hachnasas kol ha'tara, and then there's something called the gemara. So the neshika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. Ma'ara is what that is. Either it's the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Now, the halacha is when it comes to a nida, pasuk, it's mekara hara. To bring this down, was mentioned it's mekara hara. Particularly in the pasuk, the person does not have to actually complete the bia for a person to violate with the nida. As long as a person has hara with already in violation of being involved in nida, and the sahi of heart. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens if the person does this hara with the zah. Again, being intimate with the zah is a zah. So it's just right to be talking about that. Now the Gemara is asking, to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or if it's machlokas, or the penetration begins, is that enough? Or does it have to be what we do as a gemara bia, as a completion of complete full penetration? The Gemara says, "Ma'ar b'zachar ma'u." What's the halacha with the hara? The Gemara says, "Ma'ar b'zachar." What's your question? Mishkevei isha. The Gemara as Mishkevei isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara possibly referred to it as Mishkevei isha. The Mishkevei isha, we know when it comes to being intimate, to whom it's forbidden, halacha is even hara is going to be a problem. The Gemara says, "Ma'ar b'hema ma'u." The Gemara wants to know what's the halacha regard to an animal, just hara. There's no gemara, but just hara. Then what's the halacha? Gemara says, "Amarlei, einoi inu lahara, the siv gabi achais avi, v'achais shelo tzricha." You know, the pasuk says very clearly, "Achais avi, v'achais imu pasuk." Hara, the pasuk is yes, she'eroi hara. So it says very clearly the lashon of hara here. Therefore, anytime a person engages in that kind of relationship does not completely even the initial penetration is a problem. Why does it say it? What's the point to say? In other words, the Gemara means to say when it comes to all mishkevei isha, there's a hex which compares it. It says very clearly in the Gemara, why? The light tzricha doesn't have to say it. Why not? Nida is the initial place where it says it's mekara hara, it's a problem, and all other arayas are juxtaposed to the halacha of nida. Therefore, it comes to all forbidden kinds of relationships. Even if there's an initial penetration, it's going to be a problem because of this hekesh. So why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to achais aviv, which is an aunt, or achais ima, again another aunt from the father or from the mother? Why is it safe there? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this cloud. The pasuk tells us something which is not necessary. We're allowed to borrow it and apply it to another case. Then neu inyan lahara, you can borrow those extra words and apply it to hara to ema, and therefore, just like any kind of intimacy, there's also hara is going to be also an animal as well, and it follows all the other intimacy. Even the initial contact is going to be a problem. Hold on a second. Let's analyze this for a second. Behema mechayve misa is best. You have to put the thing in categories. A behema, when a person violates this, they're chayav misa from based. This is something which is adjudicated by a based by a based in a bas v'dam. Not by Kadosh Baruch Hu, but by a bit. Then why is it that it can be connected with family members that have creations like an aunt? Those are closely related. That a Kadosh Baruch Hu takes care of. Those things are not by a base. So why would you write the words, the extra words, by someone who's kind of Lisa, Krisos, why would you write it by a case which is more similar to the kind of Mises Bezdin? The case the Mises Bezdin, the Lig or if you the Mises Bezdin, if the Mises Bezdin, the Gemara says that Hayal, since the Kule Kra Ladrasha Huta Asa, Siva Nana Nosa the Drash. The Gemara says, that the Sukkim are repeated in Apimos and Kedoshim. The Sukkim are said twice. Perhaps Sukkim that are said twice, they're there. The second time that they're written is for a drasha, to teach you something to learn. Since they were written an extra time to teach you extra halacha, the Gemara says we have no problem making some extra halachas over there in other cases. In other words, the bottom is comes to hara, it's going to be a problem. Always a problem by Zachar, it's always a problem by Isha. Here is it's a problem by Behema as well. And how do you know that? You learn that after the extra words, that is she'era hara, which is extra and unnecessary to write by hand through the mother or through the father. So since it was extra over there, because we knew that halacha, because all Mishki Isha, all forbidden intimate relationships are compared one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write these extra words there. So this must be teaching you when it comes to a behemoth, the bestiality that Allah is going to be, even a hara is going to be a problem. Now you want to ask the question. The son of Ami asked the following question to the Sheikh. What if a person does this to himself? What's the halacha? Is that going to be a problem? Amarle, what did the Sheikh speak? Kavashta, you're driving me crazy. In other words, that's the simple understanding. There's a bunch of either comes from the word kivyosis, which is a type of gammon, or it's just like, why are you asking questions? Look at Rashi. Rashi translates this word as kavashtem. Tsar tanish. You're bothering me. Shishaalti davar should eat after something which is. Others say you're causing my stomach to turn by asking me such a ridiculous question. Now, the Gemara explains why was it a ridiculous question? Amar of Ashi, my boiler. What is your question? In other words, let's analyze. If it's so about a person with the aver is firm, it's just impossible. Anatomically impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp aver. Now, when it comes to all riots, now the person intimate with a limp aver, they're potter. So of course, you do the same exact halacha. Even for those who intimate relationship with a limp, then here it should be you can figure it out. In other words, it's impossible. The whole case is impossible. Why are you bothering me? It's impossible. Then how possible? The only way it's possible is where it's halachically not considered to be a bia according to most opinions. So therefore, it's not halachically considered a bia according to these opinions. And if it is halachically, so it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? This actually brings us up to this important discussion point. All these Gemara. What are these votes in these cases? Now, I think it's important to know, I don't think Gemara are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant, or because like this culture was engaged in that behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived in that all the years of this kind of culture. It's because there's no as cases left to our imagination. The Torah governs our life. And the Torah every possible scenario. We can't have a situation comes up with a bizarre idea and then has to go ahead and make up that. We don't make up halachas. Every single case, Eretz Midah, Rechon, Yam, the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. We need to know what the Torah's opinion is on every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation come up with a lot of new things, and we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation we're, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we're going to say, you know what, we shouldn't talk about that, which is relevant to the Gemara. You know what, it makes our sure. Now, if it makes our stomach because the case is impossible to happen, in other words, it's simply impossible for it to physically happen, then don't bother asking the question. Although it can use drugs to figure it out, it's just impossible and it becomes irrelevant. If something is possible, we have to know what the parent says about it. And that's what we're doing here. To go through these cases, as much as these cases, for the most part, sound bizarre to us. What's going on if he does these kinds of things? The bottom line is, Torah being the Lumay and the Torah. This Torah, we need to know what the halacha is in every single case, as it might sound. What is halacha? What does the Kodesh Baruch Hu us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went through these cases. The last 2 days are testimony of that. We go through cases which I think many of us are turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's impossible for it to happen, that's not okay. This Torah was not I need to learn this because it's just impossible. That's why you don't have to ask this question. Either it's impossible or the halacha is a double check. The Gemara goes up. The Gemara asks the following questions from Rav Sheshet. The idolater goes ahead and eats in a relationship with the behemah, mahu. You put the animal to death. Now the Gemara is going to explain this question. Why not? The kolon beinan, the hachak the kolon ika, kolon leka, odilma the afal pisha a kolon. You remember in our Mishnah told us 2 reasons why animals put to death when there is a case of these between a human being and an animal. One of them was the hayel v'asl takala ayideh. One of them is because a person went ahead by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is the vehicle for sin, therefore we put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a bizayon. The animals can walk through the street and people can say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death over. Now, takala is the first one. Kalain is the shame, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both or do you need just one? And the Mishnah told us that there are 2 reasons. Was the Mishnah telling us you have to have both reasons, or one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala. Why is there no takala? Why is there no shame? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain era, a certain period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre types of idolaters. Maybe some idolaters did this, so it wasn't considered to be a shame. And more than that, it could that even though there was some type of dignity shame that came along with it, will the Torah go ahead and go out of its way to worry about the shame of an idolater? Is that what we're going to be worried about? To go ahead and put an animal to death for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's the more of the Sheshes. Sheshes says, we have a Mishnah which proves this point. Ma ilanos. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, they ain't often, they eat, they ain't shostim, they don't drink, they may reach them, they cannot smell, and still Amra Torah, Hashkates, Stroh, you have to destroy them, and burn them. And again, get rid of them. Since the person went and violated the Israel through that, something that brings the person from dark Yechayim to the ways from the ways of life to death. Of course, this has to be put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is takala is enough, kala is not necessary. In other words, he doesn't have much shame when it comes to Avodah Zarah. In other words, there's no human being to Avodah Zarah, and therefore he wants to say that takala should be sufficient. Why? We see when it comes to a tree that was used for Avodah Zarah, we get rid of the tree. Same thing should be true when it comes to the animal. That by the way of the animal, the ways of life, the ways of death, you should go ahead and destroy the animal, even with takala alone. Just with the stumbling block alone. Elamiata, I'll say the truth. I want to repeat this, but I don't really understand the logic behind it. In other words, what does the fact that a tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell have to do with the fact that the animal brought a person from dark Yechayim to dark Yemisa? In other words, it doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. Right? It doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical type of thing. I know that an animal does eat, does drink, it does smell. But why is that? I must be missing something here tomorrow. Excuse me, but I just didn't see that Rishon right here on the page to address it. I didn't really understand why that is the way we do it. Let me just say that when it comes to an animal, that's the point. To an animal is balchai. It's a balchai. It enjoys life. And still, we take away the life from the balchai. Why? Because of the stumbling block along the way. So a tree, where doesn't say that though? Where does it say a tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life? I don't know. Maybe that's what this was Gemara meant. The tree doesn't enjoy life.
He does it just because it's hard.
The animal doesn't enjoy. Maybe that's what Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life. I don't know. I don't really. That's too cheap. Yeah, that one. Am I missing something?
He's a different cat.
I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's move on. Your opinion is that the kala, stumbling block alone, is enough. When it comes to avodah zara, a person who bows down to his animal, titzar, it should become officer. To be killed. That's not the person bows down to it. Gemara says, "Mi'ika midi del Yisrael loy aser lo'ovet kichavim." Aser. Gemara says, this just can't be, because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachos to an akum than it does to Yisrael. Yisrael has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things come together. The responsibilities of Yisrael are the highest for them. It can't be the responsibilities of an akum are going to be more. So Gemara says, all right, no problem. Yisrael Gufei Litzer. So why do we say it should be also for Yisrael as well? In other words, let's just think about this. Why isn't it? In other words, we put an animal to death for engaging this type of behavior with a person. Why do we put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated avodah zara by way of this animal. Gemara says, Litzer midid hava ravia. It should be the same thing. Amar Abaya, zek halona meruba, zek halona blood. Abaya says, clearly he's not going like yes, the shame does grow. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person embarrassed, terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death. Reality. Even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. A lot of shame that comes along with it. A person dies down to what is terrible as it is, doesn't come along with that kind of dignity type of shame. Right? Just hold on. Already a lot of things. Let's go back to our tree example. Shame when it comes to the tree. Still, Torah Hashke Israel, yet destroy the tree. Mar says, Balchayim Karinon, that's when it comes to Balchayim, to live things, that's what we said. It's not alive. We find the Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock. If a Beis Din wants to animals to death, have a Beis Din of 23 to do that. You see that the Torah, however, when it comes to trees, we do need to convene the Beis Din of 23 in order to decide to cut down a tree. Rava trees, and he says maybe they'll like rotations. Torah, behema is me'avera tihares. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, you put it to death? It's because the behema, he was nenis from the avera. The animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's good. Hold on, ain't nen in me'avera. We can always go back to this joy when a person bows down to us. Oh wow, this guy down to me. Doesn't happen. Amar Torah Hashke Shalei. And then Rav explained by the time coming, you can't compare a lot of things to trees. Now the Gemara wants to try to buy a search agents. In other words, when it comes to halacha, our Mishnah told us, how long is shame and there is a stumbling block. Which one? You need both. Look at our Mishnah. Slow. You don't want to have an animal walking through the marketplace. The Yomro people are going to say, this is the case. This is the animal that the person died because. Now my last. Now let's try to think of Midas Seifa, the top of the name. Midas Seifa Takala. The end of the Mishnah, there was Takala and Kala. Again, and of course, there was the call person's kind of behavior with it. Ratio. In other words, what's the same writer was adding? You know what's worse because there's shame and it was a stumbling block. Ratio at the beginning. What was it missing? It was takala or kala. That reason was sufficient. The fact that it was a takala stumbling block and not shameful, and still we put the animal to death. You seem to have some line in the mission that tells you that takala being a stumbling block for a yid. Go ahead and do an avera is enough to put the animal to death. It does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, what would be a case where it is takala without shame? The case of an akram who is in a relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be as ashamed of it. In that case, he's going to have takala. Of course, what year was that? Hold on a second. Yeah, he's going to have takala without kala. Gemara says, "No, that's incorrect. Seifa takala v'kala. The seifa, of course, we know there's a stumbling block there. That's the reason why it's put to death. And kala, because the shame is also the reason why it's put to death. Rachel is teaching us the following: Filu kalon lo takala nam kayit. Teaching us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block. In that case, he's going to be chayiv. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with an animal and there is shame, but no takala, no? Yisrael habal Yisrael engaged in such an animal b'shogeg. He didn't know it was usher. He didn't know showing up to Daf Yomi. He did not know it was shul. Late that week parsha. He did not know that it was in such a case. So the takala is not really here because it was a shogeg. Takala on the shame, of course. The buyer of Nuna, and the Gemara now questions the question. Nuna asked the buyer of Nuna. Nuna asked the following question: Yisrael haba al behema b'shogeg. Now, what's the halacha? Yisrael engages with an animal by mistake. What's the halacha? Do you need takala v'kala? Takala v'kala, you should have both as a stumbling block and that it's shameful. Takala v'ikaz, there's definitely shame that comes along with it. Takala leka, but it was b'shogeg, and therefore he doesn't get the full avera of it. Or Dilma, maybe kalon afapi. Maybe the shame is enough to sleep with the animal death. Although Yosef Tashima, let's try to bring it right. We're going to go through two cases. These are not such long cases, but it goes through a bunch of cases just to prove this point. The Gemara says the following: Bashal son of Yom Echad. I want to be very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what we would consider to be a halakhic deal. In any case, this is still going to be a deal. The question is whether it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic deal. In other words, there's the action of bia, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the deal. When a number of examples of the halakhic consequences of the bia when it comes to children. A girl, miskadeshes bia. If father marries her off and they get married with bia, that bia is considered to be halakhic bia. Now she is married. If her brother-in-law who died, if she fell to Yibam and her brother-in-law performed a levirate marriage on her, with then that the Yibam works. In other words, her Yavam brother-in-law was her Kana. She's now married. She's married, and she at this age engages with another person. She's a vicious ish. If she happens to be a Nida, technically possible even for a child, then Mutama's Koala. The time of Mishkum Tachta Elyon, that can get into the come over here. The Mishkum Tachta Elyon is basically even if there's no Nagia, but the Tumah will go to very high level of Tumah. And again, the person engages in Bia with her, washes, and the person becomes Tummy as well. Nisus the Kohen, if she gets married to a Kohen, or tell us the Tumah, then she gets married by way of Bias. She gets the Tumah. If someone is hostile, would like to be married to her at this age, hostile in a kahuna, she becomes qualified for marrying to Kohen, If one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then or any other arayas, then mumasuna yada, that type of with her would be considered to be halachic bia, and it would be put to death with that. The patura, she's patura. She's exempt, obviously, because she's a child. After we call arayas, now we'll go back to this. It said who engaged with her after the call arayas and was patura. Any of the arayas that engaged with her. What about the behemoth? Even the behemoth. The color is terrible. Shame. She's a child. She can grow up. Knowing that she engaged in this kind of relationship with the animal, she's a child. There's no takala. The Avera isn't there. You see very clearly that with the shame alone, that's takala, that's sufficient. Because all those are right who put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her and she's a child, so in this case it's clear there's no takala, she doesn't want Avera, she's a child. And still, the animals be put to death. You see very clearly you don't need to have both reasons, takala being the stumbling blocks, being shameful enough, because in this case there's no Avera. The Gemara says no. This is the case where she did intentionally, she knew what she was doing. The takala namika. There's the takala. Now why isn't she punished? Mana was a chasa leah. Torah on her. She's a child, she doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore the Torah says even though she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actions of children, and she's not going to be punished for it. You can't say there's no takala because of course she intentionally engaged in kind of behavior. Therefore there is a takala, and did do an Avera. Will she be punished? She won't actually be punished. Allow the where does the Rahmanas go? How far does the rest of the Torah go? It goes to a person. Where it goes one more case, similar case. Amarabba Tashamal Bingaraya, whether or not you have to have Takala and Kala or is Kala enough. You have to have a stumbling block and the shame, or is the shame alone enough? Tashamal, then the power going to come to a male. So he's 9 years old in one day. Abal Yubim was engaged in a relationship with his Yibama. So if his brother died and left behind a sister-in-law without children, and he goes ahead and Boel, his sister-in-law, Kana, he's covered, and they're married. No saying that he can't divorce her until he gets older, because he's not old enough to be able to write again. Matama Kanina. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he becomes Tame with Mr. Tafsin Kalyo. Hosel, he passes someone to Kahuna with inappropriate relationship in a Makel. If he engages, if he's becoming, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to teach too much. Hosel, Behema, he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies him from being brought to the top of his back. But this Kelas, Al Yada, there will be skila by way of this type of relationship. Now again, if this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any of the arayas that are said in the Torah, they shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. Clearly, the case, Kalon Ika, there's shame to Kalon Leka, there's no stumbling block, this is a child. Nevertheless, we learn this Kelas Hayodo. The person will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing, parallel case. Here we have a child. We can't consider it to be a takala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's terrible. She comes along with it. And what does it say? The animal shall be put to death. You seem to have a riot term that says that if the simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Whereas says no, it's the same parents. Here the Mesahu, since this did this thing for purpose, it was intentional, that Kalanami did an Avera. Understand by saying, listen, the child is doing, we're not going to punish capital punishment. Now where does the mercy go? A lady day Chas Rachmana of a Hemo Locha. The mercy only goes so far as the person, but not the animal. We have enough time left, but this is the sugya in the halacha because what we said over here is not pashas. That was the idea of how do we view children when it comes to mitzvahs and averos? Is it just or, which is really essentially incumbent on the father, or is the children actually obligated for this goes? Can't get into that. It's a whole discussion. Because Philip goes through it. In this case, it seems like Argumar is at least saying that there's a takala, there's an avera when it comes to the punishment. The punishment is not imposed. Tashema, Dover Acher. Go back to our Mishnah. Shalom tehei behema eretz bashok. The over Zui should describe this book of Yoda. Our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death in the gate when it's the subject of bestiality is because we don't want the animal going to this saying, oh, this is the animal that so was killed for engaging with. My love, again, say you be the same at the column of column. The second line of the Mishnah is only is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block and shameful. Reisha kala below takala. The beginning is a case where it's shame but no actual avera. Be'echidami, what's that case? Yisrael b'abein b'shogeg. If Yisrael engages with the animal, by mistake it was usher. Versus like incorrect. Safe with the kala. Reisha takala below. The safe is talking about a case of takala and kala is obvious. In other words, you did an avera, so it was a stumbling block. Say Reisha. Takala, Era, below Takala, there's no shame. What's the case with this girl? And there's no shame. Cover above the Hema. Over the cover, who engages in the Hema, this over the cover, perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya who could above an irritations. We're still going to have the same question for Rosheshes. Tomorrow was not able to resolve that question. Have a wonderful day. Everyone, Zoom.
Makes sense because it's like that you're just here. But it's just like what we do. And they've been doing this forever. Yeah. And they've been shaping our views of war, and that's one of the reasons why they started making all these war movies. Do you know that? Okay, so in World War I, one of the problems that they had was people didn't want to be over there killing people. Yeah. And so people were shooting. They weren't shooting at the actual enemy. They would shoot over their heads or shoot to the left of them or to the right.
Want to begin today's stop? The dollar will begin by our sponsors. We thank the annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785 in Chilton Bacha. Very Israel is close to Israel's territory. On Israel, we also thank the learning sponsor by Aliyah Roadborough of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Benwood today. Malcolm Aliyah, led by Sarah the Israel, presented to tremendous amount of knockouts, how to close the brother, Hatzlacha, Simcha, and Kaltov. We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Beryl Kalgota for sponsoring the Shield of Week in honor of Beryl's grandfather with Beryl. Best items of Clay Bruckles, yard site is today with El Shot, Michelle, Hallelujah, and the family. Today's daf is daf from the Dalit. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf from the Dalit of our in the Sefer Sanhedrin. Yesterday we were discussing the machlokas that took place in the Mishnah. The machlokas in the Mishnah between the Redeemer of the Chachamim, what the halacha is, if a person is boel his mother, is he chayiv once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother, and also his father's wife. So Mishnah, just quickly to recap the Mishnah tells us, this is about the Gimel of our, it says, a person once because she is his mother, also because this woman is his father's wife. The Yehuda disagrees and he says, only time once because of his mother. We didn't really discuss this yesterday. What's the difference how many he's tied for? He's put to death as discussed yesterday. The person can only be put to death once. So the world can be a little more clear about this. But the truth is going to be if they're guilty, if it was done by mistake, if there was some reason there was a lapse of knowledge about what's going on over here, in such a case, how much penalty will we have to get? Whether a person becomes not just twice is a good question. For other cases, where the case where Sechayel increases, or it is 7,000 to carbon, so how many carbon is supposed to be. So now the Gemara was trying to source to the Yehuda told us only kind of one, and that was the majority of yesterday's up. And at the end, we had the opinion of Rava. At the end, we had the opinion of Rava. So again, to recap the 4 lines without to give all the debates, Rava touches. The way to view the direction of the pasuk was Ela did not refers to the father's erva. When it said erva in the pasuk, you may have felt about a person having this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands erva refers to his father's wife, and therefore, imcha is going to be extra. If imcha is going to be extra, that comes to be reliant, and the person's only type 1. That's how we ended up the Gemara yesterday. Now, the Gemara wants to bring the raya to Rava's way of understanding of Yehuda. The Gemara is going to read a long brisa. At the end of the brisa, we're going to write Tanya Kava says the Rava. We learned a brisa like Rava. It says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Again, this is the pasuk. The pasuk on the side says that look at this. There's another subject that talk about this. It says the Ish. Asher Yishkaf has H's Aviv Ervas. Of the Gila, once Yusu, Shneim, so it says the Ish and a man, so Yishka is H's Aviv, who will sleep with his father's wife. Ervas of the Gila, will reveal the nakedness of his father, mostly Matsu, Yusu, Shneim, above the both, of Nisa. Now, if you remember also quoted the pasuk, which is this was the pasuk in Vayikra. We also quoted the pasuk yesterday of Ervas Avicha, the Ervas Incha Lo Gale. So that says Ervas Avicha, which refers this will be the father's erva, Ervas Incha, and the mother's erva. So it says again, the mother was Gasta. Now we're actually the other pasuk. Now let's piece together. It says the pasuk Ish in that. What is Ish? Comes to saying when it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. Yishkav is Ashes of it, who will sleep with his father's wife. Not Ashes of it, this clearly says it's his father's wife, regardless of whether this woman is his mother or not. Whether this woman is not his mother, the case is going to be this here. Now, how do you know? Emo Ashes, no, but a woman who's not his father's Amalomar, Ervas of it. The pasuk repeats itself at the end and says Ervas of it. He loves again. Read the pasuk. It says the Ish Asher Yishkad Ashes of it. A person will sleep with his wife of his father. Why does it have to say Ervas of it? Gila? What's the necessity? That's right. That's what the pasuk says.
Install everything. You sit back.
Ervas of it, which are extra words, that's now extra. Lahakish, to actually make this hakish, to create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this? So London, Mimenu, Kazira Shama, and therefore we can learn that there's a kid for a mother who's not his father's wife. Okay, so what tells us? The pasuk tells us most they're families. How are they punished? So which means it's Gila. The person is going to be put to death with Skila with stone. Now, as to Omer the Skila, so yesterday, how do you know? Why are you assuming that because it says most nuance that will be put to death with Skila? It's going to be one of the other types of capital punishment. Our answer is never counts me and bomb. These pasuk as well, because written before today and bomb. And then by Obi Donu's bomb, it says, but Obi Donu mentioned yesterday, it's clear. It says very clearly the person shall be stoned. So therefore, Mala love to do it just like when it comes to Obi Donu, a person who engages in some type of source we discussed yesterday, in some type of communication with the dead. Just place over there, if the skila, after skila, we learn that this gives the person for engaging in such an activity going to be punished with skila. Now the word says right, everything works out. We're still in the middle of the brisa. Onesh Shemani. We found the Onesh. We found the passage which tells us what the punishment is for engaging in this kind of behavior. As far as we usually have a warning for this. Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or an isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just have a passage that gives you the punishment. You have to have a verse. The passage clearly writes that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it, and then if the person is going to violate that isser, then it should become a punishment. Now we found the punishment. We never found the atara, the warning. It says, the father's erba should not be revealed. Erba savicha, zu, eshes, avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday, this says the father's erba savicha, segale. Person should not reveal the erba of father. Now, the simple translation of that word is the father's erba. The father's erba. This is what having this relationship with one's father. Now, the word is Asha Omer, Eisha Savicha, or Edo Erba Savicha. How do you know if this is talking about the father's actual erba, or Eric just told us that it's referring to his wife? In other words, erba can refer to his own personal erba, can be referring to the erba that he access to, which is his wife. So the music was never come erba sabi. So it says here erba sabi. Most of the should not be revealed. And then on law, erba of the gila says the also erba of gila. These are the two psukim that are at the beginning of the shir. You have these two psukim. One of them is in Vayikra Yutas, and one of them is Vayikra Chaf. So two apart from each other, and Mala was just like later on. It's clear that it's talking about his wife. Ishus, Akatata, over here as well, it must be talking about Ishus, and therefore it is not talking about a person engaging in the relationship with his father, rather it's talking about a person engaging in a relationship with his father's wife. Now, his wife goes on, but that was the main point. The point that we just brought out was that it says, clearly in Pasuk, Erbas Avicha. Yeah, it says Erbas, H-S, Avicha. Sorry, Erbas Avicha, the Erbas Imkol of Segalim. Erbas Avicha was not referring to the father himself, rather was referring to Ishus, and that's what we even have. That Azara point is fits perfectly with what Rabbi told us yesterday in the drasha for Rabbi Yehuda. And then the Gemara says, Matzah, Bein H-S Avin, Shehi Yumai, you would think from that lesson, that's whether this woman is married to his father is his main H.S. of it, whether this woman is not actually mother, but just his father's wife. Now, Imo, She'ino H.S. of it be nice. And here we have an azhara, a warning for this person, for this person's mother, not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of wedlock, therefore it was listed to place the child born. So the thing we asked earlier, that we have punishment for it, well, let's know where you can have the azhara for it. The night, however, has to tell everybody in Lo Segale. The Erba of Bill, Eli Ella, Mazhara Shasa Kasav, and Eli Mazhara Kasav. Now we know that, now we have the azhara. That's also Kasav Imo She'eno Eshes Abe. How are you going to know that the punishment is going to be the same? Now, explain. Just like when it came to the when it came to the warning, the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular mother. She ages of it was like a married mother to the father. Also, when it comes to punishment as well, the pasuk makes the Elo, his mother, who's not married to the father, she ages of it, exactly the same as the mother who is married to the father. Motivation. Now, the Gemara says imkahi. In other words, he has this imkahi of this extra word, because again, if Erebus of it referred the wife, so then the mother's now going to be extra because the same thing. And Martha Shemima after Makaivo, after Makaivo, Yishon Echesaf. This is also the end of Rabbi Yehuda that Rabbi Yehuda comes for. In other words, since he uses Erebus of Yitzchak to tell you that that refers to the father's wife. So now, Yitzchak is extra. The extra, now you have a Xeris Akasa finally after all this to tell you that Yehuda is correct in saying that there's only one Kiyah if this person engages in this activity with this woman. So there's only one Kiyah, not two Kiyahs, one for mother, one for father's wife. Rather, it's only one. That is the opinion of the Yehuda. This is the Tanya, this is the Brisa that would actually bring us to back up the way that the learned this. Rabbi learned this on the Brisa, but also to be the same exact conclusion. The Erebus of Yitzchak tells us already this refers to the heart, which is redundant, and therefore this which is which even after the sidelight, the person who engages in this relationship with his mother, who's also his father's wife, then he's being tired because of his mother, but not tired because of the. Okay, now that was the opinion of Yehuda. Yehuda knows that there's only one kid. However, the Chachamim now have a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbi, Erebus of Yitzchak, what are they doing? We like to see that Erebus of Yitzchak and Yitzchak, both of those seem to be. So why do we argue with the Yehuda tell us that there's only one kid? Therefore, now, but Erebus of Yitzchak, the Pasuk tells us very clearly, Erebus of Yitzchak, Erebus Yitzchak Segale, versus now reveal the Erebus of his father. You know what that meant? Literally, a person should not sleep with his father. Hold on a second. Hi, we need to ask the Zachar. We know that there is prohibition against a relationship between two men. Therefore, his father is a man. He was a man. So therefore, you have a problem with this. Why do you have to have a possible tell you the person should not reveal the Arab of his father, or it says,
did you not cover that?
the time Allah died. You died twice. In other words, the Chachamim. Now, why do you tell you not to reveal your father's house? There are two specific consumers in the person who gave to his father. One, the fear of Allah, that the Zachar was one is that he was a person having a specific relationship with his father. Not ready, which is very important because the Chachamim argues on Levi with the ship. It says, Rav, we did it with the person. The Rav, you the brother of Yehuda, not really how saw our last two times we want to say about what. Why that this Nakri over here is not referring to actual Nakri, it's just about Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. Why do we call it up? We can't fathom that he's throwing gives us such behavior. Therefore, we need to listen to say enough to a stranger, how this engages in relationship with his father. Allah, Shayim. He's Shayim twice. Yehuda, so Yehuda, Nafri Abba, other Shayim, person Shayim twice. Al-Ahi of the person has a relationship with his soul, Shayim, he is Shayim too as well. Otherwise, the Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra Nilsson was, he destroyed this case about a story where this Nafri without a clear connection before, it's to destroy the Jewish person with his relationship with either his father or his uncle, the Shagay. Whatever, his mind was not here, he didn't understand what was going on, wasn't paying attention, maybe he got drunk or something. But also, he's not the Shagay, who been carbon, what's in here, it's a discussion of whether or not it's time to bring one carbon to two different carbon. Now, the high thing, oh my God, it's insane enough, where he wants to use it all enough. Not all you do, to use in Russia, again, very hard for us to express something for that. You're going to say, but obviously, we actually talked about a real doctor. Notice that it's much more to the problem. You're not often the doctor who gave you behavior. Remember, this is what this Hashem gets us to know. Somebody's exempt from Gilead allowance. Okay, so all is, right, you can tell he is going to punish the Kitelo of execution. Now, betrayed Cactus leg. to actually give it first the apple upon twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Question about a donkey who's tired, Misa twice, obviously that's not going to be relevant, and therefore when we say not breathing straw, what is the facility in this here is what these type one carbon or different carbonos.
Yeah, they're right.
Tell me that without the rights that says similar to this, person who's boil his father, his type of things, one to make Kazakh, one of them for his father, person has intimacy with his father's brother's type, again, the same thing, because of his father's brothers, and because of the Kazakh. He's saying the local Rebbe Yehuda. Some say that this does not fit Rebbe Yehuda. The whole thing comes from the Rav Yehuda. Now, you say that this Rav Yehuda cannot work together with the Rebbe Yehuda of our Rebbe. Rav is just like your own type. But each of the Amri, some say when a person has this relationship with their father, with their uncle, and he's tying twice to Yehuda, that's clearly not going like Rebbe Yehuda's Rebbe. Because the Amri, they're also saying, Rebbe Yehuda, you can even make this work together with Rebbe Yehuda. Why? How did Yehuda say that a person who has this relationship with his father besides twice, but with his mother not? The vice will come the big will come from his uncles. Why? When it comes to the father, the core, but the other, what's the problem with this person has a relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's his uncle. It's not enough problem as it is, but aside from the Mishkan problem, it is because it's his father's. The whole thing comes by way of the fact that this is his father's brother. In other words, it's too close in the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it's going to be tied twice. Tied, all of it will go. Okay, I mean, the father's even closer. And if we get the common member, it's the same person who tied twice. Now, how could you argue? It seems like a very simple Kavachomer. The commit would be the push to the high of a Rava. What would be the method to make the Kavachomer or not? Mar Savar, Otzim Me'adin, Mar Savar, Ein, Otzim Me'adin. Over here, logically, it would make sense that a person would be tied twice in relationship with their father. Why? Because if a person's tied twice in relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkan Zachar, is that he is related to his father, so father would be even worse. So it's very simple. Logical for you can make from this decision the father would be even worse. Say. Now the problem is, in Ochim and Adin, when it comes to Ochim, the giving a punishment, we never use Kavachomer to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons for this, discussion about this, because beyond the scope of today's year, but the most simple understanding of Ochim and Adin is, even though logically everyone in this room might come to a conclusion saying that yes, it's worse for a person to engage in that kind of relationship with the father, that takes a lot. At the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know, when you stop using logic when it comes to punishing other people. When it comes to Kavachomer, you know what? Some people find a fear. You find a shots, make a Kavachomer, we assume this is more cover than that. There's people who fight who says, you know what? That thing is more cover, actually more cover. And the whole logic is comes to give you some of the other. We don't give options just because of that. Therefore, even though logical understanding would make sense, that the father's worse than uncle still ain't option with it. Okay, now the Gemara goes through all these looking together, both Rabbanan and Rabbanan as Harav Le'eches Avin Lidala. Where do they find heart? Remember, according to them, they use Erbas Avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have that Torah from? That's the Erbas Aishas Avicha Lo Sigal. They learned it out, the words Erbas Aishas Avicha spelled out. For Yehuda, so what does Yehuda do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk of and I think that's the part itself. But our Erbas Aishas Avicha Lo Sigal, Erbas Avicha, that's the actual according to itself. Now, what are the versions to do with that? Yehuda, Hamu, Yibayla, Yehuda, Azhara, Aishas Avin, La'achar, Yisrael. No, you need that for the Azhara to warn us about Aishas Avin, La'achar Misa, after he dies. In other words, there's going to be a problem even post death. Rabbanan, so what do they do with that? In other words, How are they going to know that that's the problem? But who be safe to the cross? Now, we learned it out from the end of the pasuk, which is it's clear at the end of that pasuk. Erebas Aldicha, the repetition of the word Erebas Aldicha, your father's Erebas. That's how they even after the father dies. So who died? Yeah, what's the extra word? He needs it. He should Ashes Av He ties him, like we said earlier, because of Ashes Av, because he's the father's wife. Yet to the fact that Ashes is, there's no problem. Yeah. That's a big problem. Someone should say, hold on, well, that's not. We learned in our Mishnah that you do find Ashes Ish on top of Ashes Av. Well, that's not. Baal Ashes Av, the person is Baal, his father's wife. Chayav Alav Mishum Ashes Av, the person is Chayav because of his father's wife. Mishum Ashes Ish, and of Ashes Ish. And it's a Beilach of Ashes Av. And guess what? You're waiting for Yehuda to show up and say, no. Only Chayav Alav, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah. When it comes to a mother, he's only tied once, not twice. His father's wife is only tied once, and not twice because of his father's wife. Opposing Yehuda would argue. Therefore, it can't be that he teaches the halacha, but he says twice, tied only once. Sorry. The Mishnah did not fit. However, you can't stop learning out of the Mishnah. You'll learn the righteous because there's a righteous that does argue that such a person is Boel, his father's wife, only tied once and not twice with H's Ish and H's Av. Okay, Onish to H's Ovid, La'aka Misa Min Anu. So it's not Azhara. Where do you find the Onish for a father's wife after he dies? She wants a fish lover, he doesn't make sense because nice Rabbi Gzera Shava. He made this Gzera Shava. El Rabbana, because remember, next earlier to his Ovid that was left open. El Rabbana, we know where do they get it from? Amri La, Hahu Erbes of Vicha, Gila, they get that from whoever Gila, the Mafis, wherever you would Gzera Shava, Mashkulate, Late Inu, Laonish, whatever he used, the Gzera Shava, they use that as the Onish for Asian Others. Which one's La Kamisa, he passed away. Rabbana, on the Emo, Se'eno Asian. How do you know there's a part of the person who's not as far as life get that number of Shisha Biddy for all those who ended their share. And how much reference to Shisha Biddy and tell where he come from. Got some news for you. Here he is. He finally shows here in Mara, which is on our cross. Him says,
Blaze it.
And equates that whether to a married mother or not married. And in this case, it's a problem.
Look at this move.
The Mishnah does not mention that there's a violation of Teishas Beno. The pasuk opens. In other words, there's two separate problems. There's one problem that it's the father's daughter-in-law. Just make sure you understand it correct. There's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this woman and this man because she is his daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter-in-law, not just a phrase. In law, halachically, there's something called a daughter-in-law. She becomes a daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she married his son, and there's a direct relationship with daughter-in-law. So at least are things. And there's a civil relationship, which is that this woman is his father's son. So the Gemara wants to say she be tied twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his wife. The Gemara says, Zai David should H's to know, or by a possible custom with Kalaso, the Zai H's to know, Loma Lom, Zui Kalaso, Zu is to know. No, there's no difference between the daughter-in-law and your son's wife. At the end of the day, probably exactly the same. In other words, like we were saying before, is a relationship of daughter-in-law, which is, again, it's impossible to see. You would have thought that this is of daughter-in-law and son's wife. No, it's actually exactly one and the same. It's just a semantical difference. We refer to this person as daughter-in-law or your son's wife. In any case, it's going to be forbidden, but there's only going to be one case.
My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was.
Boel of Zohar.
It's a lot better than it used to be.
A person is Boel of male. The Al of Behemo, the first Boel an animal. The Isha is a Behemo Skila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself onto his that there is Skila parties involved. No, in perhaps atypical fashion, the misreactions. The Behemo Machata. The person did something wrong here. Animals can't do a Pharaoh. Why is the animal being punished? An animal. Animals can't make good choices. No good keyword for animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, "El Latisha Ba, La'ada Takala Al Yada, Berfika Amar Kasa Tisaka." This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal be put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation for this. That's why the animal put to death. Why look to hate for evil person? The over if that's the infamous animal that this following person put to death. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing, to someone that loves Allah 8. That where it says when a person should be hanged, we don't leave the person there. We mentioned this last week on Shabbos, that if a person is ever going to be hanged, hanging is literally for a second. It's after the person's already hanged. The hanged immediately take that. Why not? Because we don't want a person to say, "Oh, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went to heaven, the God is in the heart, it's a shame, it's horrible." Such a true Hashem comes out about that because it kind of publicizes the story. We don't want to publicize such a tremendous story. I think this is a similar concept that the person who gave you this kind of behavior with an animal, a person is going to be dead as a result of it. So whenever this animal walks by in the street, you say, "Oh, that's the infamous cow." Or you know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going on the block. What if Chil Hashem comes out? First of all, it's a Chil Hashem that this happened. But second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a desire. It's desire to the person. The people should go around talking about that. And therefore, we're just going to put the animal to death. Why is that fair for the animal? Not fair. Not fair is the human dignity takes precedence. Again, remember, the human dignity has been a barrier. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the least the capital punishment actually being qualified for the capital punishment to happen is very difficult. We'll get to this here for some later on because of the second mattress again. It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case which is going to result in a death penalty. So even in the rare case where the person was so brazen, they were warned like then and there, they were there with the cooking, and there's nothing else, no complications that came up. The person went ahead and did it in front of the agent could not be caught up on anything. It's a case still. Dignity takes precedence. You dignity of value takes precedence. Shachar, how do we know that there's a huge schema for a person who engages in relationship with the Zakah? The Gemara says, we learned it says in the pasuk, it says, Asher Yishad es Zakar Yishkebe Yisha. And a ish, Asher Yishkab es Zakar will sleep with the Zakar. Yishkebe Yisha in the way that a person's woman, so Eva. Also, it's an abomination what was done. Most Yimasu, both of them shall be punished with the Risa, May and Vav, punished with their blood. Now, the Gemara is actually the pasuk is follows. Ish, it says ish, prat l'kam. That excludes the kam. Asher yishkam es zakar. It's interesting. We went through this yesterday. The kata. So actually, at the end of today's bar, we're going to, if we get to the end of the data bit, we'll describe it a little bit more. But I mean, Kedar always excluded. When I come about this, saying an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the 7 mitzvahs in Noah, so you don't find the concept of kappa and zakar by Noah. So you might think the concept of a kappa about mitzvah boy is only a Jewish concept. What is boy chayiv in mitzvahs when it comes to bar mitzvah? But that's only with regard to the chiyuvim that are relative to a yid. Maybe when it comes to the chiyuvim that are relative to a Noah, that's always going to be the case, and therefore, makes no difference between the Zakar in content and a gadol. Therefore, ish trap with conflict. That includes the child. Asher Yishkav as the Zakar, Bein Gadol, Bein Conflict. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol, then whether or not the subject is a conflict, it's still going to be a problem. Mishkele Isha, when it says in the passage Mishkele Isha, Magil Lachah Kasser, Shnei Mishkalos Isha. The pasuk teaches you that there are two types of Mishkalos Isha. In other words, the pasuk includes the Mishkele Isha. That why Isha is possible for personal Kigarka and Shalom Kigarka. By Zakar, obviously the only way to be Shalom Kigarka. That's his Mishkele twice to tell you that the Mishkele Isha, the second type Shalom Kigarka of the Isha, is also considered to be a VR level, and that's going to be the problem by man. The Shlomo goes to tell me, he says, "How raise it." This pasuk of Mishkele Isha came to be a halacha by Zakar. That person who engages with a Zakar, because that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to Zakar, and that's the issue of Mishkele Zakar. It comes to teach you something about Mishkele Isha. When we learn Mishkele Isha to teach us halacha about a Zakar, what we learn by the way that when it comes to Isha, a person who engages with a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or it's Kedarka, it's always going to be a problem. Notice, Yivasu, the pasuk tells us they're going to be tied. Bisa, the skila. The tie skila at over the skila, more down to the Torah. Is it really skila? Or Eino Elav Achas becomes the word for Torah? Maybe this is referring to all visas which are relevant to the Torah. Maybe it's going to be straight for Herod or Tanak. Mark says no, never can't be above. It says here to be above. Never go be done to be above. We've mentioned this structure many times before. Says the Odi Doni to be above. Malala the skila, Akad the skila. Just like it comes Odi Doni, the punishment is skila. So too over here, it says the above, and therefore it will be. So the Lord down on the base. Top of the oven. Fine, the function is clear. We have an notice over here. You find that. Hara from this comes up. Again, you can have a function which has a notice. You have another function which gives you as Hara, the warning, the Lobar, function says Zaka, which is Zaka. Another function. Which is very clearly. It doesn't come with the function, but it's a very clear instruction. Then, with this condition, Isha, to Eva, it is an abomination. The Maglu, as Hara was short to tomorrow. Fight and found enough for the person who is as Hara with Mishkan daggers. How do you know the subject is warned as well? There's also the active member of the group. That we find outside, and it says that's Zakar Mosishka. How do you know that's the Mishkan? The Lomar, the year Kadesh the day shall not engage himself with his look. Again, so the Omar, that's up as the word Kadesh actually. The Gab. Kadosh, Hayu, the Arabs, Hasu, the Hawk, Ayan, Asher, Hayu. You see that the word Kadosh and that text is referred to so to abominable actions. And therefore, that adds in, that extra possible is added in. Even though, we have this possible over here in Milwaukee, which helps us divide the possible when you Kadosh B'nai Yisrael, when Kadosh B'nai Yisrael is truly divided. So that's the Hara for the Yishkav. That's how the small is it. It's very important to keep this in mind. So you'll see very soon that these drushes are going to have an absolute dinar, but clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra topic of Lo Via Kadesh. That extra topic of Lo Via Kadesh is the additional topic which is the Azhara. However, Rabbi Kiva disagrees, and he says, Ain't no tzara. So you do not need to have a Loya Kadesh, and therefore not actually it. However, that's Zakar Lo, that's Zakar Lishkav. We read the pasuk with the Nekudas of Sishkav Mishkele Isha. So again, when you use the Nekudas of Lo Sishkav, it refers to the action of a man. Remember who's acting. However, Kari Bey Lo Isha Chev. In other words, he's in the Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you could actually read the same word Lo Isha Chev, so it's a clear definition. One definition of both the Shkal, the activity, the other one is Lo Isha Chev, subject of the activity. Therefore, you have the Azhara
doesn't change it.
both for the Shoftim and the Nishgav in the same place. Okay, so we have an Azhara for the Shoftim, we have an Azhara for the Nishgav, and we have an Onish for the Shoftim and the Nishgav. That's very clear in the Figure Plus. Now, Behema Dollar, have no person who gives this action to behave with the Behema sky. Look at Taramana for Taramana. I'll tell you this, this is more private contact. After Yite Shema. His sheklah with the behema. Main gedol make a with the animals gedol is definitely no such thing as a gadol or a gadol when it comes to an animal. There's no size, there's no the age, which is more relevant than the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most we laugh the skila. Pasuk does not say skila. Pasuk says most we laugh, and we understand the skila. The more asked the same question we've asked many times before. Over the skila or either elam to call Mr. Nitsa Shamur for Torah. Having no skila, maybe it's one of the other types of husband. Over here it says Tarogo. It says also by, I believe it's mixed Media. The passage over there is Kiarog Targenu Yadkon Kiyabav Rishana, Hamisi Yadkon Bakona. I believe the Sukkim are either A or Shoftim, where it says that he's talking about a person who was the basis of Media, who tried to support the and here it says clearly, in that case, Mama was the skila, just like in that case, it says very clearly from that skila, the skila, we have our road targenu, the words end up being the teaching us that it's the skila. Okay, fine, we learned the onus, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onus mishkav, the person is the subject of this with an animal who's not one. How do you know that? Hamalama kol shoking, the aim of most must clear. It says anybody who sleeps only goes with me. So, a person who is an action-based person over here. Why? For that. So Indian British comes there, and it's not necessary. You can just say something about a person who is the subject. Lamadu on it, very good. You found it on it. However, as we mentioned many times in the summer, notice is not enough. Baylor Shosha Baylor Nishkaf has harmonized. We have an Ahara, a warning to the Psukim for a person who gives these type of behaviors with an animal. Hamadora, the Pasuk says, who befall the Hema, no Sishes, Shakot Taka, the Tabaka. A person should not put himself with Shakiba in front of any animal to become Tamei. With Nadu, Azhara Shoshe. It's very good. Remember, there's going to be four cases over here. There is the Shoftim, and the Nishgav, and the Azhara, and the Onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give me the Azhara. However, it says those teaching Shakot Talaba. The Lamad Azhara, we found the warning, the Shoftim for the Shoftim. We just got to the subject now. We have an Azhara warning for the subject. So he needs the same pasuk we used earlier. Purpose that to be involved in this nook. That is the way. The Omar, it says, as we said earlier, this passage has a warning for any type of loss. Now, the word for this is the Shmuel. The Shmuel learns it. The Shmuel learned it. The Shmuel from before. The word is probably the same exact way you comes to Eva Ava. So the Kiva, remember the Kiva, he learned earlier, he didn't learn you cut his head as Hara. Rather, he said, were that is Carlo Shishkav, and Shishkav will see Shakay, both of them are included. What is he doing? Omer, and it's our Hare, on seating, Shakha, the Kha, which means you can also pronounce that as seating Shakiva. Don't place any of your Shakiva. So whether this person is the actual person, or one who is the subject, in that case is going to be Azhara. Now we're going to actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drashas, that we get so deep into the drashas that you'll find an nafkamina in the drasha. And here, because we have a halachic nafkamina, we're not going to go through it. Habal Zachar, a person who is Baal Zachar. Now Rashi points out, whenever you see Zachar, the Vav, it refers to the place of the Zachar that a person is engaged in. So Baal Zachar in this case means the person is the one who is the shoftim, the one who is, which is called the one who is sleeping with the other Zachar. Maybe a love Zachar. Now if we actually in the same time also works itself in the other way as having a zachar with it. So that doesn't necessarily mean exactly the same time in the same halacha. Referring to the person who's bringing a tatus to the exact same for getting the person violated his zachar by being the shokeh, violated as a zachar being the nishkav. In such a case, over revolt. You think about this. So the revolt, the dvaran, the giver of the small, according to the small, times shine, this time twice. As hara for a zachar, for a shokeh and nishkav. So if a person is engaged both as a shokeh and a nishkav, it's two separate affairs. Now, times shine, Chadin lo shkav, Chadin lo yikadin. The Brit Kiva, his as hara was not a separate person. It just worked with the kudos. You say, Sishkav or shokeh, it's the same person. So therefore, it can't be one. So in the time why can the Sishkav or what shokeh above the person is ball and the and he also has the animal in the other way. So again, other revolt simply would probably be true. The liver is small, that foot is small, because it's a drop of low year causation. Twice is two step pretty soon. That's being the shokeh and this guy. Cardinal will see this to come. The cardinal will year causation. Give it in the final akas. The only time what shakaf to call the shkivas call. Again, it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word. So if it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word, it's not a separate insert. So therefore, the insert of being active one with an animal, the subject with an animal is the same insert. Therefore, if a person violates both at the same time, it only be times once. Abai disagrees with the He says, not the other kind of office. Even according to the small, the only tie is once. Why? In other words, even though it says, Lo Yia Kaddish, and that's as Hara, says Abaya, the Fixing Lo Yia Kaddish is exceeded. That was a mitzvah was beautiful, and therefore you can't apply that to the age. Oh, well, the small, according to the small, it's hardly equivalent. So if you're going to tell me that it's not true, you can't use Lo Yia Kaddish. This kind of engagement with that, you need no. The Azhara. In other words, you just mixed up what he says. It says not played with me. Called showcase the name. It says very called showcase the name of most English. Okay, but you don't need it for the one who is listed member. The English guy, you can just apply to this guy. That's better than you don't need it for textual. They actually need the box. You can always apply it to the same English, but to the same concept, but a different part of that. In this case, you don't need it for the shelter because you're getting Tara and you have an honest, and therefore you can apply to the Rishka to the subject. Now, the Abra follow the Rishka below the okay? Why did the Torah do that? Why did the Torah use the lesson showcase to describe the subject? Not showcase honest is here, just like we saw in the subject would tell us that there's an honest and an Azhara for the showcase. Nishka honest is, so we'll come to the subject, there's no honest, there's punishment, and there's Azhara. You want to sit down. A nirva was zachar. A person nirva to a zachar is the subject of this zachar relationship. Now, nirva levahema is also nirva is same power to an animal. So again, Amar of Rabbi Abo, the Rua says the degree of Akiva, according to Akiva, Tayyid Shtayim. You do Tayyid twice. Watch again, it's two separate isurim. Because according to the Akiva, it makes sense. It's two separate isurim. It's not Lo Yia Kaddish. It's two separate isurim. Chadin lo Tishgav, Chadin lo Tishgav. If you small, of course, you small, this is where it comes out to be. Of course, you small this last. Ain't a Tayyid. Elahachas, you only tied one. Because eating Lo Yia Kaddish. Both Kaddish, Lo Yia Kaddish. The Gemara says, he's Lo Yia Kaddish twice. What is how he Lo Yia Kaddish. A few of you like you did for you small, not tied side. You can still have tied side if it's the subject both a zachar and an animal. It's it called showcase, the animal was human, the the subject, the animal was showcase. You don't need that function to say. Just mentioned before. For a showcase, you can borrow it from the discussion. If after one list of Russian showcase, as we said before, uses a showcase, the discount in Russian showcase, not showcase others for Israel, discount Israel. Given the same like the showcase, there's a punishment, there's a warning. Avo Hachal, sorry, Avo Hachal, Alazaka, who is the active member in being Boaz up, the Heavy Zakar off, and the old brother Zakar on it. Or Habal, person was Boaz, and the Eva Allah, all those cases together. Now they, Rubabo, they Labaya, and we smell like let's support this small type every time. We try to start with the key twice. So let's talk about it. Zachar, it says in the Pasuk Zachar with the Vav. No, cotton to go. We did not make a cotton like a gun. In other words, we said when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar to cotton and a gun. Behema, when it came to a person who showcase with the Behema, Asiba, Kitana, Kibidola. We did equate a Kitana and Dola. Makes a difference how old the animal. Now the Gemara says, what does this mean? My lo Asiba cut from this Kidola. What does it mean? Didn't make it a child like Kidola. Amarav lo Asu Bias Pachos Bentasha Shadim. We did not make the Bia of a child who's 9. Like who's less than 9, and like a child who's 9. So we'll explain this in a minute. Shmuel says, plus the B is Pachas Kiben, so we didn't make the B of less than 3 years, like 3. What's the argument over here? Rav Sarah called the Isa Bishop, the Isa Bishkab, or the less Bishop, less Bishkab, but the person, it could be Bishkab, the left Bishkab, and we know that is that the bia of the male child under the age of 9 is not considered the bia. We do not assume that a child age of 9 has the ability form of bia. Similarly, unless it's speaking, a bia of a girl also is not going to be a bia. Is when you have the male child who is subject, as the start of our conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child to a female child. To say, since the male child will form a bia above the age, cannot perform a bia until the age of 9, therefore the subject, if the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a bia until the child is 9. Or do we say that hold on, just like when it comes to a girl, 3 is the cutoff and not 9. That's my close to see. That's what Gemara says. What's my close? It's Rav Summer Kofi B'Sheis Yisrael. If the child old enough to be the showcase, he's old enough to be the nishka. Called the less of the showcase. If he's not old enough to be a showcase, in other words, he's less than 9, less than the nishka. If a male's going to engage with him, an older as Gago to engage with him. And then, less of the Ishkav is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is, whether there's a Chiyuv Nisa in this case, then less of an Ishkav is not going to qualify as an Ishkav in that age. Shmuel says, Mishka Isha said, has to Mishka Isha, and therefore Mishka Isha, what's the contribution? 3 years old, and therefore, you'll drop on the halacha of a female in this concept. It's not your thing. Everyone has.
Smoke cigarette. Liter of piss before you get this sauna with your neighbor. Before I get a little bag. Someone's got a urine therapy protocol you can take with your propane.
When we begin today's daf, Sanhedrin, daf Nadal, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
So true, but I drink it in America. Like I used to order coffee.
We thank the annual Talmud of the year of 1575 of Eretz Yisrael, from Surah's Terrace full of Am Yisrael. We also thank the morning was sponsored by Elio Roseborough of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Benmore today. Mazel Tov Yo. Zevon Abashtana the Yisrael. Zevon tremendous death of Nachas. His house will be filled with bracha, hatzlacha, simcha, and kol tov. We also thank our weekend learning sponsors. We thank and Rachel Gawker for sponsoring the Shurim of this week in honor of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit, whose Beryl's grandfather was Beryl. Ben and Zechariah Lebrach, whose yard site is today, Shvat and Shomer Aliyah, and the family should have in the Chala. Today's daf is daf Nun Dalet. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf Nun Dalet of an Aleph in Sanhedrin. Yesterday we were discussing the machlokes that took place in the Mishnah. There's machlokes in the Mishnah between Rabbi Yehuda and the Chachamim. What the halacha is, if a person is Boel, his mother, is he chayiv once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother, and also his father's wife? So the Mishnah, just to recap the Mishnah, the Mishnah tells that in Gimel Amud Aleph it says, "Haba ala aim chayiv alev is the aim of person's chayiv because she is his mother." Also because this woman is his father's wife. Yehuda disagrees and he says, only chayiv once because of we didn't really discuss yesterday what's the difference having this time for. Indeed, put to death, as we discussed yesterday. Person going to be put to death once. So again, today's one is more clear about this. But here it's going to be if there is a shogi. If it was done in a mistake, if for some reason there was a lapse of knowledge about what is going on over here, in such a case, how many chayes have to get? Whether a person is chayav just twice, the question for other, but in a case where it's chayav either chayav krisos or it is something that goes to carbon, the question will be bonos the person has to be. Now the Gemara was trying to find the source of Yehuda told us only chayav one. And that was the majority of yesterday's Amud. And at the end we had the opinion of Rava. At the end we had the opinion Amar Rava. Caps the last four lines of Dr. Gimel. Rava told us that the way that you do the darshan in the pasuk was Erbas Havdicha did not refer to, as you may have thought, that Erbas Havdicha refers to the father's erba. Instead of Erbas Havdicha in the pasuk, you may have thought that was talking about a person having this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands Erbas Havdicha refers to his father's wife. And therefore, imcha he's going from, imcha he's going extra, that comes to be menayit, the person only chayiv one. That's what we ended up in Gemara yesterday. Now the Gemara wants to bring a raya to Rava's way of understanding the Yehuda. The Gemara is going to bring a long brisa, and at the end of the brisa, we're going to see what Tanya Kavah says to Rava. We learned a brisa like Rava. Ish, it says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Look, you have the pasuk. Look at this number of subjects. We'll talk about this. It says Ish, Asher Yishkav, Ish Aviv, Erbas, Aviv Gila, Yumsu, Shneim Ne'avav. So it says Ish, so Yishkav as Ish asleep with his wife, Erbas Aviv Gila, which reveals the nakedness of his father, Moshe Masu, Yumsu Shneim Ne'avav. Both have the chiyuvs of Yisrael. Now, if you remember yesterday, we also quoted the pasuk. This was in Vayikra Parak. Pasuk yesterday of Erbas Avicha, Erbas Imcha Los Galei. So that says Avicha, which refers in equal translation should mean the father's Imcha and the mother's Erva Los Galei Imcha. So he says again Imcha the mother Los Galei Erva. Now we're actually the other pasuk. Now let's read it together. Ish. It says the pasuk Ish. Amen. What is Ish come to say? What does it come to exclude? Prat L'Katan, when it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. The Yishkav as Ashes Aviv, who is his father's wife. Masha Bain Ashes Aviv Shihimo. This clearly says it's the father's wife. So regardless of whether this woman questions his mother or not, Bain Ashes Aviv Shaloimo, whether this woman is not his mother. In other words, in any case, there's going to be this deal. Now, how do you know? How do you know that a woman who's not, his mother, who's not his father's wife, Erbas repeats itself at the end. It says Erbas other Gila. Reading the pasuk, what does it say? It says the Ish Asher Yishkav and Ashes of it. The person will sleep with the wife of his father. Why does it have to say Erbas Ovid Gila? What's the necessity, right? That's the Gemara says.
That's very different.
Tamalomar Erbas of it below, which are extra word. That's how extra lahakish to actually make this hakish to create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this? Beladun mimenu kizera shava, and therefore we can learn that the sakiyah for a mother is not his father's wife. Okay, so what's the halacha? Pasuk tells us most yumsu. They're chayav visa. How are they punished with visa? Which visa is a skila? The person is going to be put to death with skila with stone. Now, after Omer for skila, told me similar to Torah. Similar words we saw yesterday. How do you know? Why you assume that's most to us that you can put to death? Maybe this could be one of the other types of capital punishment. Our answer is never counts pay a bomb. This possible that's off before to pay a bomb. Never for Ovi some pay a bomb. It says by Ovi Doni we mentioned yesterday. Clear it's very clearly the person shall be sold. We learned Mala love the skill just like when it comes to Ovi Doni, sometimes the sorceries we discussed yesterday of communication with the dead, just like over there, if the skila, after the skila, we learned that in this case, a person for engaging in such an activity is going to be punished with skila. Now the Gemara says, all right, everything works out. We're still in the middle of the brisa. Onesh Shamad. We found the Onesh. We found a passage which tells us what the punishment is for engaging in kind of behavior. As Har Minayim, where do we have a warning? Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or an isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just have a possibility to teach the punishment. You have to have a verse clearly that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it. And then if the person is going to violate isser, then it's going to come with the punishment. Now we found the punishment, so we never found the azhar of the warning. Where did that come from? The verse says, Tamalomar, Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali. It says, Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali. The father's Erbas should not be revealed. Erbas Avicha Zu Eishes Avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday that says, Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali. The person should not reveal the Erba of his father. Now, the full translation of that word is the father's erva, the father's actual erva. This is the word that is related to one's father. Now the word is after Omer. How do you know talking about the father's actual erva? This Bryce just told us that it's referring to others. Erva can be referring to his own personal erva, or could be referring to erva that he has access to his wife. Which one does it mean? Ervas here, ervas avicha, lo sigali, should not be revealed. And there was a later passage like ervas of. These are the two psukim that I'm beginning of the shir. You have those two psukim. One of them is in Vayikra Yudches, and one of them is Vayikra. So two prakim apart from each other. And Mala love Yishus Akas Medaber, just like later on, it's clearly talking about his wife. Afkan's Yishus Akas Medaber over here as well. It must be talking about Yishus, and therefore it is not talking about a person being in a relationship with his father. Rather, it's talking about a person being in a relationship with his father's wife. Now the Gemara goes on. In other words, that was the main point. The point that we just brought out was that what it says clearly in front of Erbas Avicha. Yeah, when it says Erbas Eishes Avicha, Erbas Avicha, the Erbas Imchalo Sigali, Erbas Avicha is not referring to the father himself, rather it's referring to Isha, and that's where you can have that Azhar for the Rabbi told us yesterday in the drasha for Rabbi Yehuda. Then the Gemara says, "Mashma, vein eishes avid she'i imai." You would think from that lashon that whether this woman is married to his father is eishes avid she'i imai, whether this woman is not actually his mother but just his father's wife. Now, imo she'eno eishes avid b'nai. Here we have an asharning for this person. For this person's mother, who is not his father's wife. Again, they must have had this child out of therefore there was nusla to place the child was born. So again, the same way we asked earlier, that where do you have the punishment for it? Gemara wants to know where do you have the outside? How 11 tells us, Erbas, Imcha, Los Field, Eli Ella, Bazara Shakasav, Elia Bazara Shakasav. Now we know that now we have that Azara. That's also comes with emo she'es avid. Emo she'ik she'is avid. Onish b'dayim. How are you going to know that the punishment is going to be the same? Never can ever savicha. Lo sekalim never alone ever other tila. Now the Gemara explains. Ma'abaz hara. Just like when it came to the azhara. Asa hakasim emo. When it came to the warning, Asa hakasim emo. In the Ishas Aviv, the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular Imo Shiki Ishas Aviv, just like a married mother to the father. Onish Asa Kasuf Imo. When it comes to punishment as well, the pasuk makes the Imo, his mother, in the Ishas Aviv, who's not married to the father, Imo Shehi Ishas Aviv, exactly the same as the mother who is married to the father.
That's a problem.
Now, the Gemara says imchahi. In other words, now you have this extra word if Erbas of it referred to the wife, so then imcha, the mother is now going to be extra. This is the same thing. Like Gemara says, this is ultimately the end of Yehuda. That's what Yehuda comes for. In other words, he uses Erbas avicha to tell you that refers to the father's wife. So now, like he is extra. If you have the being extra, now you have a Xeris after all this to tell you who is correct and saying this is only if this person engages in the activity with this woman, so there's only going to be one chiyuv, not two of them, one for mother, one for father's wife. Rather be one. That is the opinion of Rabbi. This is the Tanya, this is the Brisa, and we're actually bringing to back up the way that the learned this with this on the previous side. So it's a long break, but ultimately to bring us back to Simchat Bicha tells us already that's referring to the night. If have this first concept, which is after the chayvai, the person engages in this relationship. Also, his father's then needs to be chayiv because his mother, but not chayiv because his father's wife. Okay. Now, that was the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda knows that there's only one here. However, because now a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbi, Erbas Avicha, what do with the redundancy of Erbas Avicha and Imcha? Both of those things are saying the same thing. So why does the argument Yehuda tell us that there's only one here? The Gemara tells us, according to the Rabbanan, they didn't learn the pasuk that way. Therefore, the Rabbanan, Erbas Avicha, the pasuk tells us very clearly. Erbas Avicha, Erbas Ishmael versus Naviva of his father. No, that meant literally a person did not sleep with his father. Gemara says, hold on a second. There's another problem here. Hi, we need to ask the Zachar now. We know that there is a prohibition against a relationship between two men, and therefore he is a man. So therefore you have a problem with this. Why do you have a person telling you the person should not reveal the erva of his father, where it says, Allah, in other words, the problem is twice. Now, why do you have a pasuk telling you not to reveal your father's erva? There are two specific stories of the person engaging in a relationship with each other. One, the typical give of that Zachar or Sishka give of a person having this relationship with who could go Yehuda? Not Red. It's very important because the Talmud argues on Red. It says Rav Yehuda here is the person who could the Rav from Yehuda Nachri Haba al Oven. Rashi tells us the Gemara tells us about the wine that this Nachri over here does not refer to actual Nachri. It's typically someone who's not Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. Why do we call him an Achri? We can't fathom that Yisrael is such behavior. Therefore, we use a list of the Aliyah. And you say an Achri, a stranger, who engages in relationship with his father, Chayev, Allah, Shtayim. He's Chayev twice. Who could do Yehuda, Nachri, Abba, Al-Abed, Chayev, Shtayim. First Chayev twice. Al-Achi, Abed. The person has a relationship with Uncle, Chayev, Shtayim, he is Chayiv too as well. Amar Rava. Now Rava explains. Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra Milson of Yehuda makes sense. Yehuda was saying was the Israel. The case was talking about a story where this Nachri was not clear, as I mentioned before, it's Yisrael, the Jewish person, his relationship with his father, whatever, his mind was not there. He didn't understand what was going on, wasn't paying attention, maybe he got drunk or something. Ultimately, the bottom line is Ubit Carbon. What's the discussion over here? It's the discussion of whether or not this type in one carbon would support two different carbonas. Now, behind the Kamarna, why does it say that? So he wants Lishna Na'aru. He wants to use Lina Lasha to express something from out. These are if you're going to say, no, you actually talk about a real Nachri, we have a much more significant problem. What's the halacha with the Nachri behavior? Remember, this is something which is from the 7 minutes of the therefore nobody's exempt Ilya right. What's the halacha? The Nachri, he is going to be punished with Ketela, execution. Now, the trade contract was like, he actually personally capital punishment twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Have a discussion about a Nachri who's Chayiv Misa twice, obviously that's not going to be relevant, and therefore when we say Nachri, we're talking about Israel. What is the discussion over here? The discussion over here is whether it's one carbon or two different carbonas. Tani Nami also know the rice that says similar to this. Baal of person who boil his father, Chayiv Dayim. Chayiv two things. One for Mishkan Zachar, one of them for his father. Baal of this person has intimacy with his father's brothers, same thing, because of his father's brothers and because of Mishkan Zachar. Those who say the love Rebbe Yehuda. Some say this does not fit with Rebbe Yehuda, because the whole thing comes from around Yehuda. Now, some would say that this Rebbe Yehuda cannot work together with Rebbe Yehuda of our Mishnah. Only Chayiv one. So Ika the Amri, some thought when a person has this relationship with their father or with their uncle, and he's Chayiv twice from Yehuda, that's clearly not going like Rebbe Yehuda's brothers. No? Ika the Amri, there are those who say, after the same Rebbe Yehuda, you can either make this work together with Rebbe Yehuda. Why? How it is Yehuda to say that a person has this relationship with his father would be Chayiv twice, but with his mother not? From his uncle. Why? When it comes to the father's brother, the korban, the other, what's the problem with this person having this relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's Mishkan Zachar, I don't have a problem as it is. But aside from the Mishkan Zachar problem, it is because his father's brother. In other words, the whole comes by way of the fact this is his father's brother. In other words, it's close to the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it could be Chayiv twice. Chayiv Shtayim. All of it will go. It's okay. I mean, the father is even closer. And therefore, you take the Talmud Chaymer to say the person will be Chayiv twice. Now, how can you argue on this? Seems like a very simple Talmud Chaymer. The Kavif will give a put the Abaye Barabba. What will be the Machlokas whether you make this Talmud Chaymer or not? Bar Savar. Over here, you're right. Logically, it would make sense that a person would be Chayiv twice in this relationship with their father. Why? Because the person is Chayiv twice in this relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkan Zachar, is that he is related to his father. So father would be even worse. So it's a very simple, logical inference you can make from this. The father would be even worse, and at least the same. Now the problem is when it comes to Ochu, giving a punishment, you never use Homer to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons, a lot of discussion about this. Beyond this year, simple understanding of this is even though logically everyone in this group might come to a conclusion saying first, that kind of relationship with the father. So at the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know when you stop using logic, you punish another Kalvachomer. You know what? Sometimes you find a little time and just make Kalvachomer. You always think this is more Chomer than that. So you find something which that thing that you thought was Kal actually was more Chomer. And the whole logical inference falls therefore comes to something. We don't get own shit just because of our logical inference. Therefore, even though our logical inference makes sense, that the father's worth than uncle still ain't no shit. Okay, now the Gemara goes through fitting all these psukim together, and Rabbanan Azhara Le'eshes Avin Vidalo. Where do they find the Azhara? Remember, according to them, they used Erbas Avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have the Azhara from? Erbas Eshes Avicha Lo Sigal. They learned it out from the words Erbas Eshes Avicha Lo Sigal. So hold on. With Yehuda, so what does Yehuda do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk. That's the Parakut Chas. Erbas Eshes Erbas Avicha. That's the actual according to the Chas. Now, what does Yehuda do with that? Yehuda Haru we need that Azhara Eshes Avin La'achar Bisa. So we need that for the Azhara to warn us about Eshes Avin Lada after he died. In other words, if your family post that. Rabbanan, so what do they do with that? In other words, how are they going to know that after death? So who be safe to crop after they learned that the jizz, so that pasuk, Erbas Avicha, the repetition of the words, Erbas Avicha follows Erva, that's how they learn even after that. Yehuda, you just do with the extra word. Who be violate, he needs to be shown Ashes Av at the Chayvai, you just dive him, like we said earlier, because Ashes Av, because being father's yes. So the time of there's no problem with this. So a lot of stuff, that's the problem. More going to say, hold on, we learned in our that you do pile on Ashes Ish on top of Ashes Av. Why not? Abal Ashes person, his father's wife, Chayav Allah, Mishlam Ashes Av, the person is Chayav because of his father's wife. Who Mishum Ashes Ish, and because of Ashes Ish, and it says clearly in this, the Bein B'Chai Aviv, Bein La'Kamishis Aviv, and guess what? You're waiting for Yehuda to show up and say, no, only Chayav La'Achav, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah, when it comes to a mother, it's only Chayav once, not twice. You expect Yehuda to pop up and say, it comes to his father's wife, it's only Chayav once, not twice because of his father's wife. And Ashes Ish, so Lo Kolak of Yehuda does not come and argue. Therefore, it can't be that he uses that, teaches the halacha, that he's chayav twice, he's chayav only once. Rabbiya, Mishnah did not report it. However, Kolak of Brisa, you can't stop learning after you learn Mishnah. You can learn a little Brises because the Brisa does argue that such a person can go out and follow his wife once, not twice, because of Ashes Ish and Ashes Av. Okay, Rabbanan Onish, the Ashes Avik, La'achar Misa Midol. So we found in Azhara. Here you find the Onish for the father's wife after he dies. More sufficient, of course, you know, he makes sense because Ma'is Lavi K'zera Shava. He made this El Rabbanan. Just remember, we mentioned earlier on today's that it was Muslim. It was like El Rabbanan Midolahu. Where do they get it from? Amri La, who Erbas of Vicha, they get that from whoever's Vicha. Mafik Lord Yehuda, the Zer Shava, Makulei, Lake Inu, Laonish, Zer Shava, they use that as the owners for Ashes. Which one? Rabbanan. Onish L'imos, Eino Ashes of the Midalu. How do you know this is a punishment? His mother, who's not his father's wife, where did he get that from? Amr of Shisha Bridge of Edi, for all those who were sitting after yesterday's Amr, reference to Shisha Bridge of Edi, didn't tell us who he was coming from. Got some good news for you. Here he is, he finally shared his Mara, which is Amar Kra Imcha. He the pasuk says Emo, She'ena Ashes of it, Emo, the pasuk says Imcha, he fixed that whether to a married mother, so makes the difference whether she's married or not married, any location will be applied. Back to Mishnah Baal Kalesos. First, Boel is daughter-in-law. Now, the asks, L'chayv Nami, you know. The Mishnah does not mean that there's a violation of Ashes Beno. Haya Pasuk Kaleso, the Pasuk opens up. In other words, two separate problems. There's one problem that it's the father's daughter-in-law. Just make sure that that is correct. There's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this dead because she is his daughter-in-law. No, daughter-in-law is not just in law. Allah is something called the daughter-in-law. She becomes the daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she marries his son and the direct relationship with daughter-in-law. So at least what the Gemara is saying. And there's a separate relationship, which is that this woman is his son. So the Gemara wants to say twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his son's wife. Gemara says, also the side nations below Lomar Zui Kalaso Zu Ashes below. No difference between the daughter and son's wife. Again, the problem is the exact same. In other words, you would have thought, like we were saying before, this is a direct relationship with daughter-in-law, which is, again, to separate the two. You would have thought the-in-law and son's wife, and the difference whether you refer to it as your daughter-in-law or your son's wife, but it's only going to be one. Mishnah, Allah behema, the person is boil, an animal. The Isha Mavia es behema beskila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself, the halacha is that there is skila for all parties involved. Now the Mishnah, in a perhaps atypical fashion, the Mishnah asks the question: is Adam chotay? The person did something wrong here. Animals can't do it. Why is the animal being punished? The animal is just an animal. Animals can't make good choices of pure for an animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, this animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible error. Therefore, the pasuk says the animal should be put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation as to why the animal was put to death. Why should look to hate the him over so that's the infamous animal that this following person was put to death over. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing. When it came to Losalim de Blaso, Allah 8, that when it says that we're praying, you don't leave the person there. We mentioned this last week on Shabbos that if it's ever going to be hanged, literally for a second. After the person's already dead, they immediately take it down. Why not? I want a person to say, well, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went ahead and was Barak Hashem, such a kill Hashem comes out about that. Kind of publicizes the story. I want to publicize I think this is a similar concept. If a person engages in this kind of behavior with an animal, and a person is going to be put to death as a result of it, so whenever this animal walks by the street, it says, oh, that's the infamous cow. You know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going down the block. What a Chilul Hashem comes out. First of all, it's Chilul Hashem that this happened. And second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a bizayon, tremendous bizayon to the person. The people you go around talking about that, and therefore I'm just going to put the animal to death. Is that fair to the animal? Life's not fair. Very good. Life's not fair. The human dignity comes. The human dignity takes precedent. You got to remember the human dignity of an Avari. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the the capital punishment actually being carried out, in other words, to qualify for the capital punishment to happen, is very difficult. We'll get to this later on. Because of the Macros again, very difficult to adjudicate case, which is going to result in death penalty. So even for the rare case, the person who was so brazen, they were warned right then and there, the agent took it, and there's nothing else, there's no possible excuses that came up. The person went ahead and brazenly did it in front of Aiden. The Aiden could not be caught up on anything. In such a case, still, you would dignity takes precedence. You would dignity of the Avari takes precedence. Sar, we know what. How do we know he is Kila for a person who engages in this relationship with the Zach? Gemara says, we learned Ish, it says in the pasuk, just to read the pasuk, it says, the Ish asher yishkav as zar mishka be'isha. And a Ish asher yishkav as zachar, sleep with the zachar, the Isha in the way that it's sleep with the woman. So Eva also, it's an abomination what was done. Shneim, Mos, Ivasu, both of them shall be given the punishment of May and Bum to be punished with their blood. Now, the Gemara dashes the pasuk as follows: Ish, it says in the pasuk Ish prat lekata. That excludes the kata. Asher yishkav es zaka. It's an interesting thing. We went through this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a kata? So actually, at the end of today's Gemara, we're going to, if we get to the end of the Dalo, we'll describe this a little bit more. But I mean, Ketan are always excluded. Why tell the pasuk for this? There are those who say that an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the 7 mitzvahs of Bnei Noah, so you don't find the concept of katan and zachar by Bnei Noah. So you might think the concept of a katan of our mitzvah boy is only a Jewish concept. When it comes to bar mitzvah, but that's with regard to the ziyuvim that are relevant to a yid. Maybe when it comes to that are relevant to a ben Noah, that's always going to be the case. Therefore, it makes no difference between the zachar, a katan, and a god. Therefore, ish prat lekata, that excludes a child. Ashrei es zachar, bein gadol, bein katan. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the child is a gadol, then whether or not the subject is a katan, it's still going to be a problem. Mishkevei isha, when it says isha, magid l'cha kasav sheshnei mishkevei isha. The pasuk teaches you that there are. In other words, the pasuk includes the mishkevei isha. It's essentially telling you that by an isha, it's possible for a person to be called kedarka and shalom kedarka. By zachar, obviously the only way to be called kedarka. Now, it says mishkei isha twice to tell you that the mishkevei isha, the second type shalom kedarka of the isha, is also considered to be a bia, which is a problem, and that's going to be the problem by man. So Amar Bishma comes to tell me, he says, Hareza bola lamed nimtza lamad. This pasuk of mishkevei isha came to teach me a halacha by zachar, that a person who engages with a zachar shalom kedarka, that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a zachar. And that's the isser of Mishkav Zachar. Teach you something about Be'isha as well. In other words, we reference Be'isha to teach us halacha about a Zachar. What do we learn by the way when we mention that? When it comes to Isha, the person who thinks to be a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shlo Kedarka, or it's going to be a problem. Most Yumasu, Pasuk tells us they're going to be Chayav Bisa, the Skila. The Chayav Skila, Atoma, the Skila, we're down to this. Hold on. It's really Skila. Maybe this is referring to all other mitzvahs which are relevant in Torah. So maybe it's going to be straight for Harak or Chanek. Gemara says no. It says here we mentioned this Russia many times. It says by Ovi Yadoni being bum. So too over here. It says being bum, therefore it's going to be. All right, so the Gemara Dal top of the Yamah. Onish Shalanu 5. The pasuk is very clear. We have an onish here as hara. We can find it as hara from this stuff. And it's mentioned that we have another pasuk as hara. The warning. The Lomar pasuk says to ask the Zachar. It's very clearly. It doesn't come with it's very clear instruction. That's Zachar Lutzishka. So Eva, it is an abomination. Madu, Azhar L'Shokes in Gemara. That's an Azhar person who is Shokes. Azhar L'Shishka. How do you know the subject word as well? In other words, the Shokes, the active member of the group. Now we find that Azhar says best Zachar L'Shishka. Now how do you know about the Mishka? Person should not engage himself in snus. Omar, to back this up, that the word Kaddish actually is snus. Gam, Kadosh, Hayu, Be'eretz, Ashu, before Davis Hagayim, Asher. We see clearly that the word Kadosh, in this context, refers to Toevos, to abominable actions. And therefore, that adds in, that extra possibility is added in. Even though, this passage over here is Malachim, which helps us to find a passage of Lo Yikodesh B'nei Yisrael, Lo Yikodesh B'nei Yisrael is in the Bar. So that's the Azhara for the Mishkan. That's Rabbi Shmuel. It's very important to keep this in mind. going to see very soon that the drushes are going to have enough to be done. But clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra pasuk of low year, kadesh. That extra pasuk of low year kadesh is the additional pasuk, is the azhar. However, Rabbi Kiva agrees, and he says, "Eino tzara, you do not need pasuk of low year kadesh. Therefore, you have to forget. Hareyu over bes zachar lo sad." We read the pasuk with the nekudos of Sish Mishkevei Isha. So again, when you use the nekudos of lo sishkav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who's active. However, Karibei lo si okay. In other words, it's not nekudos in the Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you can actually read the same word lo sisha okay, so it has a dual definition. One definition is both the shkav versus the activity. The other one is okay, should not be the subject of the activity. Therefore, you have the azhara both for the shokeh and the nishkav the same place. Okay, so we have an azhara for the shokeh, for the nishkav, and we have an onish for the nishkav. That's very clear. Now, behema. How do you know a person engages in this actual behema style? Tarabana, for says the pasuk, ish. Pasuk tells you ish. As we said before, praktikata comes to exclude a child. Ashay yitain shechav from the behema. He gives his shechiva with the behema. Main gedola bekatana, but the animal definitely no such thing as his goal or talking comes to the animal. No size, no more relevant than the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most Yimas Biskila. Pasuk says most Yimas. Now we understand Biskila. Gemara asks the same question as asked many times before. Ata Omer Biskila Oed Elavasu called Mitzvah and words of Torah. How do you know Skila? Maybe it's one of the other types of capital punishment. Nemar Chan Tarogu. Never alone. Kiharog Target. Over here it says Tarogo. It says also by the possible over there is Kiharog Target. God called Kiabov Rishona. Yad called Bakona. I believe those circuits are. A or so says that he was talking about a person who is a basis of Diach, who's trying to public work from his market from Zara. And there it says clearly Yad called Bakona. In that case, Malalam is Kila. Sounds like in that case it says very clearly, it's not Kila. We have the Rog Targenu, words end up being teaching us that okay, fine. We learned the onish, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onish, the person is the subject of this behavior of animal. How do you know that? The says anybody who sleeps with an animal will be punished with these things. We don't need it to tell us the halacha for a person who's action-based person over here. Why? Because we already have a pasuk for that. No Indian, good discuss. Therefore, if it's repeated and it's not necessary, just say something that a person who's the subject. Very good. You found an onish. As we mentioned many times in the summer, the onish is not enough. In the shop, the nishkav has hard enough. Here you have an azhara. A warning in the chicken for first stage behavior of the animal. The lower the pasuk says, "Behema ositein shka yitama." There is shechiva in the animal to become tamei. Madu azhar l'shochet. It's very good. Remember this. We need four cases over here. There is the shochet and the nishkav and the azhara and the onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give me the azhara. However, it's we found the warning, the shokeh for the shokeh. The nishkav from the subject. When you have an azhara, a warning for the subject. So he used the same pasuk earlier. First, he's not be involved. No, it's conceptual behaviors. Omer, it says, as we said earlier, this pasuk can be used as the warning. Now, Bar says, Rabbi Shmuel. That is Rabbi Shmuel learned. Shmuel learned from Lo Yekadesh. Before, we learned this Zachar, we learned the same exact Lo Yekadesh. When it comes to Rabbi Kiva, he learned earlier that he didn't learn Lo Yekadesh Azhara. Rather, he said the words were Zachar lo sishkav, and sishkav can either be pronounced sishkav or sishakev. So therefore, both are included. What is Rabbi Kiva Omer? Enosar Charei Omer lo sitein shachaf shachah, which means you can also pronounce that as lo sitein shachiva shachah. Don't place any of your shkiva. So whether this person is the actionable person or the one who is the subject, in that case, in any case, it's going to be outside. Now, the Gemara is actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drashas, that we get so deep into the drasha to find an nafkamina in the drasha. Because there is a nafkamina, the Gemara is going to go through it. Habal Zakar, a person who is Baal Zakar. Now, Rashi points out, whenever you see Zakar with the Vav, it refers to the place of the Zakar that a person is engaged in. So, Abal Zakar in this case means the person is the one who is the Shochet, the one who's called the one who's sleeping with the other Zakar. Behavior love that he actually, in the same time, also brought himself in the other way as having a Zakar with it. That doesn't necessarily mean exactly at the same time with the same hella. Referring to a person who's doing the it's the exact same forgetting the person violated a Zakar by being the Shochet, and he was also violated as a Zakar as being the Nishkan. Now, yes, you think about this. Says Rabbi, the Dvar of the Divrei Rabbi Yishmael, according to Rabbi Yishmael, type twice. Why? Because it's a separate azhara for a Zakar, for a Shochet and a Nishkan. So if a person is engaged both as a Shochet and a Nishkan, it's separate averos. Now, his azhara was not a separate part. It just was the Nikuda. You say, it's the same passage, so therefore it can't be what? While Siskav, a lo Sishachet, a Baal Behema, person is Baal and Behema love, and he also has the animal in the other way. So again, Amr Bavon, which will probably be true. Because it's separate of Lo Yeh Kadesh, the separate Israel of being the Shochet and the Nishkav. Called the Lo Siteh Shakam Shakah, Lo Yeh Kadesh. With the Kiva Handle Akas, only type one, so again, it's just a matter of the pronunciation of the word. So it's just a matter of the pronunciation of the word, it's not a separate Isser. So therefore, the Isser of being the active one with an animal, or the subject with an animal, is the same Isser. Therefore, if a person violates both at the same time, only be times once.
Trying to consume you. Trying to destroy you.
Abai disagrees with Rav. He says, Abai Amar, Afilu Rabbi Yishmael, Nami Enichayev Alachas. Even according to Yishmael, you only chayev once. Why? In other words, even it says, Lo Yeh Kadesh, actually as Hara, says Abaya, the teaching of Lo Yeh Kadesh, the Gavrik Sidi, that was a mitzvah that was given to people. And therefore, you can't apply that to the Rabbi Yishmael, according to Yishmael, as Hara is so if you're going to tell me that it's not true, you can't use Lo Yeh Kadesh to warn this kind of engagement with an animal, so you need know the Azhara. In other words, you just nicked off what we said before, where it says not relation to be called Shochet in behavior. It says very clearly, it's called Shochet in behavior. The main in English, okay, we don't need it for the one who is the Shochet, the active member. So in English, it's applied to the Nishkav, that's the rule comes to Sukkot, if you have a possible just repetitive, you don't need it for its actual, the actual meaning of the pasuk, you can always apply it to the same Indian, but it's the same concept, but a different part of it. In this case, you don't need it for the Shochet because it's already a Tara, and you have Onish, and therefore you can apply it to the Nishkav. Now, the Akir Achbar Nishkav Malach Shochet, why did the Torah do that? Why the Torah used Lashon Shochet to describe this? Mas Shochet Onesh here, just like we saw, we have Shochet to tell us that there's Onesh and Azhara for the Shochet. Nishkav Onesh is when it comes to the subject, Onesh, punishment, and there's Azhara. Gemara says now, a nirva with Zakar, a person is nirva to a Zakar, is the subject of this Zakar relationship, the Hanirva Levehema. He's also nirva in the same way to an animal.
arms. That's where COVID-19 came.
So
It came from our tax.
Oh, Rabbi Abo
Goes off.
Rabbi says, according to Kiva, Chayev Shtayim. You need to be Chayev twice. Why? Because it's two separate Yisurim. Two separate Yekamis. Two separate Yisurim. Other was Yishkav. Other was Yishkav. Even if you smell, this word comes as to be, of course, you smell Chayev.
That's a fact.
Elachas. Chayev what? Either lo Yekamis. For both times, lo Yekamis. The Gemara says, use lo Yekamis twice. No, Idi lo Yekamis. Vaya Amar. According to Bishmal, Nami Chayev Shtayim. You can still have Chayev Shtayim if it's the subject or any animal, the sin, or the animal of humas, is the subject, the animal is God. If you don't need that possibility in halacha, just mention for a shochet, you should borrow it. The Ba'abki Rachman Lish, shochet, as we said before, a shochet, the lush of shochet, ma'akim onish v'izr, discount onish v'izr. Again, the same Gemara, just like the shochet. A person who is the active member in the law Zachar, the law, and we also brought a Zachar on it. Or Habal, the so all those cases together. Now, Bain, Rabba, Bain Labaya, the Bishmal Chayev Shalosh, according to Bishmal Chayev 3 times, the Kiva Chayev time, according to Kiva only Chayev twice. Let's go a little further. Turn around.
Are there any stories?
Zachar. It says in the pasuk, Zachar with the vav. Lo katan kegada. It did not make a katan like a gada. Now, as we said, when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar to katan and the gada.
Bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national.
Behema, when it came to a with the behema, katana kigedola. We did equate a katana and gola. Make the difference how old the animal is. The Gemara says, what does this mean? My lo asu bo kigedola. What does it mean? Did it make a child like a gada? Amarav lo asu biak pasos ibesha shanin. We did not make via of a child who's 9, who's less than 9, like a child who's 9. We'll explain this in Shmuel. Amar Shmuel says, "Lo asu bias pasos ibesha shanin." So we didn't make the via of a ben shalosh of less than 3 years, like 3 years. Right? 1 year. Rav Sarek told the Easter Nishkav, less Nishkav. If a person can be a Boel, he can be Nishkav. That's maybe as follows. We know that the bia of a male child under the 9 is not considered bia. We do not assume that the child under the age of 9 has to be able to perform bia. Similarly, humbly speaking, a girl is not considered to be a bia. The question just is, when you have the male child who is the subject, as disturbing this whole conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child to a female child. To say, well, since the male child can perform a bia above the age, cannot perform a bia until the age of 9, therefore the subject, the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a bia until the child is 9. Or to say that, hold on, this Isha, it's like this bia. So just like when it comes to a girl, 3 is the cutoff, and not that. That's Machlokes. That's what Gemara says. What's Machlokes? Rav Machlokes. Okay, if the child's old enough to be the shochet, he's old enough to be the nishkav. Called the less the shochet. If he's not old enough to be a shochet, if he's less than 9, the nishkav. If the male's going to engage with him, an older adult engage with him, then the nishkav is not, again, no one's condoning the behavior. The question just is whether there's a chiyuv pisa in this case, then less of the nishkav is not going to qualify as in Nishkav in that age. Shmuel says Nishkav Isha has to be Mishkav Isha, and therefore Mishkav Isha, child for Mishkav Isha, 3 years old, and therefore you'll give the Zachar the halacha of a female in this content. Now, today, everyone has a wonderful day. What's so fun?
And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those bio research labs that they have in America. One of those giant crazy labs.
Good morning, everyone. Today's daf is daf from Daled. We left off yesterday on daf from Gimel base, and we're going to be 4 lines up from the bottom. So what we were dealing with there was that in the Mishnah we had a machlokus between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. The Tanakama held that if someone has relations with his mother, that person is liable for 2 lavim, for two Isurei lav. What are they? First of all, because, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talked about the fact that it could, as Tosus mentioned yesterday, could also be HSC. But in any event, that the Tanakama holds that you're chayav for both for the father and for both that he's chayav for both over there, the father and the mother. Rabbi Yehuda held that he's only chayav for the mother. We spent time yesterday trying to figure out what's Rabbi Yehuda's source. So the first to bring was Abaye, and actually we have it here. But in order to try to bring it from the pasuk in Vayikra Yosef, where it says Imcha, it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for Imcha. What happened? We rejected that for 2 reasons. The Gemara asked two kashas on that. The Gemara's first kasha was that if that's true, he tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly you should darshan the pasuk that says Ervas Avicha, who that we say in Vayikra test, which is so that therefore, if so, Ervas Avicha, who should tell you that Ervas Avicha should tell you also that you're chayav only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would produce this strange result, as the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has relations with his mother who's not his father is chayav, or with his father's wife who's not his mother is chayav. But if it was his mother who was also his father, then he wouldn't be chayav. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number 1. And question number 2 was, if imcha is a valid limud to tell you that someone is only chayav for relations with their mother but not for their father's wife, then the Rabbanan would have to deal with that pasuk, and they produce the same result, and they say like Rabbi Yehuda that someone is chayav only for their mother but not for Eishes Avicha. So we reject. The Gemara is actually getting back to that answer to say that's imchahi, but we're going to do it in a way that answers those 2 questions. So what Rava says, because Rabbi Yehuda mean that he's chayav only for relations with mother, comes from the pasuk as follows: Ervas Avicha. So that's this pasuk. But what's different now, generally understood, Ervas Avicha lo segala, the person should not have relations with his father. What Rava is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that those words, Ervas Avicha, we're going to see in today's daf how he learns it. But Ervas Avicha is to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Avicha. And then, so the Gemara says, Dueishes Avicha, Umaisi lo b'gzer shava. We're going to see soon gzer shava. How does he know that Ervas Avicha is a reference to the father's wife? Umashma bein Eishes Aviv shehi imo, bein Eishes Aviv she'eno imo. So in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know the wife of the father. And Imo Sheino Eishes Aviv Minayin. What happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e., that this child was born, the child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock? Talmulomar Ervas Imcha Segala. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So we say that's how we know his mother who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues, Imchahi, and the way we're understanding now is Mishum Ima that he's only chayav for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first pasuk way that we're understanding is that Erva is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Erva Imcha Lo Shala is a reference to his mother, whether married. And Imcha, he then comes back and modifies Erva Savicha. So we were saying Erva Savicha includes whether it's his mother or now we're saying no. The part that it says even if it's his mother, that we're knocking out because Imchahi knocks out the part that says it's his mother and tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is the wife of the father and his mother, he's only chayav for Imchahi. So this answers the two questions we had yesterday when we tried using MD. The first question was you produce. If say that Imchahi tells you your mother not the wife of your asked and so to tell you the opposite, that it's the wife of your father, but not your mother. So that you would produce this result that it was his mother and the wife of his father. We say no. Now it's not a problem because once you understand that Erva Savicha is a reference to the wife of the father, so now you have wife of the father and mother who's not a wife in the same pasuk, and Imchahi can then modify something that's in the pasuk, which would be wife of the father. However, Erva Savicha who cannot be modifying. In other words, the Gemara's kasha was let's not modify a case where it's his mother who's not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this pasuk, right? Because this is only talking about wife of the not actual mother. So Erva Savicha who has nothing to go on to negate it and say it's not that he can't be chayav for relations with his mother, as opposed to this pasuk. It has Erva Savicha, which is wife of the father and mother, and therefore Imchahi can come and modify Erva Savicha. So that's why we're not worried that we dash in Imchahi but don't dash Savicha. So that's the answer to the Gemara's first question. The Gemara's second question was, if you're right that Imchahi is such a good drasha, then the Rabbanon should also make the same drasha, and if they're going to make the same drasha, then they should produce the same result as Rabbi Yehuda, where Imchahi modifies Erva Savicha to say that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not worried about that because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Erva Savicha, which we're going to learn in the Gzeir Shal. His understanding that Erva Savicha heard the wife of his father. And that's why Imchahi can modify it. But according to the Rabbanan, the pasuk Erva Savicha is actually according to the Rabbanan coming to tell us that he shouldn't have relationship with his mother. That he shouldn't have mishkav over his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only Imcha Lo Sigala, which is talking about his mother, so then Imcha he has negated. So that's why it doesn't work the Rabbanan. So we've now answered. We're not worried about Erva Savicha because it has nothing to modify. Only Imcha he has something to modify. And we're not worried that Chazal should make the same drasha as Rabbi Yehuda from Imchahi because they disagree fundamentally about what the beginning of the pasuk is talking about. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda holds that it's talking about the wife of the father. Rabbanan holds it's talking about having relations with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how Rabbi Yehuda knows it. Now we reference Rabbi Yehuda making Gzeir Shava. The Gemara is going to bring up brayso that supports Rava's answer, and we're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit of detail. And it's technical. That's why we're doing the visual aid today. We'll see if this works. Okay, so top of Tanya Kavasi de Rava. We learned the brayso in accordance with Rava. Rava was what Rava explaining that the main chiddush of Rava was Erva Savicha to include the wife of the husband. Now Rashi points out, how do you know that this brayso you're going to bring us back to the view of Rabbi Yehuda? Because the brayso we're going to bring is from Safra, and we know that Stam Safra Rabbi Yehuda. That anytime the Gemara brings the Safra, anytime that that's Rabbi Yehuda. So we know this is his opinion, and we're going to bring from Safra. We're going to see that Rabbi Yehuda in fact holds like Rava just said and how he dashes this pasuk. So here we go. Yid Prophet Katan, about someone who that's the pasuk we're going to dash. We say as follows: each problem katan. We tell you that if a katan has relations with the wife of his, he's not chayav. After Yishkav and Ashes Aviv, so obeying Ashes Aviv Shalimo, right? So this is telling you that relations with the wife of his father, whether it's his mother or not, is in. Now we're talking about after the pasuk is written most yimsu shneim d'meim ba. So what are we talking about? It's telling you the punishment. So we know every avera in the Torah, we need the onus and the azara. We need punishment and the warning. So the punishment we're going to deal with first. Isha tells you wife of father, whether his mother or not, is an onus, so he's going to get killed. Now the pasuk continues. Imo she'eno eshes. What about his mother who's not married to his mother, i.e. he was born out of wedlock? That's covered. Where do you know that from? Tamaloma ervas of his gila. So he says, I'm going to learn it from this pasuk erva that he exposed the erva of his father. Now that doesn't in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who's not married to his father is not considered ervas of it. It's not considered the erva of his father. So how does he learn it? He's that lahakish v'lodon mimenet. Therefore, these words. What do you need these words? These are the aces of it should be enough. Why do you need to say ervas of gila? It must be coming based on the Jereshava that we'll learn shortly to tell you that not only is he Chai father, but also Chai for his mother who is not married to his father. And then the Gemara is going to continue darshan in the pasuk. Most yomsu that they'll like the skila, that this is stoning. Now the Gemara is telling the skila ain't elevat to come to Torah. The Gemara says, well, no, it's stoning. Now we yesterday what the Gemara is about to say. It says, "Never come to Mayam Bam." The never both you don't need the Mayam Bam. So that it says here the pasuk continues most yomsu shneyam the Mayam Bam, and we know that the pasuk by Obi Adoni, which explicit that when you have someone who serves Obi who does Obi that commutes with the dead. Says that you stone them, just like I don't use stone, so here also you stone. And we had yesterday when we were talking about Zayda and Ravina, the limud of Ovidoni is from the words the Mayam. Okay, so that's where we are. Malahel Maskila, not Kamaskila, so that's this is here. Okay, so Gemara says fine. So Onish heard this as Haraminai. Where do we Torah? So the Onish, wife of father, whether they're wife of father or not. Okay. Talmud Lomer. So now, how do we know the Azharat? Ervas avicha lo segala. The father you should not uncover. Ervas avicha do ashes avicha. So he says this talking about the wife of. So right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this brisa is because what did we say just now in our base, Rava Dancer? The Kiddush of Rava understanding of Yehuda is that he understands these words Ervas avicha to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with his father. So therefore, this by the way, that Rabbi Yehuda, with this whole purpose for bringing the message, so we want to show, like Rava, that Rabbi Yehuda darns these words, Erva Tavicha, to mean the wife of the husband. So the Bride says, Erva Tavicha lo segala, Erva Tavicha, do Ashes Tavicha. This is a reference to wife of the father. So the Gemara says, well, how do I know? So he says, well, how do I know it's the case of that anybody shouldn't have Mishkov Zaka with it? So the Gemara says, no, because Nemerkan, Erva Tavicha Gala, the Nemer Alan, Erva Avu Gila says that he's going to make as follows. Remember, we said these words were extra, we're going to make Xer Shava. We're going to see the Xer Shava now. So he says as follows. It says, Erva Erva Tavicha Lo Sigala, it says, Erva Tavicha, following like that. So he says that there. We want to figure out, is that talking about a wife of the husband? He says, I'm going to make a Xer Shava to Ervas Aviv Gila, this pasuk up here. Once I have that Xer Shava, this pasuk is very clearly talking about someone who has relations with the wife of his father. So we say, just as here, the pasuk is talking about the wife of the father, so too here, we're going to be talking, Ervas Aviv Gila, talking about wife of the father. So that's how Rabbi Yehuda knows his Kiddush to darshan that Ervas Avicha is not talking about Mishkav Zaka with the father, but rather is talking about wife of the father. So Mala Halam Beishas HaKasim Medaber. Just like in this passage, clearly it's talking about a marriage, Ashes of it. For here also it's talking about wife. Mashma, and the fact that it's Asabicha, it's distinguished between his mother, not Mashma Beishas of Imo, Ashes of She'eno Imo. That regardless of whether or not it's his mother, wife of his father, then he's now continues the click emo or continues the emo and how do I know if his mother bore him out of wedlock, meaning she was not married to the father? That it says Eretz Imcha Lo Sigala is coming to tell you that even his mother, who was not married to the father, okay. So he says, now the Gemara is going to have a little bit of a funny language. Basically, what it's coming back to is saying as follows. Ainly Elabaz So he said as follows. So now this is really the Ger Shava that we referenced earlier. But he said as follows. That I see in the Azhara, in the Pasuk of Azhara, that it compares his mother that is not the wife of his father to the mother who is the wife of the father, because you have both of them in the same pasuk. But how do I know that at the Onesh level? So we say Nemerkan Eretz Avicha Lo Tegala. It's written here Eretz Avicha Lo Tegala. The Nemer Lahalon, it's written up here Eretz Avicha Ma Biazhara Asa Kasas Imo She'eno Ashes of it, just like in this pasuk, it compares when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married to him. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells you that both for purposes of Onesh and for Azhara, that the pasuk is based on their Shabbat between Eretz Lo Sigala and Eretz Avos is coming to them both the Onesh and Azhara to wife of father as well as his mother who's not the wife of the father. Okay? So therefore, so therefore, just like in Azhara we have both wife of father and mother, so to here, by the Onesh, we have wife of father and mother. So now continue the and this is the second aspect of what we're proving. The pasuk continues. Imchahi. What is Imchahi? He tells you Mishum Imo Atamachayvo Viatamachayvo Mishum Eishes of that we're going to say that Imchahi comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Avicha. From Eretz Avicha, we were learning wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. And now we're saying Imchahi tells you sorry, he's not chaya for wife of his father if it's all his mother, right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father who's not his mother, and this is coming to tell you mother who's not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mother, Imchahi negates the limud that Eretz Avicha, wife of the father, applies even when it's his mother, and therefore, if this negates that aspect of Eretz Avicha, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person has relations with his mother, also the wife of the father, that person is only chayav for Imchahi, because Imchahi took out Eretz Avicha, the liability for relations with his mother who's married to his father, Ashes Avicha. So that's how we're going to learn. Okay, so now we've completed the brayso. What have we proven from this brayso? On the base that we actually did this morning, Rava said that the reason Imchahi can modify this pasuk, we're not worried about Eretz Avicha, is because he negates half of what we learned from Eretz Avicha to say that Imchahi tells you he's only chayav for relations with his mother, who's the wife of his father. He's only chayav for the mother part because of the word Imchahi. So we now write so that very clearly says exactly the way Rav explained Rav Yehuda. Okay, so now to figure out some things that are missing. Rabbanan, Rabbanan, what to do with this pasuk of Eretz Avicha? So we had Eretz Avicha, which should come to tell us Eretz Avicha, which is modified by Imchahi. He should come to tell you that you're only on relations with the mother, but not the wife of his father. When he has with his mother, who is the wife of his father. Why don't the Rabbanan learn like that? So the Rabbanan say very simple. Why I don't learn like that? Because I don't believe Eretz Avicha is talking about relations with the wife of the father. I think Eretz Avicha is talking about having relations with your father. So that's the Rabbanan. What do the Rabbanan say? They say Eretz Avicha mamish. So the Gemara Gemara says, well, if you're coming to tell me, pasuk is coming to tell you that you can't have relations with other, what do I need this pasuk for? Hi, maybe as Zachar not l'chayev. He says the pasuk says as Zachar isha that a person should not have relations. So what do you need to tell me that I shouldn't have relations with my father? I'm not having relations with any man. So the Gemara says l'chayev olav shtayim to make him chayev two. And what does that mean? We learned yesterday that obviously, if we're talking about killing him, he gets killed for either one. What's the point of two? Is to say that if somehow he did it by accident, and by accident doesn't mean fully, for whatever reason he thought it was permitted, that he has to bring two chatas also. Rabbi Yehuda, this is similar like we learned like Rabbi Yehuda, which is different than Rabbi Yehuda, who we've been dealing with is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, Nafri Habala Chayev Shtayim. It says a Nafri. Now we're going to see in the Gemara in a moment that this does not mean really a Nafri. It means a Jew. The Jew who comes on his father is Shtayim. What are the two? It's Chayev for Ervas Avicha, so you shouldn't have relations with your father. Chayev for the you shouldn't have Mishkav Zachar, so he's Chayev too. Similarly, that someone who has relations, who has homosexual relations with his uncle, is also Chayev Shtayim. Why? Because the how do we know? It says
you can't control the earth's temperature. You can't control the earth's.
It says Ervas Avicha Lo Sigala. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's all agree first. Let's agree that human.
Basically, the pasuk says that someone uncovered the Erva. Okay, the Ervas Achi Avicha Lo Sigala. So the pasuk says that the Erva of the brother of your father you should not uncover. You might say, so you might say that is maybe that's talking his wife and not about having relations with the uncle himself. So we say no, because at the end of the pasuk it said expressly. So therefore, in the beginning when it says it must be talking about not having homosexual relations with him. So what do you see? So you are saying that you're chayev, right? So if you're chayev two, that if you're chayev two, it must be one because of Eretz Avicha or Eretz Achi Avicha, and the other because of the general prohibition on homosexuality. Okay. Other chayev types. So Amar Rava says, Mistabra Milzer of Yehuda Yisrael B'Shogeg U'B'Karban. So he says, what we're focused on right now is why does it say Nafri? If you tell me it's a Jew, and we're talking about he did it by accident, meaning he was doing something wrong, and we're talking about Karban, so then it's significant to understand why he would be chayav twice. But if we're talking behind the comment Nafri, and then why would it say Nafri? So that makes sense. But the Isa, but if you would think that Nafri Mammon, so if you think that literally that a guy is chayav double misma, what's the halacha of a guy who has homosexual relations? Katla, he gets killed. Katla slayer, are you going to kill him twice? It doesn't make sense. So if you're talking about being over on two death penalties, it's only relevant to talking about a Jew who did it without realizing he did it. So we're not actually killing him, and now he has to bring a carpet. He has to bring soup because he was over on two lavin. So what do you see? You see that literally that the Rabbanan in Ervas Avicha to mean a prohibition literally on having relations, a man to have relations with his father, and that's why I have twice. Once for Ervas Avicha and once for Nami Hafi. So we learned another price that said similar to this. Habal Aviv Chayev Shtayim. Habal Achi Aviv Chayev Shtayim. That's someone who comes has relations with his father. Man has relations with his father two lavin, and similarly, someone has relations with his uncle is twice. Okay, so now the question would be, on its face, this would seem to negate Ika the Amri, the low Rabbi Yehuda. So some say that this brisa that talks about him being chayav twice is not like Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because remember, Rabbi Yehuda learned that Ervas Avicha is talking about wife of his father. It's not talking about homosexual relations with his father. So therefore, the only thing that Rabbi Yehuda has, if someone has relations with his father, general prohibition, Mishkav Zakar, it does not have pasuk. So when the Brisa says that he's chayav twice, it has to be the Rabbanan and not Rabbi Yehuda. That's one version. The Ika the army, there are others who said Afilu Teim Rabbi Yehuda. You could even say that Brisa is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda would agree that when a person has a relation, he's over on two of them and he needs two chatas offerings. Why? How would he bring it? He's going to say, I'm going to bring you a kapomer. Then when someone has relations with his father, he's over on two, he's doing these. So why? Because Achi Aviv the Korban the Aviv who Chayim Aviv will kosher. So he says, the kapomer. He says as follows. We have a pasuk that says you can't have Mishka Zakar father's brother, right? Well, what's his relationship to his father's brother, right? So if his uncle, if he's chayav for relations with his uncle, he surely should be chayav for relations with his father. So therefore, you have a kabel komer that from the uncle that the father also has a key of me. And then you add on top of that the general prayer, and you end up with two. For even according to Rabbi Yehuda, who does not understand Eretz Avichos relations with his father. Okay, so we have one says that in this Brisa that says you're over on two is not like Rabbi Yehuda because it can't use Eretz Avichos to talk about relations with his father. And the other Brisa says no, even Rabbi Yehuda could agree that someone has relations with his father is over on two because they have a kabel komer. What are they arguing about? They come this with the Abai Barabba. They're arguing about the Machlokes of Abai Barabba, which we're going to see later on in the Hadron. Mar Savar on Shadin. Mar Savar ain't on Shadin. So he says that one of them holds that you can punish someone using a logical argument like a kabel komer. The other holds that you can make a kabel komer. Is to punish someone, and make him chayav a chasva. So then it's fine because Rabbi Yehuda can agree that he's over for his father. One from the prohibition on Mishkav Zakar, and one from the kabel from his uncle. But if you understand that you cannot make a kabel komer to be mechayim someone misa, so then you no longer have the kabel komer, and you don't have the pasuk Eretz Avichos to tell you relations with the father. So all you're left with is the general prohibition on Mishkav Zakar, and then therefore the Brisa that says that you're a chayav on three, not much like Rabbanan and not like Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda would say Eretz Avichos is used up for talking about wife of the father. Rabbanan Azhara is Aviv Minaluhu. So here the Rabbanan learned the Azhara from Eshes Aviv, because remember what happened here is this pasuk, which is the Azhara pasuk that teaches you about your father's wife or the he learned Eretz Avichos talking about Mishkav, right? So Rabbanan learned. So then, therefore, you know mother who's not married to the father. But how do you know where is the Azhara for the wife of the father? So the Gemara says, we have this other pasuk down here, Yud Tes Tes, which says told you that that's the Azhara, according to the Rabbanan, a man cannot have relations with the wife of his father, even if it's not mother. Okay, so we say Rabbi Yehuda. So why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn it from Eretz Avicha? Why not? Why doesn't he learn it from a very explicit pasuk? Yud Tes Tes, which says everything should be close to God. So the Gemara says he learns that he needs that pasuk to tell you that a person is chayav, which we actually saw in our mission yesterday, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father dies. So if his father marries a woman who's not his mother, his father dies, he has relations with that woman, he's been over on the Rabbi Yehuda would use this pasuk. Okay, where would the Rabbanan know the halacha in our mission that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father died? So the Gemara says, how do you say for the Kronafka? Eretz Avichahu. So the end of the pasuk says, "Eretz Avichahu." Those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan used to learn that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father is no longer living. Rabbi Yehuda, what about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words? Eretz Avichahu. So he says he's coming to teach you that these words, Eretz Avichahu, comes to tell you that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who's married to his father still, that he's only chayav for relationship with the father. He's not a general prohibition. That's what Rabbi Yehuda learned from the word Savichahu. Now, hopefully, someone will ask the question that yes, no, we said expressly not like that. Someone who comes on the relations with the wife of his father, that the both for Eshes and for Eshes, whether the father is living or not. This is an uncontested statement in the Mishnah. So Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yehuda never argued. So if Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Avichahu that a person has relations with the wife of his father, he's chayav only for the wife of the father, but not for general prohibition on Eshes. So then Rabbi Yehuda, who dashes that pasuk, should have argued on the Mishnah and said, "Hold on, you're only chayav for relations with the wife of the father." So the Gemara says, "I'm Rabbiya, Polik B'Psek." And Rabbi Yehuda does argue, and it just happens to be in the middle he didn't say it, but in a brisa somewhere it must be that he says it. Okay, Rabban Onesh Eshes La'achar Misa. Okay, so we said that we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda. We talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala that I'm sorry. So that was Azhara. So I'm sorry. So we have as follows. That we're talking now about halacha that whether that if a man has relations with the wife of he dies. So Rabbi Yehuda learned that the Rabbanan learned it from Eretz Avichahu. Now the question here is that's the azhara, that's the warning. But remember, we need a punishment also. So where's the punishment? So now the Gemara says this Rabbi Yehuda Ma'isi Lo B'Gzer Shava. So Rabbi Yehuda, this is not because Rabbi Yehuda was the azhara from Eretz Avichahu. How would he know the onish? Because remember, we had a Gzer Shava that we compared Eretz Avichahu to Eretz Aviv Gila. To tell you that there's a Gzer Shava between Onish and Azhara, you know one, you know the other. So therefore, once Rabbi Yehuda knows Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala comes to tell you that there's an Azhara, there's a warning not to have relations with the wife and the father, so then the Gzer Shava tells you that there's. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that Gzer Shava, and B, learning it from the words Eretz Avichahu, that's how they know Azhara. But how do they know Onish? So we say, El Rabbanim Minalahu, where do they know it from? Amri Lacha, Ahu Erbas Aviv Gilo, the Mafik La Rabbi Yehuda was there, Shava Mafkile Inhu La Onish Ages Aviv Lachar Misa. So he says as follows, that if you remember that Rabbi Yehuda used these words, Erbas Aviv Gilo, which were extra, to connect a Gzer Shava between Gila and Eretz Avicha Lo Segala, right? But and that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach that first of all that this pasuk is not talking about Mishkav Zachar with his father, but rather it's talking about the wife of the father, and it was also talking about the Gzer Shava to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only a Gzer Shava according to Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanan didn't darshan that Gzer Shava. So as Rabbi Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra, and the Rabbanan did not use the Gzer Shava. They're saying, okay, these words, Eretz Aviv Gilo, are extra, come to tell you the onish, the punishment, because remember this pasuk is again a punishment pasuk. It says, most yom tu shneim d'meim bam. It's coming to tell you the onish for someone who has relations with the wife of his father, even after his father died. Those words are extra. Okay? Rabbanan, onish le'imo she'esh aviv, onish le'imo she'esh aviv minalu. Okay, so remember that we had the Eretz Imcha Lo Segala was a hara that he shouldn't have relations with his mother, who's not the wife of his father. And we have an azhara of Eretz Eshes Avicha Segala that the wife of the Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which the Rabbanan understands to be an azhara for his mother who's not married to his father. And then you have Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala to tell you that there's an azhara on the wife of the father, right? So we have azhara for both mother and wife of father. But onish, remember, we only know the Yishkav Eshes Aviv, which tells you wife of the father. But how do we know an onish for mother who is not married to the father? So I'm Rav Shisha Breder V'Idai. Now remember, by the way, we referenced Rav Shisha Breder V'Idai. I told you we were going to learn today. That's this. The pasuk says Ilahi. The pasuk says his mother. So he says as follows: that we have Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which is talking about his mother, and then the pasuk needlessly says Imcha Hi, it's his mother. So that comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what, whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father. So that's how they learn onesh for the case of the mother who's not married to the father. That's how the Rabbanan learn it from Imcha. Okay, now we're finished with our chart. Okay, so who has relations with his daughter-in-law. The Gemara says, so what is the pasuk that says by Saw? It says the pasuk says Ervas Kalaska Lo Segala, the erva of your daughter-in-law you should not uncover. Ashes Bincha Hi Lo Segala Ervasa. It's the wife of your son you should not uncover. So what do you see? You see two things the pasuk is telling you. The one says Ervas Kalaska Lo Segala, and then the other one says Ashes Bincha Hi Lo Segala. Implies that there's two lavim that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter-in-law. So the Gemara says, I have not even why did you tell me the Mishnah that he's chayav for two lavim? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It should be one for married woman, one for his daughter-in-law, and another for his daughter-in-law, because there's two things in the Gemara called Zuhi Kalaso, Zuhi Eshes Beno. He says no. Ervas Kalaska Lo Segala Eshes Bincha Hi Lo Segala Ervasi. You're saying that's two psukim. It's not really two psukim. It's the same person. It's both talking about the daughter-in-law, and therefore there's only one lav of the daughter-in-law and one lav of Eshes, which is what our Mishnah told us. So you might ask, well, if so, why does the pasuk repeat it twice? So they say, Rashi points out that this is in order to be machayev him even akar misa. It says twice his daughter-in-law, once for his daughter-in-law when her alive, and once for his daughter-in-law even after the son dies. But it's at the end of the day, love. Okay, and that's why our mission said he's over on two lavs, one for daughter-in-law, and one the general prohibition on Eshes. Okay. We said in the mission before, we had 18 cases. This is the first 3 of them. Someone has a relationship who engages affirmatively in an act, homosexual act, and al-behema, someone who engages in bestiality, and a woman who engages in bestiality by bringing a baby on her. All of those get skila. Now the Gemara asks the question: the Mishnah, he says, now we know the halacha is the Torah tells us that if someone has relations with a behema, not only does he get killed, but the animal killed. So the Mishnah inquires about this. This is an interesting halacha. He said, what did he do wrong? I get it. The man did a chesh. What did the behema do? We're going to see what this means in the Gemara. But it says, since this animal brought a person to sin, therefore the pasuk says it should be stoned. We'll see in the Gemara what it means. Another possibility. To be that people see Bessie the cow walking around and people say, oh, Bessie, that's the one who Reuben, whatever, had relations with. So, and we'll see in the Gemara why then these two answers are about, but that's the reason it's killed. Okay, so the Gemara says, Zachar Chayav for Skila for Mishkav Zachar, because the pasuk says, the darshan is the pasuk Ish. So it says katan. That's saying it's talking about a man, not a katan. Asher yishkav zachar, who has relations with a zachar, ben gadol ben katan. So it's saying that if someone has relations with a katan, so someone sodomizes a 10-year-old, that he's chayav, even though the recipient of his act was a katan. Conversely, if the katan was 10 years old and had relations, had mishkav zachar with a 30-year-old, so then the 30-year-old is chayav, even though the person who was performing the act was a katan. So we see that applies at some level. We'll get into a little more clarification on detail, hopefully, if we get to the end of this. Mishkavei Isha, the thing is Mishkavei Isha who has implied plural forms of relationships similar to a woman. So we say as follows, that it's not coming to teach us about Mishkav Zachar, it's coming to teaches about relations with a woman as follows. Isha plural come tell you that if a man has relations, let's say with his sister, anyone he's not permitted to, it's coming to tell you that not only is that true if he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has I'm sorry, even if he has anal with his sister, that would still be a violation of the Erev, and he would be chayav misa. He says, interestingly, this you would think was coming to tell you a halacha of mishkav zachar, but actually it's coming to teach you from mishkav zachar that it says mishkav isha, and it equates the two forms of intercourse with a woman with a man. With a woman. To tell you that therefore any case that relations with a woman is impermissible, that's true whether it's in the natural or unnatural. Most yomsu, the pasuk continues, they shall surely die with skila, with stoning. The Gemara says that skila ain't allowed to come to the words for Torah. How do you know it's skila when it should die? Maybe it means straight or penic. The Gemara says never above you don't demand above. So we've had this before that since here by Mishkav Zachar, it says the man above malaham afkam skila, just like in the case of Oviadoni, it's clear that skila. So too here in Mishkav Zachar, it's clear that it is skila. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So now I have a pasuk that teaches us that people who engage in Mishkav Zachar get killed. So that's onesh shamanu as hard minayin. How do I know that you're not supposed to have, that you have to be warned in the Torah to tell you that you're not allowed to have Mishkav Zachar? Tamalamar that Zachar lo tishkav Mishkav Isha toehu he. So we say the pasuk says you should not have. It's another pasuk that says you shouldn't have homosexual relations. It's toeva. Lamadnu as I'm sorry. Lamadnu as hara l'sholchev. As hara l'nishkav. He says as follows. So what are we proving so far? We had an oneg, which talked about both of them. So both the person, it says that two people should not have it. The man bum. Both of them are chayav misa. So the onesh we know is true both for the performer, the actor, and of the mishkav zachar. But her, we learned from the pasuk it says that tishkav mishkav isha, you should engage in homosexual relations with a man. That's called actor. But how do we know that the recipient has an azhara? Okay. Azhara l'nishkav minayin. Tamalumar b'nei Yisrael. The pasuk says in Devarim that there's be a kadesh b'nei Yisrael, Omer, and we have a kadesh hi ba'aretz. I'm sorry, the gam kadesh hi ba'aretz in the land. Also, you did like all of the toev of the goyim that the Rebbeinu Shalom kicked out of Eretz Yisrael. So you see that it says the word kadesh in Malachim Aleph by dealing with toevos, and we know that one of the toevos that's dealt with in Torah is Mishkav Zachar. And so once we know that when it talks about Kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael, it includes Mishkav Zachar, then when the pasuk in the Devarim says, well, yeah, Kadesh means Bnei Yisrael, that there shouldn't be, it's coming to tell you that there not be Mishkav Zachar. So you see that it is a Azhara. How do you know that it's for the recipient? Because since we see by the Onesh that it's true whether the person gets punished, whether they're the actor or the recipient. So to here in this Azhara, it applies when it says Kadesh, Kadesh, it's saying even the recipient. Okay, these are very small. These words are very small. Rabbi Kiva says, Eino Tzara. I don't need to come onto this whole loish business. That's why, because Hareyu Omer, it's written in the pasuk. We brought the Azhara, which we understood to be talking about only the actor. Because it says Yazachar le'tishkav mishkav isha. He says Yazachar le'tishkav mishkav isha. Kribeit lo tishachev. Says that pasuk that said you should not engage in acts of mishkav zachar can be read lo tishkav. You should not be the actor, or lo tishav. You should not have the act done upon you. So the same pasuk can teach us both cases, actor and recipient, for purposes of an azhara. Behema minallah. And how do I know that a person has skila for relations with a behemoth? Because the Rabbanan learned ish man prat lekatan to tell you a katan has relations with a behemoth, not chayav misa. The pasuk continues that he. So he says that puts that he is olo ben katana, whether the animal is old, young, it doesn't matter. We're going to do this because by people there's distinction, but by animals there's no distinction. Animal could be 1 hour old, chayav for doing it, could be 50 years old, chayav for doing it. Okay, you must. The pasuk continues. To surely be killed. We say the skilo ain't same question we've had a bunch of times. So it says, how do you know skilo? Maybe it's straight by Herod where it says Nemar Khan, it's written here Taharogu. The Nemar, so it's written in our pasuk Taharogu. The Nemar Lahalan Ki Harak Tahargenu, that we have a pasuk later that's written in Dvarim Yud Gimel, which I think was talking about I don't remember, maybe talking by Aaron Dachas, I don't remember, but it says Harak Tahargenu they should surely be killed. No, it's not Aaron Dachas, I don't remember, but the pasuk is talking about skila. The skila we learned from that Zer Shava, and that even though that Tarog that's here technically speaking about the behema, we learn that the man and the behema get the same punishment. So you see that a person gets a skila who engages in relations with Lamanu Onesh Lanishkav Minala. So he says, okay, this pasuk that told us that the person dies is talking about that's talking about that puts his shchiva in the behema implies that he's the act and that he gets killed. How do I know that a sin who allows himself a man who allows himself to be sodomized by an animal gets death? So now the pasuk says any person who lies under the behema gets killed. Now technically this seems to apply to someone who's the actor. We're looking for something of someone who's the recipient. But why is it relevant? Because since we've already said the actor gets killed, so what do you need this pasuk? We already learned it from Isha Behema. So the Gemara says, therefore, it's an extra pasuk telling us that he's only with Shochim, only in Nishka. So that if we have this concept that if you don't need it for a person who's the actor, then we'll use it instead for the person who's the recipient. Lamanu Onesh, Bein L'Shochim, Bein L'Nishka. He says, okay, fine, I accept that, Joshua. So we've learned the Onesh, that there's a punishment whether the person is the one performing the Mishkav Zachar or the one who's the recipient of the Mishkav Zachar. Azhara Minayin. How do I know Azhara? Lomer, we'll hold the Hema Lotite Shekapta, so Tamaba. Okay, so it says that in any animal you shouldn't put Tamaba. I'm sorry. So he says that is the Azhara. It says that you should not have relations with the behema, so that's the azhara for so Zalman azhara l'shochet. So we see the warning that it not be the actor, and the nishkav minai, that it shouldn't be the recipient. So we've now established onus for both actor and recipient. Azhara warning for the actor. How do I know for the recipient? Halamer lo yeh kadesh is name so. V'amer gam kadesh hayab. The same drasha we had before, that when it says Loyia Kadesh, it's wrapped our Toeva. Before we used it for Mishkav Zafar, now we're using it for Mishkav Behema because that's also considered a Toeva. And once it's a Toeva, the Gam Kadesh Shivar then translates back to Loyia Kadesh in a form of Azhara. The different Rabbi Shmuel, these are very small. Rabbi Akiva, much like before, Rabbi Akiva said in Azhara, which we said was the actor, said the fact that Torah picks a funny way to say it, you could also understand it, to tell you that you should not be a recipient either. So now we have both the Azhara for the actor and the recipient, and we have the onus for the actor and recipient for Behema. So now we're going to say as follows: someone somehow both performed Mishkav Zachar and received Mishkav Zachar by accident somehow, or without realizing what's wrong. So according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's over on two things, that he needs to bring two chatas. Why? Because one is the pasuk says that Lotishka, which tells you that it is that he should not have relations where he's the actor. Because Loyia Kadesh was where we learned that he should not be the recipient, right? So according to Rabbi Shmuel, it works well. He has to bring two karbochatas because we had one pasuk that tells us he shouldn't be the actor, one pasuk that he shouldn't be the recipient. Akiva ain't a chayv al achas. Because lo tishka v'lo tishachei padahi. Because of Rabbi Akiva, the isser of being an actor and a recipient both come from the pasuk. It says read two different ways. Lo tishachei, but that's still only one lav. So therefore, this is a nafkamina between how Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva learned in Lamaisa, which would be is that if in the same period of unawareness that it was usher, he both performed and had performed on him, and according to Rabbi Shmuel, there are two separate lavs from him here, and therefore he brings two chatos, and according to Rabbi, even though he holds both are usher, he brings lav. Okay, similarly, someone somehow without reading that it was usher, both had issues with the behemoth and had a behemoth in relations with him. Amravo, the different Rabbi Shmuel chayav shtayim. So he says, Rabbi Avo says, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's chayav two. Why? One, because it says so one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said with a behemoth, and that said that he shouldn't be a koeva, that he's the recipient. The different Rabbi Akiva in a chayav al-achas. He would only be chayav one, because why? Rabbi Akiva learned both actor and recipient by Mishka Zachar, by Mishka Behema, from the same pasuk, Losit and Shechavtecha, and then we dash in the B'shchiva say, but they're both coming from one pasuk, so therefore there's only one lav. That's one lav. Okay. Abaya Amar. Abaya argues on Rabbi Avo. Abaya says no. According to Rabbi Shmuel, he's also only chayav one. Why? Because he thinks he was chayav two. Because one, Losit and Shechavtecha. Number two, but he's Abaya argues. He says the Chit Siv Lo Yakadesh to Gavri Siv. He says that pasuk Lo Yakadesh is when it talks about a toeva, is speaking specifically about a toeva of Mishka Zachar. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem saying that Rabbi Shmuel holds this in the case of Mishka Zachar. Mishka Behema, he has a problem because Lo Yakadesh is not talking about Mishka Behema; they're talking about Mishka Zachar. So he said, okay. So then according to Abaya, if you're saying that Lo giving us can't be talking about Mishka Behema, we just use that pasuk to be our source for an azhara on a recipient of Mishka Behema. So El Rabbi Shmuel azhara Mishka Minole. How would he know? Because we just knocked out using Lo Kadesh from telling us an azhara for the recipient of an bestiality. So the Gemara says, not the way he learns it out. It says that if someone lies with the behemoth, surely die. Now that's an extra point. We have this, right? So we have before. This is how we learned the onesh. I'm sorry. This is azhara on someone who is the recipient, because we said the pasuk we have an extra use of azhara. But the Gemara wants to know at the end of the day, if you were trying to teach azhara, why would the Torah put it in the language? If you were trying to teach the recipient, why would they put it in the language of the actor? So the Gemara says, and it chose to do that to tell you, so he says, how do I know that a person has an azhara, a warning not to be a recipient? Is because since the way I knew azhara of an actor had an extra pasuk written by actor. And I'm sorry, the way I knew azhara by recipient is because there was an extra pasuk written by actor. If it doesn't apply to actor, let it apply to recipient. So now, how do I know azhara of the recipient? I'm sorry, that's why I knew azhara of the actor. How do I know azhara of the recipient? Is because why did the Torah at the end of the day, if it wanted to tell you the azhara of actor as opposed to the owner as opposed to the owner of the act, so you should have said it by azhara. Why are you telling the owner? It's coming to tell you the comparison between a shochev and a nishkav, and therefore he's warned. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that is the correct thing. Okay, so the Gemara says, "Ma shochev shehizer af nishkav anu shehizer." Okay, so now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. Hanirva lazar, hanirva lo behemah. So if someone got sodomized a man and a behemoth, I'm sorry. This is someone who did. Okay, says we're gonna be chayav for two. One because it says lostishka mishka behemoth, the other because it says lositen shechab tevabo. But according to Rabbi Shmuel, eno chayav ala achas. Because why? because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day is idi lo yeshu. That either that the way we learned out is that according to Shmuel, that is the recipient of Zafar from Leah Kadesh, and according to Rabbi Shmuel in the view of Rabbi Alvohu, that the source for someone who is the recipient of a behem is also Leah Kadesh. So therefore, we'd only be chayav one. Abaya says, "I feel the very chayav time." Abaya says, now if you remember, before Abaya argued and said a recipient who the recipient of Mishka Behema cannot be from Leah Kadesh, because Leah Kadesh cannot be referring to an animal; it only refers to a man. So he therefore learned it out from so therefore, consistent when he says you're also chayav too, because don't the stifko so behema most you must meno in nishka ba'af yerachmano in nishka b'losh shochet mashok. So that limud that Abaya just learned. So Abaya is saying, according to me, Rabbi Shmuel learned from two different sukkim the recipient of Mishka Zakar and Mishka Behema, and so therefore he is chayav for two chayve chato. Now here's someone who really had an interesting day. Habal Zakar, Behevi Zakar, he both the actor in Mishka Zakar and the recipient of Mishka Zakar, and Habal Behema Behevi Behema Love, and was also the actor in the recipient in bestiality. So you had all four gone. So Bein Rabbi Avo Abaya, that whether you say like Rabbi Avo or you say like Abaya, Rabbi Shmuel chayav shalosh, Rabbi Akiva chayav shtayim. Why? All right. So it's as follows. So remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for Mishka Zakar and Mishka Behema. He was the recipient for Mishka Zakar and Mishka Behema. So according to so how do we know actor? One is Zakar lo tishka. That's one lab. That's the actor by Zakar. How do we know the actor by Behema? Says that's two lavim. Then when he's the recipient, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he knows Zakar from Lo Yekdesh. So that is three, right? And then Rabbi Avo, according to Rabbi Avo, he learns out the recipient of Behema also from Leah Kadesh. But therefore, that you don't get a fourth because you can't use Leah Kadesh a second time. So therefore, according to Rabbi Avo, it's three. Now, according to Abaye, you also have only three because you have Zakar. Lotishka tells you a Zakar the actor. Lotishka tells you actor by Behema. Loyah Kadesh tells you recipient by Zakar. But where did Abaya learn the recipient by Behema from Behema, which is the same source for where he also only had three. But according to Rabbi Akiva, why? Rabbi Akiva tells us both the case of Zakar and Behema, you learn from the pasuk just how you read it. Lo tishkav lo tishachev. Clearly by Behema, it's a Behema lo tishachev or shchiva seif. But at the end of the day, for all four issues, he only has 11. So Rabbi Akiva said you have two. All right, we'll have to stop here. Thank you.
5% serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, dude, this is what's happening when AI is drawing from multiple different sources. They're giving you different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55 times.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of stuff. That's,
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning, and let's begin by taking over our sponsor for this morning trip debate. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin K, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shahar, for dedicating all the students this year as his host. So that's the only sponsors for today. Boston Karen Gold, formerly of Baltimore, now Lakewood, New Jersey, in memory of Bach's father, Bruce Gold, is for the Rocky of the night of our Talmud Torah. The show will have the family in the Chalush, to see the release of more of our hostages. Based on the in the coming days, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's get back and let us begin. Today's dot is Nun Base 52. We are picking up on the Aleph on the base 51B. 51B. Can we get up to Rabbi Akiva Omer? Okay, good. So let's say so. The Gemara says, so again, let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, still steeped in the conversation so far. get straight. One of the interesting ideas that we're going out espousing is hello. Zona בכלל ניסה סמבולה. בשביל שניהם הבסיסים כאשר זונה לעשות סמאותי, ולא לעשות דברי רבי Shmuel. Right, so I ended up literally in the middle of Rabbi Shmuel's position. So I look at the night again, the Gemara says Rabbi Shmuel understands, and this is the conventionally understood as well, that Halakha said the unique thing for a Bas Kohen is only a din of her. It doesn't do her accomplishing the crime, right, to the man with whom she committed adultery, nor does it apply to the Eidim Zola. Now, again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty. Right, so in other words, the man with whom she commits adultery, the witnesses will reciprocal death penalty, but they do not get 3 points for her and her alone. Incredible. But the Kibbutz Jesus says, is the straight fault. So the Akiva says, whether the Bas Kohen is himself or whether she is a Nesua, either way, the punishment is going to be straight fault. Even a person that this applies even to a single. In other words, maybe a Bas Kohen is held to such a high standard that Halakha L'Maaseh, even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, maybe she's going to be subject to straight fault. So we saw this already yesterday. So it says over here, it says in the previous contract, it says over here, Aviyah by the case of Bas Kohen. It says Aviyah in the context of incest. So the Gemara says, it says in both Psukim Aviyah, excuse me, Malhalon is Nisim Zekazbal, Afkan is Nisim Zekazbal. Just like earlier talking about, again, an act of immorality, where there is element of marriage, so too again, Halakha L'Maaseh over here is talking about where there is snus with an element of marriage. I'm going to be Shmuel. Malhalon Na'ala, Yarusa. Afkan Na'ala, the first one line of the on the bottom of Nun Aleph, 51b. I had a says if that's the case, maybe you say just like the context is that she's a Nara and she's a Rusa. So to over here, the second concept should also be only applying if she's a Nara and she's a Rusa. I'm going to be keeping Shmalachi, Bas, Ubas, and Igorish. It's interesting enough, so the curious about to be Shmal, the Pasuk could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Vav. Now, Vav is usually a reward. And Vav comes to include. So what is coming? So although the pasuk is talking about a Nara, who is an Arusa, the extra Vav comes to teaching that it includes all cases of a married Bas Kohen. So the Gemara says, Amalei, I have a very tremendous issue with so that's Rabbi Akiva. And he said, like, he says, interestingly, second one, no, did you say so so first of all, we said that's the correct direction. So because use darshan an extra month, therefore we're going to take this call out for straight thought. I just want to be clear, remember, no one is disagreeing on the fact that there's a death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement over here? What's the death penalty? In Mashma, the Hadith and a Surah, maybe it's Hapnuya. In Mashma, the Hotzi as Hapnuya, Hotzi is a Surah. So remember, so like this, if we're going to mention it to include in a Surah, then by definition also include a Pnuya. Right? It includes all types of Bas Kohen, which is unmarried. In Mashma, Hotzi is Hapnuya, and if you're going to exclude a single girl, Hotzi is a Surah. It should exclude all of you in the Surah as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows: Hani Tzir Shabbat, Lemtu Pniyos, Bahani Bas Ubas. Rabbi says on the Surah. Rabbi Akiva will say like this: it will help to exclude a Pniyos and a single girl, a single Bas Kohen. Subject to any of these halachos. Bob, Bas, Ubas, the extra voice, the rabbis as Hasura comes to include the Surah. But the Shmuel will say, if you come with Bas, Ubas, Shmanina, Hadr, Xer Shabbat. The Bible says, from the fact we're saying Bas, Ubas, it makes it sound like we're holding the Xer Shabbat. Hi, Bas, Ubas, my God. So I remember that we actually use the Ubas, the Bob, to include all different cases of a Bas who's married. And Shmuel rejects that. But Shmuel has to miss the fact that said Bas Kohen. Why did it say Ubas with the extra Bas? So the says, you violated the Tani Abuli Bar Adam. Very interesting. The Tisha Matzim about it. him. Yaakov Nachlot Bidro said, I'm going to talk like this. It's very interesting. I'm going to talk the same way. The Torah makes a distinction by Kohanim, by male Kohanim, between what called blemished and unblemished Kohanim. Right? You know, the distinction that Allah makes the Kohen was about home is not able to do the Avodah. So there's a distinction between blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I might have thought that same distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? And maybe the did Bas Kohen, specifically the did of Bas Kohen, only applies to an unblemished Bas Kohen, to which the Gemara says, Talmud Bas, Ubas. Therefore, there's a reboy, and to tell us that whenever there's a din that applies to a Bas Kohen, it doesn't make a difference. There's just no need of moving by a Bas Kohen. Only is going to move by Kohan, which is Rabbi Akiva. Right, we're learning this out from Rabbi Akiva. Medahem makrivim abayu kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, "We learn the pasuk up. The makrivim, they will offer up the kabbalas b'hayu kodesh, and they will be saying, by teaching us what that the sanctity of Kohen is fundamentally either 2 days. We'll call it unblemished state, but that's only because that Kohen is an element of Kabbalos. But by Bas Kohen, because of Hakrava, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has an incredible. Very short say, so again, Rabbi Shmuel says, from that, I might have thought that maybe the only people Kohen status are claiming themselves. The others don't have at all. So which signifies how much Malon though. Okay. Good. Rabbi Shmuel, so what's the top of the page 52a? Rabbi Shmuel, I as Abiyah Kalalas, my day. So what is the Hebrew? So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with the phrase as Abiyah Kalalas? What does he do with it? So he says, listen to this. So we're trying to follow into the following what do we learn? Gemara says, higher than man over. What does it mean when the pasuk says that she proclaims her father? What does that mean? This is incredible. Are you talking about Kodesh? You're talking about Kol. The pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the Bas Kohen. So remember, just figure this out. I said it's Rachel is whatever. Arusa, Yeshua, Ruben, doesn't matter. She Rachel is the daughter of Aaron. Aaron is a Kohen. Rachel now commits adultery. So the pasuk says, through Rachel's adultery, she profanes her father. What does it mean practically that she profanes her father? So the Gemara says, it means that her father's status changes of her behavior. So for example, the Gemara says, if again they were normally treated in a more exalted, right, in a holy way, they would treat him in a more mundane way. Covered, if they're not giving covered, in both Zion, they would be in a discouraging way. The idea that because of the brother's belief, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Kohen, and if you still do the strict covered, we don't give covered anymore. So the Gemara says, why is that? So the Gemara says, only we say, right? Cursed is the person who birthed such a child. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Cursed is the person who literally again, such a person, I guess the translation, issued forth from their loins. So say this in accordance with who we say, when a person is a Russian, the person does terrible things, we call them a Russia, the son of a Russia, even though their parents may really be a tzaddik. Even if he may be a Russia, so who is that? So this is a fascinating discussion. This definitely goes into the notebook of the only topics that we need to find the time to really delve into. Because what you want to say is that there is parental culpability for the actions and decisions of a child. And therefore, again, Rachel, the daughter, commits adultery. You see, Aaron, clearly there is something fundamentally flawed in the inner you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home which you raised your child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions, which means that obviously, again, he did something wrong. He did something the Gemara says over here. So that's in this has an impact on Father. So now, Father, we no longer just give you the honor you deserve because this is the person is the person who raised such a child. Person is the person. So it's not what you'll find is fascinating. And it's not like that in Chazal themselves, there is fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of this for how they're turned out. And you see very repeating motifs in Chazal. And again, we know this as parents. There are sometimes where parents can do every single thing right, but yet my kid makes their own decisions. Right? And children are children, and adults make their own decisions. And a parent might have done every single thing that they were supposed to do, still going to make their own decision. It's so quite possible that the decisions our children make are absolutely steeped in the upbringing and the values or lack of values that we gave them. And that's a difficult pill to swallow because, the Gemara says, move us something that is bent, like something that is bent cannot be made straight. So that's so the Gemara says, what does that mean? Right? We live in a world that we hope in general, or you just type that whatever I do wrong, I can always fix. So what are you saying is that cannot be made straight? So the Gemara says, that's your holy manzer. That's your holy manzer. Right? So I was going to the Gemara literally. Always the Gemara literally, which is what means holy manzer. So for example, relationship, the result of that illicit union is a man. How bad you feel for what you did. Like, how much sugar you do, you can't what? You can't what? You can't do it. The mamzer is there. I tell you, as I get older and look back on losing a family, I feel like sometimes such that mamzer, what it also is a thing. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the things is you allow into your home, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. You can't undo experience. And it's one of the hardest parts because often you need to be a parent on the job. And I only realize my mistakes afterwards. So it's easy to say it's like I created the mamzer. Like it's like I'm not but to say that I really mentioned after I made the mistakes and now I realized I really made some significant mistakes. And the incredible part is you can't undo it. You can't because one of those things where a lot of again I could go back in that open and honest conversation with my kids and say, I can tell you those that I did, they weren't right. And I wanted they weren't right. But if I'm older to my kids that they weren't right, I've created the mindset. I've created the flush. I've created the flushes in the home, and I can't react. So there's this fascination on one hand, the other parent to do everything right. Child still makes their own decisions. So who says that Rachel's reflect on her father? But again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says no. How a child behaves and how a child lives his life is reflection of the chiluk that he or she has received in the home growing up, which is right. They're both right. There are elements of both of us, which is why, again, the chiluk of our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes for our children, the lifestyles for our children, everything goes into the chiluk, and if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, they're telling us, we, the parent, is held responsible. Incredible. That's how it's going. So it's a nice thing that's how it's going. Why does the Mishnah is interesting, right? Because the Mishnah ended up, this is the mitzvah. So why does the Mishnah end up this way? We should be found out, Mikmar Hadin, Motzien Odo Mistachlo. Again, what did we say before? So it's if Allah is liable to steal, we think about to steal. Case has steal, not the last mission we did 2 minutes ago. They said skill higher than Tananami didn't say scholar. Because also here's what's interesting. Even spoke about the misos, but it was the misos of the skill of the show. If we had skill of misos, and then we want to close out the discussion of why the Mishnah ends off by saying Zu mitzvah, that's the end of the skill of discussion. And now we begin at Shreifa. Here we go, Mishnah, wild stuff. So what is Shreifa? Now I just want to point out, just to start to go on. Halacha l'maisa, right? What are you doing with the bas kohen? So Rama asks, is a hilchos isuri via parakna halacha gimel? Bas kohen is inside. V'shi isha ishes ish. Ve'isha haya bayla kohen Haya Yisrael, either Haya Bala, Mazer on Nasin, or Shamachari Ladin, Harizu Bisrefa. Was it Halacha is a bas kohen? Whether she's in a Rusa or she's in a Sua. Whether she's married to a Kohen, Levi, Yisrael, Mamzer, Nisin, Plishki, Givoni, whatever it is, right? So, actually, that's not true. Has to be Jewish, right? So the main again, her judgment for adults is Sreifa. However, the fact, right? But yeah, what's it about is the man who she commits adultery, and by Islam doesn't say it over here, but ultimately again, in Syrian as well, we'll get chenek. Chenek strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. So the only person who gets this unique punishment for adultery is the body herself, whatever you know, and everyone else about chenek. But that's Mishnah. Mishnah's not job. How do we administer the punishment of Sreifa? Pretty much also is never archival. So go ahead and we immerse him in manure up until his thighs. We immerse him in manure. Now, what's that? So it actually says over here in the Shati also, saying that it's happening to keep up, see that from the first. We're going to see is we need to keep him immobilized. So when you keep him immobilized, and he can't move around, because we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. That way he keeps him immobile. We know space to look at for so haraka, and we take a soft we take a soft rope, we take a rough rope, and we put it inside of the soft. So essentially take a rough rope, and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. So the soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. If we call it outside rope, and we wrap it around his neck. So let's say it cuts from moving this guy straight from. Step 1, put him in the north. Step 2, take a 2-5 rope. The outer rope is a coarse rope, the other is a soft rope. We're tying that around his neck. 2 people stand on the center moving, each one holding an end of the rope. And what happens is each one pulls the rope towards him until what results? Until Reuben is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open his mouth. So it means by quite literally, we ignite the circle association and we throw it down his throat. So it says, so sleep is interesting enough is, like a burning at the stake of a person. It's actually not what it is. When you see it's a pouring of molten lead down the throat of the person. That's straight up. So he forces it. He's immobilized, forces his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. Calls it a seal with white corpus. The Zachar himself, the Oregas himself may go down into his kitchens. The Homeres has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. His insides are incinerated, but he's incinerated internally. As Luger Reader says, I will miss the kind of bone with sus. He says, here's the problem. The problem is what? But the problem is you're trying to administer the big off, but you may end up strangling the guy, right? Which by the way, is a different stuff, right? It's chenek. So the problem is if somebody is hiding straight off and you end up giving them chenek, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So the Gemara says, first one, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. The Malik is Hafsila, the Zerka was so big, the Oregas was so male, the Chomeres as Benehel. Rather, what do? We use tongues. Now, obviously, somehow there must be immobilizing him also, right? Because if you're not immobilizing him, he's going to run, he's going to move, and the whole thing. Remember, again, the issue is the lead needs to go down his throat. Because if it doesn't go down his throat, it's going to burn him on the outside. That's not straight up. Straight up is internal emission. So, but yeah, the says we can't do that. The rope thing could be strangulation, so instead force is not opening the tongue. Some of the most difficult money apples, she's insult, Padres Milos, seniors with a great bloody areas. The most of mental says as follows: one time, there was a Bascoin who committed adultery and therefore against Shriva. And what did they do? They surrounded with branches, this and they burned her. They burned her. So the laws of Bensaga, it seems again that the din of Sriva ultimately again is actually burning someone. Burning someone. To which the Gemara says, Amullah b'Vishlo, Haliyah patients are also shot lucky. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Now I will say, now remember again, it's a mistake in the manner of execution. It may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point that we were taking is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Says the Iran, I see that. So first of all, what does it mean it's a whip? So it's on a Psila shoulder. Calls it a whip. Calls it a whip of bread. That actually points out over here. That actually points out over here what they would do. Yeah, so I'm sorry, the Mishnah points out what they would do is they would take like a long piece of lead and they would mold it and they would melt it down. So they call it psila because it was long, it resembled the wick. Okay, we know. So we'll say, so first of all, where do you know this? This is a little bit mind blowing because again, how do you know that srifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So we'll say this is quite interesting. You know, answer straight from the Adas Torah. Let me get here. About Srifa from Korach means the same. Remember again, Korach was rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again his assembly, some were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. They actually asked his Srifa Srifa. The HTs are even was it again? Part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketoras. The people who brought Ketoras, remember, every jockey in the position of putting the other. So whoever brought Ketoras was incinerated. It was still very far. So again, a large number of fowls were swallowed up by the others who brought Ketoras were incinerated. It says straight over here, it says straight by Korach. So the Gemara says, "Halon straight by the just like by so that they were killed by internal incineration. And fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their body was still intact. So to over here, the way Sreifa is done is internal incineration. But okay, so that's the first thing you kind of go. That's a lot of Amar asks Sreifa serving in Adam. Then we got Sreifa from Nadav and Aviv. Nadav and Aviv, remember again. Also, when they had whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they were killed. So the Gemara says, internally, but their body intact. Ashkan, they passed the Shama of so to over here again. So internally again, the silly, but the body remains intact. So my focus is interesting. What is the meaning on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration? What's the Makar? Tanakama says Korach. The Elazar says Bnei Adam. So what's the man deal with the other Korach? We know they. So what's interesting? How do you know? The Zohar tells us that the people who offered up to the Torah were burned. But how do you know that it's this internal incineration? The Chsiv as Machtos HaChotim HaElev B'Nafshosam. Shenes Masham Nisrabas the Guf Kayos. So okay, reduction again, it ultimately like internally, they were their nefesh, so to speak, soul, which means that their life was snuffed out, but ultimately again their bodies were remained intact. He doesn't know if we don't say how he sleep from Manish. No, they were literally burned. Umay B'Nafshosam. So whatever it says B'Nafshosam, Shenis is B'Nafshosam. Shrifa ultimately again because of what they did, right? Because of this game that shows some. It wasn't this game that shows some. Listen to this. What is this? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Khalifa is flat. Flattery. Literally the pasuk over here, the words coming from Tilim, the Khanfi Lagmal Kharashimo, that Korach showed to his followers. So Korach Alashimo, he bit his teeth in a smile. He refers to Gehenna. Gehenna bears the Hanukkah board. Hanukkah board his followers. Food and drink. Put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever. Shtulovitz and poppers, whatever he did in the desert, right? So go ahead and he put out and that's how he went ahead and he onboarded his followers to Khalifa. So in other words, because what Khalifa does is sometimes Khalifa speaks to the soul. Like in other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So when somebody goes ahead and refers to me, even if it's not real, it still feels good. Because of the Korah, that Korah went ahead and they were dual flattery. Flatter them, they flatter him. Because of this, again, the Sashanam, Gehenna bears teeth in a smile. Because Gehenna recognized these words, yet many more inhabitants. So according to the ones who learn, according to the ones who learn, that's Sreifa. The Sreifa is internal incineration from many hours. Where does he know that from? The Sreifa, by a Muslim Hashem. So I say the positive of you that they died before him. The verse that is that it was like death. What does it mean? It was like a normal death. Now what does it mean like a normal death? When a person is right, what's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes normal death. So when none of the died, they died before by a musu, a regular misa, which means everything that happened to them was internal, but externally, everything is the same. The doctor will say, "How is it from Manus?" No, it's not true. They're going to be actually incinerated. By a musu, the unskilled rabbi Teresa. They're activated. So what does it mean by a musu? That the incineration began internally and then spread externally. The sanya. How do you see the study over? How do they going to be, you guys? They were saying that. Remember again. All the passages by another Rabbi, by people of Hashem, by Amusu, they came before Hashem, they came too close. Now again, the Roma hope is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes now, the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. So the verse says, how did they die? Two little two pillars of fire, emerged from the Holy of Holies in the sun. The neck look the arbor and split into four. The neck was to shine behold Moshe Zach, shine behold Moshe Zach. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nadav, two into the nose of Abihu, the Sartham, and burnt them. So the word says, so that's how they died. So in other words, you weren't suggesting again, so the incineration began internally, but according to the other opinion, then went ahead and spread externally. I've opposite, but told some. The pasuk says it consumed them. Some below big day. It consumed them, but not their clothing. See, they're according to the opinion that says nothing that I do. We're fully incinerated. It's only them and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, again, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone agrees. Right? Everyone is in agreement. What is everyone in agreement about? But halacha says shleifa is internal incineration. Right? Hence the process outlined. Where do we learn it from? Focus, similar from Korah. What is the opinion of you? Okay, so much the eye of the nameless. Be part of the Restream. It's interesting. So why not learn it out from Karbanos? From part of Restream. So the Gemara says, we have like a paradigm for safe. We burn Karbanos, right? You burn Karbanos. So say that part of Restream. Remember, you know, generally. Whenever we talk about Purim, it's the Par Hela Governor Shal Tzibor, Par Kohen Shia. These are generally series, right, which are fully consumed. So one that learn out from Parman Esrafim, can't stay from Amish. So Parman Esrafim, again, it's total incineration. Total incineration to which we want to stop and people. It makes more sense to learn out to do a straight from people from Adam. Why? Because You have four elements. Number one, Adam, they both apply to people. Number one, they both called Chote, right, sinners. Number three, there's an element of Neshama, right, Tony's lesson of Neshama. And number four, they're not set to people. Okay, so just the opposites. Be permanent stuff how they live. No, they're not permanent stuff. Why? Shekin Machshir Migdolos. You know, ultimately, again, like you have over here is a Machshir Migdolos. Ultimately, again, it tells us what the action. Like the Machshir credit class of Machshir. Sreifas based in Machshir, Hechshir Mixas Hamakom. So again, the action of straight based in the death penalty is Machshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses a person. Became paramount so to ultimately again participate. The other move should come in Makom. But the straight up by Kom, the straight up by another Rabbi, we're not kept by a basin. They're kept by Ishbaru. So if you might get teaching, there's still more compared to straight up based to other cases of people then to Parim. Man, the other me Anders Korach, my camera, the other me Korach. So let's say, so the one who learns out from Anders Korach, why doesn't he learn it out from the Aaron? Ahus Manish, because he will say that by Aaron, but the Aaron will actually fully incinerated. So okay, or even if you want to say that the are operated, so why not use that as the paradigm? Say that just like the other means completely so I'm not coming out of my book. You have to let it out. Bar low misa yacha. So say you can speak about yourself even in death, or even the way you have to kill him. Means again, choose a proper death. So like eternal incineration. So say at least does what? He's a body for burial. He's a body for burial. Person able to have a burial, and as much as buried in a separate cemetery as we saw, but still nevertheless that's the incredible. So if you need Akar, you could have nothing zero shalom. You know, say that position of nothing. Why do you zero shalom at all? You like zero shalom, have I mean, straight past the shalom for both kind not straight for you. Because we're not. And by thinking that the zero shalom, I would have thought like this: that internal incineration with an intact the body is not called sreifa. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because of how do you fulfill the after just add on more wood to the fire. Cause the fire to burn brighter, to burn it more intensive, and therefore the person will die faster. Kamash the after means internal incineration will leave the body intact. Okay, so what's this? For a lot of myself, the bottom line is again that sreifa, the Muslim of sreifa is internal incineration. That's internal incineration. And now the Gemara says, what's the mucker for that? So the maximum focus. Is it Nagav and Avihu, or is it Korah? So ultimately, again, that's machlokas. And interestingly enough, because of this machlokas, each opinion holds something different by the other. So, for example, the opinion that says the mucker is Adas Torah, his Korah's followers hold that Nagav and Avihu will fully incinerated. And because it's not going to be hold, the Korach's followers will completely incinerated. So fundamental machlokas of the historical machlokas, again, it's machlokas about the source, but it's agreement about the halacha. Incredible. But listen, now once the Gemara mentioned Nadav and Avihu, the Gemara tells us a little bit of the story. They call you Moshe Ba'arim Mahalkim B'Gareth. For Nadav Avihu Mahalkim. So the Gemara tells the story in the desert. Moshe and I are walking. So first of all, can you imagine just that scene? Like the fly on Moshe and Aaron are together. Imagine just what that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking, and what happens? Nadav and Avihu, Aaron's sons, were walking behind them. Sorry. The Kol Yisrael and all the Kol Yisrael walking by Nadav and Avihu. Remember again, we're great tzaddikim. Amar Nadav Avihu. So now they're going to say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. We'll lead the generation. So just there is so much to say about this Gemara. Right? Who is this? What is happening? I just want to point out something amazing, and this is just the wisdom of the Gemara. The Maharsha it's a long Maharsha, but he happens to have this discussion about that Moshe's children did not inherit it. Right? Moshe's children essentially kind of into obscurity. Right? We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. They certainly do not become them. I mean, there's a lot to be said in general about the concept being the children of a great person. On one hand, it could be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, it could be a tremendous source of difficulty. That always living in your father's shadow, never really being able to live up to what he is or what he was. So just this idea over here is another idea like this. Look, Moshe's kids are not taking over. Or they're not taking over. And Aaron's kids, and Aaron's kids, and I'll say, the Moshe says something fascinating. So they saw a fundamental flaw in Moshe and Aaron. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't mechanic his kids in the right way, because where are they? By the way, and a tremendous tie into the Gemara on the top of the daf that spoke about Chinuch, right? Again, you got to take ownership. Let's say, at the end of the day, you got to take ownership how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they made, but you absolutely need to a very large degree, how they turn out to like that. That's me. That's on me. That's on me. So when they're going to say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, the chinuch is lacking. We're as kids. Like Aaron, Dad, you're great. Listen to this. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are a career number two. Can't keep it together as kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. But I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own way to a degree, but clearly you have discovered the secret, the secret sauce, so to speak. Right? You don't have the secret to success. So Kevin, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So the Gemara says, Hanira Mikova Esmi. We'll see who's going to bury who. Right? We'll see who's going to bury who. And ultimately, again, who is correct. Everybody's terrible. Amara Papa, Hanira means is great. Rabbi says, people, there's a famous adage. What's the adage? Nitishi Gamli Sabi, Situuni Moshki Yohogni. So I'll say the adage is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. It sounds much better than Aramaic, right? But the idea is also, there's a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels in the hides of young camels. Laments again, sometimes the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition that, like, I feel like I conquer the world, and I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. And sometimes, again, as we get older, we recognize that the truth is we don't know everything. We know very little, and the truth is there's much to be learned from people who are older than us, even if they're not quote unquote as successful as we think they should have been. But when I say there is wisdom that comes with age that youth simply does not have. Incredible Gemara. I'm going is incredible Gemara. The one thing be compared. He says, so again, this is talking about the relationship between a Talmud Chacham. How is the Talmud Chacham viewed by an Am Haaretz? By Shosaf, so in the beginning. So even an Am Haaretz, each Chacham ultimately like a golden vessel. Seeker, he never gets into this. When Talmud Chacham schmoozes with the Am Haaretz, over the Keton Shokasa, his standing is diminished. So it's like, I want to tell you, it's one of the words. I don't know, the word itself bothers me more than anything. Right? What does schmoozing sound like? It's just like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone be talking? If you have something to say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss. So if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot. You don't just shoot the beat. There's no such thing. Shooting is a mental waste of time. If there's targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do. It's a waste of time. So the Gemara says, this is incredible. If the Am Haaretz sees the Talmud Chacham shooting the breeze, what does that do? It diminishes the standing of the Talmud Chacham. Talmud Chacham doesn't shoot the breeze. He doesn't get together to have a shmooze. news, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion, then again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, Kamchacham, Shmuzis, showed the Amaretz that he doesn't take his time seriously. It diminishes his standing in the eyes of the Amaretz. So listen to this. Once the Amaretz gives something to Kamchacham takes something from the Amaretz. So this in general, there was a human nature is when you give someone something to someone. So what the automatic default is, gives you something. That person is beholden. It's just 2% is beholden to you. So once the Amaretz gives something to Kamchacham, now the Amaretz feels like Kamchacham holding to him, and his status is diminished. Ultimately, it becomes like an earthenware vessel. Like an earthenware vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So it's like just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, Kamchacham is like a gold for Amaretz. Kamchacham shmuzis, such a shmuzis, just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Amaretz. Take something from the Amaretz is like, I own you because you took something from me. Then ultimately, it often becomes like a earthenware vessel. Incredible. I tell the story. In Risa, Bas Conscious, this literally a person. Her name was in Rasa Bas. She was the daughter of a Kohen for adultery. Judged to revival to death, surrounded her with branches and burned her. Amr Yosef taught the two mistakes that are made over here. Number one, talking about Masna. The talk is right. The talk about Masna. So they made a mistake with right. They made a mistake about Masna. And it was like the Masna said that's not how you do Streifa. Streifa is not with branches. Streifa is with multiple. That's number one. That was the first mistake. The talk is בזמן שישפט, בזמן שאין כהן, אין משפט. So the other mistake is, Bezdin is not empowered to administer a death penalty until unless, of course, there's a Kohen, there's a Mikdash, there's a Sanhedrin. So again, so two mistakes he made. Number one, he should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, I'm going to go my syllabus clenches in stuff. So the Lord's website extends this. Now, this is the Mishnah, right? The Mishnah, the Lord's website says there was a story of a Bas Kohen who committed adultery. They surrounded her with branches and they burnt her. And they said back to the Lord's Barak Ben Sanok. That was a mistake of the base. So says the Gemara as follows. Say Beis shall stukim haba. This was stukim. The stukim were the ones who rejected Torah Shabbat. They took a very literal interpretation of everything. And Allah reminds us that Beis not stukim. So the Gemara says, "Hachi amalubaki ahadrulei." So I say, so this is what he said. This is what they responded. Batanya, Amar Velazar son of Zikrani. So it says, I remember when I was a child. Right? I remember I was a child. I was riding on my father's shoulders. Bas Kohen Zinsa, and they brought a Bas Kohen committed adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned her. Talk about a traumatic child memory. And let's say, so I was in my father on his shoulders, and they burned the Bas Kohen. Katan, he said, they said to him, okay, thank you, look, you were a child when you saw this, and a person was very confused before. A person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's the halacha. So number one, so therefore they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara says, furthermore, they might seem like never say the truth is, there are two episodes. This one says a child, so this one says an adult. The one we just made clear is one as a child. The Mishnah is the one he saw as an adult. It says, hey, I'm going to break. So, which one of us would count first? The child, I'm going to make you shoot God over the way. So, I'm going to make you shoot God over the Ashkenazi way. I'm going to go. So again, if you're reading the adult one first, and they rejected it. They said that was a based in Torah. Would he go ahead and mention anything about going to child? Rather again, also okay, so what happened? Roosevelt said, when I was a kid, I remember they burnt a fast color. They literally burnt her. And they said, come on, we're not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, he saw the second time when he was a kid, when he was an adult. Then he related and he said, that was a basin that made a mistake. Okay, good. Mishnah, mitzvahs, okay, so now we did that was all. That's the end of Sreifa. That's Sreifa, that's how they actually went and carried out the din of Sreifa. Next. Mitzvahs handle harakim. So let's say now we're up means decapitation. So how would they do this? The Gemara says, how you might tease in a social beside. They will literally decapitate him with a sword. The Gemara says, first of all, Shamal was also the same way that the monarchy executes people. The same monarchy you take the sharp sword, you decapitate the individual. Judah says, that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. However, what do you do to make it a little bit cleaner? Manitin Asrosha ala wooden block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat sakes because, and you decapitate him with an axe. Does not seem to be much better. They said, what are you talking about? Right? That's terrible, right? That's a sort of a lot cleaner, sort of a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much weirder death. So, time, a lot of you who go common. Rabbi says as follows: I know that using of the axe is not nice. I know that it's a nice death. About my ass, I would also prefer to use a sword. But the most said is halacha, which means do not follow in the ways of Gentile nations. Since the Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, they do decapitation by sword. We're not allowed to do it the same way. So he was what are you talking about? No. When are you not allowed to follow in the ways of Gentile nations? When you replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, and we're doing something, and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, it already says that by a sword in the Torah. So because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it even though they do it. If you don't say this, listen to this. Hod Bisanya, surf around the local, Bolom Gashemor. So it's a hey, Pisakino. God said, what's the number again? It's interesting. We actually saw this reference earlier on the week that our local knows when a king dies, we because of the king. We've heard it, and the logic behind that is, no one else should use his stuff. That will say it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. We had it first. So, Gemara says, we see from here that anything that we were doing already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue doing it. Straight from Baraisa, I'm sorry. Therefore, again, you still here, they try to bring it, since we already had it, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations start to do it, it's considered to be Gentile replication. So now we're not going to Hakanami, so it will be here, since it says sword, since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, death by sword is something we're already doing, and even the Gentile nations are not using it as well. It is not considered without replication. I'm going to say, well, I'm going to try to record the rest of the Mishnah and the session before Shabbos. I'll be starting the Mishnah. What a week. Everyone. All right. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. Good Shabbos.
That's just a fact. Small ears coming from a shitty brain. That's just true. I've met a lot of people that just don't.
Well, you can put that on WhatsApp chat. You can see.
Even if they threw themselves into something. They don't have the horsepower. They have a 9-volt brain. It sucks.
Good morning. Today's dot is dot on Gimel 53. We're going to pick up on dot and Bays on the Bays. At the Mishnah. Okay, so we've been analyzing the different forms of how Besson would administer that penalty. So we're talking about the Tefillah, stoning, about the Streifa, the burn, spoken about the Sayef or Hereg, the sword, and now we're to analyze how Besson usually perform the Misa of strangulation. So the Mishnah says, Misas Hanachnakim, how did it work? How did they do Kamek? So the Zevel Arakubotov, the same thing as we see that they would put him into some kind of manure or something up his knees so that he wouldn't be moving around when this would happen. The Sudar Kasalas Hosa, the Karakataro. So similar to what we had, we spoke about this as one version in the Mishnah yesterday about the how they would open the mouth of the person for streifa. So what would they do? They would put a hard claw inside a soft one. We spoke about this yesterday. That the hard one is necessary. In that case, was to open the mouth. In this case, it would be to perform the tefillah. But the soft one makes it a nicer form so that it does not actually cause damage to the neck of the person. So you take the hard sugar and you put it inside the soft one and you put it around the neck. So each of the Edom pull in a different direction, pull in the opposite direction. Until his soul goes out. Basically, he chokes. So that is the Misa of Chenek of strangulation. Taner Rabbanan. So the pasuk is going to analyze the Gemara is going to analyze the pasuk in Vayikra, which says as follows: the Ish Asher Yinaf es Eshes Re'ehu. So this is the classic source for adultery. A man that Yinaf commits adultery with the wife of another man. Yinaf es Eshes Re'ehu, that performed adultery with the wife of your most you must know if I know FS that both the man and the woman involved in this act of adultery most you must kill. So we're going to analyze this pasuk by word. When it says it's talking about a man, not a katan. So katan who would perform an act with a married woman would not be of Eshes Ish Minatora. Asher Yinaf es Eshes. So the pasuk said that he performed adultery with the wife of a man. Ish, a man. This means to tell you not the wife of a katan. It explains to me that this demonstrates that there is no kedushin by a katan. So if a katan performs an act or attempts to perform an act of kedushin with another woman, they're still not married, and if someone were to have a relationship with that woman, that's not considered an Eshes. The pasuk says Eshes Re'ehu, that it says Asher Yinaf es Eshes Re'ehu, Prat le'Eshes Achayim. So this comes to exclude that if someone has a relationship with someone who is married to someone who's not really a guy. So if a Jewish woman married a guyish Gentile man, and then subsequently someone had a relationship with that woman, that she is not considered an Eshes Ish because she's not Eshes Re'ehu because she's married to a non-Jew. Okay? Most you must, the pasuk says most you must know FS. Where it says Bachenek. So this means that you provide, that you give her the misa of strangulation. It says Torah. He says you're saying it's Chenek, but how do you know? Maybe it's one of the other misas. Maybe it's Skila, Streifa, Hereg. How do you know? Yoshia said, anytime it says in the Torah, you just kill someone, cannot give that person you have to give them the lightest misa, because if the Torah doesn't designate a harsher misa, doesn't say kilo or treifa, so all you can apply when Torah just says to kill her, you have to kill him or her, you have to kill him or her with the misa that's the lightest. And so what is the lightest misa? We know at least according to Rabbanan, we'll get into that. Gila Sreifa has a Kanek. Kanek strangulate the least some or case of misa, and that's why she says that's what the Noach and the Noefes, the adulterers get. Rav Yonasan says, Lomish Kalosh, that the reason that we give Kanek is not because Kanek is the most powerful. We'll see why he says that in a minute. Ella, rather, what's the reason that Kanek applies in the case of adultery? Because any time, and we encountered this before, any time that Torah does not specify specifically what the misa is, then it's the misa of strangulation. How do we know that? So Rebbe, how does Rabbi Yonasan know? Rabbi Yonasan, Nemar Misa B'dei Shemayim, and Nemar Misa B'dei Adam, that the concept of the word Misa applies. The Rebbeinu Shalom brings about the death of someone, and it also applies the word Misa when it is applied by Bezdin. Ma Misa Amur B'dei Shemayim, Misa Shem B'Roshem. So just like when there's Misa B'dei Shemayim, an ordinary person, just dies, so there's no physical impact or there's nothing that you see physically on the body. So therefore, too, when it says misa by a person and doesn't say otherwise, it means the misa that has no rosha. What would that would be? Strangulation. Where I asked, well, the Restream, because we just spent time yesterday talking about the fact that Restream is that there should be only the inside and no recognizable impact on the outside. So maybe you should say that should be the punishment anytime the Torah does. The Gemara says it can't be Sreifa. Why? Because remember, what are we trying to figure? We're trying to figure out the Isa of a Noach and Noach, adulterer, right? And we say it's Kenek. Now we say, well, maybe it should be Sreifa. So that's another case where the death is recognizable. The problem is we know that the Torah took out a bas kohen from the ordinary category of someone who is an adulterer and said a bas kohen gets something worse. What do they get? They get both. So therefore, a regular adulterer must be that they don't get straight. And therefore, is that in order, the way Rebbe explains for Jonathan, anytime the Torah doesn't specify the Misa, it's Kenek. Why? Because we have Misa B'dei Shemayim and Misa B'dei Adam, and it has to be a Misa that is not recognizable in the body. So that leaves us two choices, Sreifa or Kenek. We say it can't be Sreifa because we know that a regular adulterer, which is the punishment, it has a different or lesser punishment than a bas kohen. A bas kohen gets Sreifa, so therefore it must be that the simplest punishment and the one that a Noach and Noefes get, Kenek would be strangulation. Okay, top of Gimel. Bishlam al Rabbi Yonasan could become a fire Rebbe Timer. So he says, okay, so Rabbi Yonasan, we know that Rebbe explained the reason because you learn Misa B'dei Shemayim, Misa B'dei Adam. El Rabbi Yoshia, remind Ika Kenek for all. So he says, and so Rabbi Yoshia basically gives the lightest Misa, right? The question is, how do you even know that there is a Misa of Kenek? Why? Because the Torah specifies Gila, Straight, and Herod. All of them are referenced, but it never references Kenek, it never references strangulation. So your only basis of saying what the Torah doesn't otherwise the punishment, so if the Torah only specifies stoning, burning, and so Messiah, I would tell you there should be Messiah. In other words, why does he say, if all we're saying is it's the lightest punishment, then it should be sword, because we know about Kenek. It says, I don't mean Gemara, the fact that there are four Misas, Kenek is the halacha l'moshe Mishina. And then once we're left with the fact that there's all four, and Rashi explains that once there's all four, and we know that there's Kenek, and we specify Kenek for anyone. Otherwise, it's specified. So from the fact that the Torah never specifies exists from halacha l'moshe Mishina, it must mean that Kenek is the lightest of the punishments, and therefore, anytime the Torah does Yoshia, you can't give a harsher, the lightest penalty, hence the rule that any time the Torah doesn't specify that we give the punishment of strangulation. Now, the son said to Rabbi Yoshia, so not because Yoshi said you give the life the most lenient misa, and therefore, what is that? Tanakh. So Rav Yonasan came back and said, no, that's not say that. So in our Mishnah held that Tanakh was more chomer than the sword. So therefore, I cannot agree with Yoshia about the reason we always give Tanakh is because it's the least rich, the least chomer, because according to her, and that's how Rav Yonasan holds as well, it's not the least chomer. The least chomer is Isaiah. So there must be a different reason, hence we rely on the comparison between these two together. Okay, Amalei Rav Deir Sharon is stolen. The like simple Elo, the near me is only the most young bomb dummy. Okay, so long reading there, but this is actually relevant in the next Mishnah. We're getting a little bit of a preview here. They said as follows: that the people who receive Elo fall into two categories. Those where it says Skila expressly, and those where it does not expressly say Skila, but it's learned out. In most cases, learned out from the Obiadoni were of, what do they call it, necromancy, like that, like people who speak with the dead, commune with the dead. So, and that's author. And by Obiadoni, it is specifically that they get Skila, right? And so what happens is as follows. It's written most you must, and it's written Denayam Bus. And now we have certain cases that feel it's written expressly, but where it's expressly, those categories also have the words most you must, Denayam Bum. So we're saying that any case that Skila is not written specifically, we're learning it from Ovi Adoni. And what Zera is asking Abaya is, well, all of those cases have most you must and Denayam Bum. Which one is the Yershava that tells you that they have the punishment of Skila? So the Gemara says, Amalei, he said back then, the Demayam, the Bum Gamri. They learn from the fact that in one case says Demayam Bum, and the other, that's how we learn it out. So Yumtu Gamri, Demayam Bum. He says because it must be learning it out from Demayam. Because if you're learning it out from most Yumas, what would you otherwise do with Demayam Bum? Gemara says, LMI, Demayam Gamri, you're going to say we learn it. But then most you must learn normally. But then what? Then fine. So now you're saying the reason you have to do it most you must, and the reason you have to do it in Demand Bum is because otherwise, what would you do with Demand Bum? The Gemara says, what do you do with most you must? Now, how do you know that proves it? We say because no, most you must have a use for work. It's on you, like we learn in the Brisa. Most you must. The pasuk says that the person he's talking about Oba Eba Hikobi Yomot Hamaka Rotef. He's talking about someone hit someone with intention that he gets killed. He's a Rotef. So it says most use a double language, and the Misak Tubabo. He says I only know that you can give someone the punishment that is justified for that. So what happens if we cannot give that punishment and we want to give a different punishment? Rashi brings the case. Say a guy is escaping on a ship, and so you can't give him, let's say he's kind of straight, or you can't give him trust, but you have your gun, have him on the ship, or your arrow, whatever it is, and you're going to get him on the ship. So you're not giving him the proper misa, but since it says most you must, so if we can give him the misa that we're supposed to give him, then yes. If not, you must, you're going to give him the misa that is not the one specified. So you see that the word most you must has a limud to learn, and therefore it must be that the extra word that we learn out that the misa is with skila in cases where it's not specified, it must be from the words the mayhem bumps. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, okay, so Amalei, Ravacham Dipti the Ravina, the most you must do Gamri, my kakashale. So he's saying as follows. And it's tricky, and it seems in some of the reports are not entirely clear either exactly what the Gemara means here, but it seems to be saying as follows, that when Rav Deira asked the question, which one did you learn it from, he seemed to have a problem, that there was some kind of problem. He wasn't just asking which way is it, so it seemed, and then he was pleased with the outcome when he said he learned it from the Mayam Bum. So it's clear somehow that Rav Deira had a problem with learning it out from Moshe Moshe. So the Gemara is going to ask, what was Restream's problem from learning it out from most Yumas that was solved by learning it out from the man bar? Okay, so Gemara is going to put forth a couple of choices and eventually come to a third answer, which is going to be the reason that Restream was concerned about learning it from most Yumas. Elema, if you're going to say HSV postulates, there had a problem with learning out. You don't need the Misa to say if it's learned from both Yumas, he has a problem with the custom by HSV. Why? Because Lamesi most Yumas don't need. He says as follows: if you're learning it out from most Yumas, so then the pasuk that's written by no effort, the one we just dealt with, adultery, it does not say a misa. He said that therefore it means kanak, it means strangulation. But why do you say it doesn't have misa? It has the word most Yumas. And if we know that most Yumas, you can learn from most the adultery that it's Kai's Gila, so then don't say it does. Say it does. Say it says most Yumas would be Gila based on the Geras. So the Gemara, and maybe that would be Restreim's problem if you learn out from Obi Adoni from most Yumas, then you should say that adultery should be Gila, not Pena. So the Gemara says no, because I would know not to learn it out from there. Or similar logic to what we said before about Sreifa, he says that once I know that the Torah took the punishment of Musa and made that a punishment and gave it Skila, so it took it out of the punishment of Kena, right? So now if you're telling me every case of adultery is Kena, because I would learn it from most, you tell me that every case of adultery is Skila, because I learned then what's the special punishment you're giving to an over a Nesua? So we know that HSD can't, so that couldn't be what's Zera. We say, okay, no, rather, if you learn it out from most Yuma, problem with our halakha of someone who hits his father or mother, because says as follows, he says, why not learn that someone who hits his father or mother, where it's written, gets Gila, and we say that it gets Herod. So the Gemara says, at the government, he says no. Even he says that's not a problem, because if you're telling me that the problem with learning it out is the fact that the word most you must like someone who hits his father or mother, and so instead of saying it's emulation, instead you should say it's swimming. He says I wouldn't do that. Why? Because when I have pasuk written by hitting a father and mother, I have to either compare that to Obi and say it's Gila, or compare it to Hadi, which is established is strangulation. So if given that choice, strangulation, well, I'm always going to choose strangulation because that's the so therefore I would not promote you much. I would not change that. You're given a choice, and given a choice, you'll the more cow one. Gemara says, Amalei, Sharmit He's saying no, that's exactly the problem. The evil must got me as the government over your done living because he says if you're learning from the word most you must, then in every case take any of the cases we learn from Mobiadoni, you should say the word say most well okay fine. So it's written most you must and it's written most you must by HSC, so you know it's strangulation, but I don't even know it's and you always pick the lighter punishment. So that's the problem, is that in every case you're faced with this choice. Really, you should learn from HSC. There is problem. So how is it solved if you learn from demand bum? The words demand bum are not written by the case of HSC. We just dealt that puzzle before. It didn't have demand bum. So if you're limud from Obiadoni from bum, so then you learn out all those cases which we're going to let you learn from demand bum. So then it's fine. But if you are learning it out from most Yumas, then you have a problem because you know that HSC is only strangulation and only is skila. You would learn out from HSC instead of learning from Obiadoni. So that was the and therefore he he was happy with the answer. Source for learning from Obiadoni is man bum, in which case that's a straight comparison, no confusion with the HSC. Okay, Mishnah and Gimel Elu Henan Iskal. So we've now outlined how you do all of the forms of Misa, and we're now going to break it down to who gets what forms of Misa. So we're going to deal with people who get Skila, the Mishnah, Habal, and Ain. Someone has a relationship with his mother. Galatians Ta'ab, for the wife of his father, who's not Yalakala, someone who has a relationship with his daughter-in-law. Yalazafar, someone who commits an act of reality. Yalazahima, someone who commits an act of bestiality. Vaisha Mediasa Behima, that if a woman commits an act of bestiality, someone who is blasphemes Hashem, curses Hashem, someone who does Avodah by Notam Mizara Lamolech, someone who puts his children, Molech, a form of service where they would, someone would take their children and through over a fire. Rashi points out that this mission is obviously going according to the view that it's not a form of Avodah Zarah, it was just a dark Amori or the pagan of some sort, because other Molech was in fact Avodah Zarah by the category we just said about it. Okay, so detail. Baal Ovi is someone who, as we referenced before, seeks to communicate with the dead. Machal is a Shabbos, someone who is Machal Shabbos is Chayav Skila. Machal of the Imo, someone who curses his father. And Rashi points out, and this has many instances, but we won't get into it. Rashi points, it's interesting that someone who curses mother and father is a harsher punishment of Skila than someone who hits his mother and father, because someone who hits his mother and father only spends places. So Rashi points out, because, and even though you think that maybe hitting is worse, the fact is that when someone hits their parents, done an Aveira with their parents. When they curse their, not only have they done an Aveira to their parents, but they've also used Hashem's name and so it's a double whammy, a double Aveira, and therefore it has harsher Misa of Skila Stone. Bahaba Anara Murata, as we talked about before, that someone is Yavanara, who Bamesis, someone who gets another person for Zara. Bamesia, someone who we talked about this before. The Mesia is the one who got people in Yarni. He got most or all of the cities that serve Zara. Those are separate categories. Why? Makashe, someone who is who does short-term magic. Bensora Mora, we're now in the 7th chapter and has the next part deals with this extensively. Is someone who has shown that he's going a bad way and therefore gets killed before he does some of those things. Okay, so now we've completed all of those categories that get skila. So we're going to start to analyze them. And this first thing that we're going to do is what is going to occupy us for today's job. Haba, someone who has a relationship, Chayav Aleh Mishim, Mishum Eshes Ab. It's Chayav for having a relationship with his mother and for having a relationship with the wife of his father. Because mother is the wife of his father, or it could be the wife of his father, so if it is. Rashi points out that what's the difference when he's having a relationship with his mother, what's the difference, one or two? So the question would be, if he does it on purpose, okay, he gets killed either way. But if he did it by accident, as Rashi points out, that since it is something that if it's done on purpose, someone cannot get killed, they would get killed. And we know if someone has a punishment that they do by accident that would otherwise have courage, then they have to bring up pathos. And as Rashi points out, we see in the Gemara Nakas that you can be multiple. So therefore, it's significant. Someone by accident has a relationship with his mother, thinking it was someone else, perhaps. That in that case, he would have to bring two katas. He would have to bring two carbon katas. But if on purpose, he just gets killed because they're both skila. Okay, so the Tanakama of our hold that if someone has a relationship with his mother, he gets on two different prohibitions. So Yehuda says, no. In that case, if someone has a relationship with his mother, who is not out of wedlock, meaning was also the lawful wedded wife of his father, he is only one. Which one for the relationship with his mother? He's not tied to the relationship with the wife of his father. Okay? The mission continues. someone who comes on the wife of his father means, which means someone that is, as Rashi points out, either married his father after this child was born, or else someone who was born out of wedlock. I'm sorry. So talking about a case. It's not someone who was not his mother, but just his father. So the Gemara says, so now we're talking about a case where the father is still married to him, and so therefore he's chayav on Eshesav and chayav on Eshesav. So two lives. Now this is whether the father's alive or dead. Now, as Rashi points out, that's true only for the Isser of Eshesav, but not for the Isser of Eshes Ish. Because if a woman is married to a man, and then the man dies, she's no longer an Eshes Ish. But the Eshes Av, the fact that this woman was married to his father is significant even after his father died, and he cannot have a relationship with her. Whether his father had Erison with her or whether his father had Nesuin with her. So someone who has a illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law, so if his son is still married to this woman and he has a relationship with her, so then he is he's still father. First of all, he's a married woman. Which is true whether his son's still alive or not. And again, Rashi points out on the HT part, but just on the daughter-in-law part, that he's chayav, even if his son has died and his relations with his former daughter-in-law, that is still actionable. And the heirs in the Benjamin and Susan again, whether his son was married to this former daughter-in-law only through Erison or also through Newman. Okay, so says the Gemara. Tanya, we learned in a Brisa. Now let's just read what the Mishnah says because the Brisa is something different. We had a machlokas as well. If someone had relations with his mother, we say that he is chayav for relations with his mother, chayav for relations with his wife. Now, Tosa's point, by the way, that you can also add Ish if you assume the father's married, but I think that would just confuse us. So with the Mishnah left it, assume that the father subsequently died. You're now dealing that he had a relationship with his mother after the father died, and the Mishnah said, the Tanakama said he violates both the prohibition on relations with his mother and the prohibition on relations with the wife of his father. Okay, so and Rabbi Yehuda said to that, no, he's only violates the prohibition on relations with his mother, but not on the prohibition on relations with his father's wife. Tanya Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so in the Brisa it says something different. It says Rabbi Yehuda said, in Lo Yehoisat Imo Ru'uya La'aviv Eino Chayav Ela Mishum Ha'ein B'Ovad. So in our Mishnah we said, no matter what, if someone has relations with his mother, he's only over on that relationship, not with the wife of his. The Brisa here seems to be saying, is he only violate the relationship on his mother, but not on his wife? If his father was married to this woman inappropriately. In that case, he's not chayav for his father's wife, only for his mother. So the Gemara says, well, let's analyze this Brisa for a minute. What does that mean that he was not supposed to marry her? If you're saying he was married to a woman that he's totally not allowed to marry, for example, let's say his sister, right? So then that's what the problem. So if that's the thing, that if someone's married to his sister and has this child, that the child is only over for the relationship with their mother, but not for the wife of the father. The father Rabbanan Sabri Alphagat the Inuria laws that you're saying. So then the Rabbanan who argue with you who then say that he's chayav for both. Would you possibly suggest that if someone's father married a woman he wasn't allowed to marry, that she should be over on marrying her his father's wife? That doesn't make sense because Allah is but that doesn't make sense because you cannot hold the person accountable for having a relationship with his father's wife if the woman was not his wife. Because if Kiddushin doesn't work, Kiddushin is not topes, you can't call it his wife. So the Gemara says, so it can't be talking about Chayve Mitzvah Bezin or Chayve Krisis, but rather Ela Chayve Lava. It must be talking about if his father was married to this woman in a way that was over on a lav. For example, Rashi says that his father married a mamzer or sin, or his father was a Kohen who married someone he married. Those are Chayve Lavin. Rabbi Yehuda Savar like Rabbi Akiva Damar Ein Kiddushin Toksim B'Chayve Lavin. And Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, who said that Kiddushin are not Tov Lavin, and so therefore that's the reason that Yehuda is saying that Rabbi Yehuda is saying that according to this view, that he's only the reason he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his wife of his father, is because Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that in fact that Lavin, let's say someone marrying a mom, just like someone marrying his sister, Kiddushin is not Tofes. If the Kiddushin is not Tofes, you can't say that this woman is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then he can't vote for having a relationship with his father's wife, and therefore it's only he's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not father's wife. Okay, so that is the brisa, the understanding of Rabbi Yehuda and the brisa. So what's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says to his mother, who's a lawfully wedded wife, who whether lawfully wedded or Chayve Lavin wedded, is chayav for relationship with his mother, but not for wife of his father. That when is he only over on his mother is if mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be father's wife. Okay, so that's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah, the Gemara is going to get into a side topic, trying to figure out, is it true the holds like Rabbi Akiva? To understand this brisa, we said that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, and now we're going to say maybe that's so. Master Rabbi Yoshi or Master Rabbi Shai asks as follows: okay, so to explain this, remember our Yavamos days. So we know that if a man doesn't have children, his brother marries his wife, and if not, he does challah. Now, let's say someone is married to someone that the Yavam fault in. So, for example, let's say there's one of whom marries his brother, so marries his niece, which actually is something the Torah encourages, it's not a problem. So they marries the niece, right? So that's a perfectly valid marriage. But what happens? The brother who is married to the niece now dies, and so his brother's supposed to do Yivam, but who's the wife of his brother is his own daughter. So he's not allowed to be married to his daughter. So therefore he can't do Yivam, and because he can't do Yivam and there's no question of Yivam, he's not even relevant to Chalitza, nothing doing. So that if an Eva falls to Yivam, then that's not Yivam, no Chalitza. However, there is a case where someone can fall to someone who it's not a chayve krisos. It's not a case where it's not a case like that. Rather, it's a case where there's an actually fun on for them to get married. So in which case, Torah you could do Yibum, but they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we don't want them to do Yibum because they're not allowed to get married midrabanan. But we can't say that she can go free to the world because in Torah they should have done Yibum or Chalitza. So therefore, we force there to be Chalitza. So we're saying there's two cases, Isser Mitzvah and Isser, which are do Chalipam because it's only the Rabbanan. We'll learn in a minute on the base. Isser Mitzvah, Shnios, Mitzvah. What does it mean when it says Isser Mitzvah? It's talk about the Shnios Chachamim put in, which are basically who are similar to what is a good example, a classic case of a Shnios to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say in the Torah you can't do that, but Chazal said you shouldn't marry your grandmother. So that is a secondary erba, which is only the Rabbanan. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother marries his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother fell to the person as a Yavam. The problem is, Minatorah, they're allowed married, so you should have to do Yibum or Chalitza, but with Rabbanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore we say, you do Chalitza and you do Yibum. Okay, but that's the Tana says, points out, the Gemara interjects and says that my Karilu should mitzvah l'shmo different chachamim, because this is something that chachamim should mitzvah to listen to chachamim. So that's why we call it Isra mitzvah. It's an Isra that comes through the mitzvah of listening to Chazal. Okay, that's one case where we do chalitza. Isra kedusha. What about kedusha? Is a case of a manado grusha v'chalutza. You have married to a and he dies, and the wife falls to the kohen gadol. She's by definition an almana. A kohen gadol is not allowed to marry an almana. Minat Torah. So therefore that is an Isser. Now you might ask, I said before, the Isser of an almana to kohen gadol is a derech. So why did I say that? As Rashi said, because in reality, though, you would say that you could do Yibam anyway, right? Because Esay Dochalos, a positive commandment negates a negative. Negative commandment that a kohen gadol should not marry an almana, that he should do Yibam. So then you would say Esay Dochalos say. But why did Chazal not want that in different context? But the idea, when you have an Esay Dochalos, only would forget first act of Bia. So when they do Bia, he does the mitzvah Yibam. At that point, he no longer has a mitzvah to be married to this woman, and yet he's the kohen gadol would be married to an almana. Instead, we'd rather he not do Yibam because we're afraid that if they be a Rishonah, they'll do be a Shnia. So therefore, it ends up, the Isser, almana gadol, the Daraisa, it's only because Rabbanan didn't want to apply Esay Dochalosa, say, so the reason he's not supposed to do Yibam is Midrabanan. So in both cases, Midrabanan, and therefore, you have to do chalitza. You can't say it's like a regular case of erva because where there's no need for chalitza, because in this case it's only erva midra. So amanan kan gadol grusha v'chalitza kohen hadiyah. That's the case of Isra kedusha. But my kari lehu Isra kedusha. Why do they call it Isra kedusha? Because those should be the kohanim should be close to their God. So that you call matters of kahuna getting married Isra kedusha. Okay. V'tanya Allah, we learned on this, that Yehuda switched it and said no, that when you're dealing with things like shniyos, those are kedusha, and when you're doing things like kohen gadol, amana kohen gadol, you're dealing with mitzvah. Why? Because he says that why do we call it when it says the shniyos, like for example that someone should marry his grandmother? Is because that you should make a siyag, you should do something to be careful they don't get messed up. So since grandmother is similar to other things, we say you shouldn't do it. It's a siyag. You should sanctify yourself as that's permitted to you and make it impermissible to you. So that's why it's kedusha. And mitzvah is because Rashi, at the end of Sefer Vayikra, when you finish all the mitzvahs of kahuna, it says Elah HaMitzvah. So that's why he calls it Isra Mitzvah. So what do we have? We have the Rabbi Yehuda came on a very technical level. He said, okay, we have this process by these Rabbanim get the relationship with people. Since we're Rabbanim, we don't want them to be Yibum, they do Chalitza. And they called it Isra Mitzvah and Isra Kedusha. And Rabbi Tana explained why do we call it each one. And Rabbi Yehuda said, no, come here. Rabbi Yehuda was not arguing on the basic halacha, right? He was just talking about why it is. So he said, so we said all he's doing is he takes, you call it a condition, what you call it a mitzvah. But at the end of the day, he agrees with the basic halacha that you need help. What's the problem with that? We just finished saying that Rabbi Yehuda whole thing is not totally by chayvei lav. That condition doesn't work when someone is just altered by love, but not by kare. So he says the Esau Kedaita. And if you say that Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Akiva holds like Rabbi Akiva, chayvei lav is not toasted. Mifti, let's see, Chayav and Rabbi Akiva, Chayvei Krisus dummy. That Chayvei Lavin, according to Rabbi Akiva, are just like Chayvei Krisus, and Kedushin doesn't take effect. And so, like I said before, the Chayvei Krisus Lav B'nei Chalita B'Yibam Minu, and Chayvei Krisus are not B'nei Chalita B'Yibam. So where a person fell, where he felt that his daughter became his Yabama, there's no fight because there's an Isser, Priestess, and Kedushin is not Tophes. But according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tophes even by Chavei Lavin. Like, for example, Amana L'Kohen Gadol. So why did you tell me that Yehuda is not arguing with the basic halacha that Amana L'Kohen Gadol should do Chalitza? But why should he do Chalitza? Because according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tophes. The Gemara says, so that's a question on saying that Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, the Tanakama Kamar, the lay myself, that all Rebbe was doing was coming to say, I think what you call Issa Mitzvah should call this a Kedusha. I think what you call this a Kedusha should call this a Mitzvah. But he wasn't coming to opine on the basic halacha, and in fact, he would disagree because he holds like Rabbi Akiva that Chayvei Lavin is not Tophes, Kedusha is not Tophes, and therefore there would be no need to do Chalitza. There's no Yibum and there's no Chalitza because Kedusha is not Tophes. Okay, fine. So we now have, what do we have? We have a Machlokas. We have our Mishnah that says of Yehuda's halacha that he's only chayav for relations with his mother but not his father's wife is in a case where it's an inappropriate marriage, and the Tanakama says no, regardless, even if it's his mother who is the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he's only chayav for the relationship with his mother according to Rabbi Yehuda. That's what our Mishnah said. Yasser Yitzchak Kani Kedesnan Rabbi Yehuda. Kani Kedesnan. That when Rabbi Yitzchak came, he brought his teaching like we learned in the Mishnah, which is what Rabbi Yehuda Amar Yehuda says in a chayav el mishum ein bavad, that he's only chayav for relations with his mother, but not for relations with his father's wife. Okay, so we now resolved according to Rabbi Yitzchak that we go with our Mishnah, not with the Brisa. So now the rest of us are going to try and figure out what is the reason that Rabbi Yehuda says that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The time that reason, Amar Abaye says, Amar Shah, the pasuk says, Imcha hi. Okay, so he says as follows: that the pasuk, so there's two psukim written by a father and his wife, which is as follows. The pasuk in Vayikra, pasuk Zion, says, Ervat Avika, the heir of your father, the Ervat Imcha, and the heir of your mother, Lo Segala. Imcha hi, focus on those words. Lo Segala, Erva, do not reveal her erva. This is the pasuk that's written by someone, this is his mother. The next pasuk says, Ervat Eshet Avika, Lo Segala, that the erva of the wife of your father, you should not uncover. Ervat Avika, who is the erva of your father, right? So there, it's talking about someone who is married to it's not discussing whether it's his mother. Okay, so we say the issue is as follows: that when it says so it says you should not honor your mother. Imcha he, she is your mother. That is an exclusion to say someone has a relationship with his mother. Imcha he is over the Isser mother, but not the Isser of the wife of his father. So the Gemara says, well, that's the drasha Elameata Ervateshus Avicha Lo Segal Ervas Avicha, who the next pasuk which I read says that the wife of your father you should not uncover, erva of your father. So when it says it is the other Mishum Eshes Av Mishum Imo. So that seems to be saying that you are that he's only chayav for the wife of his father, but not for the relationship with his mother. So if you're saying Imcha, he tells you only, then why not say Ervas Avicha, who that tells you only the wife of the father? So in other words, you have conflicting things. Ela Imo Shehi Eshes Aviv Koy Hacho Mamayit Loi Koy Hacho Mamayit Law. So he says, but here's the problem. So you end up with a drasha as follows: that one drasha tells you you're only chayav for your mother, but not for your wife, and the other one says you only chayav for your father's wife, but not for your mother. So we could say, okay, those are each saying one case. One is talking where he was married, and one was talking where he wasn't married. So right? So one was wedlock, one was legitimately married. So you're covering both cases. But the problem is, if you have these conflicting limudim, what happens in the case where it is his mother and it's the wife of his father? So we're going to end up Hashta Imo Sheino Eshes Aviv. I'm sorry. So he says Hashta Imo Sheino Eshes Aviv. If it's his mother who's not, meaning he's born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Mechayev. Eshes Aviv Sheino Imo, or it's the wife of his father, not his mother, also Mechayev. But Imo, in the case of his mother, Shehi Ashes of it that's also married to his father, Chayav Klal. Then he wouldn't be Chayav at all. So that's a bizarre result. So if you have one pasuk that tells you when it's only mother, but not wife of father, and only wife, or each of those cases is Chayav, but a case where his mother and the wife, you're not Chayav, so that can't be that Imchahi and Eretz Avicha who not the reason to do it. And there's a second question, moreover, if you're learning it from Imcha, that kind of drush, what are the Rabbanon who argue why wouldn't they use it? Ella, Hahumi Baile Shisha Breder of Edi, Rav Yehuda Namya, Hahumi Baile Shisha Breder of Edi. So tomorrow, Mr. Shem will see what the halacha is of Rav Shisha Breder of Edi. It talks about whether how you know an onesh for someone who has a relationship with his mother. But in any event, so we're going to say what would the Rabbanon do with him? But they must use it for that limud. Use it for that limud also. So we have a double question on Abaya's answer about how we know. We're going to say, no, it's not that. Ela Amar Vaka Breder Isha Amar Kra Erba Sa Mishum Erba Achat Atam Chayav V'Yitam V'Yatam Chayav Erba. So he says as follows: that the pasuk says by his mother, Erba Savicha V'Erba Imcha Lo Segala. You shouldn't uncover the erba of your mother. Imcha she is your mother. Lo Segala Erba Sa. You should not uncover her erba. So what does this tell you? This tells you that when the pasuk comes to tell you that you could be chayav having a relation with your mother, erba sa, her erba singular, tells you that you can only be chayav for one ither, and therefore you're chayav on the ither of mother, but not wife of father, because only one erba is allowed. The Gemara says, Elameata, if that's true, erba sa in singular tells you can only be chayav for one erba with our Mishnah. But erba halas lo segala, eshes bin chahi lo segala erba sa. The pasuk by daughter-in-law says you should not cover the erba of your daughter-in-law, your son. You should not cover erba sa, her erba, and then some erba erba. So according to the limud, you should say that she can only be chayav for one erba, not two, right? But what's the problem with that? Now we learned that our Mishnah, so someone who comes on his daughter-in-law, he's chayav for his daughter-in-law, and for the wife of his son. So what do you see? A man who comes on his daughter-in-law is chayav erbasa. So it must be that this limud is not good. The Lord Polygraph. Yehuda, you didn't see Rabbi Yehuda come and argue there and say, no, only chayav for his daughter-in-law, but not because it's written Ervasa. Ella, how would you explain the word Ervasa in the case of daughter-in-law? The reason it wrote Ervasa singular is because with Ervasa, it is her, because it's only one person. So Nami, therefore, here too, you can't learn from Ervasa. The reason it's written is because it's written Ervasa is just because it's a singular person we serve. So I think we're going to stop here because the next pair is a little more complicated. Starting 5 minutes early today, we had our technical difficulties, so I'll send around the WhatsApp and probably start a few minutes early tomorrow because this will take a couple minutes to explain, and then I'll let you know what time we're starting tomorrow.
All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share debate. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosin Shach of our Tzitza, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as his host. For Sarah stars for all of our Yisrael. Our only sponsors for today are from Karen Gold. Formerly of Baltimore, now Lakewood, New Jersey, in memory of Baruch's father, Bruce Gold. This is one of the Brachmiot, the merit of our Talmud Torah. Shall have the family in the Chamish Bizot organization to see the release of more of our hostages this Shabbos and merit of them in the coming days, and our police soldiers should be successful. Let's be back to us begin. Today's daf is run days 52. We are picking up on the Aleph on the days 51b. 51. Did we get up to Rabbi Akiva Omer? Sormel. Okay. So let's say so. Again, let's pick up 2, 4, 8, about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember, still steeped in the conversation regarding straightforward, and who gets straightforward. Because espousing is Ella Dona Becham Misasbala. Mishum Shnemar Basisa no Kasha Someone Muscles for Ochid, Divrei Rabbi Yishmael. I ended up looking like in the middle of Rabbi Yishmael's position. So Allah again, the Gemara says like this, Rabbi Yishmael understands, and this is the convention understood of it as well, that halacha l'maisa, the unique din of sreifa for a bas kohen is only a din in her. It doesn't apply to her accomplishing the crime, right, to the person she committed adultery. Nor does it apply to the aging zoning. Again, remember, everyone is to get a death penalty, right? So, in other words, anyone who commits adultery is also get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get a reciprocal death penalty. But they don't get her straight on. Her unique straight on is her and her alone. Because the Gemara here says, straight on. Rabbi Akiva said, whether the bas kohen is an arusa or whether she is a nesua, either way, the punishment is going to be straight on. You would have thought that this applies even to a single woman. In other words, maybe a bas kohen is held to such a high standard that halacha l'maisa, even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, maybe she's going to be subject to sreifa. So we saw this already yesterday. So it says over here, it says in the previous context that it says over here by the case of bas kohen. It says aviyah in the context of incest. So the Gemara says. It says in both Sukim aviyah. Afghan is Muslim Zekazbal, just like earlier talking about again active immorality, where there is an element of marriage. So too again halacha l'maisa here is talking about where there is snus with an element of marriage. Bishmal, Mala Halon Nara, the Yarusa, Afghan Nara, the Yarusa. One line above the bottom of Nun Aleph of 51. Bishmal says if that's the case, maybe we should say just like it was, the context is that she is a Nara. So too will be the second positive. It should also be only applying if she's a Nara and she's an Arusa. I'm going to be keeping Ishmael Achi, Bas, Tiny Golish. Since we know, so the case back to the Apostle could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Vav. Now, Vav is usually a ribui, and Vav comes to include. So what does it come to? So although the person is talking about Nara, who is an Arusa, the extra Vav comes to teaching that it includes all cases of married bas kohen. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the Chimi Rabbi Shmuel is back to Rabbi Akiva. And he said like this. He says, interesting enough, second one line. Notes he's doing straight. So Shkoya, he's Darshan, Ubas, you Darshan above. The first one, this says that's the correct Rashi. You Darshan, and extra. Therefore, we're going to take this go out for a second. Remember, no one's disagreeing on the fact that there's a death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement of what's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, in Mashma lahadsan suah, maybe it's hapnuya. In Mashma lahotzi as hapnuya, hotzi is an suah. So the Gemara says, to include in a suah, then by addition also include a pnuya, right? Maybe it includes all types of bas kohen married. If you're going to a single girl, hotzi and suah. In fact, you should ultimately in a suah as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows: Ahani gzir shavar lemeute pino, bahani bas ubas lerabos esnasna. Rabbi Akiva will say like this: the gzir shavar will help to exclude a single girl, a single bas kohen is not subject to any of these halachos, and ultimately again ubas the extra boy l'rab as hanasur comes to include this. The Bishmal will say, if you come really bas ubas, shmamina other name is gzir shana. The Bishmal says from the fact that it's ubas, it makes it sound like he's no longer holding with gzir shana. Bishmal, hi bas ubas my Dutch bay. So again, remember, the Akiva uses the ubas, the vav to include all different cases of a bas kohen. Rabbi Shmuel rejects that. But Rabbi Shmuel also has to admit to the fact that the Torah could have. Why does it say ubas? What does he do with the extra vav? So we violated the Tani, the Shmuel Bar Adam. Very interesting. Yocham Nachlok, there's no segment. It's not like this. It's very interesting. I'm not like the same way. The Torah makes a distinction by Kohanim, by Mel Kohanim, which will call blemished and unblemished Kohanim. Right? There's a distinction that Allah Mesa claims is about whom is not able to do the Avodah. So there's a distinction between blemish and I might have thought that that distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? And maybe the din of Bas, specifically the din of straight by a Bas Kohen, only applies to unblemished Bas Kohen, to which the Gemara says, Talmud Bas, Ubas, therefore the extra vav, there's a revoid. There's a din that applies to a Bas Kohen. It doesn't make a difference. There's no din of mumin by a Bas Kohen. Only a din of mumin by Kohanim. But where does Rabbi Akiva learn this out from? Rabbi Akiva, the hem makridim vanish. Rabbi Akiva says, we learn from the pasuk of the hem makridim, they will offer up the kabbalas. How you call this? They will be sanctified. Teaching us what? That the city of a male Kohen is fundamentally tethered to his call it unblemished state. But that's only because that by male Kohen is an element of kabbalas. A Bas Kohen, because there is no element of kabbalas, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has a birth. Incredible. Let me show say, so again, Shmuel says that from that, I thought that maybe those people who have Kohen status, maybe their daughters don't have at all. The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, no. Okay. But Rabbi Shmuel goes to the top of Mondays, 52a. Shmuel, hi, Asiyahim Halalas, my Darshide. So what does Rabbi Shmuel So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with the phrase? What does he do with it? Look at the sign up. So we need it for the following limud. What did we learn? We learned into this. Omer. What does it mean when the pasuk says that she perfumes her father? What does that mean? This is incredible. How you nogin bo kodesh, nogin bo. The pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the Bas Kohen. So remember again, let's just pay this out. Right, so there's Rachel. Rachel is Arusa and his sword Ruvain doesn't have. She Rachel was with Aaron. Aaron is a Kohen. So it's adultery. So the pasuk says, through Rachel's adultery, Asaviyah Himechala blames her father. Or practically that she cooked her father. So the Gemara says, it means that her father's status changes as a result of her behavior. So for example, the Gemara says, Shemayu Bo Nogin Kodesh. If again, they would normally treat him in a more, we'll call it, in a more exalted way, right? In a holy way. Vocal, they would treat him in a more mundane way. Covet, if they're normally given covet, no again both Zion. They would treat him in a disparaging way. The idea is that because of her behavior, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Kohen, right? He's still a Kohen, and he can still do the avodah, but he's stripped of covet. We don't give him covet anymore. The Gemara says, why is that? So the Gemara says, Omrim, we say, Arur that Shei Arur Yavad. Right? Cursed is the person who birthed such a child. Arur Zeh Shegida. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Arur Sheyatzazume Chalatzav. The person who literally again, the person, this little translation, forth from their loins. Ravashi, Kiman Karin Shia Bat Tzadika. Ravashi says, this is in accordance with who we say, when a person is a Russian, a person does terrible things, we call them a Russia, the son of a Russia, even though their parents may really be a tzaddik. Even though they really may be a Russia, then tzaddik. So who is that? Kiman Kahai, like this time. So it's a fascinating discussion. This definitely goes into the book of Dafyomi topics. You need to find it, right? So really delve into a little bit. What I'm saying over here is there is parental culpability for the actions and decisions of the child, right? And therefore, again, commits adultery. You see, Aaron, clearly there is something fundamentally flawed in the chinuch you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which you raised your child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions means that obviously, again, you did something wrong. You did something wrong. And the Gemara says over here, so that's what this has an impact on the father. So now, Father, we will no longer give you the honor you deserve because this is the child you raised. Cursed is the person who raised the child. Cursed is the person. So I just want to point out, you'll find this fascinating. And I just want to point out that in Chazal themselves, there is such a fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of parents for how their children turn out. And you see very different competing motifs in Chazal. And again, we know this as parents. There are times where parents can do every single thing right. But yet, my kid makes their own children become adults, and adults make own decisions. And a parent might have done every single thing at every single junction they were supposed to do. My kid is still going to make their own decision. But on the other hand, it is also quite possible that things our children make are absolutely steeped in the upbringing and the values, or lack of values that we gave them. And that's a difficult pill to swallow because the Gemara says says in Koheles, "Mu'uvas lo yuchal liskon." Something that is bent, right? Something that is bent cannot be made straight. So what else says? So the Gemara says, what does that mean? We live in a world that we hope in general in our Yiddishkeit that would always fix. So what does he say? It cannot be made straight. So the Gemara says, "Just hold the mamzer." Right? So I was going to say the Gemara literally. Always the Gemara, which is what does it mean to hold the mamzer? So a person has an illicit relationship. The result of that illicit is a mamzer. No matter how bad you feel for what you did, right? No matter how much tshuva you do, you can't what? You can't undo it. The mam's there. So as I get older and look back on raising a family, sometimes it's not just that a mamzer, but it also is a dinner. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the things, influences you allow into your home, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do, that you can't undo chinuch. And it's one of the hardest parts because often we learn to be a parent on the job. And then when we realize my mistake afterwards, so you're saying this like, I created the mamzer. Like, in other words, again, I'm not calling out kids, but like, after I made, and now I realize I really made significant mistakes. And the incredible part is you can't undo it. You can't. Chinuch is one of those things where a lot of times, and again, I could go back and have open and honest conversation and say, I just want to tell you, those things that I did weren't right. You weren't right that they weren't right. But no matter how much I promoted to my kids that they weren't right, I've created the mindset. I've created the flood chinuch. I've created the flood paradigms in the home. Walk it back. So this fast, but so again, on one hand, there's this idea that a parent can do everything right, and that Rachel's, who says that Rachel's actions reflect on her father, Aaron Cohen. But again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says no. What a child does and how a child behaves and how a child leads his life is a direct reflection of the chinuch that he has received in the home, which is right. They're both right. There are elements of both of this, which is why, again, the chinuch of our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes we for our children, the lifestyles of our children, everything goes into the chinuch. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, the Gemara is telling us, we, the parent, children, incredible. Let's go ahead. Zoom into Sana Scholar. Gemara says, my time is Zoom into Sana Scholar. Why does the Mishnah end off? It's interesting, right? Because the Mishnah ended off by saying, this is the mitzvah of skila. So why does the Mishnah end off this way? What did we say before? So far that if Allah might say liable to skila, we take him out to skila. Base skila hayat is this is the previous Mishnah. Not the last We did two Mishnahs ago. Basically, what they call us, I did the Kabbalah list and it says how to stop him. Hanan is in this how to stop him. Even though really this Mishnah spoke about Arba Misos, but it was really following on the heels of the Skila Mishnah. And therefore, we had Skila, then it went into Arba Misos, and then it wanted to close up the discussion of Skila. And that's why the Mishnah Zu mitzvahs haniskalek. That's the end of the Skila discussion. I want to say now we begin Sreifa. Here we go. Mishnah. Mitzvahs haniskalek. Also, this is pretty wild stuff. So what is Sreifa? What is Sreifa? Now I just want to point out, just sorry before we go on. Halacha l'maisa, right? What are you doing with Bas Kohen? So the Rambam passes the levels to see the Dia Parakima Halacha Gimel. Bas Kohen is inside. She is ish. Beisha haya by the Kohen. Beisha haya Yisrael. Bafiba haya by the Mamzer on Nasin. Shabbat Hadilavin. Yizu b'Sreifa. Because the Halacha is whether she's in a Risa, she's in a Suah. Whether she's a Kohen, baby, Yisrael, Mamzer, Nisim, Flishti, Givon, whatever it is, right? So that's right. So the nice again, her judgment for adultery is right. However, Ubala Bechanek, right? But yeah, what's it? But Allah is the man who commits adultery, and by extension doesn't say it over here, but also again, but even zoning as well will get chenek. Chenek strangulation is the normal for adultery. So the only person who gets this unique punishment for adultery is the Bas Kohen herself, but everyone else about chenek. Good, that's the Rambam. Mishnah, Mrs. Hanas Rafi. We'll say, how do we administer the punishment of Sreifa? Are you mashkin also? We zeb also. So we go ahead and we immerse him in manure up until his eyes. We immerse him in manure. Now, what's that? So Rashi says over here, Rishakin also, saying that from the time he's happy, the tip of Silab from the foot. We're going to see is we need to keep him immobilized. So the way we keep him immobilized that he can't get moved around is we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. That way he keeps him mobile. The nose things to the kashla so haraka, and we take a soft rope. I should say, we take a rough rope, put it inside of a soft rope. So like a rough rope, and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. So the soft of the guilty party. With the korech al tzavaro, and we wrap it around. So just to let's say Chasron Ruvain is step one, put him in the north, immobilize. Step two, take a 2-ply rope. Inside rope is a soft rope. Tie that around his. 2 people stand on either side of Ruvain, each one holding an end of the rope. Now what happens? Each one holds the rope. So what results? Is pit. He is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open the mouth. See what this expression means, but quite we ignite the circle of soch, throw it down his throat. So Sreifa, interestingly enough, is like a burning at the stake of a person. It's actually not what it is. We're going to see it's a pouring of molten lead down the throat of the person. That's Sreifa. So we force it. He's immobilized, force his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. It calls it the seal. We'll see a wick. We'll see why it calls it. Circle of soch. The horrendous soch up goes down into his kishkas. And essentially, he is killed from the inside. Like his insides are incinerated, like he is incinerated internally. Yehuda says, here's the problem. The problem is, well, there's many problems, right? But the problem over here, he says, is with the ministers of the Sreifa, which you may end up what? You may end up strangling the guy. Which, by the way, is a different meaning. It's chenek. So the problem is if somebody is Sreifa and you end up giving neck, isn't that problematic? So the Gemara says, first part line, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. Christ mouth open, Umalik is Tapsila, the Zarkal Sofiv, Yoris Sofiv. Rather, what we do, we use times. Now, obviously, somehow they must be immobilizing him also, right? Because if you're not immobilizing him, he's going to move and the whole thing. Remember, the issue is the lead needs to go down his throat. If it doesn't go down his throat, then it's going to burn him on the outside, and that's not straight fight. Straight fight, internal incineration. So, but it says you can't do that. The rope thing is you risk strangulation, so instead force his mouth open with tongues. I'm Rabbi Lozer, myself as Kohen Achaz, and so Vicky Flech, Rabbi Lozer Ben Zalek says as follows. One time, there was a Bas Kohen who committed adultery, and therefore against straight farm. And what did they do? They surrounded her with branches, and they burnt her. So we'll say, Rabbi Lozer Ben Zalek, that the beginning of straight farm, ultimately burning someone. To which it says, remember again, it's a mistake in the manner of execution. It may not be a mistake in understanding of what Sreifa was. Says the Gemara, calls it a wick of. Rashi points out over here. So sorry. Mishnah would do is they would take like a long piece of lead and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila and broke away. Okay, Manova. Most of us go, well, where do we know this? It's a little bit mind blowing. How do you know that Sreifa means internal and similar? Ask for Sreifa from the Torah. Make it clear. Sreifa from Korach is a son. Remember again, Korach leads to rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again his assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. Look at Rashi. The HD, sorry. Again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketores. The people who brought Ketores, remember, everybody's jockeying for the position of Queen. So whoever brought Ketores was the Syrian. Was killed by Sreifa. So again, a large number of followers were swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought Ketores were incinerated. So the Gemara says Sreifa over here. It says Sreifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, it's like by Korach. So again, they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, their bodies were still intact. So too, what Sreifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing, kind of combo. Then we don't have Sreifa, remember again, also they had whatever they did, right? This is exactly what they did. Or whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. Just like by Nadav and Avihu, incinerated them internally, but they're back. Afkan, straight fast with claim. So to over here again. So to over by Sreifa, so into ultimately again we incinerate the person internally, but the body remains intact. So it's fundamental focus. So interesting. Everyone is agreeing on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration. What's the makar? Tanakama says Korach. Rabbi Elazar says Bnei Aaron. So much another thing, others Korach Minole. So here's what's interesting. How do you know? In other words, the Torah tells us that it's this internachtos hachotim the nafshos son. And as much of this ref as guf kayim. So okay, we darshan mission the nafshos. So we darshan again internally. In other words, they were their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, which their internal life was slow. But ultimately, again, their body remained intact. The other opinion, we don't will say, Ha'is mamish. No. They were literally burned. Umay benafshosam. Shenischai b'sreifa iski nafshosam. That they were chayiv sreifa ultimately again because of what they did, right? Because of iski nafshosam. It wasn't iski nafshosam. Listen to this. This is incredible. Rish Lakish. My dechsiv bechanti la'agei ma'od charak alay shinu. What does it mean? Let's see if you look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, bechanti la'agei ma'od b'shul chalufas shalik Imos log shechilam beishkan korach la'adaso ischaber imo. So it says, how do we know? Literally, it means chanufa is flattery. Flattery. So literally, the pasuk over here, if you want going from Tehillim, the chanfi lagi mo korach alishimo, because of the flattery, that Korach showed to his followers. So, he bared his teeth and smiled. The he is a reference to Gehenna. Gehenna bared. How did Korach go ahead and onboard? Followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever. Little bits and poppers, whatever he did in the desert, right? So go ahead in the desert, and that's how he went ahead and he onboarded his followers through Khalifa. So it's like, because what Khalifa does is sometimes Khalifa speaks, like, in other words, everybody likes themselves. So as somebody matters to me, even if it still feels good. Because of the Khalifa, that Korach went ahead and it was dual flattery. He flattered them, they flattered. And because of this, again, the Sar Shal Gehenna bared its teeth in his mouth, because Gehenna recognized that it's going to get many more inhabitants. So according to the ones who now give us that Sreifa, the Sreifa is internal incineration from the Aaron. Where does he know that from? It said by a Muslim Hashem. The Pasuk says by Nadav and Abihu that they died before Hashem. Say nothing, just that kidney suck. It was like death. What does it mean like? It was like a normal death. Now, what does it mean like a normal death? When a person, right? What's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. Another than who died before Hakadosh Baruch Hu by Amusu Nisa, which means everything that happened to them was eternal, but actually everything remained the same. The other thing will say, no, it's not true. None of them were actually incinerated, fully incinerated. They're actually incinerated. So what does it mean by Amusu? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread the sign of how none of them you died. It wasn't that. Remember again, all the positives by none of them is by Hashem. They came before Hashem. They came both. Now again, remember, the Umar is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes, now the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died, how they died. So now the Gemara says, two pillars of fire emerged from the Mishkan. The Nekula Arba, the split into four. The Nichnisu Shnai Chot Moshe Zeh, Shnai Chot Moshe Zeh. Two pillars that went into the nose of Nadav, into the nose of Avihu, the Sarfam, and burnt them. And they died. So in other words, he was suggesting again that the incineration began internally, but at least according to the other opinion, then went ahead and spread externally. I said, Batochal Osam, the pasuk says it consumed them. Osam below big day. It consumed them, but not their clothing. Even according to the opinion that says another than Avihu will be incinerated, it's only them and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore again, what we merge with over here is the good news is everyone agrees, right? Everyone is in agreement. What is everyone in agreement about? That Sreifa is internal incineration. Hence the process outlined in the Mishnah. Where do we learn it from? Machlokes, some learn it from Korach, one being Korach, one being Nadav. Okay, so I've been Elif, we pardon on its Rafim. Interesting, so why not learn it out from Karbanos? From pardon on its Rafim. So the Gemara says, it's like, not like a paradigm for Sreifa. We burn Karbanos, so say pardon on its Rafim. Then whenever we talk about pardon, Elam, Davar, Shal, Tzibor, Park, Point Mashiach, these are just like sin offerings, right? We just learn out from the Parmanas Rafim. So I Parmanas Rafim again, it's total incineration. To which the Gemara says, Mistabra is interesting. Tabra me Adam Havilela Mela, Adam Kote, Shama Pigel. It makes more sense to learn out, to Sreifa by people, from Adam. Learn from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number Adam, they both apply to people. Number 1, they're both called Chodei. Number 3, there's an element of Neshama, right? The courage. Okay, how did I like the Harman and Sofim have the why? She came Machshir L'Doros. Because ultimately, again, Harim, like we have over here, is a Machshiros. Ultimately, again, tells us, look at Rashi. There's Machshir, it's almost right across in Rashi. Machshir, Sreifas based in Machshir, Hechshir, Mitzvah Samakum. Remember again, the action of Sreifa, the base in the death penalty, is what we call a Machshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses the person. Became Paramanasrafim. So to ultimately, again, Paramanasrafim. Aval Sreifa, the Hani Lavi, the Adamu, Shekam Meha Mitzvah Samakum. The Sreifa by Korah and the Sreifa by Navi were not carried out by Bezdin. They're carried out by Kadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Hanach Lafish. There are still more comparisons to Sreifa Bezdin, to other cases of people dying than to Purim. Man Dialach Adas Korach, my Tamal Yolach Min Korach. She will say, so the one who learns out from Adas Korach, why didn't you learn it out from Bnei Aaron? Because he will say that by Bnei Aaron will act fully incinerated. Fully incinerated. So okay, so if you want to, even if you want to say that Bnei Aaron are fully incinerated, so why not use that as the paradigm? See, it's just like none of the Navi were fully incinerated. For what? For what? Sveifa means complete incineration. So this keeps coming up over and over, right? You have to love your brother, you love yourself, even in death, or even the way you have to which means again, choose for him a more proper death. So the act of internal incineration, at least does what? Leaves a body for burial. He's by his burial, the person is able to have a levaya, and as much as the buried in a separate cemetery as we saw, the Shulman will not be a half glory after come open. The thing you could have nothing, zero Shabbat. You also know the position of nothing. Why did you zero Shabbat at all? You like zero Shabbat, have straight fast in the Shabbat for good for you, last straight for you. You were not, if I didn't have the zero Shabbat, I would have thought like this. Incineration with an intact body is not called sreifa at all. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because of the, how do you fulfill the Yafter? Just add on more wood to cause the fire to burn brighter, burn more intense. That's it. And then again, the person will die faster. Kamash means internal incineration will leave the body intact. Okay, therefore, the bottom line takeaway is everyone is agreeing that Sreifa, the Misas Bezin of Sreifa, is internal incineration. Internal incineration. And now the Gemara says again, what's the mucker for that? So again, that's I guess. Is it not you or is it Korah? Ultimately, again, that's Machlokas. There's this Machlokas. Each opinion holds something different happening by the other. So, for example, the opinion that says the mucker is Adas holds that none of the Avihu were fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's not that an Avihu hold that Korah were completely incinerated. So fundamental Machlokas, or historical Machlokas, again, it's Machlokas about the source, but agreement about the halacha. Incredible. The Gemara mentioned not that an Avihu is a little bit of the story. The Kfar Hayu Moshe Ba'arim Mahalchim B'Derech. The not about Avihu Mahalchim, especially when it tells the story, the desert, and Aaron are walking. So first of all, can you imagine just that scene, like the being flying on the wall and Moshe and Aaron together. Imagine just that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking, and what happens? Nadav and Avihu Mahalchin Acharein. Nadav and Avihu, Aaron's sons, were walking behind them. Sorry. The Kol Yisrael Acharein, and all of the fathers walking behind Nadav and Avihu. Remember again, Nadav and Avihu were great tzaddikim. Amar lo Nadav la'Avihu, a Masai Yamu. You say to each other, when these two old men are going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. We'll lead the generation. So just there is so much to say about this Gemara. Like, what is this? What is happening over here? And I just want to point out something amazing. And this is just incredible how, like, the wisdom of Gemara. The Marsha it's a long Marsha, but he has a discussion about the fact that most children right? And our emotions, children, fade away into obscurity. Hear about them, don't learn about them. They certainly do not become their father. And there's a lot to be said to that in general about the concept of being children of a great person. On one hand, it could be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, it could be a tremendous source of helping that always living in your father's shadow, really being able to live up to what he is or what he was. So just this idea over here is another idea like this. Look, most kids are not taking over. Most kids are not taking over. And Aaron's kids, I will say, Marsha says something fascinating. So they see a fundamental flaw in Moshe. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't mechanic his kids in the right way, and a tremendous time on the top of the daf that spoke about chinuch, right? Again, you gotta take. Let's say, you gotta take ownership for how you. You don't have to take ownership for every single decision, but you absolutely need to own how they turn out to you. Like that's me. That's on me. Bein Latov, Bein Lara, that's on me. So in order to say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, the chinuch is lacking. Whereas kids, right? Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. Number two. So Moshe can't keep it together with his kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret, right? The secret sauce, so to speak. Right? You don't have the secret to success. Maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership. Stand down. Hanira, we'll see who's going to bury who. Right? We'll see who's going to ultimately, again, who is incredible. Amra Papa says, people, there's a famous so I'll say the adage is like this. There are many old camels carry the hides of young camels. Right? Sounds right? But the idea is, I'll say, there's a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels, right? But might say again, sometimes, the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition. I feel like I can conquer the world, and I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. And sometimes, again, as we get older, we recognize that we don't know everything. We know very little. And the truth is, there's much to be learned from people, even if they're not quote unquote as successful as we think they should have been. Also, there is wisdom that comes age that youth simply does not have. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Lazar says, all the days. We're not talking, brother. This is incredible. We're not talking, brother. The one can Talmud Chacham be compared. He says, "Lifnei Amar." So we'll say so again. This is talking about the relationship between a Talmud Chacham and an Amaretz. The Talmud Chacham viewed by an Amaretz, by an ignorant person. So the Gemara says, "Betchila, he don't show us in the beginning, right?" So even an Amaretz, the Talmud Chacham, ultimately again as a golden vessel. Seeker himenu. Listen to this. When Talmud Chacham schmoozes with the Amaretz. Remember the Kitor Shal Kesa. His standing is diminished. I will say, I don't know, it's one of the words. I don't know why the word itself is more than anything. Right? What does schmooze mean? Right? It's just like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone talk? Again, some say it. There's something meaningful to discuss it. But if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the breeze. There's no such thing. Shooting the breeze is a fundamental waste of time. If there's targeted conversation to be had, have it. But not again, Nothing to do with it. So the Gemara says it's incredible. If the Amaretz, it diminishes the standing of the Tamchacham. Tamchacham doesn't shoot the breeze. It doesn't get together to have a schmooze, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted, then again, there are so many better things to do with one time. So therefore, Tamchacham schmoozes, Sha'amaretz, that he doesn't treat his time seriously, it diminishes his standing in the eyes of the Amaretz. So let's listen to this. Once the Amaretz gives something to Tamchacham, takes something from the Amaretz. So this in general, human nature is when you give something to someone. So what's the automatic default? Is you feel that person owes you something. That person is beholden. It's just human nature. That person is beholden to you. So once the Amaretz gives something to Tamchacham, accepts it. Then again, now the Amaretz feels that Tamchacham is beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. Don't really keep those shalkeres. Some of the enemy comes like an earthenware vessel. Earthenware vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So most it's just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, that Tamchacham is like a golden vessel Amaretz. Tamchacham schmoozes. So this is just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. Is diminished in the eyes of them. Takes something from art that Amaretz like I own you. I don't own you because you took something from me. Look at Tamchacham becomes like an incredible. Someone tells a story in Musa Bas Tali Bas Konishes Insa. So there was this girl. This literally a person. Her name was Rasa Bas Tali. She was the daughter of a Kohen who committed adultery. So literally against, so judge her that she was liable to death. Surrounded her with branches. They burned her. Yosef. So mistakes that are made over here. Number one, the topic is right. So they made a mistake with right. They made a mistake about masno. Remember again, I will say. The Mas said that's not how you do streifa. Streifa is not with branches. Streifa is with lead, with molten lead. That's number one. That was the first mistake. The topic is sanga. So the other mistake that they made was Bezdin is not empowered to administer death penalty until when? So unless, of course, there's a Kohen, there's a Beis Hamikdash, there's a Sanhedrin. Allah, so again, mistakes he made. Number one, you should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, you did not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, I'm going to my son last questions insects. So Elazar says the story. Now this is the Mishnah, right? The Mishnah says that Rabbi Elazar says there was a story of a Bas Kohen who committed adultery. He surrounded her with branches and he burnt her. And they said back to Elazar, Barak ben Sanok. That was a mistake of the Beis Din. So says the Gemara. As follows. This was the Beis Din of Stukim. The Rebbe said the Stukim were the ones who encouraged about that. We took the time to go to the interpretation of everything. I'm not saying this was the Beis Din of Stukim. So he was talking about the question. So I say, so this is what he said in the third time. That time, Amr Elazar said, Rani, Yoshayisi Tino. I remember when I was a child. I was on my father's shoulders. And they brought a Bas Kohen who committed adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned her. Talk about a traumatic childhood memory. And so again, I remember I was my father on his shoulders, and they burned the Bas Kohen. They said to him, okay, thank you. You were a child when you saw this, and a person, you've seen this before, a person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's the halacha. So number one, so therefore they kind of protect that story in its entirety. The Gemara says, furthermore, that was the truth. There are two episodes. He saw this once as a child, and saw this once as an adult. The one we just mentioned, the one as a child. The one we just mentioned is the one he saw as an adult. So the Gemara says, would count first. The childhood episode or the adult episode? So the Gemara says, so again, if you did the adult one first, and they rejected it, they said that was a base in Torah. Would he go ahead and would he go ahead and mention anything about what happened as a child? Okay, so here's how it happened. So the first said, when I was a kid, I remember that they burnt a Bas Kohen. They literally burnt her. And they said, I'm not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, the sort of second time when he was a kid, when he was an adult, then he related that was the base that made a mistake. Okay, good. Mishnah, mitzvahs and arugim. So we'll say, so now we did that was all. That's the end of Sreifa. That's Sreifa, that's how they actually went ahead and carried the din of Sreifa. Next. Mitzvahs and so we'll say now we're up to Herek. Herek means decapitation. So how would they do this? They would literally decapitate him with a sword. The Gemara says, the same way that the monarchy executes people. The monarchy executes, you take a sword, sharp sword, you decapitate the individual. Ruler really says, Nivel Rulo, Chas Shalom. That Nivel means that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not good. Ella, rather, what do you do to make it a little bit cleaner? You take a wooden block, you put it on the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat takes the kofitz, and you decapitate him with an axe. Does not seem to be much better. What are you talking about? Right? That's terrible. Right? That's a sword could be a lot cleaner. Sword could be a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So Tanya, Rabbi says as follows: I know that using a axe is not nice. I know that it's a not nice death. What should I do? I would also prefer to use a sword. But the Bible says this halacha, which means do not follow in the ways of the Gentile nations. Since the Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, decapitation by sword, we're not allowed to do it the same way. So the Gemara says, what are you talking about? No, we're not allowed to follow in the way of Gentile nations when we just want to replicate what they're doing. If we're already doing the same thing, or we're doing something and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, Allah it already says death by a sword in the Torah. So because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it even though they do it. Because if you don't say, listen to this, so I said, hey, remember again, this is interesting halacha. We actually saw this reference earlier on in the week that Allah, so when a king dies, we burn the possessions of the king. We burn the possession. And the logic behind that is, because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, I will say it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. So the Gemara says, so you see from here, anything that we were doing anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, so therefore again, you see over here, like by the burning of the king's possessions, since we already had it first, we were doing our foundation start to do it, it's not considered to be Gentile replication or emulation. So let me not go to so to over here, it says sword. We'll talk about this more, and we'll talk about this more later on. But since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, death by sword is something we were already doing, and even though the Gentile nations are not using it as well, it is not considered to be Gentile replication. Let's stop over here. I think I'm going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah before Shabbos. So Shabbos can start with the Mishnah. What a week, Shvech, everyone. All right, everyone Zoom. Shabbos.
if your job is just they've given you some sort of a mandate. This is how we're going to frame this. It's not like it was to all lockstep in uniform start calling it forced teamwork. Right. And that Rolling Stone article where they pretended that a bunch of people were waiting in line in the emergency room for gunshot wounds. So, not only that, it was a photo of people wearing winter coats because they were lining up for the flu shot. That was the stock photo.
All right,
This was in like August.
good morning.
First off,
First of all, thank you to Ali for the weather advisory. Definitely, very excited. And again, once it's just know that text gets sent out. It's on time at 5:22 this morning. Without you doing it at 5:22 this morning, just prepare your coffee. We all go involved in something we take and we enjoy it. It's wonderful. I understand that Ali really is happy he's right here to see what's shutting down to the table. It's tremendous to see us in this part when he does it. So make sure that when you see it, you make a tremendous thank you. Not just updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. But Ali, on behalf of the entire show, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate it. The weather up. Sorry, also just the coffee every single morning and sending to us Netflix. Thank you for it. Thank you for it. Let's take our Talmud sponsor year of Top Shin Pay, our annual Talmud sponsor, the Mishpach of Israel, for dedicating our shows this year as a kiss from Soros Films for Am Yisrael. Our documentary sponsors for today, in honor of Josh's 40th birthday. Mazel tov. And our documentary sponsors today, friends of Josh Rosenblum, for the friends of a special birthday, the wife's actual birthday, right? So, okay. 40, mamish, the child. Josh, I'm really happy this year, a tremendous birthday to be a year of growth, of hearts. Of community Vegas, a common channel to tell about man that's some channel to Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this case of our precious hostages, make the strong message bring them home. The shalom and the karav, and the source of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. But with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting doc filled with just a lot of random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember, we're still steeped. It feels like a little bit. On one hand, it's interesting Gemara. On the other hand, I talked this yesterday apparently doc. It's very heavy, constantly being involved in death. Right? And these are death audiences. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this sugya schema, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing because being constantly around death could be actually life or fun. I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes when all you're doing is death, and you recognize that Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. So sometimes again, spending a lot of reminds us how much power we have in life. So also with that, so we left off yesterday. We're Tara Leonard. Tell me where I am.
Anything you can call your own. Those ideas.
Good. Okay, so let's do this. Let's start that one. Okay, one person talk. One person talk. Tell you where I am. Good.
Well, this is
Yeah, that's a gabbai. The gabbai to it doesn't tell you where we are, and that is good. Let's go. So good. You want to say this first. So what's the position of Radishin? Design with the Shimon over Shnei Klolos Nemu Baskoy. So there are two rules said Baskoy. Mercy, 1 second. The Baskoy and all Baskoy. So these two rules are said by Baskoy and Baskoy. So just remember the overwhelming ambiguity in all of this is here's what we know. A Baskoy commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is there's two psukim. One pasuk says skira, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is what? So the Shimon says, so rather, again, the Torah says, rather say that these two rules apply even to Abbas Yisrael, but also Yakasa Musua Makla Musua, Makla Arusa, given by Basman, whereas if have any overhears, the Torah removes a Bas Kohen Musua from the general penalty of Musua, and a Bas Kohen Arusa from the general penalty of Arusa. I think a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over Musua, Arusa Bas Kohen Makla Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. Arusa Bas Kohen Yisrael is Skiva Sreifa. So right, so generally an Arusa is Skiva, but a Bas is a Bas Kohen, which doctrines are Arusa, that's Sreifa. Okay, and you saw the Chlam Nesua, Mechanek is Sreifa. And again, by Nesua, so regular Nesua, regular married English doctrine, Chalas Kohen, ultimately again, we'll get Sreifa. We'll get Sreifa. So, but these all things into Rabbi Shimon's view, or what Rabbi Shimon's premise. Rabbi Shimon's premise is that remember, they say argument of the Talmud Mishnah. What is the most common form of some was called form of death? Skiva. According to the form of death, Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we see in this opinion is really forged in old Bas Kohen discussion. But since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out under the framework of punishment, and ultimately again getting something different, and the different thing that she's given us straight indicates that Sreifa is a different kind of owner. So the Gemara says, "Ma'kishot yakasem l'chal nesua lahachmir," like when the Torah pulled out a Bas Kohen nesua. For a regular case of nesua, it's to be machmir. So too when it pulls out the rule of a Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery, from a regular Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery, it's also to be machmir. And from here you see also, so what's the chumrah? Chumrah you get Sreifa. So when you see that Sreifa, you must come from as well. I Zone Nesua Bas Kohen Nesua Bas Yisrael. The Zone Arusa Bas Kohen B'Chlal Zone Arusa Bas Yisrael. So this is very interesting. It'll be a few moments on. Yeah, let's say Rachel Bas Kohen, she's about to marry Uwe. But it doesn't matter what Uwe is. He's not a Kohen. It's absolutely ridiculous. Witnesses show up and he saw Rachel committed adultery. Then it turns out, or I should say, another say, you not have seen what you proposed to have said. The Mona you say, you were 8 years old. What's the punishment? 8 years old. What's the punishment? Right? Catches on a typical punishment. Here is the condition. Even though Bas Kohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, Sreifa, that's unique for her, Eidim Zonin do not get her punishment. Instead, Zonin get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So, such how we'll see the direction for that in just a little bit. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her Eidim Zonin. The Bas Kohen, she sees that, and again, the Torah says over here, if you look at that, it's the first white line, Zonin Yisrael Bas Kohen B'Chlal, Zonin Yisrael Bas Kohen, the Chenek, Shalahotzi HaKasav Ela Oso Levado. He bought each piece of only she gets Sreifa. Only she gets Sreifa. The Eidim Zonin will get, interesting, they get punished, but they get the punishment for as we'll call normal adultery. Strangulation and not Sreifa. Fascinating. Okay, so let's go back to bottom. So let's say we are base 50b, 3 lines into the wide line. So now, Ubash Kohen Kisi, and if the daughter of a Kohen will commit adultery, Yakala Fidu Chilala. Let's say some lushness is very interesting. It's Basish Kohen Kisi, if the daughter will profane herself. So he says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she is Michal Shabbos. Maybe it's telling us that maybe a Basi gets a Sreifa, even for desecrating Shadmar in his notes. Therefore, the Basi gets in the word, ultimately against Zos. Immorality. If you move it to the custom of that, the Torah is talking about, again, profanation. A profanation that occurs, that is what I believe it's a profanation, or profanity, that occurs as a result, ultimately, again, of immorality. The Sid, Shows us a customer dollar. Right? Because the Gemara says, oh, I feel it. Maybe it's about Kurli. She said, well, I'm on Avia, and then I'm on Avia. So it says over here Avia, and it says in the second part, it's like Mahotzi Sanara Pesach base Avia is Karua. Malahalon is in the Zika Sabal, just like in the first person, it's about the Sunus in Zika Sabal, which means immorality, where there's a husband involved. Right? Again, maybe not in Sunus, but at least in the Sin. Afghan Sunus in Zika Sabal. So to over here again is Sunus in Zika Sabal as well. Oh, Omer, sorry, Omer Avia, El she is Kala. Maybe what it means that when is a Bas Kohen subject to Sreifa when she commits adultery maybe with her father, right? Maybe it's only ancestral adultery that's problematic. If she already Nuchaleres, Hadomer, Kol Adam Amar, where it says Nuchaleres, ultimately again that comes to no adultery with anyone. Okay, Ha Ma'ani Mekaye, Akiha. So let's say so Ha Ma'ani Mekaye. So what at the end of the world like nothing. So the Gemara says, so Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Avia. Never can be of Avia. It says over here, it says in the second part of Avia, Ma'al Halal Muslims take us about, just like over here, it's immorality. With a connection to a husband, kind of gross and take us about. Whereas it's okay. Ma'al Halal Na'ara Yarusa. Kind of Na'ara Yarusa. So here's the difference. So remember again, the Torah speaks about the idea over again of a Nara, a Bas Nara, whom we lost. But a Nara Pesach is a deal. We're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second part to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sreifa. So maybe Sukkot, just like the second part is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is a particular stage in her development, and she's an so by Sreifa, she'll only get Sreifa if she's a Nara, and she's on. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? How do we know the Suah Bulgaris? I'm sorry. Afghan Nara Urasa. Nara Suah. How do I know that it's Nara she has the Suah? Or the Arusa, she's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult, full adult. So, or Bulgaris in the Suah, or Bulgaris in older woman, 79. How do I know that if she's a Bas Kohen commits adultery, she's subject to Sreifa? Lomar, Bas Kohen, Nikoma. Different Torah uses a more generic and a Bas Kohen to tell us whoever the Basura she is. A Nara, a Bulgaris, a Nesua, an Arusa. It doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed to a girl who is a woman who is a Bas Kohen who commits adultery. Whereas Bas Kohen is, so Bas Kohen, top of the money, I'll say, Amy Ella Shemises the Kohen. So here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a Bas Kohen is referring to her as a Bas Kohen. Maybe means that she'll marry a Kohen. Right? Maybe it's a married Kohen. Amy Ella Shemises the Kohen. We say Lelevi, Amy Yisrael, La'ovid Kochavim, L'chalo, L'mamzeh, V'lesimina. And how do I know that the truth is this unique halacha of a Bas Kohen who commits adultery and are being subject to Sreifa? How do we know that halacha of myself? No matter who she married, that how do we know that? In other words, it was like if you look at the list is very interesting because who's included in this list? So obviously again, a Kohen lady Yisrael, but also the Sulim. Even in the sin, even though I'll tell you what I love most of that. I don't not that funny, but one of the things that I truly love about this is, as much as sometimes it's frustrating, not necessarily for myself, but have this attention over all the details that along the journey pick up like these sodos that stick with you. Because remember again, one of the things my books and we had is do say Kiddushin Tom B'chayvim Lavin, right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the Kiddushin work? So there's the thing of Shita Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds Kiddushin in the Kosim B'chayvim Lavin. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if they're only prohibited to by Allah, Rabbi Akiva says in marriage does not work. We don't constitute. We hold Kiddushin in Kosim B'chayvim Nisa, right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Try to marry his wife, it's not going to work. But if a man tries to, a woman marries a mamzer, right, or his sin, or a chalom, so it's a lot. It's where every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition, but the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married murderly, but nevertheless, again, she's about to explain that she's subject to Sreifa. So also interestingly enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kuna or ultimately again even by marrying a okay, she is safe, I love this rate, that's very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of Sreifa for a Bas Kohen to commit adultery is dafka adin in a Bas Kohen, in herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, she's killed, right? He's also death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique Sreifa penalty. So the Gemara says as follows: see, he was Sreifa, he was Sreifa, they follow. First white line, he was Sreifa, they Zolomeh was Sreifa. Assuming again she gets Sreifa, but ultimately again we not get Sreifa. So there was this is what we saw before the halacha. So this unique punishment, dafka for her, and not anyone else, not for anyone else, not for the even not for the already. That's what the Lord says as follows: Esaviha b'Sreifa, v'Eshkameha b'Skila. So that makes a very good statement for me. Right? He says that with her now, we'll read it, and then we'll have to see exactly what her father with Sreifa and with her father with Skila. With Skila. The Gemara says as follows: Amar we don't know exactly what that statement actually means, remains to be seen. I thought that even if she just violated Shabbos, because remember again, about the blushing of the pasuk that we keep on referencing is Ubas Ish Kohen, he's Seichel. Seichel is Chulin, right? Profanations. I thought that again, even if she just profaned Shabbos, she's subject to Sreifa. So the Gemara says, I feel the Kol Shabbos, wait a minute, Kol Shabbos, that's scary. Right? So everybody knows that. Everyone knows Kol Shabbos is Gila, right? Kol Shabbos is Sreifa. So it's Amarava Hashim, read this is what Shimon. Chamura. But the Shimon holds more Chamura. Tzadai Kanal, so it seems that this, you might have cut that, which is very interesting. Tzadai Kanal, Holo Ba'achmu, Rachamona, Bekam. Rabbi Be Mitzvah, Sisera, Tidum Sreifa. This is fact. You might suggest the need to introduce into me something dramatic. Introducing the Kohanim have a totally different punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual punishment, since they have additional mitzvot, just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since again they have what they call mitzvot, they have all these additions that perhaps even for any Avera, which carries a death penalty, halacha l'maisa again, she should get Sreifa, right? And therefore, even if she's Chal Shabbos, she should kamash molado, kamash for dafka in adultery and not by anything else. So the mother right there. So my shna mean day. So the mother says, I would have thought so again, what exactly? My shna mean if you look at Rashi said, this lama yachmi. So just understand the happening that the Gemara puts forward. The Gemara puts forward that maybe as Kohen, because Michalis should get Sreifa. How do we know? Why? Because this conditional mitzvah means she has a high level of sanctity, and therefore the Kol Shabbos she should get Sreifa. Let's say actually wrote this by the way. The Havamina was for who? The Havamina was for women. A Bas Kohen she gets Sreifa for Shabbos. So the Havamina was only a Bas Kohen and not Kohanim. But why would you suggest Sreifa for Kol Shabbos for a Bas Kohen and not Sreifa for a Kohanim? What's the shot? So this is very interesting. I'm sorry, keeping the low starting Shabbos the Gabor, but keeping the Sreifa. This is fitting. Kohanim already have a shtickle of call it dispensation. Comes to Shabbos. I think I want that word. Not really dispensation, but rather again, I remember I permitted to offer carbonos on Shabbos. So we already see Kohanim have a different Kohan, have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right now, obviously, again, it's not to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique dispensation that they have for Avodah, that obviously only to men doesn't apply to women. So I don't know how long the mice again, maybe only the good of straight about her, not to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, the penalty is always C1, doesn't matter calling it good. Yachal Afilu I'm not thought that Afilu Pinuya. I am not thought that even if the Bascoin is single, maybe she should be subject to Srifa or adultery, to which the Gemara says Chaluznos. But it says Liznos. It says Nos. To which the Gemara says maybe it's Kidabalaza, Panui Havala, Dunya, Shalom, Yishus, Asa Zona. So the Raza holds even two singles engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a zona. Now that's not it. He's using zona as a halakhic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. So the years of the Raza holds that even single people, right, engaging in sexual relationship is prohibited. Omar, LOTS Kalaka. It says Avila, maybe the reason why the Pasuk says that is to go ahead and say that maybe it's incestual adultery that's punishable by Sreifa, but not by other men. So the Gemara says, what are you talking about? We're talking about a case where she was Mizana, she was innocent, with another man, and she had father, that's the case we're talking about. So what's the case? My area Baskoin, I feel about Sisrama. If that's the case, what's the blessing? Then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a Baskoin. So what applies when she's a Basisrael? I'm going to be Yitzchak back. Asya, Heina, Asya, Zima. We'll say Nika Zima Shabbat, Heina, Emma, Zima. So let's say all of you again to compare the penalty for a Bas Kohen to incest. The punishment for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is Sreifa. So the punishment for incest is Sreifa as well. So therefore, again, we're talking about that she adultery with her father. It doesn't make a difference if she's a Bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be Sreifa. The Gemara says it's you're still tell that. I would have thought he's coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says we can go to that. When I'm asking Bas Yisrael, since the Torah over here, since the Torah is Helen Yisrael by Bas Kohen Bas Yisrael, Kamash Malon, Bas Kohen in Bas. I'm sorry, Kamash Malon. Good. So Bas Kohen, Amy Elishmi says the Kohen. So let's say this is interesting. Once again, we want to circle back. Now we're just dissecting the Brisa we mentioned before. So we said before Bas Kohen. I will say it's interesting because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does Bas Kohen mean? Bas Kohen means the daughter of a Kohen is what? Married to a Kohen. That's like the default of it. So the Gemara says Bas Kohen, Amy Elishmi says the Kohen. I only know that she actually married a Kohen. When he says Lelevi, how do I know? Again, she married anyone. Like, we saw with Kohen ladies, even someone who really another. No, that is the same height. She committed adultery. She said, I don't know if it still applies. Tamar, Bas Ish Kohen. Therefore, the pasuk says Bas Ish Kohen. Even if she's no longer a Kohenes, you find even if she's no longer a Kohenes, Tanya. You should be insipa Bas Kohen. The title of Kohenes of us, the title of Kohenes bestowed upon someone, a woman who is the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why did that status change? Because they were married. In other words, it's like the biology. If she's a Kohen, right? If I was a Kohen, then this would be let's say a man and a woman. Right? A man could abdicate his Kehuna status. So you have a man Kohen, but if he marries someone married, he abdicates that status. And he could regain it afterwards. But for myself, he's not. But by a Bas Kohen, why would you think that a Bas Kohen is married to a Kohen? Bas Kohen is one of a Kohen, because of who she's married to. So you want to say, the Sue needed Kohenes, the Kohen said, does the pasuk itself say, so we're talking about a Kohenes, she's married to a Kohen? Of course not. I would have thought Sechel Liznos Amlachmana. So I would have thought, but the passage says as follows: Abbas Kohen, he Sechel Liznos. He Sechel Liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows: what I did from it. How do you mean? That's when the act of znos, so the inappropriate relationship, started. Now, about keeping the kamas called the kaima made kara. Now, let's say, but maybe in the case of, let's say, for example, we'll call it Rachel was Mechel Mamzer. So I would have thought like this: when did issues in Rachel in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she stood under the couple of the mountains, you're not allowed to do that. So therefore, it's like the problem is a break already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that the sleifa for adultery of us is when quote unquote the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I would have thought that Halakha L'Maisa, she's not subject to sleifa under those circumstances. After all we said, so ultimately at the end of the line we'll marry each Zad is a fine man, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Even Shenival of Apostle, because once I look at myself, once a Bas Kohen has relations with a man with whom she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that compromises this. The Gemara says, "Levi Yisrael Nami," by Levi Yisrael as well. The Shabbat they said they're king down. So let's remember again, this is very important. When a Bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now again, it depends on who she marries. If she's someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do truma. But should her husband die without, should they claim that saying she doesn't have children, then halacha she goes back to her father's home. But when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not a Kohen, for the duration of at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, "The lady saw Nami the Shabbat they said, you know that." The Pasuk says that she was married to a lady or to Yisrael. So when she's married, then she can't be truma. But if those guys die, she can go back to her parents' home and consume the truma. What do you see from here? You see from there that when she was married, she's not to eat truma. To which the Gemara says, therefore I would have thought this. So let's say, see, what's happening over this is fascinating. It's like this. I might have thought that the only time there's straight up for adultery is when, quote unquote, began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halachic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why was it compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa, even if there was some type of pre-existing halachic issue in her marriage. Let's say she married a mamzer. Right? And so that's a real halachic issue. That's a real problem. Like, not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halachic problem. Even in that case, where there was a pre-existing marital issue, Halakha L'Maisa, she commits adultery, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. Let's say all this is not the government. Bas Kohen Sheniz L'Yisrael Ba'achor Truma. Let's say this is so interesting. Listen to this. A Bas Kohen who marries Yisrael. So let's call it Rachel. Rachel married Ruben. Comes from a nice Kohanic family. She married out. Like she married to a regular guy, regular Jew. So what happens? So she's with Ruben, and what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. And what's not halacha is, remember, a zar is not permitted to eat truma. Generally, now you're talking about b'shogeg. Now, halacha generally, if you go ahead and you eat truma b'shogeg. So the halacha is, remember, there is keren chomesh. You have to pay that plus an additional fifth into this. First question is truma. So Rachel is about Cohen. She married a regular guy in Ruben in Israel, and she accidentally did Truma. Which was it? You can see that by the way, right? It must have been a case that didn't happen too frequently, right? The girl who grew up in a Kohanic home comes back to her parents, right? Comes back to her parents, the Truma that's out. She eats the Truma. So what the Rachel? She's not like Mishalem is a carry that in the Mishalem is a chomesh. When you suffer the slum, so what says that she only has to pay the Karen, not have to pay the additional waiver. Whoa, watch it over there. So okay, so then it's indeed tacked into that. Take a look at Rashi for Jinnah. So Rashi says over here, it's in the white lines, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi Shalom says a Karen, even the law is not the Gabon, Zela here as well. And Shalom says a Homosh. The lab Zora here, Hol or lab Zora in Yomos Baila, the Zara. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows: the vice president's opinion that Havon Kolomesa, she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? Because she stole it. Sure doesn't belong to her. So where's the principal? She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar, a non-creative. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have zar status. Why not? She can go back to her parents and consume truma. So interesting enough, so she's chayavis for the theft. Therefore, she has to be principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayav straight up? So actually, it's zinsa. Okay, kind of that. Not going to she commits adultery, then she's chayav straight up. Because again, she's a bas. So the number of things you see from here. Really, what you see from here is first of all, the bas coin by straight up. Any bas coin, irrespective of who she marries. Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her Kohanic status, right? She only has to pay. Karen doesn't have to. Again, all of this is a legal marriage. A legal marriage not Kohen. What happened if illegal marriage? She married him out. So what about Mishalem is carrying the Chodesh. Then about saying she carried on Chodesh. Why? Because remember again, what's happening over here? When a fast queen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, what happens? So she takes on Zona status. As Zona status, she is free. Once that happens, she's a Zara. She's a stranger to the Quran. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats Truma, it's Karen and Chomesh. Karen and Chomesh. And interestingly enough, because of the Chelek, they already there. Wow. But there says also she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets to the punishment for adultery, which is Chelek and not Sreifa. Incredible. So looks like that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? No highlight. What is the main position is that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her Bas Kohen status. And that manifests itself for us in 2 ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats Truma, she's going to have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Bas Kohen, but like a Chelek, like a regular adult. Come say, come woman. Susan Zumashman is careful of doesn't say that. Come disagree. The Chachamim say that a lot of myself. Even if a Bas Kohen marries someone not allowed to marry, she still retains her Bas Kohen status. Very interesting. And Halacha L'Maisa accidentally Truma, she's going to only have to pay. She has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately again, she is judged by Srifa. So let's say, is that not incredible? What a focus. Essentially, does a Bas Kohen kind of compromise her Bas Kohen status? And because yes, if she marries someone illegal, she compromises her Bas Kohen status. That manifests itself that if she consumes Truma actively, she'll have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get Chenek not Srifa. How can you say once a Bas Kohen, always a Bas Kohen? That's right. And therefore, if she accidentally Halacha L'Maisa only Karen to Chomesh, and for adultery, she will always be punished by Srifa. Fascinating. Goes back to. The Gemara goes back to. Revelation over Esavi of the straight. That's coming out the skiva. With her father, it's straight. With her father-in-law, it's skiva. Now, what is that? My Esavi is coming out. What are you talking about? So the Gemara says, Esavi of Me'aviyah, that's coming out. So we're talking about if she's her father. It's straight commits adultery with her father-in-law. So what's I was there? Then again, talking about so what's it? If we're talking about incest and then relation with the father-in-law, that halacha does not marry from Bas Kohen to anyone else. Rather, again, marrying a Bas Kohen, I feel with Bas so nine. What says halacha incest chashem with the daughter is straight up, and the original religion with the daughter of all ultimately is skila. That's across the board. Across the board. Ella esavia b'shus avia b'shver b'shver. Oh, interesting. No, what it means is like this. What I mean is like this. And it says, sorry, the law just says that avia means she's in the domain of her father. Chanel means she's in her father-in-law. Now, what does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? What? Erison. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? Yisuin. It's because of what they're doing. Erison, she's living at home with her parents. So Yisuin will be coming to with her in-laws as these parents. So those are the ones that suggest that essentially when she's in Arusa, it's Sreifa. It's Sreifa. And when she's in Sua, it is Someone says, okay, who's in this aligned with? Rabbanon, Harvey, the Shatiaks, and the Sreifa. A lot of stuff, right? According to the Rabbanon, they hold ultimately it's only a Surah gets Sreifa, not an Arusa. Rabbi Shimon ha'amar acham zah ba'achas l'suah Sreifa. Rabbi Shimon holds again, Bas Kohen, whether again Arusa or Yisua, Rachman, I say it's Sreifa. Rabbi Yishmael, is Rabbi Yishmael, ha'amar Arusa, yatzas l'Sreifa, v'lo Yisua. Yishmael says ultimately, again, Arusa is ultimately goes after Sheba Nanasua. Eschamel, Chenekut. So the Gemara says, what's whose opinion is it? Shabbat Mishnah Rabbi Yotzei Rabbi Chanina. Kach Yatzah Shah Mishnah. Let's say, here's how to read the Mishnah. The Olam Kirabanon. The reality reflects the Rabbanon. Bati Kamarzah needs to say, Kol Shehu L'Matam. So this is Rashi. Rashi says Rashi is 5 lines from the bottom. Straight fall. Straight fall. So essentially, any type of punishment, right? Any time that relations with a father would have yielded a punishment that is less than straight fall. Keep going. Sua the time fall. Hakabas konim b'misas adikidus zitzam yaviyah straight fall. So essentially, like this. Anything cultural mattering, anything ultimately again that would have been a lower punishment had you been adultery with father. Oh my God, what's the exact Yisrael Bas Yisrael? The Ilu Yisrael Bas Yisrael the Chenek, because the regular Yisrael Bas Yisrael be the Chenek. How come the Misa Savia the straight fall? So therefore again, had she been adultery with father would have been straight fall. Cultural mattering the Misa Savia, anything that would have been a step above had she had relations with her father. Mind you, what is that? Bas Yisrael. That's the case of now. Bas Yisrael. The Arusa Bas Yisrael of the Skiva. I reckon we saw ultimately a Skiva. But how come we saw Skava of the Skiva? So it's over here where adultery with father. We give the man the matter we're talking about. That's what the Bible says. It doesn't say the Mala Lama. I'm not giving you a says the same days. In reality, I love it again. We're going like Rabbi Yishmael, right? Rabbi Yishmael says Rabbi Yishmael is the one only for a din and not for the Nesua. What it means to say, Es Adiyah, Birshus Adiyah B'Sreifa, Es Chameha, Mechameha B'Skila, the Kol Adam Mechanek. Okay, this is interesting. Rabbi Yishmael says the way to interpret this is as follows: Es Adiyah, Birshus Adiyah, which means Bas Kohen commits adultery with his father. What does that mean? What's the punishment for Arusa, ultimately is Sreifa. Bas Kohen Arusa is straight. Okay. Es Chameha means she had adultery with her father-in-law. The punishment for that I will say that the Gemara says is Sira. Now that's an explicit pasuk. That's Sira. And for every other act of adultery, yet Chanech. So it's interesting. According to Yishmael, there's 3 constructs in the adultery model, right? There's Bas Kohen who commits adultery as an Arusa. That's Sreifa. There's a woman who commits adultery with her father-in-law. That's Skila. And then there's every case of adultery, which is Chenek. That's his model. Okay? The Gemara says as follows. It doesn't make any sense. Essentially, what you're saying is Saviha means that the girl is in the father, but Eschan means that she committed the father-in-law. So the Gemara says, it doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respected individuals, or both within the domains of the individuals. So the Amarabba, the only Reb Shimon, the Reb Shimon, the Raza, the Surah Karusa. The Raza holds that in the Surah is no different than an Arusa. Ma'arusa, Chad, Darga, Maskura, Maskira, just like in Arusa, we move from one step higher in punishment. Maskira to straightforward. After the Surah, Chad, Darga, Maskira, Mechanic, Maskira. Okay? So incredible. So once I saw again, Rabbah was of the opinion that Allah is essentially what they do is in the case of Cohen, we always move for one level of severity in punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by a result, normally again she gets again, this is Rabbah Lazar, but Shimon was the highest level. So we're from stealing the straight up. By the Surah, she only get Chenek, or we got Chenek Shiva. Okay, that's great. And you know, how the Shimon
made it all the way to
this way for Kamar. The Omen on the April. Right? So rather again, Rabbanan said, Rabbanan says, in reality, she's around. As a via the Skila, with her father, it's Skilo. Father-in-law, it's Sreifa. The high, the Kama, S, and that ultimately again, which we said, as if the point or the vice just the point, then over the block. Okay. I'm not going to block. I'm not going to, sorry. I'm going to ultimately again, as Rabbi said in the room of Rabbi Yosef Hanino. So this is incredible. I'm going to say, for someone who's Shikha. But let's take it. We're going to button you right now, get a little halacha as well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows as Rabbi sent in the name of Rabbi Yosef Hanino. Okay. So now the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef says, focus on Shikha. What does this mean? So Rabbi Yosef is saying, is only pertinent for Messianic era. Now, what does that mean? Look at that. She also saying Shikha. She says, Halacha zu kishiyah yavo. Kishiyah yavo. You want some Mashiach. She is shooting down in Mikoman. So this is fascinating. So why are we spending all of this time on this? In other words, besides amplification for now, which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say. So I'm considering how much of our discussions that may have to be active. But again, right now we know Mr. Remember again, that's Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires a basic mikdash. So this is a halacha which will ultimately run Mashiach by El Yaakov. Shechita should know this news. Open Mashiach. So by you can see that. So why did we learn Kachin? Right? Why did we go ahead and learn anything about Kabbalas? Like after again, anytime you remember brings up one word, for that matter, to Matara. Like why even bring up these sugyas at all? It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this stuff at all? Rabbi says, "Hello, Mr. Mashiach, Elor, to reach the Kabbalah sky." Ultimately, again, rather, what's the avodah over here? The avodah over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn Kabbalah. That's why we're learning Hakanami. So over here again, by this introduction, George the Kabbalah sky. This is very funny, because I think for many of us, the last 2 days, we're kind of wondering ourselves, what are we doing, right? We're going to see the bottom line just a little bit, we'll deal with that in just a few moments. But again, almost as if sometimes it's something you struggle with something different, if you have someone else who's struggling with it, but this makes you might be struggling with it, at least I know I'm not crazy. So it's interesting, because this is coming out of the Gemara. So again, you have a real thing saying, what do we do? It's very interesting, but what the focus on the machine. Which devices we're talking about. We spend time focusing on things that are not yet relevant but will be in the future. So why do you do that? Droch and the Kabbalah Skar. Learn and receive reward for us. So what's this? The Gemara is saying, Pashut Pshat is the Gemara is saying that halacha l'maisa, there is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Like, what do I do with a sugya like this? Okay, so you pick up Mr. Haskell, then you learn so much about it becomes a life-affirming experience, recognizing I'm alive, my gosh, life is such a precious gift. I need to do 609. Right? I said this last time at 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun. Right? And then what happened? I might say, I gotta live. But in the general idea, sometimes we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be halachically relevant. But even if it's not halachically relevant, there's a power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to. Torah is an operating system, it's true. Don't just learn in order to operate. I learned because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. When I swim in the Yam Shel Tamid, the sea of the I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different. I'm not the same person. But what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information. I can tell you one thing. I'm absolutely a different person than I was now. That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. Drosh v'kabel schar. Just learn. So listen, we translate. Drosh v'kabel schar is learning, you get a reward for learning. No. Your reward itself is the learning. Just learn. The Kabbalah schar, you will receive the reward. What's the ultimate reward? Something you get in this world or the next world. The reward is you become a different person. I'm someone different now. And because I'm someone different, it's like, what is the greatest schar in the world? The greatest schar in the world is when you feel good about yourself because you feel more engaged in a life of self-transcendence. When I feel I'm just pushing forward to becoming the best version of me, that is the greatest schar. So therefore, the Gemara says, Drosh, sometimes it's just about learning. The Kabbalah schar, reap the benefit of becoming someone different, reap the benefit of becoming someone holier. Happens to be that the Ermayin Chaim says something very beautiful. The Rebbe says as follows. He says, there's another vart in Drosh the Kabbalah schar. He says also as follows. He says, sometimes when we learn something, when you learn about something that's not yet in effect, and it's going to one day, what it does is it awakens within me an anticipatory desire for what is going to be. So the Ermayin Chaim says, when you learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what does that do? It awakens within me a desire for Mashiach. It awakens within me a desire for a Beis HaMikdash. It awakens within me a desire for a Sanhedrin. That is, Utzleim Alomar Nosai Espianu. He goes on. So sometimes what Joshua Kabbalah means, sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. But when I learn it, it awakens within me this desire to have it. Okay, so it's based in, right? If it applies as much. But so you learn this about karbanos, all these karbanos in the morning. I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to offer up my karbanos. I can't wait to be able to go to this English. I can't wait to be Bikura. I can't wait to walk with my family over the Holy Sun and distance see the beautiful quiet Shlishi. I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't apply now, it awakens in the anticipatory desire for what is going to come. So two soldiers can judge the Kabbalah schar. Number one, the act of learning changes us. Even give me concrete information from my life operating. Josh, learn as much as you can. The Kabbalah reap the benefits of becoming a different kind of person. Or Josh, the Kabbalah schar. At the end of the day, learn and awaken yourself this desire for what to come. Awaken within yourself a desire for what the future holds. Incredible. So you must say, okay, here's what I meant to say. Because he says rather what he meant to say is as follows. Why do you have to go ahead and make this statement of the halacha follows so and so? You must say halacha kama. Itself is a pretty straightforward subject. All right, I didn't think so. And that's really straightforward. The Gemara says, so the Gemara says, nice. So all the stuff on my life. Shmo, Ubas ish koin kesicha listeners. The Nara Yarusa Kasamidaba. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Ubas koin, right? Kesicha listeners. So I'm talking about a Nara, and she's an Arusa. So Nara is an Arusa. She is subject to Streifa. Atar ben Nara Yarusa and Afilu. Suah. You're saying it's not, she's not. So maybe it's only in the Suah. Ish. Asher Yinafes Eishes Ve'elu Most Yumas Hano Efes. How you are called the Klal Efes? Everyone was included in the general rule. Efes, right? Adulterer, adulteress. Hotzi Akas Abbas Shal B'Sila. Abbas Kohen B'Sreifa. Torah removes Abbas Yisrael B'Sreifa B'Sila. Abbas Kohen B'Sreifa. Kishotzi Akas Abbas Yisrael B'Sila Alusa B'Sua. Kishotzi Akas Abbas Kohen B'Sreifa Alusa Below Nesua. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out Abbas Yisrael and Arusa. And Arusa Abbas Yisrael is subject to Skila, so too it pulls out Abbas Kohen, is pulling out Abbas Kohen Arusa. Then it's not here, Arusa is subject to Sreifa and not the Nesua. All right, we'll stop and we'll pick up, I'm leaving off mid-sentence. I'm going to make a line. I'm not going to get confused tomorrow. Right, again, so I'm leaving off mid-sentence over here by Zomerman, but I'll pick up and mention with it tomorrow. All right, have a great day, everyone.
I stopped and started putting it back together, and I was like, I'm not going to chance the guy. Throw all stuff, and then the woman showed up, and she started getting her stuff together. And at some point, the neighbors started filing out onto the street, and the crowd kind of gathered up.
Correct.
The cop was like, what went on here? What happened? And I remember the neighbors. Well, we heard this woman scream, so we all ran out and shied. I was like, none of you ran out and chased anybody. I ran out and chased the guy. He dropped stuff. And then 10 minutes later, you guys all came out in your bathrobes. But you didn't chase anybody. But then I realized that's what they wanted. They wanted to be that person. But they weren't that person. So
all right, Jabosai, good morning. First of all, thank you to Rav Ari for the weather advisory. Definitely, thank you. And again, you should just know that text gets sent out to the timestamp 5:22 this morning. Wondering what Ari is doing at 5:22 this morning. Just because, we all go in, Baruch Hashem, and we take and we enjoy it, and it's wonderful. I understand that Ari really, I'm happy he's not here. He was shutting down for a second. It's tremendous Mesiras Nefesh on his part when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give him tremendous thank you, not just for the wet dates, but for the coffee each and every morning. The entire year, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate the weather update, also just the coffee episode. Thank you for it. We also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Kelsim Mishpach of Israel, for dedicating all Shem and Drushos this year as is from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today: Malki Rosenblum of Josh's 40th birthday. Mazel tov today. Friends of Josh Rosenblum. See, the friends wrote special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday. 40. The child. And Josh, on behalf of the entire year, we wish you a tremendous birthday, a year of growth, of hatzlacha, of bracha, of continued vekas, and call back for the Tova Mer V'Asim Shanim Tovos. Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, to both sides. So let us be here. Of course, there's always to dedicate our learning, and this is what Hashem has to do. To bring them home, the shalom and the karak, and this was about all these soldiers. May they be successful. But with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Interesting daf filled with just a lot of at times random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember again, we're still steeped. It feels like on one hand it's interesting Gemara, on the other hand, I felt this yesterday, very heavy, constantly being involved in death, right? And just these are death oriented. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this sugya of skila, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing, because being constantly around death could be actually life affirming. And I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes when all you're saying is death, and you recognize that Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here. It's a midday. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. in bracha gedol mizo. So sometimes again, spend a lot of time with death. Reminds us how much power we have. Also with that, let us begin. So we left. Okay. Turn around. Tell me where I am. Rabbi Shimon. Good. Okay, so let's do this. Let's Rabbi Shimon Achas Arusa down. Okay, one person talk. One person talk. Tell me where I am. Good. Perfect. Yeah. That's a rabbi. A rabbi just gets to it, doesn't yell, just tells me where we are, and that's it. Good. Let's go. So good. You want to as follows. My Rabbi Shimon. So what's the position of Rabbi Shimon? She's saying Rabbi Shimon over. Shnei klam rubas kohen. So there are two rules said by Bas Kohen. So 1 second. The Bas Kohen Bas. So these two rules were said by Bas Kohen Bas. So the only ambiguity in all of this is here's what we know. A Bas Kohen commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says Sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is what? So Rabbi Shimon says, rather than the Torah says, rather say that these two rules, even though yet by a Bas Kohen, what ends up happening over here is the Torah removes a Bas Kohen from the penalty of and a Bas Kohen from the general penalty of Arusa. Take a quick look. Rashi says over in Yeshua, Kohen Mechal Arusa Bas Yisrael. In the short lines of Rashi, the 8 lines up from before it gets wide. Arusa Kohen Mechal Arusa Bas Yisrael, Meskila L'Sreifa. So right, so generally, an Arusa would get skila, but Rabbi Shimon says a Bas Kohen who commits adultery in Arusa will get streifa, okay? And Nesua Mechal Nesua, Mechal Streifa. And again, by Nesua, so regular Nesua, regular married woman who commits adultery, Bas Kohen, ultimately again will get streifa. So by the way, this all fits into Rabbi Shimon's rule, or what's Rabbi Shimon's premise? Rabbi Shimon's premise is that, remember, Rabbi Shimon argued on Tanakh of the Mishnah. According to Rabbi Shimon, it's the most, according to Tanakh, what's the most common form of Misa, most common form of death? Skila. According to Rabbi Shimon, most common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we're seeing of Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged whole Bas Kohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out from the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately, again, given something different, and the different thing that she's given as Sreifa indicates to us that Sreifa is a different kind of onus. The Gemara says, just like Torah pulled out a Bas Kohen Nesua. For a regular case of Nesua, it's to be Machmir. So too, when it pulls out the rule of a Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery, from a regular Bas Kohen, from a regular Arusa commits adultery, it's supposed to be Machmir. And from here you see also what's the Chumash gets Sreifa. So maybe you see that Sreifa is the most common form of Misa. I Zone Nesua Bas Kohen B'Chlal Zone Nesua Bas Yisrael. The Zone Arusa Bas Kohen B'Chlal Zone Arusa Bas Yisrael. So we'll say this is very interesting. We're going to see this principle later on. Let's say Edom comes. So let's say Rachel is a Bas Kohen. She's about to marry. It doesn't matter what Ruvain is. He's a Kohen, he's not a Kohen, he's going to see an exception. Say we saw Rachel adultery. Then it turns that Halacha L'Maisa, they lied. Or I should say, another set of witnesses came along and said to the first that you cannot have seen what you're supposed to have seen. Why? You are with us. Zoman. The most say, generally, what's the punishment for Edom Zoman? What's the punishment? Reciprocal punishment. Here's the hitch. Even though a Bas Kohen gets a big punishment for adultery, i.e. Sreifa, that's unique from a Edom Zoman do not get her unique punishment. Instead, Edom Zoman get what her normal adults would have gotten in that scenario. So especially how we'll see the drasha for that in just a little bit. So again, the unique thing only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her Edom Zoman. And again, the Torah says over here, if you look at Rashi, Zone Nesua Bas Kohen B'Chlal, Zone Nesua Hotzia Kasav Ella Isa levado. Dichsiv hi ba'ish tisarif lo balav lo zomas. Only she gets straight. Only she gets straight. The Aiden Zolman will get interested, punished, but they get the punishment for what we'll call criminal adultery, which would be strangulation and not straight. Fascinating. We are no base 50b, 3 lines into the wide lines. If a daughter of a coin will commit adultery, so I say so. The lashon of the passage is very interesting. The daughter of a coin will profane. So the Gemara says, okay, profane. Maybe it means that she was mechalel Shabbos. Maybe the Torah is telling us that maybe a bas coin gets streifa even for just desecrating Shabbos. Omar nos. Therefore, the pasuk adds in the word ultimately against nos immorality. The Torah is talking about again a profanation curse. That is what I believe the word. It's a profanation, so profanity that occurs as a result ultimately again of morality. The siv shows the custom davar. Right? The Gemara says, "Yochol afilu pnuyos." You might have thought maybe it's a bas coin. Even if she's single, Nemar kan Nemar la halana via. Mostly it says over here, and it says in the second pasuk, "Mahotzi esanara al pesach beis avia uskalua." Ma la halana nos in zika saval. It's like in the first pasuk, it's talking about zika saval, which means immorality, where there's a husband involved. Again, maybe not suing, but at least innocent. So it's over here again, there's zika saval as well. Oh, eno. Maybe when it says Avia, it means is a bas coin subject for when she commits adultery with her father. Like it's only incestual adultery that's problematic. But it says ultimately again that comes to who not agree with anyone. Okay. So one says, so how many of the kind? So what at the end of the day, what do I come out with? So it says, sorry, how many of the kind of the never kind of the never la it's it says the second pasuk just like over here, it's znos, it's immorality with a connection to our husband. Afkan's nos and say, okay, iman na'ara v'yarusa, Afkan na'ara v'yarusa. So here's the difference. So remember again, the Torah, which speaks about the idea of ultimately again of a nara, a bas kohen is a nara, so we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second pasuk to whatever is stated first pasuk, which talks about. So maybe if we're comparing pasukim, just like the second is talking about a girl who's a nara, which refers to a particular stage in her physical development, and she's an arusa. So to by streifa, she'll only get streifa if she's a nara, and she's an arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? How do we know Nesua Bulgaris? Afkan Nara Vihim Nesua. How do I know that if she has Nesua? Or Geres, Biarus, she's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult, full adult, and she's an so Bulgaris Vihim Nesua, or Bulgaris is Afilu Hisina, even if she's a much older woman. 79. How do I know she's a bas kohen who commits adultery? She's subject to it. Tamalomar, the bas kohen mikol makom. Therefore, the Torah uses a more generic lashon of bas kohen to tell us whoever is the bas kohen, whatever the surah is. A nara, a bogeres, a nesua, an alut. It doesn't make a difference. This is the handed down to a girl who is, or to a woman who is a bas kohen who commits adultery. So bas kohen, top of the 51 able say, ainly ella sheni says the kohen. So here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes that a bas kohen, the fact that it's referring to her as a bas kohen, maybe means that she also married a kohen. Right? Maybe it's a married a kohen. Ainly ella sheni says kohen. Me says the Levi or the Yisrael. Kochavim, Lechalel, the mums. How do I know that the truth is this the unique halacha of a bas kohen who commits adultery and her being subject to slavery? How do we know that halacha stuff, no matter who she married, that she's subject to slavery? How do we know? And what was I? If you look at the list is very interesting because who's included in this list? So obviously, again, a kohen lady Israel. but also psulim. Psulim. To an extent, even though I wasn't, by the way, I think that I love most of that. Well, I love everything. But one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily for myself about have retention over all the details of daf. Along the journey, you pick up like sodos that stick with you. So remember again, famous Maproxim we had is, do we say kiddushin tovsin right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the kiddushin work? So there's the famous Machmir Shita Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds kiddushin ilan tovsin b'chayde laden. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if they're only prohibited to by a law, Rabbi Akiva's marriage does not work. We don't trust in that. We hold kiddushin ilan tovsin b'chayde nisa. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to try to marry another man's wife, it's the work. But if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or in a sin, and every moment during the marriage itself works. I don't know that even if this woman is married legally, but nevertheless, again, if she's a basper and she's straightforward, so I say, interestingly enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a kohen, even if she herself is not a kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out or ultimately again by marrying illegally. Okay, keep it straight. This is very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of streifa for a bas kohen who commits adultery is dafka a din in a bas kohen, right? In the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's killed, right? He's also the death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique streifa penalty. So there's as follows. So he was streifa, vein ball of streifa. First white line, he was streifa, vein zomameh of streifa. So again, she gets streifa, but ultimately again, the Eden zomamin do not get streifa. So again, this is what we saw before that halacha l'meisa. This unique punishment was dafka for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the Eden, not for the ball. Rabbi Eliezer, Esaviha b'streifa, Kameha b'skira. So Rabbi Eliezer makes a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it, and then we'll have to see exactly what it is. With her father was streifa, and with her father-in-law with skila. With skila, it says as follows: Amar Yachal afilu chilul Shabbos. So again, we don't know exactly what actually remains to be seen. Yachal afilu chilul Shabbos. So the Gemara says, I would have thought even if she just violated Shabbos, because remember again, I was like, the law you keep on referencing is ubas ishkin is seichel is the lashon of chulin, right? I might have thought that again, even if proclaims Shabbos, she's subject to streifa. So the Gemara says, I feel the chil Shabbos, chil Shabbos is skilly, right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that chil Shabbos is skila, right? Chil Shabbos is not streifa. So it's Amarava Hamani B'Shimon. Who is Damar streifa chamura? Who holds that streifa is more chamur? You might have thought that's probably interesting. It's not that time, honey, it's got to be a mitzvah. It's tidam streifa. Fascinating. You must be made with the Torah is introducing to something dramatically different. Every Torah is introducing to Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system, right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvos, maybe just the anti by Kohanim. Since halacha l'maisa again, they have what they call mitzvos v'seros. They have all these additional mitzvos that perhaps even for any avera, which carries a death penalty, halacha l'maisa again, she should get streifa, or they should get streifa, right? And therefore, even if she is mechal Shabbos, she should streifa. Kamash malah no that streifa is dafka din in adultery and not by anything else. So my shna mine didei. So the Gemara says that time, I would have thought as follows. So we'll say, so again, if you look at Rashi, in Shabbos, Lami Yachmil and Akevas, just Neschem. So we'll say, so just understand the Havamim that the Gemara just put forward. The Gemara put forward the Havamim that maybe a bas coin who's Mechalo Shabbos should get Sreifa. That's the Havamim. Why? Because this kind of have so many additional mitzvahs, no, she has a high level of sanctity, and therefore even Mechalo Shabbos she should get Sreifa. It was that you notice, by the way, it was for who? The Havamina was for women. A bas is special for Shabbos. Only a bas coin and not kohanim. But why would you suggest sreifa for Shabbos for a bas coin and not sreifa for the kohanim? What's the shot? What's very interesting? It's not that time. Ehud the Shabbos like Oda. He gave. I'm sorry. He gave him the lowest shtaria Shabbos like Gabba. Ema titan b'sreifa. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle, I'll call it dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. Not sure that word. I mean, this is it. Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer korbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different, male Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, it's up to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men. Doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe halacha l'maisa again, maybe only the din of sreifa by Kodesh should apply to her, not them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon again for Kol Shabbos, the penalty is always skila for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen, non-Kohen. Good. Yachalaf Lupnuyahi. I might have thought. I'm sorry. Lupnuya. I might have thought that even if the bas Kohen is single, maybe she should be subject sreifa for adultery, to which the Gemara says halisnos siv. But it says Liznos. It says Nos. So it says maybe it's Kudabalaz. Hanoi Habala Pnuya Pushing Ishus Asazona. So it's very interesting. Lazar holds that each single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship is a woman into a zona. Now that's not a. He's using zona as a descriptive halachic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. So the point of the Lazar holds that halacha l'maisa, even single people, right, engaged in a sexual relationship is prohibited. Omar Avia, Alotias Kaladam, or maybe it says Avia. This one the pasuk says Avia. Ultimately, is what is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual that is punishable by sreifa, but not by other men. So which the Gemara says, "Elamaini, who shezin samei aviyah." So the Gemara says, "What are you talking about? We're talking about a case where she was mizana, she was Irison, and was with another man, and she had sex with her father. That's the case we're going to talk about." So Gemara says, if that's the case, Area Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael, that's the case. Also, bless you. The punishment should not be dependent on whether Bas Kohen. Similar would apply even if she's a Bas Yisrael. The Amar Rava, Amar Rabbi Yisrael Baravdimi, Amma. We'll say you make a zero Shabbat, and Zima. So we'll say ultimately again to compare the penalty for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is sreifa, so too the punishment for incest is sreifa as well. That's what Gemara wants to suggest. So therefore, again, you're talking about that she committed adultery with her father. So it doesn't make a difference if she's a bas Kohen or a bas Yisrael. Either way, it's going to be sreifa, which the Gemara says it's trich. No, you still require it. Why? So I would have thought kra la'afud rava. I might have thought that the pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says, since the Torah over here, since Christ is highlighting this about Bas Kohen and Bas Yisrael, Kamash Bas Kohen, I'm sorry, Kamash no. Good. Bas Kohen, Amy sees the Torah. So here's once again, the Gemara circling back. Now we're just dissecting the Brisa we mentioned before. So we said before Bas Kohen. I will say it's interesting because like the default assumption of the beginning, Bas Kohen means the daughter of a Kohen was what? Married to a Kohen. The default understanding over here. So the Gemara says, Bas Kohen says the Kohen. I know that she actually married a Kohen. He says the Levi, Israel, the Cholom, how do I know? Again, anyone, right? Israel, Kohen, Lady Israel, even someone illegally. Chalal, nas, and a mamzer. So how do I know that this same halacha, if she committed adultery, she's subject to straight? I don't know that it still applies. Bas ish kohen. Therefore, the pasuk says bas ish kohen. Even if she is no longer a kohenes, mishum longer a kohenes. Now, the verse is 1 second. Mishum de isaba rehu lahani lab bas koini. Now, understand the title kohenes on my side. Who is the title kohenes bestowed upon? Because someone, a woman, who is the daughter of a kohen. Now, why does that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's a fact of biology. If she's born to a Kohen, right, or then she is a Bas Kohen. This would be the fundamental, so let's say, a man and a woman, right? A man could abdicate his status. So you can have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone he's not allowed to marry, he abdicates that status. He could regain it afterwards. So he's not, but a woman's Kohen. Why would you think that a Bas Kohen is married to a Kohen? What about coin? So the Gemara medium say furthermore. Does the pasuk itself say we're talking about was married to a coin? Of course not. I would have thought Techal is nos amrachmar. So the Gemara says I would have, when the pasuk says as follows. Who are we talking about over here? Abbas boy kisechal nos. Kisechal is nos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. What I take from that? That's when the act of znos, so the inappropriate relationship, started. Now, given the kamaskala, the kind of ikara, I would say, but maybe, let's say in the case was, let's say for example, Rachel, we'll call her Rachel. So I would have thought like this: when the relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she's still under the chuppah with the mamzer, right? You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's a problem. There's a in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that the sreifa for adultery of a bas kohen is when quote unquote this nus, the problematic relationship began now. What if there was an existing problematic relationship, actual marriage? I might want to halacha l'maisa. She's not subject to sreifa under those circumstances. Because after all, we said, so ultimately, again, if a Bas Kohen will marry each child that means a foreign man, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Because once a Bas Kohen has relations with a man who she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that compromises her status. Gemara says, "Levi Yisrael nami, leaving Yisrael as well." Remember again, this is very important. When a Bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status to it? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status. And if she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi. Halacha is she's certain Kohanic privilege. But while she's married, she can't move on. But should her husband die without, she doesn't have children or divorce children, then halacha l'maisi her father's home. But the point is that when a Bas Kohen, someone who's not Kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, because the Levi Yisrael Nami b'Shabbal Beisabi. Actually, the Pasuk says that she was married to a Levi or Yisrael. So when she's married, then she can be truma. But if those guys die, right? If her husband dies, back to her parents' home, assume truma. What do you see here? You see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. To which Gemara says, therefore, I would have thought, lo sitam b'sreifa. Shabbos says, see, you know what's happening over? This is fascinating. Gemara says like this. I might have thought that the only time there's for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. Perhaps when there was some type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was, why would it have been compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen, I would have thought that in this, there's no sreifa, kamash shlolan. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halachic issue in her marriage, let's say she married a mamzer, right? And so that's a real halachic issue. That's a real problem, right? Not just that it compromises her identity a little bit. That's a halachic problem. In that case, where there is a pre-existing marital issue, halacha l'maisa, if she commits adultery, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. We go to Rameir. We'll say all this is not the Rameir. Where's Rameir? So Disanya, fast question. He says the Yisrael ba'achla truma. Let's say this is so interesting. Listen to this. A bas kohen who marries Yisrael. So let's call it Rachel. Rachel marries Reuven. Rachel comes from a nice Kohanic family. She married out, right? She married a regular guy, regular Jew, regular Yisrael. So what happens? So now she's with Reuven. And what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. That wasn't the halacha is, remember, a non-kohen, a zar, is not permitted to eat truma. Okay. Generally, now we're talking about shogeg. Now, what generally if you go ahead and you eat truma shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is a chodesh. You have to pay back principal plus an additional stuff. So listen to this. Last question he says, "These Rabba Avla Truma." So Rachel is about showing married a regular guy named Reuven in Israel, and she accidentally ate truma, which was it. You can see that, by the way, right? It's such a it must have been a case that didn't happen. Right? The girl home comes back to her house, right? And her parents, there could be truma that's out. She eats the truma. So what's the halacha? The halacha is the shalem says carry the image when we start the straight up. What says the halacha is as follows: she only has to pay the karen, and she does not have to pay the additional fifth, and she's killed by streifa. Whoa. What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the white lines, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines. Rashi Mishalim Karen, the Cheban the Lo Zochi Lo Rachmana Begavad Gzela here. The lav zara he hoil uyulach in yamus by love the zara. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Bryce comes to something that halacha l'maisa she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay? Because she stole something. Sure, doesn't belong to her. She doesn't pay principal. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar, and he is the fifth. Interesting. She doesn't have zar status. Because if her husband, she can go back to his home and consume truma. Interestingly enough, so she's chayav with that. Therefore, she has to be doesn't have to pay the fifth. What is chayav straight? So Rashi zinsa. Okay, count that as truma. If she commits adultery, then she's because again she's a basket. See, a number of things you see from here. What you see from here is first of all the din of basket by straight phone. She's any basket, irrespective of who she marries. Interestingly enough, he gets married. She retains an element of her Kohanic status, right? Vaharaya, she only has to pay, doesn't have to pay Chomesh. Next, Mises the Absulin. Now, again, this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is 29 Kohen. What happens if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a mamzer. So what's that? Mishalem is carrying the Chomesh. Then both say she pays that Chomesh. Why? Because remember again, what's happening? When a Basquin marries someone, what happens? So you're both saying it's on zona status. Zona status is forever precluded from going back. Once that happens, she's a zar. She's a stranger to the Kohen. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she eats truma, it's and chomesh. Carrying that chomesh. Interestingly enough, when we suss up, they've already made. Wow. Also, she no longer has the status of a bas kohen. She no longer has the status of a bas kohen. If she commits adultery, she just gets the regular for adultery, which is kamek and not streifa. Incredible. So both say the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? But I'm saying, what is the position is that when a woman marries someone who she's about to marry, she effectively loses her Bas Kohen status. And then this is all for us in two ways. So she accidentally eats Truma, and have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and eventually she's going to be punished like a regular woman. But like a regular adult. The Chum say, the Chum disagree. The Chum say that Allah even if a Bas Kohen marries someone who's about to marry, she still retains Kohen status. And therefore, Allah if she accidentally eats Truma, she's going to go ahead and only have to pay, she has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately, again, she is judged by Sreifa. So we'll say, is that incredible? What a fascinating message. Essentially, does can a Bas Kohen compromise her Kohen status? The Meir says, yes, if she marries someone, she compromises her Bas Kohen status, accidentally, she'll have to pay Karen and Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get that Sreifa. Chachamim say, once a Bas Kohen, can't compromise that status. And therefore, if she accidentally, Halacha L'maisa only Karen and Chomesh, and for adultery, she will always be. So the Gemara goes weiter. That's Chamea B'Skila. The Elazar says, with her father, Sreifa, with her father-in-law, Skila. What does that mean? My Esa. What are you talking about? So it says, so you're talking about if she adultery with her father, Sreifa, and it's adultery with father-in-law, Skila. So understand, my area of Bas Kohen, and again, if we're talking about, so if we're talking about incest, and then the father-in-law, does not vary from Bas Kohen to anyone else. Rather, again, my area of Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael Nami. Vita B'Sreifa, Vekalosa B'Skila. What says incest with his daughter is Sreifa, and if we go relations with the daughter-in-law, ultimately is Skila. That's across the board. Ella, interesting. No, what it means is like this. Amir means is like this. Rabbi Elazar says that Aviha means she's in the domain of her father. Chana means she's in the domain of her father-in-law. Now, what does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? When is that? Erisin. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? The assumption goes on to Iris, and she's living at home with her parents. During Nisuin, it would become to move in with her in-laws, right? Her husband's parents. So for those who wants to suggest that Allah L'maisa, essentially when she's in Arusa, it's Sreifa. And when she is in a Suah, it is Skila. Somebody says, okay, Kiman, whose opinion is this aligned with? Rabbanon, harboring the Suah, Yatsa, Sreifa. The law Arusa, right? According to the Rabbi, ultimately it's only the Suah gets Sreifa, not in Arusa. Ikra B'Shimon ha'amar achas Arusa, ba'achas Nesua B'Sreifa. B'Shimon holds again, Bas Kohen, whether again Arusa or Nesua, Halacha L'maisa gets Sreifa. V'ikra B'Yishmael, and if it's a B'Yishmael, ha'amar Arusa, Yatzas L'Sreifa, below Nesua. Yishmael says ultimately again Arusa is ultimately Eschamel Chaneku. So what's whose opinion is it? Shalachad Mishrav Yossi Rabbi Chanina. Kach Yad Shal Mishnah. They'll say here's how to arrange the Mishnah. The Olam Kirabanon. In reality, it reflects the Rabbanon. Bachi covers to say Kol Shul L'Matam Misa Saviyah. So this is interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says is 5 lines up from the bottom. Misa Saviyah. Streifa. Kilomar B'Misa Shikal Streifa. So essentially, anytime you have punishment, right? Any time that the father would have yielded a payment that is less than Sreifa, going to Suah the Chanek Ba'alma, Hacha Bas Kohen Bia Kilu Zinsa Me'avila B'Sreifa. So we'll say, so essentially, where it says like this: anything again that would have been a lower punishment had she committed adultery with her father. Umayni, what's the example of that? Nisua Bas Yisrael. Di'ilu Nisua Bas Yisrael B'Chanek, because a regular Nisua Bas Yisrael will be B'Chanek. Hacha B'Misa Savia B'Sreifa. So therefore, again, the father would have been straight. Anything that would have been a step above had she had relations with her father. What is that? Arusa Bas Yisrael. That's the case of not Arusa Bas Yisrael. Arusa Bas Yisrael. Arusa Bas Yisrael Ba'alma B'Skila. A regular Arusa ultimately would be Skila. But how over here with if we're adultery with her father would have been B'Skila. Okay, that's going to be Midi the man lamata. What are you talking about? That's how the Brisa says. It doesn't say lamala lamata. Ella Amr Yirmiyah says this. Let's say on days. Amr Yirmiyah Olam Rabbi Shmuel. It's the Allah from the Ma'isa again. We're going like Rabbi Shmuel. right? Rabbi Shmuel is the one that says that Sreifa is only for a din in Arusa and not for Nesua. What does it mean to say? Es Aviyah, Birshus Aviyah, the Sreifa. Bes Chameha, Mecha, Skila, the Chol Ad the Bechana. Rabbi Shmuel holds like this. There's the way to interpret the statement of the Brayz as follows. Es Aviyah means Birshus Aviyah, which means the Bas Kohen commits adultery. What does that mean? Arusa. What's for Arusa? For Arusa, ultimately is Sreifa. Bas Kohen Arusa is Sreifa. Okay. Es Chameha means she has adultery with her father-in-law. What's the punishment for that? That I'm going to say that the Gemara says is skila. Now that's explicit pasuk. That's skila. And for every other act of adultery, what do you get? Chenek. So it's interesting. According to Bishmuel, there's three constructs in the adultery. Right? There's Bas Kohen who commits adultery as an Arusa. That's Sreifa. Woman who commits adultery with her law. That's Sila. And then there's every piece of adultery, which is Chenek. Chenek, that's his model. Okay? The Gemara says as follows. It doesn't make any sense. Essentially, what you're saying is, Es Aviha means that the girl is in the domain of her father, but Es Chameha means that she committed adultery with her father-in-law. So Gemara says, or Rabbi says, it doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respective individuals, or both mean in the domains of the individuals. So Rabbi Rabba, the only to Shimon. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi holds that it is no different than an Arusa. Ma'arusa, just like an Arusa, we move her, we move her one step higher in punishment from Skila to Shreifa. Af Nesua, Chad Darga Maskina Law, Mechanek Skila. Okay? Incredible. So again, Rabbi Lazar is of the opinion that Allah is essentially like you do over here, is in the case of a Bas Kohen, we always move her up one level. Severity and punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by Arusa, normally, again, it's Rabbi Lazar, but really, of course, it's Rabbi Shimon who holds that Sreifa as the highest. So we'll take her again from Skila to Sreifa. By Nesua, she normally get Chenek, we'll move her up from Chenek to Skila. Okay? Hot, Rabbi Shimon, the Sreifa Kamar. The Olam Kirab. Right, so rather again, the Rabbanan say in reality it's Rabbanan as Esavia Beskila, Ves Chameha with her father, it's Skila, with her father-in-law it's Sreifa. Behind the Kamar Esavia Hamanakit, and that ultimately again, which we said, Esavia is the Gemara employing or the vice just employing the normal definition. Okay. Amra Nachman Barazwa. Amra Nachman Barazwa. Amra Halal. Kiddushalik Rabin Mishneit Rabbi Yosef. The halacha follows ultimately again as Rabbi Nima Rabbi Yosef. This is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugya right now. Get a little halacha nice as well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows as Rabbi sent the name of Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Chanina. Okay. So now the Gemara says. Who cares? Essentially, Rabbi Yosef says, now what does this mean? So Rabbi Yosef is saying this halacha is only pertinent for the Messianic era. Now what does that mean? Take a look at Rabbi Rashi says, halacha zu kishiyavo yimos HaMashiach tzrich lanu she'eshivu dam yisot bezim koman. So it's fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying is, Chevra, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, this has absolutely no repercussion and ramifications for now, which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say something like that. Consider like how much time is spent on discussions that may or may not be accurate. Yosef says we right now we have no ability to stir a death sentence. Remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires so we need Mashiach. So again, it was a question so beautiful. This is a halacha which will apply ultimately again when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. Because there's so much. Why do we learn touching? Right? Why do we go ahead and learn anything about kabbalas? Right? After all, again, and for that matter, Tumantara. Right? Why even bring up these sugyas at all. It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why do we want to know? Rabbi Gemara says, "Alon some Mashiach, alon Rosh the Kabbalah." Tell the Rabbi say ultimately again, rather old over here. You have old over here to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn Kabbalah. That's why we learn from Tara. Achanami, here again by this entire discussion, Rosh the Kabbalah. Wasn't many of us after the last 2 days wondering to ourselves, what doing, right? What just, and we're gonna see the bottom line a little bit. We'll do the Rambam in just a few moments. But again, it's almost as if sometimes when you struggle with something, it's very affirming to hear someone else who's struggling. This makes you might be struggling to understand. I'm not crazy. So it's interesting because it's exactly this is coming on the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, "Chevra, what are we doing? What do we do?" It's very interesting. However, Hilchos Mashiach, which we're talking about, we spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet relevant but will be in the future. So why do we do that? Learn and receive reward for us. So let's say Hashav Shat over here is the Gemara saying. Hashav Shat is the Gemara saying that halacha there is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Like, in other words, what is the sugya like this? Okay, so we take a Musah skill that when you learn so much about death, it becomes a life-affirming experience. Recognizing I'm alive, my gosh, life is such a gift. I need to do 639, right? The 7:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun, right? And then what happens? And I gotta live. But in the general idea, sometimes of us say we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be halachically relevant. Even if it's not halachically relevant, there's a power gauging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to operate. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. When I swim in the Yam Shel Talmud, the sea of Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different, not the same person. Oh, but what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information, but I can tell you one thing. I'm an absolute different person than I was now. That is an unequivocal, disputable truth. I'm different. That's Drosh v'Kabal Schar. Just learn. So we translate it. Drosh v'Kabal Schar is learning, you'll get a reward for learning. No. Drosh, the reward itself is in the act of learning. Drosh, just learn. Kabal Schar, you will reap the reward. What's the ultimate reward? It's not something you get in this world. The ultimate reward is to become a different person. I'm someone different now. And because I'm someone different, that was like, it's the greatest schar in the world. The greatest schar in the world is when you feel good about yourself because you feel that you are engaged in a life of self-transcendence. That I'm just pushing forward to becoming the best version of me. That is the greatest schar. So therefore, the Gemara says sometimes it's just about Kabbalah schar and reap the benefit of someone different. Reap the benefit of becoming someone holier. Happens to the Ermayin Chaim says something very beautiful. It says as follows. He says there's another dart in Drosh. He says also as follows. He says sometimes when you learn about it, that's not yet an effect. And it's going to be one day. What it does is it awakens within me an anticipatory desire for what is going to be. The Be'er Mayim Chaim says when we learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what does that do? It awakens within me for Mashiach. It awakens within me a desire for a Beis HaMikdash. It awakens within me a desire for a Sanhedrin. The Rebbe says, with Smeim Alov Lomar, Mosai Eskeli, Dabek Bo Yispar Falasos Lo Nachas Ruach. He goes, Avinafsham Bachla Bahem Chemdas Hazim Umis Umisavis Lekayim Kalamitzos Kulam Baraga Echad. So let's say sometimes what Joshua Kabbalah means, sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. When I learn it, it awakens within me this desire to have it. Okay, so I don't know about Misas Bezdin, right? If it applies as much. But so you learn sugis about karbanas, or you say karbanas in the morning. Like, oh gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to offer up my karbanas. I can't wait to be able to go to the base of English. I can't wait to see the Kohen wearing the B'dikuna. I can't wait to walk with my family over the hills of Yerushalayim in the distance by Shlishi. See, I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now, it will end in anticipatory desire for what is going to come. So two Yisodos in Josh Vakar. Number one, the act of learning changes us, even if it doesn't give me concrete information for my life operating system. So learn and learn as much as you can. The Kabbalah scholars the benefits of becoming a different kind of Josh. The Kabbalah scholars at the end of the day learn and awaken within yourself this desire for what is going to come. Awaken within yourself a desire for what the future holds. Incredible. So Gemara says, "How do you come?" Okay, this is what I'm going to say. This is what I'm going to say. Hilchasa lamali, so give the shmeita halacha kamar. So the Gemara says, he says, rather what he meant to say is hilchasa lamai. Why do you have to go ahead and make the statement of the halacha follows? The Gemara says, "Sugi the shmeita halacha kamar." The sugi itself is a pretty straightforward sugya. All right, I didn't think so, but okay. The Gemara says, this is pretty basic. The Gemara says, so the Gemara says, "My." So I'll start coming. Rabbi Shmuel, the sanya ubas ish point yisicha lisnos. The narav yarusa kasam medaber. The Torah says as follows. The Torah says, ubas point, right? Yisicha. I was talking about a Nara, and she's an Arusa. It's Rabbi Shmuel, right? A Nara is an Arusa. She is subject to Atma Benara, the Arusa. You're saying this Nara, she's an Arusa. Maybe it's only in the Surah. Kamaloma, Ish Asher Yunafes, Ish Israel. Most Yumash and Oifa and Oefes. Everyone was included in the general rule of Noif and Oefes, right? Adulterer and adulteress. Torah removes the Basisol, says the Basisol with God is Skila, and Basisol is Reifa. Makishos Yakasa Basisol is Skila, Arusa, below the Surah. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out a Basisol, and Arusa Basisol is subject to Skila, so too when it pulls out a Basisol, it's pulling out a Basisol, Arusa. And Arusa is subject to Sreifa and not in the. All right, we'll stop. Pick up. I'm leaving off mid-sentence. Not going to get confused tomorrow. So I'm leaving off mid-sentence over here by Zomerman. But I'll pick up with it tomorrow. Tremendous. All right, have another great day, everyone.
I decided not to read it. Really good. I don't want to spoil anything. Some good stuff is hidden camera interview with a guy who says, I just can't. My career would be over. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it well. People try to persuade him to please and study the way. Yes, it would help a lot of people. I agree it would help a lot of people. I agree it's important. I can't. I've had enough. I can't. And it's this kind of thing. Got the stomach for another one. I'll give you a big one. So, because you mentioned age, it's just like gravity. You're not allowed to question it. It's Holocaust. Yeah, Holocaust, gravity.
Martin will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Touching Pay 5785. For dedicating all the Sherman drushers this year is the course for the solos for all of Am Yisrael. Our documentary sponsors for this morning, Baruch Meir Rina Dubin, invention of the architect of Baruch Meir's grandfather, Moshe Mendel Ben Zev, and Zichron Libracha Yokter, the merit of our commentators, the Shalom Havon Aliyah, and the family in the common. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to the evil in the source of our precious hearts to visit the Baruch America shall continue to bring them home with Shalom and the Karov, and in nurturing the success of our holy soldiers. May those Baruch Hu be successful. The whole Maaseh be there. Also, with that, let us bring you a lot to do today. A very interesting daf ahead of us. Some fascinating technicalities when it comes to the research basis. Remember, again, yesterday we had the Zevus to begin the new, and in the new parak, again, we had interesting machlokes in the Mishnah about the severity of the Avamisos, the four different types of death penalties in days. So we had machlokes in Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. Tanakama holding that the order of severity from most severe to least severe is skila, streifa, herek, chemek, and Rabbi Shimon holding that the order is streifa, skila, chemek, and herek.
So then the Gemara began a discussion regarding, in general, when things are in order. So how makbid, right? How meticulous is in an order that's been espoused. So that's where we left off in the middle of yesterday. The Gemara says, right? Good. So four lines up from before it gets wide. So now again, interestingly enough, one of the areas where everyone agrees that the order is really not specific is in the area of chalitza. What happened with chalitza? Listen to this. This is actually fascinating, Gemara. It says chalitza. What is the order of chalitza? Now again, I should have given like a warning. It's a little bit bonus over here, right? So for some of us, that might be a little bit difficult. But again, the rest is fine. What is the order of chalitza? So what's halacha? So again, remember, let's just frame the case. Reuben is married to Rachel. Reuben dies without children. Reuben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Shimon has a mitzvah of Yigur. He doesn't want to be Yigur. He does not want to marry his sister-in-law Rachel. So what happens? They hasten. Are you not still all get us So Bezdin gives Shimon proper eitzah for Shimon. In other words, for Shimon, should Shimon marry her, not marry her, right? So again, Bezdin says should you do evil eitzah? So Shimon, sitting out here, he did right law. The Yomeres. So she says, my brother-in-law Shimon does not want to marry me. Okay, first of all, I don't want to marry her. Now, all of this will be Lashon HaKodesh, even if that, of course, is not their first time. Okay, so then ask him, so then Rachel, the sister-in-law, would go ahead. So the Gemara says then, what would happen? So Rachel would come. I love you. I love. They answer him. So the Chaltza now, she would remove his shoe. She would remove his shoe. The Yaakov Fana, and she would spit in front of him. Look, Hanira, and spit like saliva that was visible to the judges themselves. Once of Amra, she would go and she would say, Kacha Yaseh Lish. This is what shall be done to the man who does not want to go ahead and rebuild his brother's home. V'nikra Shmo Yisrael, and then they would call the brother-in-law Beis Chalutz Hanal. Good. That's the order. That's the order of chalitza. Chalitzah's chalitza. So you do like this. Now, sequence for chalitza is, or I should say, the proper components for chalitza are the following: are Korah, the Koreh. He reads something. She reads something. Cholatzes, she removes the shoe. Lokekas, she spits. Mikora, and she reads something else. Bavinabo, my commercial on, so where it says, okay, Rayuga, what exactly are you adding to the discussion over here? It's exactly what you just said. You just said what we just said, but you just said it in a shorter form. So what exactly are you contributing? Kamash Malon must be seen. It's exactly what the Mishnah just said. Kamash Malon, mitzvah. What I'm using and saying is as follows. Now, Allah says the order that was just espoused here in the Mishnah, and the order that Rabbi Yehuda himself just went ahead and reviewed, that is the preferred order. However, the other, let's say they walk in the basement, the first she does is she removes the shoe, right? Or the first thing she does is she spits. So she reverses the order. What's Taloch in that case? Don't worry about it. Fine. So again, as much as there is an ideal order by chalitza, which we've just seen, halacha makes that the order is upended. The mitzvah is still 100% legitimate. So let's say, so again, just understand why this conversation over here? Because what we're fixated on over here is that the Mishnah listed in order, and the Mishnah, the order is meaningful. You know, it's suggesting that in general, whenever the Mishnah makes a list, it's generally not meaningful. In other words, the meaningful information contained, but lists don't necessarily create a defined order. For example, chalitza, where the Mishnah gives me a list of all the things that happen, but yet again, not necessarily giving me a defined order or sequence in which those things actually have to happen. So you're saying that advice that support this, or whether you went ahead and you took off the shoe first and then you spit, or you spit and then you took off the shoe. What's done is done. What's done is done. So therefore, again, here's a perfect example of where there's an order that is listed, but the order is non-sequence specific. In other words, if you end up doing something different, you are fine. But let's say, for example, we'll give you other examples where let's say order is specific. What's an example of order is specific? Listen to this. It's not Kohen Gadol Ushamish V'Shora Kelim. A Kohen Gadol wears 8 different vestments. The regular barba, a regular Kohen only wears 4. What are the specific vestments? What are the clothing? The ksonas. Ksonas is a tunic, a coat, really a tunic. Tunic Messiah, the pants. Which is the hat, a belt. So those more basic big Kohana clothing. Most of them Kohen Gadol wears additional clothes. Kohen Gadol wear a breastplate, a phone we translated that an apron. It was a garment. That went underneath the choshen that really tied in the back of Kohen Gadol. So that Rashi is interesting. Rashi in Parashas. Rashi points out, he says, when that's the comment on what the Eid was, he says, I'm not sure exactly what it looked like. But Rashi says, my heart tells me that it's like this apron-like garment that the French women wear by their clothes. So it's interesting to say, when you just a little bit tight, Rashi listen to over my heart says to me. This goes back to yesterday. Like, what are we going to ask? Like, I have no idea. Right? So yesterday that I heard, so Hashem Liyireh. Like this concept of that's time. Sometimes when people have an understanding of this, what Rashi says, and the Russian people know my heart tells me your heart tells you that you're right here. It's not an intellectual thing. It's a heart thing. I'm speaking to us. As such, I'm tuned in. My heart means that it's like the apron that the French women wear. Incredible. Sitz is the gold plate. It's Kohen Gadol wore against his forehead. There was a little bit of a space between his where the nefesh started, and on his body where the sitz, which said Hashem. Good. So those are 4 basic regular Kohen. Additional 4 called accessories of a Kohen Gadol. We learned. It's interesting. How do you know that chapter first? Right? Good. But in general, right? How do we know the chapter that again was dressed? The first thing you are the Nichnasayin. The Gemara says, "Shneimar u'nusei bad yav b'saro." The pasuk says again, the Nichnasayin. Literally again, the pants made of linen shall be put on the Gemara. So 1 second. If that's the case for Tana, my time of acting is so. So 1 second. If that's the case, then does sonas come first in the pasuk? In other words, here's the interesting point. Right? The Gemara says, we know for myself. You have to Kohen has to put on. Kohen has to go ahead and put on. This is by Parshas Acharei, right? By the Avodah of Yom Kippur. But here, how do we know to just go ahead and put on the pants first? Because what's the drush over here? Al-Bisar means the first thing that comes onto your flesh are the Nichnasayin, are the pants. So I says, okay, I hear that. But if that's the case, why is Ksonas mentioned first in the pasuk? Remember, the pasuk begins, Ksonas ba'd kodesh yilbash u'nichnasei ba'd yav b'saro. So Ksonas, which is like the tunic, that's mentioned first in the pasuk. But Yarshinim, that's Nichnasayin are put on first. Understand? If Nichnasayin have to be put on first, then what? Then logical thing. What's logical thing? Mention that first in the pasuk. But it's first. So what's the shot? The time of activated ksonas. Very simple. I'm sorry. The time of activated ksonas. So what's I say? Therefore, when discussing the various clothing of the Kohen, because the Tana mentioned ksonas before Nichnasayin, Mishum the activated crop. Again, ksonas comes first in the pasuk. So the Tana is actually mirroring the order of the pasuk. So the pasuk talks about the ksonas first. Therefore, the Tana talks about the ksonas first. Even though we know the first thing the Kohen has to put on is the Nichnas Ukra, Mayana Aktime. So actually, I ask him, so this is a question. Does the pasuk put ksonas first? Right? Why not put Nichnas Bad Yuah B'Saro? Why not start with Nichnasayin and then go to ksonas? It's a good kasha. So the Gemara says, "Mishum chasei kula gufa adiflay." So that's actually very beautiful. The Nichnas only cover the bottom part of your body. The Xones covers the entire part of your body. So therefore, if they get a garment that the entirety of the body has a greater kashi, this is when a baguette that only covers part of it. And therefore, it's chayvus, it is mentioned first. So we'll say, yet, halachal ma'isa, and that is halachal ma'isa. The first thing the coin puts on has to be the nichnas. And again, here, just to point out, here's another example of where the order is specific. Has to be nichnas, and then afterwards the other vestments. But why is Xones mentioned first in the passage? If Messiah is first to be put on. Ultimately, again, because Messiah only covers part of the body, Xones covers the entirety of the body. Now, let's just point out something interesting. If you think about it, this is fascinating. There's tremendous Mr. Haskell and everything. Sometimes in life, when we want to advance ourselves, right? You feel like stuck a little bit, and how do you get yourself out of your current situation, whether from an emotional perspective or a spiritual perspective? I think there's this like a little bit of this unknown about where should I start? Like what should I do with myself to move myself forward? So there's almost like two different approaches to change: Knasayim change and Xones change. Knasayim change means choose something small and localized. Like, in other words, don't necessarily start looking for something that is comprehensive. Maybe all I need to do in life is a little tweak. Like Nichlasayim, it covers part of the body. Maybe it's just a little tweak here and a little tweak there. And just small adjustments or small adjustments, singular, that can make a difference. But sometimes in life, a person wants Xones change. But Xones something that covers the body. And sometimes to get my change has to be something much more comprehensive. The body in its entirety. Again, not that I'm in the world, but something that goes ahead and really just shifts. It's like a paradigm shift in my life. So which one is right? Look, my sign change. I should do like Xones change. What's the answer? Yes, and it's just interesting because Torah gives incredible precedence both. Because on one hand, the first thing mentioned in the pasuk is Xones. That's the first thing mentioned in the pasuk. Because sometimes in life you absolutely need that comprehensive paradigm shift in order to move yourself forward. So it's mentioned first in the pasuk. But yet again, practically, what does the Kohen start with first? Right first every single morning with the Nichlasayim, with the hands, the small localized change. So is it a paradigm shift, a comprehensive change, or a localized shift, a Nichlasayim change? They're both available to us, and depending on what holding your life, really determines which type of garment change we need to affect. Tremendously so, like it. Alright, so let's the topic of the Mishnah was severity of Mitzvot Beis. And I both say, now, I know some of you may be thinking about what is odd machlokas, right? Which death penalty is more common. Dead is dead. It's dead. So what does it matter? So of course, what matters, and we'll see this later on, towards the end of the daf. So then the arrows mean towards the actual end of the daf, because towards the end of our sheet, like that. Towards the end of our is, I'll tell you why. Matters in the following case: a person commits two averos, liable to two different. The general halacha is when you like kind of like Kimei B'Drabner concept many times, you do two things. You have dual liability, one financial, one capital. So you get the capital liability, but it's with the financial one. Same is in terms of death penalties. When you do things and you incur two death penalties, you get more severe of the death penalty. As such, figuring out which one is more severe is actually practical consequence, not just academic. So that's the tension of it. I'll try my focus in on Mishnah. So once again, just do our orders. Tanakama said severity is skila, streifa, herek. Skila, streifa, herek. Okay? Stoning, burning. Again, we haven't seen what's really the only reason that we've really gone through exhaustively is skila. The other three, we'll get there. We haven't done it yet. It's burning, herek. which is death by sword, the pashtus, beheading, and chenek strangulation, hanakama. Rabbi Shimon disagrees on 2 points. Rabbi Shimon holds streifa, skila. So puts streifa in front of skila, and she puts chenek, strangulation, in front of herek. Okay, so 2 strong machlokas, Tanakama, and Shimon. Okay, here we go. So this Gemara will say, really, actually, the Gemara will flow pretty seamlessly. So Gemara says as follows. So Gemara says, skila chamor b'sreifa. Skila is more chamor than streifa. Now, why is skila more chamor than streifa? Gemara says, shekim nitna l'megadik u'lo v'koharim. So what's interesting enough, because you get skila is given to megadik. Megadik is one who blasphemes, curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Obed Avodah Zarah. So these are considered to be infractions because of the rebellions against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, one who goes ahead and curses Hashem, Chas v'Shalom, one who works in Avodah, he gets skila. So the fact that skila is given to these individuals for this type of averus indicates to us that skila is more common than streifa, supporting obviously the position of Tanakama. What's the chumrah? Why do you feel so severe? Because again, the act of cursing God and worshiping Avodah Zarah